Yuan Jun's tribulation ended in failure, leading him back to his student days. In the summer of 2013, when mobile internet was just beginning to flourish, a cultivator's daily life unfolded amidst the torrent of time. Chapter 1. Return to youth in the summer of 2013, aboard an intercity bus from Guangdong County, Huizhou Province, to Yuzhou City. The sweltering heat of the afternoon rendered the passengers drowsy to eye in the rear of the bus. A pale-skinned youth suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakening from a dream. Initially bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings. The armrests, seats, windows, and curtains were all brand new. Isn't this the 311 intercity bus I took during the summer after my middle school exams to enter high school in Yuzhou City? I remember distinctly the 311 bus line was newly inaugurated this year, covering a distance of 40 kilometers at a fare of 10 yuan. At that time, I traveled with my cousin's younger sister. Jiangning turned his head slightly, feeling the weight on his shoulder. A girl rested against him, her hair partially obscuring her face, her eyes closed in deep slumber. Everything aligns perfectly. But did I not perish in the tribulation, reduced to ashes by the heavenly lightning? How is it that I find myself here? Could it be that I have been reborn? Jiangning's pupils dilated. After centuries of cultivation, he had cultivated an unperturbed heart. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of hope. Jiangning, one of the two Yuan Jun of Luo Yunzong, also known as Biyu Jun, had, in his previous life, traversed into the realm of cultivation through a spatial rift at the age of 27. Blessed with exceptional talent and a heavenly spiritual root, he was taken under the wing of an elder upon entering the sect. Within merely 300 years, he achieved the pinnacle of Yuan. Though a devoted practitioner, he possessed formidable combat skills, having annihilated 7 major Yuan sects in a single day, earning him tremendous respect throughout the Zhongzhou cultivation realm. Regrettably, he ultimately fell during the transformation tribulation, obliterated by the heavenly lightning. In that final moment, Jiangning came to a profound realization. Despite his esteemed title as Yuan Jun, revered by millions, he harbored significant flaws in his pursuit of the Tao. Under the assault of inner demons, he failed to utilize the carefully prepared tribulation artifacts, resulting in his soul being scattered. The cause of this was the loss of his family and loved ones at the age of 27. Coupled with setbacks in his career, his heart had already withered by then, and he merely existed in a state of confusion thereafter. When the sect presented him with a technique that claimed to forsake emotions entirely, coupled with his heavenly spiritual root, he consented without hesitation. From that moment on, he became an emotionless cultivation machine, advancing beyond all predecessors of Luo Yunzong. However, during the transformation tribulation, he discovered that transcending the divine meant embracing humanity, having discarded his emotions. How could he hope to achieve such transcendence? Thus he failed. As Jiangning assessed his own body, he found the immense power capable of shifting mountains had vanished without a trace. Even his once far-reaching divine sense had disappeared. He pinched his thigh with force. The pain is excruciating. His resilient physique, which could withstand the might of artifacts, was also no longer present. All his magical powers, divine sense, honed body, treasured artifacts, elixirs, and talismans accumulated over countless years were lost. Even if the transformation tribulation were terrifying, it could never entirely strip him of everything. What further convinced Jiangning of this reality was the fact that he found himself smiling. For 3 centuries since practicing that technique designed to forsake emotions, he had not smiled. He had long since lost the instinct to laugh. Jiangning's heart soared with unrestrained joy despite the loss of his years of painstaking cultivation. He felt no despondency. For in this moment, he felt not like a mere wooden puppet, but a true human being. Suddenly, he felt a stir on his shoulder. The girl awoke, her fair and delicate face adorned with a hint of drowsiness, a few disheveled strands of hair falling over her forehead, stirring a flutter in his heart. However, Jiangning quietly distanced himself. Jiangning hailed from a small town in Guangdong County, Yuzhou City. His parents worked in coastal regions for many years. He grew up with his grandparents, leading an exceedingly ordinary life. He scored 650 points on his high school entrance exam, surpassing the admission threshold for Yuzhou 4th High School. To secure better educational opportunities, his parents requested his uncle, who resided in Yuzhou City, to allow Jiangning to stay at his home while attending school. His uncle gladly agreed, but Jiangning's high school years were far from joyous. His aunt was not an easy person to get along with. She was harsh, favored the affluent, and often found reasons to reprimand Jiangning. Additionally, there was a younger cousin, the same age as Jiangning. Living under someone else's roof, Jiangning inevitably faced comparisons. He fell short in every aspect compared to his cousin, leading to various forms of discouragement and countless instances of differential treatment. Consequently, after graduating, Jiangning never returned to his uncle's house, and their once close familial bond had become exceedingly strained. The girl sitting beside Jiangning was Shun Qingyi. Hailing from the same town, she was the younger sister of his cousin's wife and would soon live with him at his uncle's home. Shun Qingyi was beautiful, and Jiangning, in his youth, harbored a crush on her. He often shared treats and fun experiences with her, doting on her excessively, resembling a lovesick admirer. He thought that living together would bring them closer. However, once Shun Qingyi arrived in Yuzhou and encountered the broader world, how could a boy from a small town like Jiangning catch her eye? Compared to the peers in Yuzhou City, Jiangning hardly possessed any commendable qualities. He had an average appearance, was not tall, and lacked athletic prowess. His once commendable academic performance in his town barely landed him in the middle tier in the city, falling far behind the top students in his class. With only 100 yuan in pocket money each month, how could he win Shun Qingyi's affection? Throughout the 3 years, Shun Qingyi continually strung Jiangning along, flirting with more accomplished boys, occasionally acknowledging him, leaving him often in a daze. After the college entrance examination, Shun Qingyi and a tall, handsome boy from her class enrolled in a prestigious university in a coastal city, promising a bright future. Jiangning only managed to enroll in a second-tier university. It was only after he entered society that he comprehended Shun Qingyi's past actions, silently deleting her contact information, resulting in their almost complete estrangement. This also stemmed from Jiangning's centuries of cultivation, wherein he devoted 99% of his time to rigorous training, embodying the archetype of a dedicated practitioner. How long until we reach the station? Shun Qingyi rubbed her eyes. Jiangning glanced at the road sign outside. They were nearly at the station. Noticing Jiangning's silence, Shun Qingyi furrowed her brow and raised her voice slightly. Jiangning, where are we? Shun Qingyi seemed to realize something and fell silent. As the bus approached the station, the conductor called out, and Jiangning grabbed his suitcase and disembarked. Jiangning, your suitcase is so heavy. Shun Qingyi struggled to lift it, looking at Jiangning with pleading eyes. Had it been the old Jiangning, seeing her in such a state would have prompted him to rush forward without her asking. Now, Jiangning looked down at his slight frame and decided against it. Shun Qingyi rolled her eyes, frustrated, and walked away with the suitcase. Jiangning followed the crowd toward the exit. Upon reaching the exit, Shun Qingyi glanced across at a milk tea shop, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm so thirsty, I wonder when my sister and the others will arrive. Chapter 2. Past people and events. Jiangning followed her gaze to the milk tea shop across the station, where several people were queuing. In 2013, milk tea shops in the country had yet to reach the level of saturation seen in later years. In a few years, the shop across from the train station would succumb to the onslaught of various trendy franchises. At this time, a cup of milk tea cost 3 to 4 yuan, comparable to the price of cola, making it affordable with Jiangning's allowance. Had it been before, he would have certainly bought a drink for Shun Qingyi, as he had always been generous towards her. Just drink some water if you're thirsty, Jiangning replied casually. Shun Qingyi inquired, Jiangning, are you feeling unwell? The girl, perceptive and sensitive, had noticed Jiangning's alteration once he had been entirely at her beck and call. But after a brief journey, he appeared to be an entirely different person. Jiangning replied, lacking the inclination to engage with her. In this second chance at life, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to navigate his existence. Education must continue, otherwise a sudden cessation of studies would lead to numerous complications with his parents. He yearned to relive the carefree days of his student years, to live fully and honor his past. In modern society, maintaining a dignified life necessitates financial resources. With sufficient funds, he could move from his uncle's home and improve his circumstances in this lifetime. He vowed never to be dependent on others or subject to their judgments. Qingyi, Qingyi, a voice called from a distance, reaching Jiangning's ears. Across the street stood a woman in her mid-20s, waving at them from in front of a sedan. She was the wife of his cousin. Sister, Shun Qi's earlier discontent faded as a sweet smile graced her face, and she crossed the crosswalk, dragging her suitcase behind her. Ah, if it weren't for your brother-in-law being so busy lately, I would have had him drive to the town to pick you up, his cousin's wife said affectionately, while taking Shun Qingye's hand. Only then did she turn her gaze towards Jiang Ning, assessing him. "You must be Jiang Ning." "Yes, hello, cousin." Jiang Ning nodded, maintaining a faint smile. In his previous life, while residing at his uncle's home, his cousin's wife had not welcomed him, even expressing disdain, a sentiment he had failed to perceive at the time. Now, with this newfound clarity, he understood completely. "Come, get in the car," she urged. After stowing the suitcase, Jiang Ning settled into the back seat. The vehicle started, and the traffic was light. The congestion in Yuzhou City was not nearly as severe as it would become in later years. His cousin's wife had recently obtained her driver's license and engaged in lively conversation with Shun Qingyi in the front seat, sharing laughter intermittently. Seated in the rear, Jiang Ning fastened his seatbelt quietly. Once a cultivator of the mystical arts, he was now merely mortal. A car accident could spell disaster. He vividly recalled that next year, his cousin's wife would be involved in an accident that resulted in a broken bone, and she would bear full responsibility, leading to a compensation of 180,000 yuan. Despite this knowledge, he refrained from cautioning her about driving, as such a reminder would only foster resentment. After a brief journey, they arrived at a mid-range residential complex. His cousin's wife parked in the underground garage and led them to the elevator, ascending to the 9th floor. His uncle's home was a spacious flat of 180 square meters, comprising 5 rooms and 2 living areas, providing ample space for the family despite their cohabitation. His uncle owned a modest restaurant in the city that had been in business for 15 years, a well-known establishment frequented by many loyal patrons. In recent years, business had been thriving, yielding an annual profit of 3 to 400,000 yuan, with a flat's value equivalent to 2 years' earnings from the restaurant. Property prices in Yuzhou City would not experience a significant surge until 2017. This flat, currently valued at 5,000 yuan per square meter, would soon rise to 8,000. Eventually surpassed 10,000. Qingyi and Jiang Ning have arrived. "Come in." His aunt called from the doorway, presenting them with 2 pairs of slippers. As Jiang Ning changed his shoes and stepped onto the wooden floor, he noted the home's decor leaned towards traditional Chinese style. His uncle, uneducated, favored a blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, employing an old-fashioned design scheme, complete with an extravagant chandelier that epitomized a unique sense of taste. "Place your luggage here, and I'll show you your rooms," his aunt said, leading them onward. "If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll take you to buy it." At this moment, Jiang Ning interjected, "Aunt, there's no need to trouble yourself. I intend to rent a place nearby for convenience while studying." Upon hearing this, his aunt paused in surprise. She had reluctantly agreed to let Jiang Ning move in, displeased with the idea of having a poor relative from the countryside living in her home for an extended period. However, given her husband's agreement, she felt compelled to maintain appearances. Now, with Jiang Ning's unexpected proposal to not reside with them, she was taken aback. "Studying? You could do that at my house," she insisted. Jiang Ning remained resolute. "It's unnecessary. I will call my parents shortly to confirm this arrangement. With only a few days until school starts, I can search for a place during that time." His explanation was clear and concise, and his aunt, realizing that further persuasion might backfire, refrained from arguing. "Very well. Consult with your parents. The rooms in our home will always be available for you." "Okay." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. After this exchange, his aunt's demeanor grew notably warmer. She began preparing fruit and inquiring about his well-being with a fervor that left Jiang Ning feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Seizing a moment of solitude, Jiang Ning stepped outside. He pulled out his phone to check the time, the 3.5-inch screen displaying 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The home screen revealed several game icons: Temple Run, Fruit Ninja, Crocodile Bath, and Onodia 3. As he touched the smartphone, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Even after securing a job and purchasing the latest model of the fruit-themed phone, the novelty had faded within a mere week. He dialed his mother. Jiang Ning got straight to the point. "Mom, I wish to rent a place near Sijong." There was a brief silence on the other end before a soothing voice responded. "What's wrong, son? Are you not comfortable at your uncle's?" Hearing his mother's voice after so many years stirred a myriad of emotions within Jiang Ning. He took a deep breath to compose himself before replying, "Mom, my uncle's family is wonderful, but the distance between our homes creates a certain awkwardness. Living together may lead to misunderstandings due to differing habits, which would complicate matters for my uncle. Therefore, I prefer to rent a place and visit them occasionally. After all, that's how relatives operate. Some of my former classmates who are now in high school also rent their own places. I plan to eat in the school cafeteria during the week and cook for myself on weekends. In Jiangning's heart, his mother, Dong Yun, had always been gentle with him, never raising her voice in anger and always listening carefully to his words. Son, you've matured, you have your own opinions. If that's what you've decided, I trust you. His mother continued to offer advice, and rather than feeling annoyed, Jiangning found comfort in their conversation. After several minutes, he finally ended the call. Before long, a text message arrived. Dear Jiangning, 2,000 yuan has been transferred into your savings account, ending in XXXX. Your balance is now 2,200 yuan. Son, be sure to look around when renting. If you need more funds, I will transfer more to you. Okay, I'll remember, Jiangning said, closing the screen with a smile. How wonderful it was. His parents were healthy, and he was in the prime of his youth that IT was not too late for anything. Chapter 3. Refining the Body. Jiangning walked along the road, observing the buildings on either side, constantly comparing the changes to those of the future. The old houses had been demolished, leading to a significant number of displaced residents, and in their place, a 32-story skyscraper had risen, destined to become a new landmark. He sensed the spiritual energy around him and realized that its concentration was vastly inferior to that of the sect he had belonged to in his previous life. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the swifter the cultivation. Conversely, if it fell below a certain threshold, even with his innate talent, he would struggle to progress. As Jiangning continued his journey, half an hour later, he had ventured far from the city center, where the greenery was more abundant and the spiritual energy was nearly 30% denser than before. He walked on, unwittingly reaching the riverbank, where a smooth asphalt path had been constructed. Strolling and jogging individuals were plentiful. Some elderly men ambled along with small Bluetooth speakers, playing traditional operas, while a fish vendor plied his trade nearby. Jiangning stood at the side, gazing into the distance, where the view was remarkably expansive. A river, the Huaishui, flowed serenely, with numerous boats dotting its 100-meter-wide surface. Here, the concentration of spiritual energy had nearly doubled compared to the city center, ample enough to support Jiangning's cultivation. In this new life, Jiangning had no intention of relinquishing his training. The benefits of cultivation were manifold, even if he did not attain immortality. He could enhance his physique, prolong his life, and gain abilities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Now, as long as he practiced diligently and became a cultivator, he could refine a few targeted elixirs to ensure the safety of his loved ones for a lifetime. Furthermore, living in modern society without the aid of cultivation, it would be challenging for Jiangning to guarantee wealth and prosperity. Cultivation was indeed his greatest talent. He glanced toward the nearby village by the riverbank, where a row of old bungalows appeared somewhat aged, the very place he planned to rent. The renovation of the old houses had dug deep into the foundation, unearthing a small altar containing gold bars, leading to a frenzy among workers and a bloody incident that caused quite a stir. At that time, Jiangning had joined the commotion, the location being the third bungalow from the west in that row. Now that the altar had not yet been discovered, taking possession of it would allow him to avert a bloody incident, an opportunity he could not overlook. Similar occurrences had transpired in recent years. For instance, in 2017, several individuals in Yuzhou researched the lottery, pooling their resources to purchase numerous tickets, one of which won a prize exceeding 8 million. However, that was to happen in 2017, and given the unpredictable nature of lotteries, Jiangning had never placed much faith in them. By that time, he expected to have made significant advances in his cultivation, rendering a mere lottery ticket unnecessary. His immediate goal was to secure a rental before the school year commenced, move in, and then excavate the altar. The distance to the fourth high school was approximately 3 kilometers, a 15-minute bike ride, or a 40-minute walk, which was tolerable. As he noted the setting sun, Jiangning made a phone call to inform his aunt that he would be dining out that evening. Upon hearing this, Shunqing, he felt a twinge of discontent. Originally, Jiangning had promised to explore Yuzhou with her, yet on the very first day, he had left her behind, which she found rather inconsiderate. She even decided against accompanying him to the school visit the following day unless he sweet-talked her into it and invited her to the snack street. As night fell, the streetlights along the Huaishui he illuminated the area, attracting more pedestrians. Jiangning strolled thoughtfully, pondering which cultivation technique to pursue. In his previous life, he had practiced the ice soul birth technique, reaching profound realms where desires faded away, leaving him devoid of worldly cravings, almost like a wooden figure. In this life, however, Jiangning vowed never to tread that path again. A life devoid of desire lacked meaning. He sifted through the techniques in his mind and ultimately selected three: one for cultivation, one for honing his spiritual awareness, and one for refining his body. He resolved to practice all three concurrently. In the realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy was abundant, he had focused solely on magical power in his earlier stages, only to cultivate spiritual awareness and physical strength later. However, given the current environment's sparse energy, simultaneous practice would facilitate rapid advancement. Although the modern world was not particularly conducive to cultivation, its immense industrial productivity offered advantages unattainable in the cultivation realm. For instance, the buzzing transformer box by the roadside bore a warning sign: high voltage danger, keep away. Jiangning sensed the electromagnetic field surrounding the transformer. Any ordinary person daring to approach too closely would likely face peril and could even be electrocuted. Such incidents had been reported in the news across various regions. Jiangning was cautious and refrained from getting too close. His body was currently weak and untrained, unable to withstand high voltage. The Baoku of the Luoyun sect contained a technique known as the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Body Refining Technique, a top-tier method for refining the body. It had been the sect's foundational technique thousands of years ago, enabling its rapid rise due to a nearby thunder domain, during which it produced three fully realized Yuanian cultivators whose combat prowess dominated their peers, reigning over the cultivation world for nearly a millennium. However, as the thunder domain dissipated, the sect fell into decline. At that time, when Jiangning considered body refinement techniques, he had contemplated this powerful method but ultimately dismissed it, believing that relying on nature's lightning for sustenance did not align with the true essence of cultivation. Now, with a transformer box nearby, Jiangning decided to practice the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Body Refining Technique. He settled down 2 meters away from the transformer, facing the Huai Shuihe. This distance was not too close. Passers-by were even nearer. Jiangning began to enact the thunder technique, and with his innate talent and insight from his previous life, he quickly grasped the fundamentals. While normally impervious to electricity, he utilized this extraordinary technique to draw the electric current into his body from a distance. Gasping, Jiangning felt a faint electric current coursing through him, causing his skin to tingle and his hair to stand on end, making him tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, under the cover of night, no one noticed him. As he manipulated the current to refine his body, he could sense gradual strengthening, becoming entranced by the experience. Time slipped away quietly. The number of pedestrians on the riverbank gradually increased before eventually dwindling, and only then did Jiangning rise. He flicked his fingertip against his shirt, and a flash of electricity sparked brightly, quite conspicuous. Jiangning clenched his fist, his slender muscles swelling as the current flowed, brimming with power. Indeed, body refinement was extraordinary. Several hours of practice equated to 2 months of jogging. This was the essence of cultivation. Checking his phone, he noted it was already 10:30 p.m. Presumably, his uncle's youngest son was due to arrive on the high-speed train at 11 p.m. Chapter 4. Shui Yuantong at midnight. The lights of his uncle's home were brightly lit. Uncle Jiang Qitian sat on the sofa, his expression stern and his accent strong. "Didn't you say you would stay with me? Have you changed your mind? Finding my home unsatisfactory?" "Not at all, uncle. Your home is spacious and comfortable, and you speak so kindly. I would love to stay here every day. It's just that I prefer living alone. If I had disagreed to stay with you, my parents certainly wouldn't have allowed me to come to the city for school." Jiangning found an excuse. Uncle Jiang Qitian chuckled. "You rascal. So you've been playing tricks on me all along?" "Of course not. It was out of necessity." After chatting with his uncle for a while, Jiangning finally clarified the situation, and uncle had no objections. The silent treatment? Who doesn't he know how to do that? Jiangning, of the same age as him, always had a knack for finding amusement. In his uncle's eyes, Jiangning had once seemed omnipotent, but as he matured and broadened his horizons, that aura around Jiangning gradually faded. Nonetheless, Jiang Chuanlong welcomed Jiangning to Yuzhou. It meant more opportunities for fun in the future. The next day, Jiangning woke up early. When he got out of bed, his aunt was preparing breakfast. Seeing that it would take a while for breakfast to be ready, Jiangning mentioned he was on a look for a house and stepped out. He found a breakfast shop along the way, enjoyed some egg soup, and devoured a few large buns. He then withdrew 1,000 yuan in cash, as mobile payments were not yet popular in that era. As I stroll towards the Huishui River Dam, the clock has yet to strike 7, and the temperature has not yet risen. Many elderly gentlemen and ladies leisurely walk along the dam, enjoying the tranquility. I locate the spot from yesterday, where I practiced near the transformer box, and, with determination, I activate the Jiutian Shunlei body refinement technique to absorb the electric currents and hone my physique. As the sun ascends and its rays become increasingly fierce, I cease my training, standing under the scorching heat of over 30 degrees. It is likely that passers-by might question my sanity. Glancing at the time, I realize it is already 9 o'clock. I adjust my attire and make my way towards a row of bungalows. Today, I aim to finalize matters concerning the house. Having descended from the dam and walked for a few minutes, I arrive at the row of bungalows. One of the units serves as a small shop, struggling with business. It seems the owner merely earns pocket money from this location. A few elderly gentlemen sit under the shade of a tree, sipping tea and playing cards. They pay no mind to the young lad, no older than 15 or 16, approaching them. At that moment, a little girl emerges from the adjacent unit, standing approximately 1.50 meters tall, resembling a primary school student, with tousled hair, dressed in black shorts and a white t-shirt, and wearing blue slippers. Upon seeing her face, I'm momentarily taken aback. She is Shui Yuantong, a fellow classmate, both beautiful and peculiar, and quite unfortunate. Shui Yuantong sniffs and gestures dismissively. The shop is over there. You come to the wrong place. I reply, I'm not here to buy anything. I wish to inquire if anyone resides in this house. Thank you. Upon hearing this, her expression shifts to suspicion as she scrutinizes me. Yes, someone lives there, but the family is fierce. They have a large wolf dog that bites anyone who approaches. Do you need something? Oh, I see. I was looking to rent a place. What a pity. I shake my head. You wish to rent a house? Shui Yuantong's demeanor stiffens. Yes, this is my home, she admits somewhat bashfully. I raise an eyebrow. What about the adjacent unit? Both houses belong to my family. Are you looking to rent? For how long? What do you need a rental for? Shui Yuantong crosses her arms, attempting to assert authority, though her small stature betrays her confidence. Perhaps starting with a year. How much is it per month? Unfamiliar with rental prices, she ponders for a moment and calls into the house. Mom, someone is here to rent. Shortly after, a woman in her 40s emerges. Her clothing is clean, yet evidently worn from many washes, showing signs of fading, and the passage of time has left its mark on her face, making her appear older than her years. Recognizing her as the decision-maker, I immediately address her, Hello, Annie. I attend the 4th middle school nearby and wish to rent your house. I recall that in a few years, the owner will not be this woman. I suspect that Shui Yuantong's passing will lead her to sell the property. Contemplating this, my gaze towards Shui Yuantong is tinged with sympathy. You also attend the 4th middle school? My daughter is in the same school this year, the woman beams. I seize the opportunity to express surprise. Oh, she also attends? I didn't realize. That's impressive. Shui Yuantong, hearing my tone, pouts her lips in displeasure, unimpressed by the 4th middle school. The woman gently explains, Tong Tong just appears younger. She's actually 15 this year. Mom, he is here to rent, not to chat, Shui Yuantong interjects. Annie, how much is this house per month? You live alone, right? Yes. Let me show you the house. I follow her inside, where a square living room greets me, approximately 5 meters by 5 meters. After taking a few steps, I pass through a door to a small outdoor courtyard, its cement floor revealing 3 smaller rooms arranged in sequence. A washroom, a bedroom, and a kitchen. With running water and a solar water heater, the electricity and water meters are independent, allowing immediate move-in. If you decide to rent, it will be 200 yuan per month. The woman does not overcharge. Although the house is decent, its location is somewhat remote, technically classified as suburban, making it inconvenient for commuting to work or school. It is better to rent it out at a lower price than to leave it vacant. Moreover, she perceives me as a clean-cut student from the 4th middle school, unlikely to be troublesome. All right, I agree, finding the price aligns with my expectations, and I do not negotiate. We verbally agree, and I hand her 800 yuan as a deposit, securing the keys. Subsequently, I head into the city to purchase daily necessities and then visit my uncle's home to retrieve my suitcase. My aunt, surprised by my swift acquisition of a house, expresses her astonishment, while my cousin offers to assist me with her car. Jiang Junlong tags along, and with many hands at work, I quickly gather essentials like a mat, quilt, desk lamp, basin, and various daily items. My aunt even provides me with an extra induction cooker, left over from her previous shopping, and after some organizing, my rented space begins to feel lived in. Shui Yuantong sits on a small stool in front of the house, holding a watermelon larger than her head, scooping out juicy bites while watching the flurry of activity around me. Her eyes sparkle with curiosity as she observes, Jiangming's relatives have a car. They seem well off. Why would he come here to rent a place? Is there something else at play? She dismisses the thought, deciding it is not her concern and that any additional income for her family would lighten her mother's burden. Jiang Junlong watches as his mother and sister help me arrange my room, a flicker of envy crossing his face. He too longs for his own little space, but knows it is unattainable. If his mother found out, she would surely scold him. Having never done household chores, he stands idly at the door, sighing inwardly at his lack of freedom. Turning his attention to Shui Yuantong enjoying her watermelon, he finds her remarkably cute and charming. He calls out, "Hey, little friend, would you like some chocolate?" He produces a beautifully wrapped chocolate from his pocket, a nutty confection he had saved from his travels, costing 15 yuan each, a treat he rarely indulges in himself. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuantong's eyes widen in surprise. TSK, what an impolite little student. Chapter 5. The first day of school 2 days later, on the evening of August 30th, I ride my mountain bike along the riverbank, the night breeze whipping past. The fabric of my Adidas attire rustling in the wind, which helps to disperse the worries that had burdened my mind. The mountain bike was a gift from Jiang Junlong, intended to ease my daily commute to school. I accepted it without hesitation, promising to repay him with a few pills later on. The Adidas clothing and Nike shoes I wore were gifts from my uncle, who spent over 2,000 yuan on 2 complete outfits. He has always treated me well, frequently giving me pocket money until my parents expressed concern about my spending habits, prompting him to switch to providing clothing instead. During these past few days, I've had all my meals at my uncle's house, and our relationship has grown increasingly cordial. In my previous life, I lived with my uncle, and over time, the inevitable clashes arising from differing lifestyles led to an irreparable rift, turning once close relatives into strangers. Now, viewing them from a fresh perspective, I find the experience much more pleasant. This marks the beginning of a brand new chapter in my life. I apply the brakes and arrive beside the transformer box, activating my cultivation technique. With each passing day, as my physical strength increases, my ability to absorb electric currents becomes more adept. After 2 days of refinement, beneath my slender exterior lies a strength rivaling that of adult men. Not only my strength, but my overall constitution has improved significantly. In contemporary society, many men who sit in offices all day possess considerable strength, yet suffer from various health issues, experiencing discomfort such as back pain and other ailments. In contrast, my body, continuously honed by electric currents, is in a state of perfection. If I maintain this, I need not break through to a new realm to enjoy longevity and vitality. However, it seems that I will only be able to return tomorrow evening. Tomorrow, August 31st, marks the first day of school for the first-year students at Yuzhou 4th Middle School. Classes will be divided, military training uniforms will be distributed, and a lengthy military training period of over a week will commence. Currently, my body is adapting to the electric current, and in another week, I shall endeavor to advance further. Meanwhile, the cultivation of FA cannot be neglected, for in the future, the Huangjin Tan will rely on my magical prowess, stealthily acquiring the altar without anyone being aware. Physical training necessitates not only the right techniques, but also sufficient nutritional intake, lest one's body becomes wasted. Recently, my appetite has notably increased. While I can mooch meals from my uncle's house for a short period, it is not a sustainable solution. I require funds to supplement my nutrition. Milk, pork, ribs, fruits. These items, if consumed in ample quantities, will undoubtedly exceed my living expenses. Shui Yuantong is quite capable of staying up late. This summer vacation, she has been thoroughly enjoying herself, often not sleeping until after midnight. Hearing the sound of a door opening next door, she curiously thought. In this day and age, Yuzhou City boasts numerous internet cafes, allowing even minors to register for online access, and the underground city is thriving despite the burgeoning era of smartphones, with internet cafes still flourishing. Regardless, Shui Yuantong continued to play mobile games, fanned by the electric fan. August 31st marks the first day of school. At 7 a.m., Jiangming pushed his mountain bike to the front door, lightly tapping his temples. Last night, he practiced a secret technique of spiritual awareness until 3 in the morning, finally succumbing to intense fatigue. After just a few hours of rigorous training, the effects began to manifest. His eyesight had significantly improved. He could discern distant telephone poles connected by wires, with sparrows perched atop, preening their brown feathers. At the intersection of the leaf veins of the tall sycamore tree in front of the house lay a black insect, all vividly visible to him. In the third year of junior high, Jiangning had become enamored with his smartphone, leading to a deterioration in his vision, now approximately 50 degrees. However, he felt that the world was not as clear as before. Now, with the honing of his spiritual awareness, his senses had greatly enhanced, and his vision had fully restored, even surpassing its previous state. The entire world lay within his perception, an extraordinary phenomenon. This was the effect of augmented spiritual awareness. Mounting his mountain bike, he rode along the banks of the Huai River. Although it was summer, the morning air was refreshing and cool. Midway through his ride, Jiangning spotted a small figure ahead. It was none other than Shui Yuantong, also heading to school. "Shui Yuantong, let me give you a ride," he called, lightly pressing one toe to the ground in invitation. Generally, mountain bikes do not come with a rear seat, but the one gifted to him by his cousin, Jiang Junlong, had a sturdy rear seat with a soft cushion, making it perfectly suitable for carrying a passenger. Shui Yuantong glanced at Jiangning's bike, feeling a slight tug of desire. Yet her personality restrained her from accepting a ride from a boy. "No need, I prefer walking," she replied. "Hurry up and get on, we'll be late." Jiangning urged, his tone resolute. Almost persuaded by his insistence, Shui Yuantong hesitated, realizing that the school was 3 kilometers away, requiring over 40 minutes of walking. She had yet to cover half the distance and was already feeling fatigued. However, the thought of Jiangning being a relative stranger, alongside the fact that he rented a room in her house and paid rent, made her reluctant to impose. With her head bowed, she muttered, "You go ahead. I get car sick." "All right, goodbye," Jiangning said, pedaling away with ease, leaving Shui Yuantong disheartened. In truth, her family owned an electric bike that she could ride to school. However, during her first attempt, she had careened down the embankment, nearly frightened out of her wits, and had only been saved by a tree that blocked her path. Otherwise, she might have plunged into a water pit. Even so, her arms and legs had scraped against the ground, causing her pain for quite some time. Since then, she had lost the courage to ride the electric bike, relying on her mother for transportation. In her junior high days, her mother used to drop her off at school, but now, as a high school student, she considered herself a mature adult. When her mother offered to take her to school, she casually declined. "What a joke. Shui Yuantong. Need someone to pick me up?" Now, gazing at the long road ahead, Shui Yuantong could only sigh in frustration, swallowing her bitter pill alone. She had initially planned to take on a part-time job during the summer, yet her youthful appearance led many to mistake her for an elementary school student, making it difficult to find suitable work. Eventually, her mother encouraged her to focus on her studies, so she spent the entire summer vacation at home, genuinely enjoying herself and having long forgotten the taste of school. Now that school had reopened, she felt as if calamity had struck, her heart filled with profound resistance. Why must the world subject students to the ordeal of returning to school? It is not bragging. Even if she self-studied at home, she could effortlessly secure the top spot. Chapter 6, Class 8, Grade 1. Yuzhou Fourth High School has been established for 59 years, ranking among the top 3 high schools in Yuzhou. Though it does not surpass the renowned Second High School, it possesses its unique merits. In front of the Academic Affairs Office, several large wooden boards displayed the class assignment list for the new first-year students. A large crowd of students had gathered, creating quite a commotion. Jiangning had already visited 2 days prior and noted that there were a total of 12 first-year classes, with classes 1, 2, and 3 designated as experimental classes, or so-called key classes. The top score for the entrance examination was 925, while the ordinary class required a score of 640, and the key classes demanded at least 700. He found himself in Class 8, consistent with his previous life. Knowing his class, Jiangning did not linger in the crowd, but directly made his way to Class 8. Unless an unexpected event occurred, there would be no discrepancy among the students in his class. Class 8 was situated on the first floor, in a conspicuous location. For some reason, the key Class 1 was next door. Jiangning was aware that a month later, Class 8 would move to the second floor of the adjacent teaching building. Upon entering, he found that a majority of the students had already arrived, and scanning the room revealed many familiar yet unfamiliar faces, with only a handful of names he could recall. He had forgotten much about what they had accomplished in high school, their academic performance, and their future prospects, retaining only memories of a few notable individuals. The classroom was bustling with noise as familiar classmates chatted about various topics. Some bolder students even perched on their desks, while others quietly played on their phones. Notably, Shen Xingyi had already arrived, seated in the third row, engaged in conversation with two girls. Jiang Ning's entrance garnered only a momentary glance before the attention shifted back to normalcy. With an ordinary appearance and hailing from a rural area, he naturally lacked any standout qualities. After noticing him, Shen Xingyi initially contemplated greeting him, but ultimately refrained, reasoning that associating with someone like Jiang Ning would not benefit her. Compared to her cousin Jiang Junlong, who had enrolled in the experimental class at the second high school, Jiang Ning fell short. She had even impressed the new girls by mentioning Jiang Junlong's enrollment, eliciting gasps of admiration. The admission scores for the ordinary class at the second high school rivaled those of the experimental class at the fourth high school, let alone the experimental class at the second high school, which clearly pointed to a promising path toward a prestigious university. Jiang Ning tuned out most of the surrounding noise, focusing on the melodious voices of two girls, subsequently immersing himself in his own thoughts. Physical training progressed steadily, requiring no concern from Jiang Ning. The honing of spiritual awareness was the most crucial aspect of his cultivation, though he had yet to finalize his technique. Nevertheless, he had begun to form a clearer direction. Given the thin spiritual energy in the current world, any technique must not demand high spiritual energy. Jiang Ning had two potential techniques to choose from. One was called Chongqing Shou, which had low requirements for spiritual energy, emphasizing that the Tao arises from the heart, progressing slowly and relying on the accumulation of time. Even with Jiang Ning's innate talent, selecting this technique would mean relying on time to cultivate his realm, though it offered stability. The other technique, Huaxingju, was comprehensive and commendable, as it not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also excelled in the efficient transformation of various types of energy, such as the power of the stars. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Ning decided to cultivate Huaxingju. He had previously theorized this technique multiple times in his past life, always sensing that it contained the essence of the Great Tao, though he ultimately could not deduce the rules of the Great Tao. Now reflecting on it, if he could comprehend the rules of the Great Tao during the Yuanying stage, even a mere thread would enable him to utilize those rules to evade the tribulations of divine transformation. The principles of the Great Tao are elusive. Jiang Ning once commanded someone to peruse the historical records of the Luo Yun sect, which spans a millennium. Yet he found no mention of any cultivator below the transformation stage wielding the laws of the Great Tao. It seemed to be mere legend. To me, the world is bereft of spiritual energy, and thus, elixirs are indispensable. Although spiritual herbs are scarce in this realm, mostly consisting of mundane plants. With the prowess of the Hua Xingju, attaining the golden core stage is not a daunting task. After all, before the Yuanying stage, there are no barriers for those with heavenly spiritual roots, eliminating the need to toil for various breakthrough elixirs. In my previous life, I led a mundane existence, lacking any remarkable talents. But upon entering the realm of cultivation, I discovered I possessed a heavenly spiritual root. One cannot help but marvel at the whims of fate. Adjacent to Yuzhou is the renowned medicinal city of Chaozhou, home to the largest traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market in central China. Once I acquire the gold from Shui Yuantong's family, I shall indulge in a proper procurement. As Jiang Ning pondered, the familiar sound of footsteps reached his ears. With his keen hearing, discerning the identity of the approaching individual posed no challenge. He looked up to see Shui Yuantong entering the classroom, her petite face flushed, a fine sheen of sweat adorning her forehead, clearly fatigued. In the sweltering heat, walking 3 kilometers was quite impressive for a young girl, Jiang Ning mused. Shui Yuantong was among the last to arrive in class, and shortly thereafter, a round-faced man in his 30s entered, holding a roster. As he took his place at the podium, the classroom gradually quieted down. He inscribed 3 large characters on the blackboard, Dan Xingrong. The students immediately understood that he was to be their future homeroom teacher. With his voice resonating, the classroom fell entirely silent during high school. The authority of a homeroom teacher is indeed formidable. Clapping from the corner, Jiang Ning initiated applause, which the other students, slow to react, soon echoed. the sound reverberating throughout the classroom. Dan Qingrong noticed Jiang Ning and silently acknowledged him as a perceptive student. He gestured for silence, and the applause ceased instantly. He began to take attendance, asking those whose names were called to raise their hands. Huang Zhongfei, Bai Yuxia, Dong Qifeng, Shui Yuantong, Shun Qingyi, Ma Shicheng. As each familiar name resonated, distant memories gradually coalesced. Huang Zhongfei's name carried an air of antiquity, yet he was tall and handsome. The most dashing boy in the first year, destined to become class monitor and well-liked by his peers, especially the girls. Dong Qingfeng hailed from a privileged background, excelling academically and possessing good looks, yet he looked down upon those with poor grades and those from rural towns. This included Jiang Ning, with whom he had had a conflict in the past. Then there was Bai Yuxia, universally acknowledged as the most popular girl in Class 8. In their class alone, 7 or 8 boys harbored secret crushes on her. Bai Yuxia's beauty surpassed that of Shun Qingyi, and she consistently ranked among the top 3 in academics. Her family was well off. Her mother served as an associate chief physician at the municipal hospital, while her father was an associate professor at Yuzhou University of Finance. In a 3rd or 4th tier city like Yuzhou, they undoubtedly belonged to the upper middle class. After Dan Qingrong completed the roll call, he took a ruler and drew several straight lines on the blackboard, marking them from 150 to 180 centimeters for height measurement in military training uniforms. Huang Zhongfei took the lead, easily surpassing the 180 centimeters line, estimating his height to be around 182 centimeters. At just 15 or 16 years of age, he still had potential for further growth, and his tall, handsome demeanor elicited whispers among the female students. The subsequent measurements returned to normalcy, with most boys hovering around the 170 centimeters mark, as boys can still grow until they reach 18. Jiang Ning measured in at 165 centimeters, sighing inwardly. This height placed him below average among the boys in the class, although he would eventually reach 175 centimeters. While height may not hold great significance, especially in adulthood when wealth reigns supreme, most would prefer to gain a few extra centimeters without any cost, as it would be beneficial. Later, as Jiang Ning pursued cultivation, he could alter his physique, but chose not to. When it came to the girls, Shui Yuanhong was the shortest in the class, and some boys privately referred to her as a primary school student, which infuriated her to the point of wanting to tear them apart. Jiang Ning observed quietly, aware that Shui Yuantong would eventually grow to 160 centimeters and no longer be called short. However, the year she reached that height would also mark the final year of her life. Young Ning, have you noticed that there are quite a few attractive girls in our class? Ma Shicheng exclaimed, his adolescent acne flaring with excitement. Indeed, my friends and I are quite astonished. That girl with long hair is exceptionally beautiful, her eyes captivating, and her skin flawless, not a single pimple in sight. I agree. She's indeed lovely, another classmate chimed in. You're still young. You wouldn't understand, Ma Shicheng feigned wisdom. And you understand? A classmate retorted. The true test of beauty will only reveal itself once they don their military training uniforms, Ma Shicheng declared with certainty. The conversation shifted to the girls in military uniforms, eventually meandering to their acquaintances who were retired soldiers, touching upon national grievances and military comparisons, culminating in spirited discussions about their aspirations and ambitions. Jiang Ning found himself somewhat enchanted by the youthful exuberance of the dialogue. Chapter 7. Identifying individuals. The military training uniforms were brought over by Huang Zhongfei and a few others. Upon receiving his uniform, Jiang Ning thanked them, causing Huang Zhongfei to beam with a radiant smile as he bashfully replied, "It's only right to serve my classmates." After Huang Zhongfei departed, Ma Shicheng remarked, "This guy is quite handsome. Soon, he'll be able to compete with me." "What? Do you have an issue with that?" A female classmate interjected. "One ought to have self-awareness." Ma Shicheng retorted, eager to defend himself. He genuinely believed himself to be handsome. Every time he gazed in the mirror, he marveled at the existence of such beauty. Whenever he visited relatives, he would be praised for growing increasingly handsome. In middle school, he confidently declared himself the most handsome in class, and his friends wholeheartedly agreed. Yet, on the first day of school, when confronted with skepticism regarding his looks from female classmates, Ma Shicheng was thrown into disarray. At the podium, Dan Qingrong informed everyone that textbooks would be distributed after military training, and that the morning would be spent studying independently while the afternoon would host a freshman assembly, with everyone required to attend. After military training, the class monitor would be selected, and seating arrangements would be made following the first monthly exam. After a few more remarks, Dan Qingrong exited the classroom, and within a minute, the room erupted into chatter once more. Ma Shicheng considered confronting the female classmates, but felt it would be too effeminate. So he swallowed his frustration. Eventually, boredom set in. Jiangning, which school did you attend in middle school? He inquired. It was in a rural town. You probably haven't heard of it, Jiangning replied. What score did you achieve? 650, Jiangning responded, all the while contemplating his cultivation techniques. Ma Shicheng remained oblivious to Jiangning's evasiveness, continuing to engage enthusiastically. The two girls in front, upon hearing the middle school exam scores, joined the conversation, and they began to chat. After lunch, Jiangning purchased a carton of milk and strolled through the campus under the blazing sun. He sought refuge under a large tree, relishing the respite from a stifling classroom. Beneath the tree, Jiangning was not alone. Two identical, adorable girls, dressed alike, huddled together whispering. Upon noticing Jiangning's arrival, they lowered their voices to a mere whisper, almost inaudible. One of the girls, Chun Siyu, was his classmate, while the other was unfamiliar to him. Jiangning closed his eyes in quiet meditation, but their hushed conversation drifted into his ears. Sister, there's a boy in our class who's incredibly handsome. Really? How handsome? More handsome than the male idols from K-pop. His name is Huang Zhongfei. This afternoon, we'll be switching classes, and you'll see for yourself. Okay, but will we get caught? Chun Shiqing hesitated. Don't worry. Do you see the boy next to us? He's in my class, and I think his name is Jiang something. I forgot. Go greet him as a practice run. I guarantee you won't recognize him. Chun Shiqing agreed, her excitement palpable, for she thrived on thrilling experiences. She approached Jiangning and gently called out, Classmate, classmate. Jiangning opened his eyes and asked, Is there something you need? You are from class 8, right? I saw you this morning. My name is Chun Siyu. Chun Shiqing maintained a composed demeanor, revealing no signs of deception. Meanwhile, Chun Siyu felt a surge of delight within. She and her sister often reveled in their identical appearances, amusing themselves by tricking others. Each time they successfully confounded someone, she experienced an exhilarating sense of triumph. Jiangning replied, You are not Chun Siyu. He turned to the real Chun Siyu and stated, She is the true Chun Siyu. At his words, the pair of twins widened their eyes in astonishment. Did you eavesdrop on our conversation? Chun Siyu retorted, Not at all. Your voices were so soft that who could hear? Jiangsu did not concede. That is true, Chun Siyu acknowledged. But how did you figure out? I recognized at a glance that she is not you. As for the reason, why don't you take a guess? Chun Siyu could not fathom the answer, frustrated by her lack of understanding. She felt as though her mind were being clawed at by a cat. Being identical twins, their appearances were nearly indistinguishable. Even their voices were the same, and they had never been caught swapping roles. Yet today, they had stumbled at Jiangning's hands, which was utterly baffling. Her curiosity piqued. She was determined to uncover how Jiangning had discerned the difference. Otherwise, how could she and her sister continue to switch roles without being discovered? Jiangning, having little time to spare, casually dismissed their inquiries and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. Seizing the moment while Jiangning was preoccupied, Chun Siyu shot him a few fierce glares in frustration. Within her consciousness, she sensed the surrounding spiritual energy flowing towards him like a gentle stream, while a certain substance from the sun's rays was also drawn toward him. The two energies converged around Jiangning. As Chun Siyu noted Jiangning's indifference, she felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. As one of the twins, she and her sister were pure and charming. Whenever they appeared together before boys, they garnered attention. Who could resist the allure of attractive twin sisters? Chun Siyu often encountered online discussions claiming that twins were the dream of every man. Now that she was in high school, she possessed some understanding of such matters. Each time she read those comments, she felt discomfort, yet also a peculiar sense of superiority. Occasionally, upon seeing girls more beautiful than herself, she felt no envy, for she was double the charm. Who could refuse that? However, Jiangning's disregard for them was infuriating, truly maddening. The summer heat was already oppressive, and her rising temper only intensified her discomfort. Chun Siyu decided to pull her sister into the classroom for some relief. Although the classroom at Sijong lacked air conditioning, it did have large ceiling fans. Suddenly, She sensed a wave of coolness and was puzzled to discover that it emanated from Jiang Ning's vicinity. She attempted to approach him and found the coolness had increased slightly. Chun Siyu thought she might be hallucinating, yet the refreshing sensation felt strikingly real. Her home had air conditioning, but this coolness was different. It was more natural, akin to a gentle breeze passing through on a scorching summer day, refreshing her from within. Stepping back 2 paces from Jiang Ning made the coolness vanish. A hint of suspicion flickered across her face as she pulled her sister, Chen Sixing, aside to quietly share her discovery. Chen Sixing was taken aback and expressed her confusion, even touching her sister's forehead in disbelief. Chun Siyu urged her sister to pay close attention, and together they approached Jiang Ning once more, only to find the coolness had dissipated. Her sister looked at her as if she were foolish. "I truly am foolish," Chun Siyu lamented. Just as she finished her exclamation, a sudden wave of coolness enveloped her. Her expression transformed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Sister, come quickly. It's back." Chun Sixing reluctantly moved closer, paused for 3 seconds, then glanced at her sister. "There's nothing here." Chun Siyu sensed the absence of the coolness and insisted, "It's gone again?" Chun Sixing suspected her sister was merely playing tricks and stormed off in irritation. Chun Siyu felt helpless. She was not deceiving her sister. Although her sister was usually shy in public, she exhibited a tough demeanor in front of her. Before leaving, Chun Siyu cast one last glance at Jiang Ning, feeling that today had been particularly unfortunate. Once the twins departed, Jiang Ning opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, and a sense of joy welled within him. This had been deliberate on his part, initially practicing the Huaxing Ju to draw upon the power of the stars. The surrounding space had exhibited some anomalies, prompting Chun Siyu to perceive the temperature difference. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Ning could control the temperature around him at will, effectively becoming a self-operating air conditioner with ease. Chapter 8. Only You Can Perform. At 2 p.m., Class 8 of the first year, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, Dan Xingrong, occupied a section of the playground. The class comprised 52 students, arranged in 4 distinct rows facing the flag-raising platform, 2 rows of boys and 2 rows of girls, distinctly separated. Jiang Ning stood beside the girls' section, coincidentally next to Chun Siyu. While Chun Siyu chatted with her female classmates, she stole glances at Jiang Ning. This afternoon, she had planned to swap classes with her sister, but due to Jiang Ning, her sister had refused, fearing exposure. Consequently, she harbored a growing resentment towards Jiang Ning, yet such feelings were difficult to share with others, leaving her to stew in silence. Jiang Ning noticed her gaze but paid it no heed. She was merely a pretty girl, and in his former life as a Yuan Ingzhenjun, he had encountered countless celestial beings. With his cultivation, numerous women flocked to him, princesses of dynasties, extraordinary ladies, sect leaders, and pure-hearted maidens, each more enchanting than the last. Yet, having practiced the Bingpa Kanshengju, which rendered him emotionless and desireless, his heart was solely focused on achieving immortality, never sparing a thought for women, as they only served to hinder his path to enlightenment. Although he had since altered his cultivation method, his standards remained high, leaving him indifferent to ordinary women. Ignoring Chun Siyu, Jiang Ning resumed his cultivation, calmly absorbing energy while maintaining a cool demeanor, ensuring that those around him could not benefit from it. On the flag-raising platform, the school leaders delivered impassioned speeches to inspire the new students. Initially, the students listened with enthusiasm, but as the leaders continued to repeat the same rhetoric, restlessness began to spread among the crowd. The September sun blazed mercilessly, scorching the playground of Xizhong, leaving 600 to 700 students feeling drained and listless, like wheat scattered on the ground, having lost much of their vitality. With the principal of Xizhong concluding the lengthy address, the 2.5-hour student assembly finally came to an end. The classmates collectively sighed in relief, finally liberated. Jiang Ning stepped out of the classroom and called out to Shui Yuantong from the steps, inviting her to join him on his mountain bike. Shui Yuantong, with her delicate features, simply waved her hand in refusal. Shui Yuantong, you must gather your spirit and bravely face the 3 kilometers, facing the summer sunset. Shui Yuantong took 45 minutes to walk home, her legs weary, yet with unyielding determination, she finally made it back. Upon arriving, she spotted Jiang Ning sitting on a small stool at her doorstep, leisurely enjoying a large watermelon. For reasons unknown, a wave of sadness washed over her at that moment, as if the entire world conspired against her, and feelings of injustice began to stir within. She felt so pitiful that tears nearly welled in her eyes. Yet, it was her choice to walk to school, and it was also her choice to refuse the ride. Gritting her teeth, Shui Yuantong thought, I am not in the wrong. It is this world that is. She angrily mused, only the weak ride to school, while the strong walk. The next day, during military training, Jiangning rode his bike with the wind. The night before, he had tempered his body by the transformer box and refined his consciousness until dawn. With military training during the day, he could absorb spiritual energy and solar power, advancing along 3 parallel paths to strength, which left him in good spirits. Coincidentally, he spotted Shui Yuantong again, clad in a floral green military training outfit, her short legs moving briskly. Habitually, he called out, Shui Yuantong, hop on. Shui Yuantong, with a stern expression, coldly replied, I prefer walking. You go ahead. Oh, I'll go on ahead then. Jiangning sped past her, noting her stubbornness. Shui Yuantong gritted her teeth and persisted, knowing that walking could strengthen her body. Once she became stronger, fatigue would no longer be an issue. Jiangning arrived at class and chose a seat by the window. Ma Shicheng was already there, engrossed in playing Defend the Carrot on his smartphone, surrounded by 2 boys who were watching with great interest. In this era, smartphones had become ubiquitous, yet many classmates still used basic mobile phones or had none at all. Some parents, concerned about the impact on their children's studies, refrained from purchasing phones, leaving these students to watch others play or borrow phones for a turn. Jiangning remembered how he had often lent his own phone, which he had bought for 300 yuan, to others. Back then, with only 2G and 3G networks available and data plans not being cheap, with a package costing 5 yuan for 30 megabytes. He would always remind others not to use too much data when borrowing his phone. As students trickled in, Shan Qingrong entered the classroom at 7:30, accompanied by a tall and robust man in military uniform. Looking at the group of students clad in military training attire, Shan Qingrong briefly introduced the instructor, mentioning only that his surname was Li, and went on to discuss other matters before instructing Instructor Li to lead Class 8 to the playground. Upon reaching the playground, the girls remained behind while the boys were taken to join Class 7, forming a single squad. Initially, the squad was filled with noise, but after a couple of sharp reprimands from Instructor Li, silence fell over the students. The authority of a soldier was quite effective, especially with the impressively muscular Instructor Li, whose prominent forearms evoked envy among many students. They were then arranged in order of height and instructed to stand at attention. Having experienced military training in high school and college in his previous life, Jiangning easily grasped the correct posture after a demonstration from the instructor. However, some classmates struggled to maintain proper form, and even after 2 corrections from Instructor Li, a few still stood incorrectly. The instructor walked through the ranks, and upon noticing improper stances, he delivered firm slaps to the offenders, causing them to wince in pain. After several repetitions of this, the students finally managed to align properly. Standing at attention for 15 minutes under Instructor Li's scrutinizing gaze, the students, intimidated by his presence, dared not scratch any itches they felt, fearing a swift reprimand would follow. Students internally grumbled about Instructor Li's strictness, while giggles occasionally erupted from the girls' formation, causing the nearby boys to feel a pang of jealousy, wishing they were not boys at that moment. All right, we will now practice marching in unison, Instructor Li commanded, demonstrating the steps. Step left. March. The squad moved forward with a clatter, prompting a frown from Instructor Li. Stand at attention. March. The squad lumbered forward, and as they drew closer to the girls' formation, many students instinctively halted, causing chaos within the ranks. Stop. Instructor Li bellowed. If I do not say stop, you're not a halt. Keep moving until you drop. Do you understand? The atmosphere grew tense at his anger. Do you understand? He repeated, and Jiangning shouted, understood. The other students, slow to react, followed suit, responding, understood. Noticing Jiangning's solid stance and steady march, Instructor Li regarded him as a promising candidate for military service. He glared at the rest. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder. In the background, a few classmates exchanged glances, one of them a stout boy with small eyes and a disdainful expression, muttering, what are you showing off for? Is he the only one who knows how to perform? Several classmates heard this and turned to the speaker, a hefty boy named Song Sheng, who often bullied others due to his size. Although the school was among the top 3 in the city, it still housed a mix of students with varying qualities, and Song Sheng was a prime example of someone who exploited his physicality to intimidate others. With decent grades, ranking in the top 10 of his class, and being a local, he was particularly troublesome when he chose to be. Often causing chaos in the back of the classroom, he glorified violence, challenging others to wrestle or engage in roughhousing, sometimes resulting in overturned desks and a mess he would refuse to clean up, taking pride in such behavior. Establishing a sense of authority through bullying was his method, and this behavior persisted even in later years. Jiang Ning recalled how 2 classmates had suffered under Song Sheng's bullying for an entire year, with one ultimately transferring due to unbearable circumstances. Although Song Sheng had received disciplinary action, he had somewhat toned down his behavior, yet remained verbally abrasive until graduation, eventually attending a 211 university. Years later, Jiang Ning heard through old classmates that Song Sheng had assaulted someone at work, and despite his family offering compensation, the victim declined, leading to his imprisonment for 2 years, a significant portion of his life irrevocably altered. Jiang Ning, upon picking up his phone and finding it intact, had realized Song Sheng was not to be trifled with and let the matter rest. Now, with a second chance at life, the grievances of the past no longer held weight for him. Today, Song Sheng's actions merely amused Jiang Ning, who saw him as akin to an ant flaunting its might, blissfully unaware of the greater forces at play. Little did Song Sheng know, Jiang Ning possessed myriad ways to deal with him. Jiang Ning activated his spiritual awareness, intending to conduct a small test. His mastery of the Jin Xian Fun Shunju from his past life had reached a profound level, enabling him to transmit thoughts over vast distances and even take lives with a mere intention. This was but the foundation of his skills. He could manifest a nearly immortal presence through his spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, the tribulations of spiritual transformation were governed by the laws of nature, and no matter how much awareness he divided, he could not escape annihilation. In this life, as he recultivated this secret technique, his progress was rapid, and within mere days, he could employ the accompanying shock of the mind. As Jiang Ning's thoughts swirled, Instructor Li continued to call out commands. Stand at attention. March. The squad moved forward. Song Sheng, drenched in sweat, thought to himself how heartless Instructor Li was. If it weren't for the instructor's imposing build, he would have confronted him. That boy from earlier was quite amusing, try to show off. Did he not realize the limits of his own strength? Song Sheng plotted to take the opportunity to bully Jiang Ning after training, planning to humiliate him in front of the class to establish his own authority. He envisioned making Jiang Ning look foolish, knowing that such tactics had worked well for him in middle school. As Song Sheng indulged in these fantasies, a dark shadow engulfed his mind, and a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his head, as if a sharp nail had pierced his skull from within the shadow, causing him to scream in agony. His classmates nearby were startled, their steps faltering as they turned to see what was happening. Song Sheng rolled on the ground, clutching his head, the scene both tragic and somewhat comical, reminiscent of a pig rolling in mud. Ma Shicheng couldn't help but think of the image. Instructor Li approached with a furrowed brow, and by then, Song Sheng had recovered from the pain, which had lasted only a moment. He hastily got to his feet. What are you doing? Instructor Li, initially concerned, shifted to irritation upon seeing him standing normally. Rolling on the ground now, Song Sheng, filled with confusion and anger, muttered to himself about Instructor Li. What just happened to me? My head hurts suddenly, and now it's fine. Seeing Song Sheng drenched in sweat, Instructor Li chose not to pursue the issue further. Continue training. Class 8 reformed their ranks. Stand at attention. Next, we will practice turning. Right turn. The squad moved in unison. Ma Shicheng turned to the right, only to find himself face-to-face with a classmate across the way. Doubting his own direction, he hurriedly turned around again. Wrong. Instructor Li bellowed. Which way is right? Can you not tell left from right? Stand at attention. Turn right. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Ning activated his shocking needle once more. Ah! Song Sheng cried out suddenly in despair. This once again startled several classmates nearby, who exclaimed in unison, damn. What puzzled Song Sheng was that despite his scream, the nail had not pierced his brain. Rather, it had vanished without a trace. A false alarm. Standing in place, Song Sheng felt an embarrassment that was beyond measure. Beside him, a dark-skinned, somewhat rogue-looking Wakanan chuckled. You screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Someone else laughed. Clearly, it was the pig that got slaughtered. A classmate who sold pork retorted. It was like a pig just thrown into boiling water. Ha ha ha. The students from both classes were amused, and the atmosphere lightened. Song Sheng's face turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms without him noticing. Soon after, he perceived a shadow looming as Instructor Lee stood before him, coldly stating, "Run 5 laps." Song Sheng, filled with rage, retorted, "Instructor, I didn't do it on purpose." 10 laps. Instructor Lee's eyes glinted with frost. Song Sheng's forehead twitched, clearly on the brink of eruption, yet he obediently began to run. Having disrupted the training schedule twice, Instructor Lee announced, "Dismissed, rest for 15 minutes." The boys from Class 8 of Year 1 sat on the grass, watching Song Sheng run. Not long after, the girls' formation nearby also took a break. Having heard Song Sheng scream, some cheerful girls, or those with familiar classmates, came over to inquire about the situation, eliciting a wave of complaint from the boys. "Don't mention it. Just a fool, probably lost his mind." "Don't say that. Thanks to Song Sheng, we can rest." Amidst the laughter of the boys, Song Sheng's reputation reached the girls, and he quickly became the subject of ridicule. Chapter 10. 2 paths after the afternoon military training. The homeroom teacher, Dan Xingrong, informed everyone that they would remain in class for self-study, with dismissal at 9:30. "We haven't even received our textbooks. How can we have evening self-study?" Upon seeing the students' faces filled with resistance, Dan Xingrong smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do. It's the school's rule. How about this? I'll show you a movie tonight." The classroom at the 4th high school was equipped with multimedia facilities, including computers and projectors, which were often utilized during lessons, making it quite convenient. Upon hearing about the movie, the students' spirits lifted slightly, as watching a film at school was quite enjoyable. However, Shui Yuantong wore a solemn expression. She had not been informed about the evening's self-study. If it extended until 9:30, even in summer, the night would be fully dark, and she would have to walk 3 kilometers alone along the riverbank, a thought that terrified her, despite considering herself exceptionally brave. The idea of encountering trouble on a dark road filled her with dread, and her face turned pale as various horrifying scenarios flooded her mind. Today, due to military training, she had not brought her phone, and her mother was in the village helping her grandparents harvest peanuts, leaving no one to pick her up. It's over, Shui Yuantong lamented. To suggest that she was afraid of walking at night? Absurd, utterly ridiculous. How could Shui Yuantong be afraid of a mere night path? With the classroom lights dimmed, Dan Xingrong started the movie Spirited Away, projected onto the screen. Shui Yuantong's face shifted in the shadows, her emotions oscillating. Jiang Ning had watched this film in his previous life. On the first day of military training, Dan Xingrong had been just as he was today. Watching it again now gave him a different sensation. He had always enjoyed watching movies with his classmates, as the purpose of attending school was to learn, and using a phone could only be done clandestinely. Watching a movie openly always gave him a sense of having gained something. This permitted indulgence was, in fact, rare throughout life. During school, he had secretly played with his phone, and later in the workplace, he continued to be sneaky, as if much had changed yet nothing at all. Whether in the present or the future, rules were omnipresent, and Jiang Ning's life was filled with compromises and helplessness, never truly experiencing freedom. As he quietly appreciated the movie until 9:30 arrived, he found Shui Yuantong in the classroom square. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuantong confidently remarked while walking, "It's fine. I've walked many dark roads. It's nothing." Jiang Ning paused momentarily. Finally, when he spoke, she quickly rejected his offer again. This left Shui Yuantong feeling as if her future was shrouded in darkness. Jiang Ning had anticipated her refusal. He could very well disregard her since she had turned him down several times, yet he contemplated digging into her affairs. This left Shui Yuantong speechless. "My mother told me before she left that if we faced difficulties, we should look out for one another. If something happens to you while walking, I would feel guilty." All right, stop talking. I will come along." Shui Yuantong crossed her arms, snorted, "I'm not afraid of walking at night. I just feel sorry for you riding alone at night, so I'll reluctantly accompany you." Jiang Ning watched Shui Yuantong feign indifference, but chose not to expose her. As Shen Qingyi left school, she noticed Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong chatting ahead. Her expression shifted slightly. Jiang Ning had not contacted her for several days, causing her to become accustomed to personally shopping for items. She cast several glances at Shui Yuantong, who, despite having a clean face, was painfully short, akin to an elementary school student, and often wore a stern expression. Jiang Ning's choice was quite remarkable. Shen Qingyi, Let us go, a classmate called out beside her. Okay, Shun Xingyi replied, not bothering to greet Jiang Ning, deeming it unnecessary. Previously, while attending the secondary school in town, she had found Jiang Ning somewhat unique. But now at the fourth high school, he was merely an ordinary classmate. Meanwhile, she had quickly become the focal point of discussion among the boys in class. During a break in military training that afternoon, a handsome boy from a neighboring class had brought over a cola, eliciting envy from surrounding girls. Bathed in their gazes, Shen Qingyi displayed a sweet smile, staying at her sister's house, with the help of Jiang Junlong, who would be attending the experimental class at the second high school. Her grades would undoubtedly soar, far surpassing Jiang Ning. As Shun Qingyi got into her sister's car at the school gate, she glimpsed Jiang Ning pushing his bicycle, followed closely by the diminutive Shui Yuantong. As the car started and headed towards the neon-lit city center, the rearview mirror reflected a vast expanse of the dim suburban landscape, resembling a desolate village, which was precisely the direction Jiang Ning was heading. A faint smile crept onto Shun Qingyi's lips. Jiang Ning continued to walk with his bike, while Shui Yuantong remained silent, trailing behind him. When Jiang Ning mounted the bicycle, he lightly pushed off the ground. Hop on. You ride first. I'll jump on the back seat later, Shui Yuantong replied. Jiang Ning pedaled, the mountain bike moving leisurely forward. Shui Yuantong took a running start, but fell short of reaching the seat. Jiang Ning pretended not to notice and slowed down again. Taking a deep breath, Shui Yuantong attempted once more, but still failed to mount. Jiang Ning halted the bike, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Shui Yuantong's face flushed crimson, feeling utterly humiliated, as if she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. After a long silence, Jiang Ning broke the stillness. The military training instructors are rather strict. Today's training was quite intense, and the boys in our formation were all complaining. Shui Yuantong chimed in, "Oh yes, military training is trivial for me. The main issue is my shoes are ill-fitting, making it particularly uncomfortable, you know?" I understand, Jiang Ning replied with a half-smile. Shui Yuantong pretended not to see Jiang Ning's expression, turning her gaze elsewhere. Get on the bike. All right. Shui Yuantong has finally boarded the vehicle, sitting sideways on the plush back seat that cushions her comfortably. As the mountain bike gradually accelerates, her small hands clutched tightly to the edge of the seat, her body pressed against Jiang Ning. She had never been so close to a boy before, and the evening breeze tousled her bangs, causing her heart to race slightly faster than usual. Chapter 11. All things are past at that time. His heart was entirely consumed by Shun Qingyi, rendering him oblivious to the girls in class. Yet, he vaguely recalled arriving early the following morning, one of the first few students present. He noticed Shui Yuantong's hair was somewhat disheveled, her military training uniform wrinkled as if she had spent the night dozing in the classroom. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ning gradually realized that had he not called out to Shui Yuantong tonight, she might have indeed stayed in the classroom all night long. What foolishness! He couldn't help but think of the Shui Yuantong in her senior year, who had matured into a girl standing at 6 meters tall, her once childish face now fully developed. Coupled with her exemplary grades, she had garnered admiration from countless peers throughout the school due to her eccentric personality. Jiang Ning, being an unnoticed presence, had no interaction with her whatsoever. Yet, in the end, Shui Yuantong was destined to create miracles, to lead a brilliant life, only to be diagnosed with leukemia just before the college entrance examination. A life extinguished, akin to a shooting star. From that moment on, Jiang Ning understood the essence of tragedy. Shui Yuantong was undoubtedly the most remarkable girl he had ever encountered, not due to her background, but solely because of her talent. Suddenly, he chuckled and called out to the girl who had yet to blossom, her demeanor filled with a blend of stubbornness, timidity, and pride. Shui Yuantong, would you like to feel the wind? Feel the wind? How do we do that? Shui Yuantong inquired. I'll speed up, Jiang Ning replied. Shui Yuantong mused internally. How fast could a bicycle really go? All right, hold on tight, Jiang Ning insisted. Unfazed, she retorted playfully, am I the kind of person who would be scared? However, as Jiang Ning gradually increased speed, her expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, and finally to sheer terror. It was too fast. She felt as though she were flying just above the ground, her body rigid as her arms clung tightly to Jiang Ning. The mountain bike shot forth like an arrow into the vast darkness. If there were even a small pebble on the ground, they would surely be thrown off. She wanted to survive, to scream for Jiang Ning to stop, Yet she completely forgot how to open her mouth, leaving her in a state of shock. In this rapid state, Shui Yuantong's mind began to empty, as if she were perpetually falling in an expansive abyss. Eventually, she sensed the bike slowing down. Jiang Ning had reached over 70 kilometers per hour, but he could have gone faster. He was merely concerned about Shui Yuantong falling off, and this mountain bike might not withstand it. The bike, a popular model from Giant, cost over 2,000 yuan, yet Jiang Junlong neglected its maintenance, and its performance was far from optimal. "Here we are," he announced as the bike came to a halt in front of a bungalow. Shui Yuantong took a deep breath, releasing her grip on Jiang Ning's arms, and shakily dismounted from the back seat. She stared at him in fear, still processing that she had almost believed she was going to die. Her heart raced, and her legs remained stiff. After taking another deep breath, she exhaled. "How was it?" Jiang Ning asked her. Shui Yuantong rubbed her face, pretending nonchalance as she replied, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to ride so fast with those little arms and legs of yours. You piqued my interest a bit. All right, next time I'll go even faster. I promise to satisfy you," Jiang Ning declared. "Are you trying to take my life?" She retorted. "Wait for me here." With that, Shui Yuantong entered her home, and when she emerged, she held 2 large peaches in her hands. "Here, these are peaches from my grandmother's tree, especially sweet. One good deed deserves another. This is my style," she said. In Jiang Ning's mind, Shui Yuantong's facade of strength, despite her evident fragility, was a rare source of amusement. September 2nd, Jiang Ning went to school, as usual. After riding just a few hundred meters, he spotted Shui Yuantong walking along the road, her arrival time seeming notably later than usual. "Get on," Jiang Ning called out. "Fine, I was planning to run 3 kilometers today, but since you invited me, I'll skip it," Shui Yuantong replied, leisurely making her way to the back seat. "I boiled 2 eggs. I'll share one with you," she added, never one to take a free ride. "Let's go slow today. There are people on the road." Her caution was not born from fear, but rather a desire to avoid colliding with pedestrians. "Don't worry," Jiang Ning assured her. Next time, when Jiang Ning wanted a race, she would have to devise a way to refuse him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to withstand his antics, Shui Yuantong contemplated. Observing Jiang Ning pedaling diligently ahead, she decided to offer him some advice. "Jiang Ning, if you ever have questions about your studies, feel free to ask me." "Sure," he replied. "Why aren't you arguing back?" Shui Yuantong asked, perplexed. Both of them were students in an ordinary class at the 4th high school, and logically, their academic standings should be on par. Anyone else might have contested her statement. After all, it was uncertain who would look after whom. Jiang Ning thought to himself, "Because I know how exceptional you were in your past life. No one in Yuzhou could compare to you. You look like a promising student," he remarked. "Why does that sound off to me?" Shui Yuantong pondered. Yet, Jiang Ning's earnest tone brought her a sense of comfort, albeit slightly diminishing the thrill of the moment. If only Jiang Ning had questioned her, how delightful would that have been? Then, she could excel in the monthly examination, surpassing the entire grade with absolute scores, and later present her report card to Jiang Ning's face, conveying a mixture of arrogance, sympathy, and nonchalance in her gaze, proclaiming, "I am destined to be a woman beyond your imagination." Then Jiang Ning would bow down, revering her as a deity, laughing at the imagined scene. Shui Yuantong couldn't contain her joy. An elderly man by the riverbank glanced over, shaking his head in resignation, while a small yellow dog trailing behind cast a disdainful glance in her direction. Shui Yuantong quickly composed herself, feeling a tinge of emptiness after her fanciful thoughts. The reason she attended the 4th high school was also significant. She had previously been enrolled at Yuzhou No. 14 Middle School, where she ranked within the top 10 in her first monthly exam. Had she not concealed part of her abilities, she would have undoubtedly topped the entire school. That mathematics exam had been exceptionally challenging. She had outperformed the second-best student by nearly 20 points. The mathematics teacher, a refined woman nearing 40, had not repeated an outfit in a month, indicating her wealth. Shui Yuantong's exceptional performance earned her the teacher's praise in front of the entire class, elevating her to the heavens. Before long, the mathematics teacher initiated an after-school tutoring class, charging 1,000 yuan per semester, and several classmates enrolled. Shui Yuantong, however, did not join. For her family, 1,000 yuan was a substantial sum, nearly equivalent to her mother's monthly income. As the tutoring class commenced, the mathematics teacher's demeanor towards the students shifted, becoming increasingly sarcastic toward those who did not attend. Shui Yuantong, being academically proficient, received less ridicule, while those struggling in math who chose not to participate faced relentless criticism. Conversely, students who paid for the classes were treated with utmost kindness, receiving a warm and friendly approach. The teacher reserved some classic problem-solving techniques exclusively for the tutoring sessions. Ultimately, under pressure, over 20 students in the class enrolled in the tutoring program. She managed 3 classes, collectively garnering over 70 students, and her income reached into the tens of thousands across 2 semesters. Shui Yuantong disapproved of her conduct, thinking, "Aren't you running a tutoring class? Aren't you hiding knowledge? I don't need your class to outperform the students you've taught." Shui Yuantong accomplished her remarkable mathematical achievements with relative ease, establishing a significant gap between herself and her peers. However, this success was met with even sharper criticism from her mathematics teacher, who unleashed a torrent of cold mockery and scorn upon her. On one occasion, unable to contain her frustration, she retorted, only to be met with a stinging slap from her enraged instructor. She contemplated revealing the true reasons behind her struggles to her mother, but quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing her mother as an ordinary person who would be of no assistance and would likely lose sleep over it. In the face of such a malicious figure as her mathematics teacher, her mother would only find herself at a disadvantage. Shui Yuantong considered transferring schools with her academic record. She knew that if she were to reveal her circumstances, other middle schools would undoubtedly accept her. Yet, the necessity of informing her mother about such a decision ultimately led her to abandon the idea. She had overheard classmates who attended remedial classes discussing the elevated status of the mathematics teacher's husband, suggesting that the school would not tolerate her behavior otherwise. Many students attending these classes expressed their discontent, as not everyone was financially well off. For many, the expense of 1,000 yuan for additional tutoring was a considerable burden. Yet they felt compelled to pay to avoid further complications. The thought of this made her feel nauseous. Thus, during the mathematics examination of the high school entrance exam, she undertook an unprecedented act of defiance by submitting a blank paper, relinquishing the opportunity for a full score of 150 points. This act was undeniably rebellious. But Shui Yuantong had calculated her total score, which included physical education, would amount to 925 points. Even without the 150 points, she could still achieve a commendable score, well enough to gain admission to the 4th high school, if not the 2nd. She intended to retaliate against the mathematics teacher with her score of 0, hoping that the ensuing attention would lead to a revelation of the teacher's misconduct. However, her plan backfired. Her entrance exam results garnered little attention, and no one sought to interview her. The only person who showed any concern was her homeroom teacher, who expressed regret upon learning her total score. More prevalent were the indifferent stares and schadenfreude from her classmates, especially given that a student who had once ranked among the top 10 in her grade had barely crossed the threshold of 600 in the entrance exam. That day, Shui Yuantong experienced a profound transformation. Had she entered the 2nd high school experimental class with the highest score in the city, she would have undoubtedly attracted significant attention, with inquiries and interviews following suit, allowing her to expose the mathematics teacher's actions. Achieving the top score would have also afforded her a substantial scholarship, alleviating some of her mother's burdens. Regrettably, the Shui Yuantong who submitted a blank exam paper was consumed by a sense of rebellion against authority, driven solely by youthful passion and dreams. The absence of those 150 points cost her dearly. Shui Yuantong pressed her lips together, her eyelashes fluttering as her gaze drifted toward the expansive Huishui River. Chapter 12. Corners and centers at the 4th high school. The sun beat down mercilessly, leaving the students in the classroom to suffer under its intensity. Instructor Li conducted the training sessions without mercy, while some students privately complained that he was pushing them to their limits. A few even approached Shan Qingrong to voice their grievances, but Instructor Li remained unyielding in his methods. The students found themselves without options and could only amuse themselves in their misery. Every break became a moment of joy as they gathered in small groups to chat. With a casual expenditure of energy, they managed to get through the military training. This morning, Instructor Li had even praised one student, urging others to take him as a role model, which prompted derision from many boys. Jiang Ning's slender figure, despite his impeccable posture, was dismissed as merely that of a weakling. 2 rather rebellious boys planned to challenge Jiang Ning once the training concluded, directing their frustrations at him instead of Instructor Li. In response to the praise from Instructor Li, Jiang Ning felt no sense of pride. He understood that failing to execute even a basic military stance would be a source of embarrassment. The opinions of his classmates held little importance for him. If anyone dared to provoke him, they would soon learn from Song Sheng's experience. In Class 8, the formation was close to the basketball court, and during their break, students sat on the concrete ground in groups, engaging in lively conversation. One boy, Hu Jun, animatedly spoke, pointing at the backboard, claiming he could touch it. Hu Jun, whose appearance was rather mature for his age and stood approximately 175 meters tall, was met with skepticism from Ma Shicheng, who often played basketball and had attempted to reach the backboard himself, only to fall short. Do you even understand how difficult it is to touch the backboard? Someone who is 1.8 meters tall might stand a chance, Hu Jun boasted. How about a bet for a bottle of cola? Ma Shicheng remained unfazed. If you can touch it, I'll buy you a Red Bull. Their wager attracted the attention of their classmates. Guo Kunin, with a slightly mischievous demeanor and dark skin, remarked, Hu Jun, you really can't do it. Fueled by the challenge, Hu Jun responded eagerly, let us bet on a bottle of cola. Guo Kunin pointed at him. Go ahead and try. If you can't reach it in 3 jumps, I'll buy you a drink from the convenience store right away. All right, I'll show you. Hu Yun declared, rising to his feet as the surrounding boys parted to make way for him. The audience began to cheer as they gathered to witness his attempt. During high school, boys with strong physiques were often envied, as they competed for fun and the thrill of victory. Standing on the basketball court, Hu Jun surveyed his surroundings, and the students who had been resting promptly stood up to watch him reach for the backboard, creating a sense of being in the spotlight. Impressive, Ma Shicheng conceded. Praising Hu Jun, Guo Kunin's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Hu Jun would truly manage to touch the backboard. With so many witnesses, he couldn't back down. So he simply remarked, you have great jumping ability. We should play basketball together in the future. He then headed to the school convenience store with Ma Shicheng. Several classmates attempted to mimic Hu Jun's feat, only to find themselves falling short by at least a dozen centimeters. After several failed attempts, they finally grasped just how remarkable Hu Jun's jumping ability truly was. A few boys gathered around Hu Jun, inquiring about how he trained his vertical leap, while curious glances from the girls' side also fell upon him, leaving Hu Jun feeling a bit elated. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Ning understood that Hu Jun's moment of glory would not last long. Meanwhile, in the girls' formation, discussions erupted as a girl approached Huang Zhongfei, asking if it was challenging to touch the backboard. Huang Zhongfei admitted it was quite difficult, although he stood 1.8 meters tall. He and T trained much and couldn't reach it. Not far away in the experimental Class 1 formation, a chubby boy glanced at the boys beside him and chuckled. Huigu, there's someone showing off over there. Aren't you going to give it a try? The boy known as Huigu possessed a striking presence, tall and handsome. And he smiled. All right, I'll demonstrate my skills today. The chubby boy, Lin Zita, rushed to the edge of the formation, retrieving a sleek basketball from his bag. He tossed it to Zhuang Jianhui, who caught it effortlessly. Lin Zita shouted to the nearby crowd. Have you ever seen a dunk? I'll show you all how it's done today. After several enthusiastic calls, it seemed as if Lin Zita was the one performing the dunk. Zhuang Jianhui, amused by Lin Zita's eagerness, thought it comical. Outsiders might mistake Lin Zita for a mere follower, but he had grown up alongside Zhuang Jianhui and was undoubtedly talented, although his appearance often misled others. Zhuang Jianhui, already handsome, exuded an air of elegance that caught the attention of many girls. Lin Zita, shouting energetically, attracted the girls' interest, even though they were unsure what a dunk entailed. They followed Zhuang Jianhui toward the basketball court. As the girls approached, the boys naturally followed suit, driven by a mix of curiosity and excitement. Consequently, a large crowd trailed behind Zhuang Jianhui. The other formations on the playground, witnessing the spectacle, were inevitably drawn in, with even those engaged in regular training casting curious glances. Thus, the students of Class 8 witnessed a tall, handsome boy leading a throng of admirers, instinctively parting the way for them. Hu Junhong had not yet finished his Red Bull when he noticed someone approaching with a basketball. He found a spot to observe the young man's actions. In no time, 200 to 300 people had gathered near the basketball court. A young instructor, observing the situation on the court and the distracted demeanor of his own formation, waved his hand and declared, "Dismissed on the spot." The number of students flocking to the basketball court continued to swell. Shen Qingyi, Chen Xiu, and other girls from Class 8, being closer to the playground, secured a prime position, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the center where Zhuang Jianhui stood. Zhuang Jianhui maintained his composure, showing no signs of being affected by the crowd's attention. His mindset was impeccable. He dribbled the ball, warming up while seeking his rhythm. Guokunin expressed his confusion. Is this kid about to dunk? Ma Shicheng was astonished. What a joke. I've never seen anyone who can dunk before. Guokunin had seen some, but those capable of dunking were usually at least 9 meters tall, while the boys on the court were around 83 meters. How could they dunk? Zhuang Jianhui executed a few flashy moves, then dribbled forward with sudden acceleration. He dashed toward the basket. His calves tensed as he leaped into the air, effortlessly surpassing the rim with the basketball in hand. With a swift flick of his wrist, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Holding onto the iron rim, his body swayed, exuding a raw, powerful aesthetic akin to that of a flying man. Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd, particularly among the girls, whose hearts raced at the sight of his stunning figure, a moment they would likely never forget. Guye, how impressive was that dunk? Ma Shicheng inquired. Guokunin replied, it's hard to judge the level, but it's definitely remarkable, primarily because he made it look so stylish. He felt an indescribable admiration. Being an avid basketball player, he understood the difficulty of dunking and doubted he would ever achieve it himself, let alone do so with such flair. Lin Zita shouted, do it again. The surrounding girls echoed, do it again, do it again. Handsome, do it again. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, the girls fervently calling out. The subsequent display was even more dazzling than the first dunk, leaving spectators yearning for a repeat. Instructor Li, having approached at some point, marveled. This generation is truly impressive. This young man possesses remarkable physical prowess. Despite the crowd's fervent requests for Zhuang Jianhui to perform once more, he remained unfazed, departing from the court amidst the enthusiasm. Thus, on the second day of military training, Zhuang Jianhui became the focal point of conversation among the girls of the first-year class. Handsome, with a great demeanor, from the experimental class, and capable of dunking. These attributes combined had endeared him to countless blossoming young hearts. Chapter 13. An Apology During Evening Self-Study. Jiangning could still hear discussions about Zhuang Jianhui. A girl in front, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, was conversing with her deskmate. Zhuang Jianhui was famous in his previous middle school in the provincial capital. He even gained a reputation on their school forum. And some posts about him still circulate today. Wow, he is from the provincial capital. Another girl exclaimed. The disparity between the provincial capital and other cities within the province created a unique sentiment. Those who admired it felt pride, while detractors outright denied its superiority. Initially, Ma Shicheng found Zhuang Jianhui impressive, but as more girls discussed him, he gradually grew resentful of the name. With a grin, he remarked, so he is from the provincial capital? How did he end up at our school? Did he not get into a better high school? Gung Lu turned to glance at him and responded. He scored over 700 on the high school entrance exam. He could easily attend number 2 high school, but he chose our school because it's closer to home. That's what I call being willful. Clearly capable of attending a better school, but choosing based on convenience. So handsome. No wonder he is from a school in the provincial capital. A girl not unattractive praised another boy in front of a male peer, inevitably provoking irritation. Ma Shicheng, feeling sour, retorted, I think the provincial capital is overrated. Compared to Nan City, it's still a junior. Let us see him compete with students from the top high school in Nan City, Guokunin added. Gung Lu, noticing Ma Shicheng's unpleasant tone, became irate. She was not the type to be meek. Can you dunk like him? And he is good looking. Ma Shicheng indeed could not dunk. He could barely reach the rim. However, when it came to looks, he felt discontented. Having boasted of his own attractiveness recently, he had been ridiculed by Gung Lu. Now, with old grievances resurfacing, he shot back. I don't think he is that much better looking than me. Everyone around me says I'm handsome. Wang Longlong, who do you think is better looking, me or Zhuang Jianhui? The earnest Wang Longlong replied. I think Ma Ge is handsome. Ma Shicheng beamed at Guokunin. Who is handsome? Guokunin cheerfully declared. In terms of looks. Ma Jie anilates Zhuang Jianhui. Ma Shicheng then cast a disdainful glance at Gung Lu. Your taste is questionable. She recited a bit of classical literature. Zhou Ji, though over 8 feet tall, yet possesses a striking appearance. Who can compare me to Su Gong from the North City? Su Gong could never match you. Those capable of entering class 4 typically had solid middle school foundations, so they inherently understood the implications of this literary passage. Do you understand? Gung Lu asked. Ma Shiqing's expression darkened, but he feigned a peculiar tone. Ah, the cultured ones. Seeing Gung Lu retreat, Ma Shiqing felt triumphant and self-important. He produced the Xianmai chewing gum he had purchased and distributed one to each of the boys who had supported him earlier. During self-study, Dan Xingrong announced, "On the last day of military training, September 9th, we will hold a competition to showcase our training results, organized by class. The experimental class will also participate, and 3 classes with the best performance will be awarded honor banners. I see some of you frequently on your phones." Dan Xingrong smiled, casting a glance at several students. Those students immediately shrank back, avoiding his gaze. Dan Xingrong continued, "How about this? If our class 8 wins the banner, I will install a power strip in the classroom for everyone's convenience." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in excitement, especially the boarders, as their dorms lacked power strips. They were hesitant to charge their devices in class, resorting instead to the small convenience store outside, which charged 1 yuan per charge, a blatant ripoff. If Dan Xingrong could truly install a power strip, it would be immensely convenient. After Dan Xingrong left, some boarders, motivated by the incentive, quickly rallied together. Guokunin sought out several boys, urging them to take military training seriously. When it came to Jiang Ning, Guokunin glanced at him before moving on to other students. In terms of military posture, Jiang Ning undoubtedly ranked first in their formation and had received multiple commendations from Instructor Li. While others were encouraged to be diligent, Jiang Ning's diligence was not to be expected. Initially, classmates had looked down upon Jiang Ning, but now, with the competition in mind, their perception of him had shifted positively. As a result, he received several friendly glances, which amused him. While the boarders were fervently spreading the word, they ran into a tough opponent. Song Sheng poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "It's just a power strip. Why act like it's a big deal? With 12 classes in the entire year, what makes you think we can secure a top 3 position, especially with the experimental class in the mix? You can stand there and make statements without feeling the weight of your words. You're a day student and don't need a power strip. We do." Gokunan retorted, irritative. "Exactly, I don't need it, so why should I care?" Song Sheng replied coldly. Nearby, Dan Kaikwan mocked, "What an idiot. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough in the past few days?" He, too, was a boarder and had little tolerance for people like Song Sheng. "Try saying that again," Song Sheng challenged, standing up and pointing at him. Dan Kaikwan was unafraid. As Song Sheng stood, Guokunin and several boarders rose to their feet, creating a tense standoff in the classroom. Bai Yuxia, seated in the front row, frowned at the scene and said, "The homeroom teacher just left. What are you all doing? If you want to argue, take it outside." Dan Kaikwan confronted the most attractive girl in the class, showing restraint towards Song Sheng, and uttered a harsh remark. "I'll let you off today, fat pig." Song Sheng, already simmering with anger, immediately bristled at the insult, as he loathed being called fat pig. Coupled with the humiliation he endured the previous day, his pent-up frustration erupted violently. He charged forward, crashing into several desks, and swung his fist at Dan Kaikwan. The sudden outburst startled the classmates, with several of them caught in the chaos. Shui Yuantong, who had been sitting quietly, was jostled, and not only did the desk topple, but her arm was also struck by its edge, causing her to rub her arm in pain, her small face reflecting her grievance. Dan Kaikwan was equally taken aback, hastily raising his arms, only to be struck by Song Sheng's fist, which brought both pain and numbness. Just as he contemplated resistance, Song Sheng delivered another blow, landing on his shoulder. Classmates quickly realized what was happening and rushed to intervene. Guokuinan attempted to restrain Song Sheng from behind, signaling to Dan Kaikwan. Dan Kaikwan kicked Song Sheng in the abdomen, but before he could follow up, Guokuinan was thrown aside. Song Sheng raised his fist again, and more boys surrounded them, pulling the two apart. With a dark glint in his eyes, Song Sheng muttered, "You're worthless." Dan Kaikwan scolded him internally for being reckless. Starting a fight so early in the semester was a foolish risk, especially since Song Sheng was immensely strong, and he had already felt the sting of a punch that left his shoulder aching. They exchanged a few more heated words, but ultimately refrained from escalating the conflict, with Song Sheng grimly returning to his seat. At that moment, a calm voice resonated through the classroom. "You knocked over everyone's desks. An apology wouldn't be too much to ask, would it?" As these words were spoken, The previously scattered tension in the classroom froze once more. Ma Shiqing looked at Jiangning as if he were insane, whispering, "Jiangning, have you lost your mind? Why provoke him now?" Everyone was acutely aware of Song Sheng's fighting prowess, and it was evident that no one in the class could match him. With Song Sheng in a foul mood, Jiangning's boldness seemed reckless. His small stature made him an easy target for a single punch. The other students turned their gazes towards Song Sheng upon realizing it was Jiangning who spoke up. Song Sheng had long harbored disdain for Jiangning, and now, faced with a demand for an apology, he felt insulted. He advanced toward Jiangning, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Huang Zhongfei interjected, "Song Sheng, just let it go this time. If this escalates, the homeroom teacher will intervene." Song Sheng retorted defiantly, "It won't matter who comes. Anyone who tries to intervene will be dealt with too." At this pronouncement, the surrounding classmates hesitated, deterred by the ferocity in Song Sheng's gaze. They recognized that the situation had calmed down, and Jiangning's challenge was unwarranted. Standing up like this was tantamount to courting disaster. Shui Yuantong was puzzled. Having known Jiangning as a low-key individual, she wondered why he had suddenly demanded an apology from Song Sheng, who was clearly formidable. However, she did not worry excessively. Despite Jiangning's small frame, she had ridden on his bicycle before, and someone capable of propelling a bicycle with such vigor was undoubtedly swift on foot. Shen Qingyi stared wide-eyed, as if seeing Jiangning for the first time. What had emboldened him so? Even if he sought attention, this was not the way to go about it. Had he lost his sanity? Shen Qingyi had no intention of intervening. Rather, she thought it might be beneficial for Jiangning to learn a lesson, realizing that their school was no longer the rural institution it once was. Meanwhile, Chen Xiyu had been closely observing Jiangning, and upon seeing him in danger, she quickly nudged Bai Yuxia, hoping she might intervene as she had earlier. Yet, Bai Yuxia shook her head slightly, understanding that some individuals, like Song Sheng, were impervious to reason. A violent person like him could lash out indiscriminately, even against girls. Such individuals were dangerous, perhaps even displaying antisocial tendencies. As Song Sheng reached the back row of the classroom, he suddenly exploded in rage. Launching himself at Jiangning with tremendous force, his fist aimed to inflict serious pain without holding back. Guo Kuinan, witnessing the impending fight, refrained from intervening. Although he had a good relationship with Dan Kaikwan, he was only acquaintances with Jiangning, and it hardly seemed worth the effort. Moreover, having been tossed aside by Song Sheng earlier, he was acutely aware of the latter's strength. If he intervened, he might end up as a target himself. Huang Zhongfei rushed forward in an attempt to stop the confrontation, but it was too late. Jiangning was on the verge of being brutally beaten in front of the entire class. A cruel smile flickered across Song Sheng's face. He anticipated savoring Jiangning's cries of agony. In an instant, Jiangning unleashed a swift kick. As a cultivator, he exerted only a fraction of his strength, yet it surpassed that of an ordinary person by a considerable margin, rivaling that of an Olympic champion. Before Song Sheng's fist could reach him, Jiangning's leg struck him squarely in the chest. The scene appeared to freeze. Song Sheng hesitated, as though colliding with a car, and the next moment, his hefty body flew backward, crashing to the ground like a scene from an action movie. The entire class was momentarily stunned. Song Sheng struggled to rise, his features contorted, and he spat out bile. As Jiangning strolled past him, amidst the astonished gazes of his peers, he casually grabbed Song Sheng's hair and lifted him effortlessly. "Do you want to apologize? Did you hear me?" Song Sheng's expression was fierce, akin to a predator ready to pounce, and he swung his fist in retaliation. Jiangning merely smiled. He had encountered such hostility before, yet it was unfortunate that Song Sheng lacked the strength to back up his bravado. He easily seized Song Sheng's fist, applying slight pressure, which felt to Song Sheng like being caught in a vice, stifling his cries of pain and distorting his features. Guo Kuinan winced at the sight of his expression. "Will you apologize?" Jiangning inquired, increasing the pressure. Song Sheng, drenched in cold sweat and feeling as though his bones might shatter, pleaded, "Let go, let go. I'll apologize, I swear." Jiangning delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. "And don't forget to set the desks right." At this moment, the entire class regarded Jiangning with incredulity, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Jiangning's appearance was deceptively unassuming, yet he had just sent a burly individual like Song Sheng flying with a single kick, a sight they had never witnessed before. What kind of power was this? They dared not contemplate it, but it was clear that no one in the class would dare to bully Jiangning again. Guokuinen cautiously probed, Jiangning, are you a martial artist? Inkurio sto ninke masi kenk inkuiret. Is this a real-life version of a campus martial arts expert? Jiangning merely smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Such a reaction only added to the aura of mystery surrounding him. Ma Shicheng lamented not being a martial artist himself, for he could have enjoyed the same kind of glory Jiangning had experienced today. On the other hand, Song Sheng seethed with a desire to eliminate Jiangning. Yet faced with the threat of his fists, he could only swallow his indignation and set the desks upright. Having been subdued by Jiangning, he had come to truly understand the latter's indifference to life. Should he dare to defy him, it was entirely possible that his bones would be crushed. As a violent individual himself, he recognized Jiangning as a more ruthless counterpart. Thus, Song Sheng complied, sincerely apologizing to the classmates he had inadvertently affected, not daring to offer anything less than genuine contrition. A peculiar sensation washed over his peers. Had Jiangning not intervened, given Song Sheng's nature, he would have ignored their plight, leaving them to silently endure their misfortune. While others might have viewed Jiangning's actions as impulsive in their eyes, he had stood up for them, voicing the words they had wished to say. Justice resides within the hearts of the people, some classmates mused. Even if tonight's events drew the attention of their homeroom teacher, he would surely acknowledge Jiangning's sense of fairness. The classroom gradually returned to silence. Yet the thoughts of the students had shifted dramatically. For those unfamiliar with Jiangning, witnessing his basketball prowess earlier in the day, followed by his remarkable display of strength, made for an exhilarating experience. This day had indeed been extraordinary. Familiar with Jiangning, Shunqing, he found it quite peculiar. She understood him exceedingly well, perhaps better than anyone else. This profound understanding allowed her to manipulate him in the past, as if she were a goddess perceiving the affections of an admirer who had laid bare his limited virtues. However, the recent incident revealed a side of Jiangning that she had never witnessed before. In the past, when Jiangning played around with others, his short stature and slender build often left him vulnerable to being overpowered, resulting in embarrassing situations. Yet now, he could effortlessly kick someone away. When did he acquire such prowess? Shun Qingyi was perplexed. She wanted to inquire about it, but hesitated, feeling that Jiangning had long since drifted away from her sphere. Ultimately, what did it matter if he excelled in combat? In contemporary society, who still revered violence, the law stood as a steadfast barrier, and no matter how formidable one might be, they would find themselves at a loss against firearms. They were merely two different types of people, after all. Shun Qingyi ceased to ponder these trivial matters. Chapter 15. School and home. After evening study sessions concluded, Shui Yuantong deliberately exited the classroom alone, taking her time until Jiangning caught up behind her. Pushing a mountain bike, Jiangning walked ahead, while Shui Yuantong lingered a couple of steps behind. Once they reached a less crowded area, she remarked, Impressive, Jiangning. You surprised me. What do you mean? Yang Ninkinkuiret. You're quite skilled in fighting. Shui Yuantong replied, recalling the time she had been bullied due to her height, but had never dared to retaliate, instead harboring resentment in silence. Today, when Song Sheng had knocked over her desk, if not for Jiangning, the incident would have been swept under the rug. She couldn't shake off a lingering doubt. She believed Jiangning lacked a strong sense of justice and was not one to seek the spotlight. So why did he step forward tonight? Was it for her sake? Shui Yuantong's mind raced with possibilities, wondering if Jiangning harbored ulterior motives, hoping to win her gratitude. As these thoughts consumed her, she felt increasingly uneasy. How could she, a mere child, be subjected to such complexities? Being skilled in fighting is hardly noteworthy. Jiangning responded with an air of indifference. I prefer to win people over with virtue rather than violence. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Shui Yuantong's curiosity deepened. She found it impossible to gauge Jiangning's true nature. Let us get on the bike, he said, mounting his bicycle and poised to ride. Okay, she replied, expertly settling sideways on the seat. In the ensuing days, military training became notably calmer, likely due to the shocking events of that night. Class 8 did not stir up any more trouble, though minor conflicts arose privately. No one dared to address them openly. Instructor Lee remained as stern as ever, and under rigorous training, students grumbled but gradually adapted. During breaks, new students gathered in small clusters to chat about their plans for the next 3 years in high school, prospective universities, and their favorite games. Those who enjoyed gaming and had high entrance exam scores formed tight-knit circles. Although high school students were still immature, they had begun to adopt the social conventions of adulthood. Some classmates attempted to draw Jiang Ning into their groups. He would smile and agree, leading others to realize that he mingled with various circles without fully belonging to any. This behavior made some feel slightly uncomfortable. However, given Jiang Ning's display of justice that night, no one dared to provoke him. On the surface, they remained polite, recognizing him as someone they could coexist with. Of course, romance was an inevitable part of high school life. Boys often gathered to discuss the girls in their class. Bai Yuxiao emerged as the consensus favorite, followed closely by Shun Qingyi, while the discovery of Chun Siyu's twin status sparked considerable interest among the boys. During military training, some boys attempted to make advances. Jiang Ning observed as one even delivered water to Bai Yuxia, only for her to graciously decline. Some, lacking discernment, targeted girls with more average looks, and a few even found themselves with newfound romantic prospects in just a few days. Meanwhile, those who pursued the more attractive girls mostly received polite rejections without even securing a contact. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. On the morning of September 9th, the military training showcase took place. The vice principal announced the top 3 classes: Class 1, Class 3, and Class 11. Students from Class 8 lamented their misfortune, feeling that their hard work during training had gone unrewarded. The winning classes had evidently exerted even greater effort, especially Class 11, which practiced not only during the day, but also continued on the field during evening study sessions, a comparison they could not match. Class 1 and Class 3 were already comprised of top students, boasting a higher overall quality than regular classes, and their diligent efforts naturally placed them at the forefront. After the military training showcase concluded on the morning of the 9th, students were granted an afternoon off, as the following day marked Teacher's Day, leading to a 3.5-day break. Jiang Ning received a call from his aunt inquiring whether he would join her for dinner that evening. He politely declined, citing exhaustion from military training, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. During the day, he felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of refusing. How could he appear timid? It was absurd to think that he, Shui Yuantong, would be the type to shy away. Yet, the closer she drew, the more she sensed an unsettling chill. Shui Yuantong, surely you must be imagining things. She admonished herself. Jiang Ning, have you grown taller? Shui Yuantong observed with keen interest, sensing that he had indeed elongated, though still slender. He exuded an ineffable aura. Perhaps, I've been eating well lately. Jiang Ning, aware of his own physical changes, knew that in just 10 days, he had grown from 165 meters to 170 meters, reaching an average height among his peers. He drank 3 cartons of milk daily, consumed 5 eggs, and spent over 20 yuan on meals in the cafeteria, while regularly indulging in fruits. His funds were nearly depleted. The nutrition barely kept pace. Yet the combination of the cultivation method stimulating his muscles and bones, alongside the absorption of spiritual energy, contributed to his growth during this pivotal age. Growing 5 centimeters in 10 days was hardly extraordinary. In his previous life, he had witnessed a classmate grow 7 or 8 centimeters in just over 20 days during the winter break, illustrating the vast potential of human growth. Can eating well truly lead to greater height? Shui Yuantong mused, her expression filled with longing. That had always been her dream. She had remained at 150 meters in her first year of middle school, and 3 years later, she was still at the same height, a rather disheartening situation. Not only must you eat well, but you also need to engage in physical exercise, such as stretching or playing basketball, which can be beneficial for height, Jiang Ning advised. Shui Yuantong, who disliked exercising, silently abandoned the idea upon hearing this. Fine, if I'm short, then so be it. I can always kick the blankets freely. Jiang Ning nodded. All right then, it's settled. My mother's cooking is excellent. As Jiang Ning rode down the embankment, he spotted Aunt Gu standing at the entrance. Aunt Gu was Shui Yuantong's mother. Jiang Ning had heard from the neighboring residents that Shui Yuantong's father had passed away due to illness when she was young, and Aunt Gu had never remarried, dedicating herself to raising her daughter. Upon seeing Jiang Ning accompanying her daughter, Aunt Gu's face broke into a warm smile as she approached. Chapter 16. Home cooking. Aunt Gu later learned that Jiang Ning had been riding his bike to take Tong Tong to school. Now, witnessing her daughter obediently by Jiang Ning's side, she felt a sense of comfort. Since renting the place to Jiang Ning, she had found him to be earnest and polite, though he appeared somewhat frail. Who would have thought that after a few days of absence, he had grown taller and looked much more spirited? Please hold on a moment. I still have one dish left to cook, she said. She had told Tong Tong yesterday to invite Jiang Ning over for dinner. Jiang Ning did not refuse, politely responding, "Thank you, Auntie." "Not at all, not at all." Shui Yuantong observed the two engaged in conversation and interjected, "Mom, stop chatting and go cook. I'm starving." Anku shot Shui Yuantong a glare, but Shui Yuantong was unperturbed. She took Jiang Ning's hand and led him to wash his hands, subsequently guiding him to a small stool beside the folding table in the main room. Shui Yuantong sliced a plate of watermelon and sat down at the dining table, chatting leisurely with Jiang Ning. "Isn't it refreshing? Have you noticed?" she asked curiously. Jiang Ning nodded. "Indeed, it is quite cool." He channeled his spiritual energy to lower the temperature around them, generously sharing it with Shui Yuantong, who he found quite endearing, a lively girl who was always cheerful. "Perhaps it's the shade of the trees," Shui Yuantong mused. This row of houses was surrounded by numerous trees, providing ample shade that kept the temperature from rising excessively. Although summer was still hot, the gentle breeze from the electric fan made it bearable. Their living conditions were modest, with only her mother earning an income. In these times, installing an air conditioner cost thousands, and the electricity bills were exorbitant, so their home lacked air conditioning, enduring the sweltering summers year after year. Yang Ning took it softly, acknowledging that the heat was not unbearable, unlike a certain year in the future when the entire nation experienced a heat wave, making it impossible to sleep without air conditioning. "Super cool," Shui Yuantong exclaimed as she took a bite of watermelon, shaking a bottle of orange juice. Just as she was about to twist off the cap, Jiang Ning offered, "Let me help." "No, I can do it," Shui Yuantong insisted, twisting with all her might until she succeeded. "See, I'm a tough girl. A mere bottle cap is nothing." Jiang Ning praised her gently, as if he were commending a child. She looked at him expectantly, hoping he would taste it. Jiang Ning took a sip and found it quite sweet, slightly better than the usual street vendor's melons, yet far inferior to the spiritual fruits he had tasted in the cultivation realm. Nevertheless, he enjoyed it immensely, savoring several pieces in front of Shui Yuantong, finding greater pleasure in this simple moment than in the finest delicacies of the spiritual realm. The enjoyment of food often hinges on the company one keeps. Alone at home, with his grandparents having passed away early, Jiang Ning usually relied on takeout for his meals, feeling secure in the village where some neighbors occasionally checked on him. In the past, he had resented his parents, but as he matured, he began to understand. In Hu province, which lagged behind, individuals like his parents, lacking education, either farmed with an annual income of less than 10,000 or engaged in business. Local factories offered low wages, significantly less than those in coastal areas. Many adult men from his village sought work elsewhere, and many peers his age had not even completed middle school before following their parents to distant places. For years, Jiang Ning had lived a solitary existence, eating alone, and after graduating from university, continued to drift through life alone, often finding meals bland without companionship. He cherished the rare occasions he could dine with family, sharing stories over a meal, yet such opportunities were scarce in the hustle of society. Now, seated in Shui Yuantong's home, engaging in light-hearted conversation while enjoying food, he felt a sense of relaxation he hadn't experienced in a long time. Though he had been at his uncle's home a few days prior, he sensed an invisible barrier between them. In contrast, being with Shui Yuantong felt exceptionally comfortable. Her radiant smile, pleased with Jiang Ning's praise of her family's watermelon, made her feel a sense of pride. Anku entered with a pot, the aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. Shui Yuantong stood, hands on her hips, excitedly introducing, "Look, this is a fresh chicken my mom brought from the village, cooked with dried green beans in a clay pot over a wood fire. Just look at how much sweat my mom has put into this. You know, it must be delicious. And there will also be the bread soaked in the sauce. You'll definitely want to come here for meals every day after tasting it. You're in for a treat today, haha." Anku shot her daughter a disapproving glance, perplexed by her daughter's antics. Jiang Ning took the pot and placed it on the table while channeling his spiritual energy, creating a refreshing ambience. "It's so cool in here," Anku exclaimed. "I noticed it earlier. It feels particularly pleasant today," Shui Yuantong agreed. Anku served the dishes, including the clay pot chicken, a stir-fried dish of edamame, and a cold tomato salad, along with the watermelon sliced by Shui Yuantong, barely constituting 4 dishes. "The meal is quite simple today. I hope you don't mind," Anku apologized. It's already quite generous, Jiang Ning replied. Aunt Gu then brought over a rice cooker filled with mung bean soup, perfect for quenching thirst and cooling down in the summer. Jiang Ning chuckled at the delightful atmosphere. Aunt Gu placed a piece of bread on his bowl, which had been cooked with the chicken, half soaked in sauce and the other half crispy. Jiang Ning took a bite and complimented, "Annie, your cooking is truly marvelous." Shui Yuantong beamed with pride, as if sharing in her mother's accolades. "Eat as much as you can. You've grown taller, and this is the time you need nutrition to keep up," Aunt Gu encouraged. Jiang Ning feigned a look of earnestness, while Shui Yuantong felt a pang of jealousy. She thought if she listened any longer, she might be overwhelmed with envy and thus quickly shifted the topic. "Mom, how did you get home today? Did you take a bus?" Aunt Gu nodded, "Yes. I changed buses twice, but it wasn't too crowded." The thought of her mother carrying so many items and having to change buses made Shui Yuantong feel a bit uncomfortable. Yet she felt powerless to change the situation. As nighttime fell, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on his bed, his spiritual energy continuously washing over his meridians. With a breakthrough past a bottleneck, the flow of his energy became increasingly smooth. In less than 10 days, he had achieved the first layer of qi training. With my innate talent and the stimulation from body refinement, this combination allows me to break through in such a resource-deprived environment at a commendable pace, Jiang Ning reflected. As cultivation progressed, the pace slowed significantly. He estimated that completing the entire qi training phase would likely take his entire high school years. However, if he could use elixirs to assist his progress, the speed would certainly increase. Resources for cultivation were essential. In his past life, he had relied on the Luoyun sect, where he scarcely worried about resources below the golden core stage, with the best alchemists always preparing for him. Now, returning to this life without sect support, he needed to procure resources himself. The golden jar buried beneath Shui Yuantong's home represented his initial step toward wealth. Despite having just enjoyed a meal at Shui Yuantong's house during the day, he was resolute in his decision to excavate beneath their home that night. "Forgive me, Shui Yuantong and Aunt Gu. I promise to make it up to you later," he thought as he activated his consciousness. Having entered the first layer of qi training, his consciousness had also expanded slightly, allowing him to perform small-scale, unobstructed scans. His consciousness, akin to an invisible hand, reached down into the earth, penetrating through the soil effortlessly. However, navigating through the soil proved challenging. It felt as though he were mired in mud, and each inch deeper consumed considerable energy. Had it not been for his concurrent practice of refining his consciousness, it would have been impossible to endure such an exertion. After delving about a meter underground, he began to sweat. "This is quite strenuous." Jiang Ning sighed, but did not relent, pushing through the fatigue as he continued to scan below. After a minute, a puzzled expression crossed his face. His consciousness detected no foreign objects below. After a moment as contemplation, he directed his consciousness toward the adjacent room, the kitchen. As his consciousness extended further, he eventually identified an anomaly. After circling it, he confirmed the shape of the foreign object, a cylindrical jar. Without a doubt, it is the jar containing gold. After marking the exact location of the jar, Jiang Ning rose from his bed, pushed open the door, and made his way to the kitchen. He reached out to move the cluttered cabinet where the jar was situated beneath. In the darkness, Jiang Ning gazed at the cement floor, slightly furrowing his brow. With his current spiritual energy, it would not be difficult to carve through the cement, but the challenge lay in doing so silently. It was deep into the night, and if he made too much noise, it could disturb the neighbors and lead to unnecessary trouble. After some contemplation, he decided to expend his spiritual energy to resolve the matter. Jiang Ning conjured a cyan-light circle in the air, which trembled slightly, appearing quite unstable. He pointed with his finger, and the cyan circle gently descended onto the cement floor, effortlessly slicing through it like a hot knife through tofu, without a sound. This was a technique from his previous life, utilizing sword energy to compress spiritual energy, rendering it exceedingly sharp. Although at a higher level, it could even cut through magical artifacts. Jiang Ning's current cultivation at the first level of qi refinement meant its power was minimal, barely sufficient to cut through the cement. Nevertheless, this maneuver consumed 70% of his magical power. The cyan circle then parted into a line, gently plowing through the soil beneath the cement. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a cement disc the size of a basin detached completely. He executed this meticulous task to avoid causing excessive damage to Shui Yuantong's floor, intending to replace the cement once the jar was retrieved. Gazing at the black and yellow soil revealed beneath the cement, Jiangning knew he could not dig with his own hands. Although he was a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement, and his magical power was limited, he still possessed some methods to extract the jar from the earth. By employing the earth attraction technique, he could summon the jar. However, given his weak magical power, he was unable to sustain the spell. Therefore, he needed to prepare beforehand. The kitchen's water bucket was filled to the brim, and Jiangning lifted it, pouring the water onto the soil, the flow seemingly guided by his will, penetrating deep into the ground. Under Jiangning's water summoning technique, the water flowed straight down, reaching the location of the jar. The once somewhat hard soil softened due to the water. Consequently, executing the earth attraction technique would become significantly easier. Jiangning formed a hand seal with his right hand, pressing his palm down into the muddy earth, channeling all his spiritual energy. The jar beneath the ground seemed to tremble as if pulled by an invisible chain, slowly rising to the surface. After a few moments, Jiangning's hand lifted gently, revealing a black jar emerging from the mud. The jar weighed approximately 20 pounds, and Jiangning did not open it immediately, as he felt mentally fatigued, having expended too much spiritual energy and mental acuity, causing his head to feel heavy. The following morning, as Jiangning awoke, sunlight streamed through the window, warming him pleasantly. Bathed in sunlight, he felt invigorated by the replenished spiritual energy and mental clarity. His spirits lifted slightly. He extended his mental awareness and retrieved the jar from beneath the bed. The jar was not large, slightly bigger than the opening of a bowl. After examining it, Jiangning opened the jar, revealing several thick pieces of coarse cloth. He used his magical power to extract the cloth, causing a pile of items to tumble out, gold bars and gold beans scattered on the floor. 12 gold bars, each as thick as a thumb, and 23 gold beans, each the size of a broad bean. Beyond these, the jar contained nothing else. Jiangning weighed one of the gold bars, estimating it to be around 300, while the gold beans were approximately worth 20 each. Given that the current gold price hovered slightly above 300 per gram, this heap of gold was valued at over $1 million. In 2013, a time before housing prices soared, this amount could easily purchase a spacious apartment of over 100 square meters in the provincial city. Jiangning felt elated. With this gold, he could indulge in whatever he desired, purchase herbs freely, and concoct various elixirs and body-enhancing liquids, accelerating his progress. Over $1 million. Previously, it had taken him years of work to accumulate less than half that amount. Had he not been a cultivator experienced in the world, he would have been overwhelmed with joy. Yet, having seen a larger world, his pursuits extended beyond mere wealth to the power within himself, whether it be money or authority. In the face of absolute power capable of overwhelming all, they became but fleeting illusions. Those few individuals standing atop the pinnacle of the current realm were still mere mortals, easily felled by a single bullet. Cultivation, however, could alter the very essence of life. What Jiangning sought was the eternal path, and the joy found in exploring the journey toward eternity. Chapter 18. The arrival of wealth. In the early morning, Jiangning slung a bag over his shoulder, filled with a few gold beans. Shui Yuantong sat at the doorstep, engrossed in her phone, occasionally bursting into laughter like a fool. "What are you watching?" Yang Ninginkuiret. "Scrolling through a forum? Haha, it's so funny. The original poster hopes everyone will provide some elegant responses, and the netizens have posted various humorous images." Shui Yuantong laughed until she nearly lost her wits. Upon hearing this, Jiangning understood. He had previously seen similar posts on forums, and they were indeed quite amusing. In 2013, forums were still the most popular community, showing no signs of decline. The Emperor's Bar had become a force to be reckoned with, leaving no stone unturned wherever it went. There were even a series of forums excelling in various fields, such as the one where fishing enthusiasts congregated. The coexistence of countless domains led to absurd, humorous, and fantastical phenomena. Unfortunately, due to a series of operational issues later on, the vibrant forum community dwindled as users migrated to various other platforms, never to regain its former glory. Now, hearing the forum's name again, Jiangning felt a twinge of nostalgia. "I plan to head to the city. Do you need anything?" Jiangning asked, pushing his mountain bike, intending to exchange some gold. "Nope, you go ahead," Shui Yuantong replied. She wished to buy some snacks, but her pocket money was exhausted. Jiang Ning rode along the dam towards the city, knowing his gold's origins could not withstand scrutiny. Thus, he sought to liquidate it, preferably through a pawn shop. Coincidentally, he knew of a pawn shop in his previous life. During his senior year, he worked in Yuzhou, where a colleague discovered an ancient coin. After searching online, it was valued at over 600,000. They went to that pawn shop, where the owner, a woman in her mid-30s, glanced at the ancient coin and remarked it was not worth much. His colleague was incredulous and showed her the auction listings on his phone, where one had sold for over 800,000. That ancient coin was identical to the one in his possession. Many auction houses employed such tactics to deceive. His colleague, still skeptical, later visited the auction house, only to find their responses were nearly identical to the pawnshop owners, which finally convinced him. Consequently, his colleague shared the tale as a joke in the office, even showcasing the ancient coin while joking that had it not been for the pawnshop owner, he might have foolishly squandered a fortune. He later even expressed his gratitude to her. After hearing this, Jiang Ning took it to heart, remembering the pawnshop's name. The owner had used her own storefront, having opened it many years ago. Based on Jiang Ning's deductions, it likely still existed at this point in time. His colleague's account suggested the owner was not entirely unscrupulous. Otherwise, she might have taken advantage of him. However, Jiang Ning cherished his current life and had no desire to disrupt it. Riding his bike, he arrived at the pawnshop's location. The sign was not particularly eye-catching, but with his keen eyesight, he spotted it immediately. The pawnshop was small, consisting of a single storefront, with a sign indicating they accepted property, vehicles, watches, and jewelry for collateral, followed by a string of phone numbers. Jiang Ning parked his mountain bike out front, secured it, and then entered the shop, feeling a cool breeze from the air conditioning. He pushed aside the semi-transparent plastic door curtain, revealing a woman in her late 20s or early 30s seated at a desk, dressed in a black uniform, her lips painted with lipstick. She held a mouse in one hand and looked up at him. "May I help you?" Xiao Shuang inquired, observing the young man before her. Jiang Ning casually pinched the golden beans, inquiring, "Are you buying gold?" Xiao Shuang observed the gold in Jiang Ning's hand and shifted to a serious demeanor, saying, "Yes. Please take a seat." She indicated a nearby bench, rose to pour Jiang Ning a glass of water from the water dispenser, and then gracefully settled onto the opposite bench, exuding an air of poised sophistication. "My surname is Xiao. You may call me Sister Xiao. May I ask your surname?" "Yang Ning." Jiang Ning dismissed the need for subterfuge, knowing that in today's world, unless one drastically altered their appearance, it would be nearly impossible to conceal one's identity amidst a sea of surveillance cameras. As he entered the room, he had scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, noting the camera in the upper right corner and a pinhole camera concealed near the air conditioning power strip. "Take a look," Jiang Ning said, setting down the golden beans. Xiao Shuang opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, retrieved a workbox, donned gloves, and examined the golden beans carefully. After confirming their texture with her fingers, she stated, "This is indeed gold. Do you have an invoice and identification?" Jiang Ning shook his head. Xiao Shuang understood and remarked, "I comprehend your meaning. If we bypass the formalities, the price will be slightly lower than market value, and the purity of the gold is not particularly high." "How much?" Jiang Ning was unwilling to engage in unnecessary chatter. "The international gold price is 310. For this, I can offer 270 in cash." Xiao Shuang added, "I need to test the specific purity. Is that acceptable?" 270. Jiang Ning, unfamiliar with the intricacies of this trade, felt a sense of satisfaction, as the offer exceeded his expectations. "Let us test it all." He placed 6 golden beans in succession on the coffee table. Xiao Shuang glanced at Jiang Ning. His expression remained unchanged. The gold he possessed was acquired through his own efforts, not through theft or robbery, but excavated from the ground. He understood that in the years to come, when that house was redeveloped, the discovery of gold might incite chaos and violence. Thus, his current utilization of it was, in a sense, a benevolent act. After a moment, Xiao Shuang pointed at the scales reading 7 golden beans, weighing a total of 152 grams. At the rate of 270, that totals 41,040. I will round it up for you to 41,100. Is that agreeable? Alricht, Yang Ning notet. Xiao Shuang placed the gold in front of Jiang Ning and said, "Please wait a moment." She swayed her slender waist as she walked to a back room, returning with a black bag and verifying the transaction with a machine in front of Jiang Ning. Upon concluding the deal, Jiang Ning stuffed a pile of cash into his backpack. In this era, mobile payments were not yet prevalent. Cash transactions dominated. Although the sum was considerable, he felt no fear of theft, as no pickpocket could evade his spiritual awareness. Pleasure doing business, Xiao Shuangshuang smiled. Having operated a pawn shop for several years, she had encountered all kinds of characters. Jiang Ning appeared youthful, yet there was an indescribable tranquility about him, a quality seldom found in adults, which was part of why she was willing to engage in this transaction. Jiang Ning waved his hand and exited, intending to indulge in further shopping. Chapter 19. Consumption. Suddenly acquiring such a substantial sum of money prompted Jiang Ning to purchase some necessities. His first stop was the telecommunications service center, where he signed up for a 20 megabits per second broadband connection. The mobile data speed he had been using at home was painfully slow, reminiscent of an era before 4G, when even videos struggled to load. Nowadays, broadband prices were steep. The annual fee for 20 megabits per second was $500, unlike the $360 for 200 megabits per second in the future. Though a bit pricey, it was a necessary aspect of life, and having grown accustomed to the convenience of modern internet, Jiang Ning was willing to spend extra. He also planned to replace his phone. The one he had, a low-end model that cost $300 when purchased with prepaid credit, was sluggish and prone to crashing. Despite his generally good temperament, he found himself at a loss with such a device. Jiang Ning intended to buy a Xiaomi too, but after inquiring at several stores, he was informed that none were available. Instead, the sales staff enthusiastically recommended alternatives, which Jiang Ning politely declined, as during this time, those two brands were known for high prices and low specifications. One small shop owner mentioned he could procure a Xiaomi phone, but would charge an additional $300 due to the difficulty in obtaining them. Once secured, they could be resold at a markup. Many resellers operated this way, buying a Xiaomi phone and easily selling it for an extra $200. He then turned to the adjacent Apple store. In his student days, he had envied classmates who owned Apple phones, praising their usability and user-friendly interface. Online, countless Apple enthusiasts regarded the brand with near reverence, fiercely defending it against any criticism. In this small city of Yuzhou, Apple remained a symbol of quality, and young people using Apple products often felt a subtle sense of superiority. However, Jiang Ning was not so fervent. To him, an Apple phone was merely an ordinary device. Though he had eventually purchased the latest model, he could never recapture the sentiment of wanting it during his youth. Jiang Ning spent over $4,000 on a white 32 gigabytes iPhone 5. Why not the black version? Because black tends to chip. Upon reflection, the 5 was released around this time, but it would be 2 months before it arrived in the domestic market, at which point he could acquire another. Jiang Ning didn't apply a screen protector or case, confident that with his spiritual reflexes, his phone would never accidentally slip from his grasp. As for scratches on the screen, he possessed various spiritual techniques that kept him perpetually clean, ensuring no dust would accumulate. Jiang Ning also visited a nearby store to purchase 2 outfits, as the Adidas clothes his uncle had bought were now too short due to his growth. He refrained from buying Adidas again, as the brand's recent strategic decisions had left him with a poor impression. Their high prices did not equate to superior quality, as they were manufactured like any other brand. The marketing was simply effective enough to justify the premium. Jiang Ning was not one to place much importance on brands. The premium was warranted in this era, given that screens, performance, systems, cameras, and overall quality surpassed that of Android phones. However, he deemed Adidas not worth the price. There were several commendable domestic brands, and he selected 2 outfits that were more affordable than a single Adidas ensemble. Next, he ventured to the supermarket to acquire rice, flour, oil, a large bag of snacks, and various dried fruits and candied goods. He also visited the market to buy pork ribs, beef, and fruits, purchasing just enough to last him a couple of days. Since his rental accommodation lacked a refrigerator, he deemed it unnecessary to buy one, instead opting to arrange an ice-based formation, which proved far superior to any refrigerator. Jiang Ning secured his purchases to the back of his mountain bike and the front handlebars, transforming his bike into a well-equipped vehicle. His total expenditures for the day amounted to less than $10,000. On his way home, Jiang Ning noticed a vendor selling tonghulu and ordered 2 skewers of assorted fruits, including hawthorn, orange, and kiwi. He also spotted a stall offering sweetened taro and sago drinks that looked refreshing, so he ordered 2 servings. carrying them away while casually casting a couple of ice-related spells to ensure they remained chilled until he reached home. Subsequently, Jiangning rode off without hesitation. As he passed by the dam, he spotted Shui Yuantong sitting in front of her house, enjoying the cool breeze. Seeing the conspicuous bags of rice and oil on Jiangning's bike, she contemplated assisting him but hesitated upon noticing the snacks. What if he thinks I'm helping him just to get the snacks? She pondered. Am I that kind of person? Observing Shui Yuantong's indecisive demeanor, Jiangning called out. Shui Yuantong, lend me a hand, I bought some sweet drinks. All right, she replied. Shui Yuantong tied her hair into a ponytail and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to lend a hand, only to realize she was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Her efforts were in vain. Naturally, Shui Yuantong did not covet the sweet drinks and Tonghalu. That was not her character. Shui Yuantong strolled leisurely forward, hoping that Jiangning would call out to her. However, as she neared the exit without a word from Jiangning, her impatience grew. With a huff, Shui Yuantong quickened her pace, just as Jiangning finally shouted, I bought too much sweet soup. Let me share some with you. The unexpected announcement felt like stumbling upon an oasis in a vast desert, causing Shui Yuantong to swallow hard, her heart racing with excitement. Cradling the cup of sweet soup given by Jiangning, she reveled in the coolness it imparted to her skin, her mood soaring in that instant. All right then, I shall taste this sweet soup to ensure its authenticity. Lest you be deceived, Shui Yuantong remarked with a calm expression. Great, Jiangning replied. Here's a skewer of candied hawthorn for you. He handed her one, having purchased two in consideration of Shui Yuantong, who had sold several thousand yuan worth of gold from beneath her family's house, a modest offering. Next time, ride your bike a bit slower. I know your skills are excellent, but speed can be perilous, especially with children often rushing out from either side of the dam. Shui Yuantong admonished seriously. Understood. I will remember. Jiangning nodded earnestly, seemingly taking her words to heart. Satisfied, Shui Yuantong fetched a small stool for Jiangning, and the two settled at the entrance, enjoying sweet soup and candied hawthorn together. Aunt Gu, busy inside, glanced at them and smiled, feeling that her daughter, Tong Tong, and Jiangning were quite a good match. Mom, candied hawthorn, courtesy of Jiangning, Shui Yuantong said as she approached with a bowl. Chapter 20. A Day in the Life of a Cultivator. At noon, Aunt Gu called Jiangning for lunch, but he politely declined, concerned that their modest means might not suffice for both mother and daughter. Jiangning surveyed the 3 kilograms of beef and 5 kilograms of ribs he had purchased that morning. Harnessing his spiritual energy, he deftly tapped his fingers, conjuring a round, star-like white disc that appeared on the table. Channeling a stream of spiritual energy, the disc began to gently rotate, emitting a cool breeze. This rudimentary formation was capable of maintaining a low temperature within a designated area. Jiangning placed the beef atop it to prevent spoilage, achieving an effect comparable to a refrigerator, albeit more ethereal. The energy he casually exerted was sufficient to sustain this miniature formation for an entire day and night. He then commenced the preparation of the ribs, summoning water from a nearby bucket to rinse them clean. Displeased with the insufficient heat of the electric stove, he again employed his spiritual energy, igniting a flame that danced within the pot, evenly roasting every inch of the ribs. Once the ribs were perfectly cooked, their savory aroma filled the air as he sprinkled pre-prepared spices over them, reminiscent of modern barbecue establishments. Regrettably, the pork was merely common swine, lacking significant benefits for cultivation, and Jiangning pondered alternative methods for when his skills advanced. With a flick of his wrist, he sent several fruits soaring through the air, slicing them with precision akin to a fruit slicing game, discarding the seeds as the succulent flesh descended gently onto a plate. Jiangning then conjured a sizable droplet of water, which transformed into a flat shape in midair. He summoned a fierce flame, the intense heat instantly boiling the water, which flowed into a cup. After a simple arrangement, Jiangning's lunch was complete. Just as he prepared to eat, Shui Yuantong dashed over, her eyes widening at the sight of the abundant ribs. She had come to deliver steamed buns from her mother, who had prepared a large batch the day before, intending to bring them to Jiangning. Delayed by her indulgence in browsing online forums, she had only just arrived, curious about what Jiangning would be having for lunch. She had planned to invite him over if he hadn't eaten, especially since she had consumed his snacks earlier, to ensure there would be enough. She had cleverly heated 3 extra buns, confident they would suffice. However, Upon seeing Jiang Ning's impressive meal, she couldn't help but salivate, recalling her own modest lunch. Buns? That's exactly what I was hoping for, Jiang Ning exclaimed, genuinely surprised. He was not being dismissive. As a resident of Yuzhou in central China, he was accustomed to a diet of both rice and wheat, though he preferred buns over rice. Many vendors offered buns, but those often contained additives and paled in comparison to the ones steamed at home. Thus, seeing the buns brought by Shui Yuantong brought him great joy. "Please thank Aunt Gu for me," Jiang Ning said, serving a bowl of ribs to Shui Yuantong. "No refusals. This is simply the way of human kindness." "All right then," Shui Yuantong accepted without protest, feeling increasingly at ease with Jiang Ning. Their bond had strengthened, and she resolved to support him academically, ensuring his admission into a prestigious university. With such thoughts in mind, Shui Yuantong felt a sense of peace. In the evening, Jiang Ning departed with his backpack. The transformer emitted a low hum, signaling the high voltage within, lethal to any ordinary person who might touch it. Jiang Ning unpacked 2 boxes of milk and drank them in one go. A twinge of melancholy washed over him. In the past, when training his physique, 2 pills would suffice, yet now he relied on milk for sustenance. Expanding his consciousness, he surveyed a radius of 20 meters with clarity, his keen ears detecting an anomaly. A nearby stream seemed off. He approached the waterway, which was about 10 meters wide, perpendicular to the Huai River, blocked by a concrete dam, rendering it disconnected from the larger river. This tributary irrigated the surrounding fields, its significance evident. With a flicker of his consciousness, he noticed a water pipe discharging waste beneath 30 centimeters of water along the riverbank. "They're secretly dumping waste," Jiang Ning muttered to himself. He lifted his gaze, scanning the fields stretching for hundreds of meters, settling on a distant village. In recent years, Yuzhou had consistently apprehended businesses illegally discharging wastewater, and smaller enterprises like this one were rampant, driven by profit. However, having caught sight of this today, Jiang Ning felt compelled to take action. He activated a spell, rendering his form gradually invisible. This technique, known as the concealment technique, allowed him to blend in akin to invisibility. Yet, this was merely a minor trick. He also possessed the secret art of evading into the void, which, when paired with the concealment technique, could evade even the keenest senses of a perfected nascent soul. Unfortunately, he could not utilize it at this moment. Jiang Ning identified the waste pipe, moving 20 steps away from the riverbank, where he found it barely covered with a thin layer of dirt. He was relieved that the pipe was not buried deeply. Otherwise, his senses would have found him at a loss. Locking onto the pipe with his consciousness, he made his way toward the village. The village appeared dilapidated as he ventured inside, encountering a series of abandoned houses devoid of life, resembling a ghost town from a horror film. If Shui Yuantong were to accompany him to this place now, she would likely faint from fright. Jiang Ning understood the reason behind this desolation. Yuzhou's industrial development lagged far behind coastal cities, leading many young adults to seek work elsewhere. Families either built houses along the highway or purchased homes in Yuzhou. After all, working in coastal cities could save significant sums over the years, allowing some to afford housing in the city. Ultimately, most villagers had relocated, leaving only the elderly behind. As they passed away, the village naturally fell into decline, and decades later, it might very well cease to exist. The village before him was among the most severely abandoned. Jiang Ning traversed the greater part of the village before finally encountering 2 households on the western edge, both inhabited by the elderly. Chapter 21. The Light of the Righteous Path. Jiang Ning gazed at the towering walls, finding them intriguing. He had never been a virtuous individual. Having once ventured through the secret realms of the cultivation world, he had engaged in assaults against demonic sects, staining his hands with countless lives. Not every soul deserved to be slain, yet due to his affiliations and allegiances, Jiang Ning had often resorted to violence. In the realm of cultivation, no advanced practitioner possessed untainted hands. However, having pursued his quarry to this location, Jiang Ning was not here to unleash a massacre. Although the adversary's actions of discharging waste and contaminating water sources led to many consuming tainted food, resulting in illness and even death, Jiang Ning did not harbor intentions of enacting justice. He existed in the modern world, governed by societal rules, and would not interfere recklessly. His pursuit in this life was to engage with the world, perhaps a form of self-deception, for he was inherently a cultivator, transcending worldly matters. Yet, He reminded himself to maintain a mortal heart. His purpose here was merely to impart an unforgettable lesson to the transgressors. Dad, I understand. I will be extremely cautious. You could trust me. The young man around him arranged for 2 sentries, assuring that if anyone approached for inspection, he would immediately cease operations. He set down his Apple phone, sat at the factory entrance, lit a cigarette, and savored a deep inhale. After working a night shift, earning several thousand yuan, would it be quicker than this? It was akin to theft, although discharging waste without permission was unscrupulous and devoid of morality. What did conscience matter in the face of money? After a few months of such work, he could amass a fortune and purchase a house in a big city. Who would still want to remain in this place? He thought, I may be sinful, but someone else will pay the price. Was there anything more exhilarating than this? Yin Bo gazed at the roaring machines within the factory, entranced, believing their sound to be more exquisite than any other. When dawn approached, he could rest well and spend a few hundred yuan to find a student girl. What a delightful life. This existence was far more pleasurable than attending school. Last month, his family had renovated a house, and when he visited the renovation company for design proposals, he discovered that one of the employees was an old classmate from middle school, who had excelled academically. Upon inquiring, he learned that his former classmate had pursued a degree in design and was now an interior designer. Faced with Yin Bo as a client, the old classmate was humble, presenting various plans, which delighted Yin Bo immensely. Unable to contain his pride, he boasted, although I dropped out of middle school, I'm doing far better than those classmates now. What good is studying hard? It is far more rewarding to follow my path. After locating his target, Jiang Ning heightened his auditory senses and overheard fragments of conversation, mostly trivialities that he disregarded. Revealing himself, he sat at the edge of the dam and began to cultivate the Jiu Tianshun lay body refinement technique, instantly conjuring a massive hand that reached across to grasp one of the power lines within the transformer box. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiang Ning realized that to advance his physical cultivation, he needed significant stimulation. Thus, he drew upon a substantial amount of electricity, pushing his body to the brink. Had anyone been nearby, they would have witnessed the flickering white electric arcs dancing across his attire, a sign of the Jiu Tianshun lay body refinement technique's breakthrough. No longer restraining himself, Jiang Ning commenced the breakthrough, gathering an increasing flow of electric current towards himself, causing his body to undergo a transformation. Simultaneously, the withdrawal of power resulted in a sudden drop in the voltage of the line connected to the factory. The young man Yin Bo, who had been overseeing the workers, noticed the machine speeds abruptly decrease before gradually coming to a halt, and the factory's lights dimmed considerably. The workers exchanged puzzled glances, and Yin Bo's expression soured as he inquired, "Is there a power outage?" Frustrated, he demanded, "What on earth is happening? Who understands circuits? Check it out. Hurry up, or we will halt operations tonight, and wages will be capped at 50 yuan. One worker stepped forward, inspecting the power source, and reported, "Boss, the voltage is too low. The machines won't start." Yin Bo snapped. How could a voltage drop suddenly? This is unacceptable. Stopping work for a night means losing thousands. Who can tolerate that? The worker suggested finding someone knowledgeable to investigate. Fine, I will call someone," Yin Bo grumbled, tossing aside his cigarette and seizing his Apple phone to make calls. However, it was late at night, and no electricians were willing to come until he offered extra pay, finally enticing someone to arrive. On the dam, Jiang Ning reached a pivotal moment in his body refinement. He clapped his hands together, compressing the intense electric current, which exploded within him. An indescribable sensation of tingling coursed through his body as he opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. In the moonlight, a bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth, soaring over a meter before striking the air, a breathtaking sight. The body refinement has finally commenced, Jiang Ning murmured to himself. For ordinary Qi practitioners, allowing a body refinement cultivator to approach would render them powerless against a surge of electricity, resulting in a grim fate. Thanks to the abundant electric current aiding him, Jiang Ning's advancement in body refinement was remarkably swift. Typically, this level of body refinement corresponded to a Qi practitioner at the 4th level. Yet until now, his Qi cultivation remained at merely the 1st layer. Having stabilized his newfound realm, Jiang Ning, before departing, released a streak of azure sword energy that slithered into the transformer box, severing one of the wires. Subsequently, he strolled to the riverbank, conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy, and seized a clump of soil, repeatedly stuffing it into the drainage pipe until it was thoroughly blocked. Unsatisfied, he cast a spell to solidify the soil, rendering it as hard as stone, completely sealing the sewage outlet. Satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and departed. Meanwhile, Yin Bo, who had been anxiously awaiting the electrician beneath the light, soon found the overhead lights extinguished. "Boss, the power is out." The workers gathered around him exclaimed. "I already know that." Yin Bo retorted, fuming. "Wait, the power will return shortly," he decisively proclaimed. After waiting for over half an hour, the power remained absent. But the promised electrician finally arrived. Yin Bo greeted him like a savior, and the electrician, displaying professionalism, quickly diagnosed the issue, confirming a power outage. He proceeded to check the wiring, ultimately discovering the problem lay within the transformer box. There was no remedy for this. They would have to notify the power grid personnel for repairs. Yin Bo's frustration was palpable, as each day of halted operations felt like a slice of flesh taken from him. He cursed repeatedly in his mind, lamenting why the power had to be cut for his factory of all places. Chapter 22. I wish to refine tools. At this moment, Jiangning was en route to Qiao City, the largest traditional Chinese medicine trading market in the central region, located over 200 kilometers from Yu City. It was around 2 in the morning, and Jiangning utilized the concealment technique to shroud his presence, subsequently applying spiritual energy to his shoes to prevent wear. Besides that, he refrained from employing any further spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength to sprint along the dam. Since entering the preliminary stages of the Jiao Tian Shun Lei body refinement technique, his physical attributes had surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. Jiangning could now run 30 meters in a second, achieving a remarkable speed of 108 kilometers per hour, nearly 3 times that of an Olympic sprinter. At such velocity, even the average sedan could only trail behind him, kicking up dust, allowing him to reach Qiao City in merely 2 hours. If he were to activate the divine movement technique, his speed could even escalate to 40 meters per second. However, the current speed sufficed, considering Jiangning was merely a first-layer Qi practitioner with limited spiritual energy. As he raced beneath the moonlight, he encountered night drivers along the way. Yet, due to the concealment technique, they remained oblivious to his presence, only sensing a gust of wind brushing past their car windows. At 4:30 in the morning, the moon began to descend, and a faint light appeared in the east, heralding the rise of the sun. Jiangning stepped into the territory of Qiao City. In a secluded alley, Jiangning scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense, ensuring that no one was paying attention. He tidied his hair and dispelled the spell, revealing his true form. After running over 200 kilometers without breaking a sweat, Jiangning's prowess as a body refining practitioner was indeed remarkable. He strolled leisurely along the street, recalling his previous visits to this city, invited by a roommate from Xiaozhou. He held a favorable view of the city. Xiaozhou was on par with Yuzhou, with similar levels of urban development, lacking towering skyscrapers, and the streets were undergoing significant renovations. With old houses visible that were soon to be demolished. In the future, a considerable number of displaced residents would emerge. His former roommate often lamented how many who lived in the old houses in Xiaozhou ended up with substantial compensation, selling off new homes and living comfortably, while he himself struggled to repay his mortgage. As he walked, he occasionally passed by morning exercisers and seeing them panting beads of sweat on their foreheads. Jiangning couldn't help but reminisce. Continuing on, the sun gradually rose above the horizon, guiding him to a mutton restaurant, an old establishment he had dined at in the past. The shop was modest in size, run by a couple, and despite the early hour, many patrons were already scattered about inside. Jiangning ordered a bowl of mutton soup and added extra mutton, indulging in a lavish meal, complemented by 3 servings of guacamole. The owner worked swiftly, and soon the food was served. After tasting a spoonful, he found the flavor delightful and devoid of any gamey taste. He knew the reason behind this. His former roommate had informed him that the mutton soup in Xiaozhou utilized local goats, which were of superior quality and had less strong flavor. Taking a bite of the steaming guacamole, which was essentially a type of bread, crisp on the outside yet fragrant within, he felt a unique sensation when paired with the mutton soup. His roommate had mentioned that the couple made an annual income of 300,000, even purchasing a house in the capital, highlighting the substantial profits. However, his roommate didn't he express envy, knowing that those who ran such eateries often worked long hours, enduring more hardships than typical laborers, earning their living through hard work. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Ning shouldered his backpack and set off for the herbal medicine trading market. Standing before a street, he gazed upward at the imposing brown archway, inscribed with the words, Qiaozhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Trading Center. Upon entering the herbal market, he began procuring herbs. Most of the herbs here were sun-dried, and thanks to advanced techniques, their efficacy was well preserved. The Qiaozhou Trading Center gathered herbal vendors from across the nation, boasting a massive daily turnover, with nearly all types of herbs available for purchase. While bulk wholesale was the norm, smaller purchases like Jiang Ning's were also welcomed. The storefronts lining the streets were open, showcasing a dazzling array of neatly arranged herbs, and as Jiang Ning immersed himself in the scene, his spirits lifted. Although these were merely low-grade herbs, they sufficed for a practitioner at the first level of qi cultivation like him, enough to support his journey to the peak of that realm. Even in the realm of cultivation, the herbs utilized by low-tier practitioners were typically mundane. The market's prices left Jiang Ning thoroughly satisfied, with many herbs priced by the pound at merely tens of yuan, incredibly inexpensive. In this era of advanced technology, industrialized and systematic farming had dramatically boosted productivity. The numerous types of herbs required for his elixirs flooded his mind, and following his list, Jiang Ning began to scour the nearby shops, astonishingly acquiring 90% of what he needed from the very first store. He marveled at the diversity available in the realm of cultivation. A typical low-tier practitioner would expend considerable effort to gather herbs, often needing to visit several markets and risking ambushes along the way. Due to the volume of herbs he purchased, the shopkeeper inquired whether he desired expedited shipping services, noting that while express delivery was available, it was more cost-effective for larger items. Encouraged by the shopkeeper's enthusiastic recommendations, he proceeded to 2 more shops, successfully gathering all the herbs required for 2 types of elixirs, spending a total of merely 10,000 yuan, which provided him with a 2-month supply of elixirs. Jiang Ning was astounded by his good fortune. It had been far too effortless. He had anticipated a much more arduous process. After completing his herb procurement, he initially intended to explore the area further, but then his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a broadband installation technician inquiring whether he would be home in the afternoon. He agreed, pondering that since he had gathered all the herbs needed for qi cultivation, he could conveniently return later to explore. Without further delay, Jiang Ning stowed a small quantity of herbs in his backpack and made his way back into the alley, venturing deeper into the less traveled paths until his spiritual sense detected no surveillance cameras or prying eyes. He employed a concealment technique to obscure his presence, then proceeded toward Yuzhou City. As he journeyed, he increasingly yearned for magical artifacts. Even a flying device would suffice, sparing him the arduous task of running on foot. No matter how swift he ran, it could never match the comfort of traveling via a magical tool, which would be far more befitting of an immortal than his current unpretentious state. While the issue of herbs was resolved, the quest for a magical artifact posed a significant challenge for Jiang Ning. He was uncertain whether the materials required for crafting such artifacts existed in the present world. Perhaps some did, yet he could not recall clearly. Thanks to the advancements in chemistry, the present world boasted various materials and alloys that were non-existent in the realm of cultivation. However, he was unsure if these could be utilized to craft a magical artifact, as the creation of such items typically required a variety of spiritual materials to facilitate the smooth transmission of spiritual energy. Observing the cars passing by, Jiang Ning's determination to craft a magical artifact only grew stronger. Chapter 23. Testing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Ning arrived in Yuzhou City. On this summer day, the sun was at its peak, and the nearby bungalows were filled with the faint sounds of cicadas. A large expanse of vacant land lay ahead, with most people retreating indoors for their afternoon naps. Thus, Jiang Ning did not spot Shui Yuantong at the door. He unlocked the door, having arranged for the telecommunications staff to arrive around 3 or 4 o'clock. After setting down his backpack, he casually arranged an array to maintain the herb's temperature and prevent any loss of efficacy. Having traveled throughout the night and over 1,000 kilometers, Jiang Ning felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He gestured, summoning a sphere of water from a bucket, igniting it with flames until it reached a suitable temperature. The water cascaded over him without a single droplet splashing. The warm water cleansed his skin, and with another incantation, he dried his clothes, instantly feeling refreshed. He lay on the bed, listening to the cicadas outside, and drifted into a deep slumber. He was awakened by the ringing of his phone. "Yes, I'm at home. You can come directly," he replied, realizing it was the broadband installation personnel. Stepping outside, he noticed that the sun was no longer as bright as it had been at noon. People gathered in the open space before the bungalows, chatting, while a few elderly gentlemen played chess, exchanging strategies. Shui Yuantong sat casually on a small stool at her doorstep, engrossed in her phone and munching on peaches, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Spotting Jiang Ning, she greeted him. "Jiang Ning, you didn't sleep until now, did you?" Jiang Ning caught sight of the workers on motorcycles approaching from a distance, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the logos on their uniforms. "Did you go to an internet CAF?" Shui Yuantong inquired quietly. She had long been eager to visit one, having heard her classmates enthusiastically discuss their gaming experiences. She felt quite adept at games herself, but hesitated to go to an internet CAF alone. Given her age, she could only enter unregulated ones, where she feared encountering unsavory characters who might bully her. "I didn't go. I'm not particularly fond of those places." In his earlier days, Jiang Ning had enjoyed visiting internet CFS, but after pursuing Shun Qinger's affection, he had reformed his ways, dedicating his high school years to her, rarely stepping into an internet CAF. Regrettably, he had neglected his gaming interests, and the woman had ultimately left him, leaving him with nothing. Later, when he entered university, it was already the year 2016. He contemplated immersing himself in gaming, yet felt it was too late and thus forsook this pursuit. After starting his career, he assembled a high-performance computer and transitioned to solo gaming, favoring immersive experiences for major titles or the social phenomenon of Wangzhourongyao. While the technician carried tools in one hand and spoke on the phone with the other, Jiang Ning's phone rang. The familiar melody startled Shui Yuantong. Was that not the ringtone of an Apple phone? When did Jiang Ning change his phone? Jiang Ning ended the call and called out, "Over here, over here." The technicians, two young men around 25 or 26, approached, asking, "You are here for the broadband installation, right?" Jiang Ning handed over the form, saying, "Let's begin the installation now." Thus, the installers entered Jiang Ning's room and commenced their work. Observing the two young men busy and sweating, Jiang Ning offered them 2 bottles of water, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "All right, thank you," they replied. Jiang Ning had already purchased the router from the service center. After connecting the lines, the technician began to debug the system, activating the network and configuring the internet account name and password. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, he placed the maintenance contact number on the router and tidied up the packaging and cables left from the installation. After the two left, Jiang Ning connected to the 20 megabits per second broadband, with download speeds effortlessly reaching 2 megabytes per second. The stability of the telecom broadband was remarkable, running smoothly without any lag. "Jiang Ning, you got installed?" Shui Yuantong blinked, feeling a sense of urgency as her data allowance for the month was nearly depleted. "Yes, I just finished setting it up," Jiang Ning replied. With anticipation in her eyes, Shui Yuantong asked, "Is the internet speed fast?" She added confidentially, "I can measure it accurately." With a serious expression on her face, Jiang Ning pretended not to hear and continued chatting with her. "I think it's quite good, much better than the previous mobile data." He opened a video website to demonstrate the internet speed to Shui Yuantong, and the video loaded instantaneously. Being a privileged user, he could watch anything he desired. "It is indeed fast," Shui Yuantong said with a somewhat forced smile. "However, internet speed needs to be tested multiple times." "Oh, I understand. I'll download a few videos to test it out." I meant to test the speed for you, not let you do it yourself." Shui Yuantong maintained a facade of a smile. Jiang Ning chuckled internally and refrained from teasing her further. "Why don't you help me test the network?" "What?" Shui Yuantong was momentarily taken aback. "You want to test it?" "The password is 8 8s with a dot at the end," Jiang Ning said. Shui Yuantong inhaled sharply, her eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly shouting, "I'll help you test it right now." However, her remaining rationality quickly steadied her racing heart. Clearing her throat, she said in a measured tone, "Well, let me check the speed for you, so you won't be fooled by the service center." She typed the password with what appeared to be a slow pace, but was in fact quite swift, eagerly anticipating the joy of watching anything without worrying about data limits. Then, a pop-up appeared, indicating an incorrect password. Shui Yuantong felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. her enthusiasm instantly dampened. Cough. The password is wrong. Darn it, what a wasted moment of joy. Jiang Ning exclaimed, I misspoke. The ending is a dot. Shui Yuantong shot him a resentful glance. Re-enter the password, and this time it was correct, allowing her phone to finally connect to the network. Without pausing to acknowledge Jiang Ning, she immediately opened the video app. And in an instant, the screen filled with video thumbnails, allowing her to watch whatever she wished. Shui Yuantong felt her heart swell with satisfaction, overwhelmed by a sense of fullness and abundance that brought her to the brink of tears. No one knew how joyous a girl, accustomed to rationing her data, felt when she connected to a strong signal. Moreover, it was from the neighboring house, amplifying the thrill. Jiang Ning watched her with a smile, asking, how's the speed? Shui Yuantong, unfamiliar with broadband rates, could not discern the figures, but she certainly felt the fast speed as she clicked on a video she wanted to watch. Great, great, Jiang Ning echoed, as he would use it alone anyway. Sharing with Shui Yuantong was no trouble at all, especially since it was sourced from the very depths beneath her house. Observing her suppressed delight, Jiang Ning found it particularly amusing, pondering when Shui Yuantong would mature into a more sophisticated persona. Otherwise, he felt as if he were teasing an elementary school student daily. Chapter 24. The unique immortal. At 9 in the evening, Jiang Ning arrived at the dam, where the crowd remained as dense as ever. With evening classes scheduled for the following night, he suddenly recalled there was still something he had yet to accomplish. Jiang Ning descended from the dam and walked into the nearby woods, where the terrain was low and devoid of streetlights. The canopy of leaves above rendered the surroundings exceedingly dim. Furthermore, mosquitoes were abundant. Even couples without funds for a hotel would shun such a place. A powerful cultivator was unperturbed by insects, as Jiang Ning emitted faint electric sparks from his body, stunning the approaching mosquitoes. He expanded his spiritual awareness, confirming that no wild mandarin ducks were present. Subsequently, Jiang Ning executed several hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy to conjure a mysterious crimson arrow that hovered in the air, emitting a glow in the darkness, pointing towards the city center. Jiang Ning grasped the arrow, which adhered to his palm like a slip of paper. This was a technique of spiritual tracking, a profound and arcane skill. If a spiritual mark were placed on a person, one could harness spiritual energy to trace their location. The more spiritual energy contained within the seed, the longer it could persist. If planted by a highly skilled individual, it could last for thousands of years. Jiang Ning's abilities were limited, allowing him to maintain it for only 3 days, and it could not exceed a certain distance, or else it would lose its effectiveness. However, it sufficed for his purpose. The individual he aimed to address was Song Sheng. Ever since he confronted Song Sheng, Jiang Ning had sensed a shift in the latter's gaze, a look filled with a desire to eliminate him. Even though Song Sheng concealed it well, Jiang Ning's keen senses had already detected it. This individual was akin to a venomous snake, poised to strike at any moment. Perhaps he could not harm Jiang Ning directly, but he had family and friends to consider. Ordinarily, after reprimanding Song Sheng, he would not dare to retaliate. Yet Song Sheng was a pure villain, incapable of being judged by common sense. Should he let down his guard, it was entirely possible that he would succeed one day. Jiang Ning never underestimated anyone, for in modern society, logic often held little sway. Sometimes, a mere rumor or slander could lead to social death or even suicide. In his previous life, during high school, Song Sheng bullied his classmates, trampling on their dignity, forcing them to transfer schools, and later, in society, he even assaulted colleagues, causing severe injuries that required hospitalization. He was utterly lawless. Perhaps it was a righteous act to prevent future victims from suffering at his hands. Of course, the primary reason was that he had provoked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had always preferred to eliminate potential threats preemptively. Initially, he had refrained from addressing Song Sheng because he had only recently dealt with him. An overt action might raise suspicions that his previous confrontation had caused lasting effects, leading to complications for himself. Anticipating a breakthrough during the upcoming holiday, he had implanted the spiritual mark in advance. Now, 10 days had passed since he last confronted Song Sheng. He resolved to take action and eliminate this nuisance. Jiang Ning broke off a branch, approximately the thickness of a baseball bat and 40 centimeters long. After weighing it in his hands, it felt quite manageable. He then employed a concealment technique, making himself vanish within the woods. Only the spiritual arrow in his palm indicated the direction of his target. Jiangning swiftly headed towards the city center, reaching the vicinity of the spiritual mark in less than 5 minutes. A dazzling gym illuminated by neon lights came into view, its entrance grand and exuding an air of sophistication. Numerous vehicles were parked outside, including several high-end models worth several 100,000 yuan. Jiangning did not enter, nor did he deactivate his concealment technique. Instead, he stood silently at the entrance, absorbing spiritual energy while he awaited someone. At that moment, several figures emerged from within. Jiangning had cultivated his spiritual awareness, granting him an exceptional memory. While not infallible, he could recall nearly anyone he had encountered. Among this group, 2 faces were instantly recognizable to him. One was Zhuang Jianhui, who had showcased his dunking prowess on the basketball court, and the other was Lin Zita, the stout fellow who had energetically promoted their event that day. Zhuang Jianhui walked at the center, radiating a sense of being the focal point. But it was the girl beside him who captured Jiangning's attention. Standing at 168 meters, her white dress accentuated her graceful silhouette as she walked quietly, her dark eyes and nearly perfect facial structure drawing admiration. Though Jiangning found her lacking in the ethereal quality of the fairies from the realm of cultivation, the hint of heroism in her demeanor provided her with a unique charm. In terms of beauty, she surpassed Shui Yuantong from later years by a slight margin. Jiangning recognized her as Ding Shuyan, hailing from the provincial city of Engshi, who would soon transfer to the experimental class at Xizhou. Rumors suggested she came from a prestigious background, her family wielding significant influence. Jiangning heard from an old classmate that Ding Shuyan had gained admission to the best university in the country and was subsequently sent abroad, disappearing from the radar. Lin Zita exited the gym, expressing his disdain. They say this gym is fantastic, high-end, luxurious, and understated, but the reality is quite the opposite. The atmosphere left me dumbfounded. And these trainers? What a bunch of mediocre individuals. Can they do anything besides selling membership cards? They are utterly unprofessional, far inferior to the gyms in our Engshi. Zhuang Jianhui smiled, his handsome features illuminated by a charming grin. Of course, it can't compare to our Engshi. If you measure Yuzhou by Engshi standards, it's truly an exercise in futility. They were accustomed to a privileged life in Engshi, and their arrival in the small city of Yuzhou had been a spontaneous decision, a mere detour in their lives. They didn't belong here. They were merely transient visitors for 3 years. Don't you agree, Shuyan? He turned to the girl beside him. Ding Shuyan furrowed her brows slightly, her deep-set eyes sensing a gaze upon her from the shadows, though she could not identify its source. Jiangning, aware of his own presence, recognized that she might have sensed something amiss. Having traversed the path of cultivation, he understood the boundless mysteries of the human body. For instance, Ding Shuyan's sixth sense at this moment was an enigmatic phenomenon. In the realm of cultivation, he had encountered an individual capable of foreseeing ominous signs, consistently avoiding danger and reaping benefits. However, that cultivator ultimately met his demise at Jiangning's hands. Despite Ding Shuyan's acute sixth sense, she remained an ordinary mortal. Unable to discern his presence, her efforts would inevitably be in vain. Contemplating this, Jiangning felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Being the sole cultivator amid a sea of mortals was a form of loneliness in itself. As Chapter 25 unfolded, Zhuang Jianhui acknowledged Ding Shuyan's intention to depart, naturally not opposing her decision. Having experienced Yuzhou's gym, he too felt inclined to leave. Just as they took a few steps away, a stout figure emerged from the gym's entrance. Jiangning, observing from a distance, narrowed his eyes. The person he awaited had finally arrived. Song Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow, a self-satisfied expression adorning his face. He had just bench-pressed 60 kilograms, effortlessly outdoing several adults nearby. He was confident that if a confrontation arose, no one around could match him. All would succumb easily under his strength. This thought filled him with pride. Being only a freshman, his physique had yet to fully develop. With continued training, surpassing 100 kilograms on the bench press would hardly be a challenge. At that juncture, who among his classmates could rival him? He could easily dominate them. However, the memories of his earlier humiliation at school, where Jiangning had effortlessly overturned him and forced him to apologize in front of the entire class, loomed over him. He could not fathom how Jiangning, not particularly tall or robust, possessed such immense strength. At 75 meters tall and weighing 170 Jin, he could not even manage to leap into the air himself. In summary, he could not seek revenge in the short term unless he resorted to a sneak attack. Song Shun contemplated his knife at home, but quickly extinguished that notion. Though he harbored a desire to eliminate Jiang Ning, he understood that doing so would entail severe consequences. He still needed to prepare for college. He would wait to settle the score after obtaining his degree. Until then, he could only target weaker classmates to establish his authority. With this in mind, Song Shun's gaze drifted towards the group ahead. Just as Zhuang Jianhui and his companions were about to leave, they spotted Song Shun from 20 meters away. Lin Zito whispered, "Do you see that guy? He's from our school." Zhuang Jianhui replied, "I haven't heard of him, having only been in school for a few days." He had encountered a few interesting individuals at Xizhong, but Song Shun was evidently not among them. Thus, he did not recognize such a minor character. His name is Song Shun from Class 8. Interestingly, during military training, Class 8 had a conflict and someone got into a fight. Song Shun was the main instigator, only to be kicked away. Lin Zita added, his eyebrows raising in surprise. "He really got kicked away? I heard that from a buddy in Class 8. Zhuang Jianhui dismissed it as nonsense. Kicked away? That guy weighs a fair amount, at least 160 or 170 Jin. How could he be kicked away? Lin Zita insisted. I thought it was a tall tale too, but that classmate spoke very earnestly. You should remember the traffic bureau guy we had dinner with the other day. His child mentioned it. Zhuang Jianhui raised an eyebrow. We both arrived in Yuzhou at the same time, but it feels like you're more familiar with the place than I am. Ding Shuyan listened quietly to their exchange. Having traveled to numerous places both domestically and abroad, she often spent her holidays exploring with her aunt, broadening her horizons. Thus, she did not take the squabbles among students to heart, even feeling somewhat disdainful. In this day and age, fighting seemed juvenile and immature. As a girl, she instinctively detested violence, even though she had engaged in her share of brawls during her childhood. Song Shun, positioned at a distance, did not catch their words, or else he might have harbored resentment. He would not dare confront them directly. He was cunning, not foolish. His family resided in the urban area of Yuzhou, and his parents were both working professionals who knew the ins and outs of local affairs, understanding whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Zhuang Jianhui and his companions were certainly not to be trifled with. At a prior gathering, a prominent elder in his family, seated at the head of the table, had specifically mentioned that the new leader of Yuzhou shared the same surname, Zhuang. Song Shun understood he could not afford to cross Zhuang Jianhui, but did not fear him either. If pushed to the brink, he would risk everything. After all, what was a life worth? As Song Shun's gaze fell upon the girl within the group, a fleeting moment of awe and covetousness flickered in his eyes. However, their paths were destined to remain unconnected. Despite his strength, bench pressing 60 kilograms at 16, he could not transcend societal divides. His prowess might allow him to dominate in class, but the disparity in their statuses was insurmountable, unless he could bench press 600 kilograms and become an Olympic champion. Song Shun's mind raced as he realized he lacked true friends. He resigned himself to solitude, for a beast roams alone while sheep gather in herds. And Song Shun was indeed his own beast. He strolled towards the main road, his home merely a few hundred meters away, a short 5-minute walk. As he departed, Jiang Ning also made his move, his speed unparalleled, covering the distance in an instant, his form akin to a phantom, unnoticed amidst the bustling city. Ing contemplated the approaching school term, which would surely herald the distribution of textbooks. During the summer break, he had enrolled in a tutoring program, thereby acquiring knowledge in numerous subjects ahead of time. He was confident that his performance in the upcoming monthly examination would be commendable. At that moment, his homeroom teacher would undoubtedly regard him with favor, making it far easier to intimidate those diligent yet academically challenged students in the future. After all, is it not the case that schools prioritize academic performance above all else? It seemed only natural for high-achieving students to prey upon their lower-performing peers. A sense of enlightenment washed over Ing, manifesting as a malicious grin that twisted his plump face into a cruel and sinister expression. As he took a step forward, it felt as though he were not merely stepping upon the ground, but rather on the faces of weaker classmates, crushing the pent-up resentment he had accumulated over the past few days with an instinctive exertion of force. In that very moment, Ing swung a stick, his body infused with the power that had been electrified by days of stimulation. The wooden stick sliced through the air with a whoosh and struck Sh's calf with brutal force. The sound of the impact resonated. Thud. Crack. As Sh stumbled and fell. The agony that surged through his leg was indescribable. A searing pain coursed through him, twisting his expression into one of horror. His gaze darted to his leg, where beneath his shorts, his calf flailed like the tentacles of an octopus, still present yet utterly uncontrollable, as if it were no longer a part of him. My leg! My leg! The dread enveloped him like a storm cloud, an unfathomable fear that left him feeling hollow and disoriented. His muscles went slack, and his body crumpled to the ground. The strain of his fall elicited a cold sweat from his brow. My leg is broken. Sh's wail echoed, a piercing sound akin to a slaughtered pig, drawing the attention of passers-by. Chapter 26. Clue, alas, in the bustling city, no one paid heed to his plight, for he was shrouded in an aura of concealment, rendering him invisible to those around him, none aware of the violence occurring in plain sight. In truth, one could have easily set a trap to ensnare Sh. Perhaps a sudden shock as he crossed the street could lead to an accident, far less detectable. So why resort to a stick? Because it was undeniably exhilarating. To personally shatter a leg with a single swing and send him off to the hospital. What a thrill. Ng's technique was precise, his control over force exceptional. With a single blow, he fractured Sh's leg. Such an injury, should he seek medical attention, could be resolved with current technology. A surgical procedure to insert a steel plate would suffice. After a year or two, the plate could be removed, and if the surgery went smoothly and rehabilitation was diligent, residual effects would be minimal. Yet the process would entail considerable suffering, requiring several months of recovery. One could surmise that after enduring such torment, Sh would temper his temperament. Even if he could not, he would at least be unable to bully others at school. How could he intimidate anyone with a broken leg? It seemed that the classmates who were destined to be tormented by Sh might finally enjoy a peaceful 3 years of high school. Had come to the city for a singular purpose, and upon its completion, he wasted no time in departing the clamor. Taking only his wooden stick with him, Sh sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Zhu knew and his companions were not far off and had clearly noticed the situation. Lin Zd, in particular, was chatting when a sudden scream startled him. What the hell happened? He exclaimed. Shyn glanced at Sh's leg, her keen eyesight discerning the grotesque contortion of his calf, rendering her unable to look away. It's broken, she stated flatly. Lindsay D, perplexed, replied. Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? How could it suddenly break? Did he fall? Shyn shook her head slightly. No, it's unlikely he fell to cause that kind of injury. It appears he was struck by something, a stick perhaps. Her aunt's ex-boyfriend had studied medicine, and during her visits, she had perused various medical texts, gaining a modicum of understanding. As she observed the crowd gathering around, she described, I was watching from over there. I didn't see anyone strike Shing. He took a step, and before his foot even touched the ground, I heard the noise. That's rather strange, Lindsay D mused, furrowing his brow. As more people began to notice the peculiar state of Shing's leg and called for an ambulance, a circle of spectators formed around him, intrigued by the unusual spectacle. Shing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The acute shame even overshadowed the intense pain, and he yearned to turn and flee. Yet with a broken leg, escape was impossible. Zhu Yingji knew and his companions did not simply walk away. Despite their self-proclaimed superiority, they recognized the plight of a fellow student in distress and felt compelled to assist. Moreover, in YZHU, no one dared to deceive them. Lindsay D unscrewed a bottle cap and offered, have a sip of this ice-cold cola. It might alleviate some of the pain. Shing struggled to accept it, gulping down a large mouthful as the carbonation provided a modicum of comfort. At that moment, Lindsay D inquired, What happened to you, classmate? Did you fall? Shing, bewildered by his misfortune, felt a surge of frustration. Lindsay D appeared benevolent, and, given his substantial background, he seemed the appropriate person to confide in. I don't know, I was just walking, and suddenly my leg broke out of nowhere. How unlucky can one be? Although probing into the cause of his injury felt akin to reopening a wound. The simple act of sharing a cola eased his spirits somewhat. Did you feel as if something struck your leg suddenly? Perhaps a stick? Lindsay D. asked cautiously. The bizarre nature of Ng's ordeal was evident. The grotesque angle of his leg made it clear that it could not have simply broken from walking. Coupled with Ng's earlier remarks, Lindsay D. pressed on. Yes, it was a stick that hit me. In his eagerness to validate his claim, Ng grasped his calf, revealing the ghastly wound that bore the unmistakable mark of a stick. Lindsay D. had intended to say more, but the sound of an approaching ambulance interrupted them. Soon, medical personnel arrived to assist Ng into the ambulance. Ding North stood rooted in place, watching the vehicle drive away, when suddenly she remarked. Zhuing Jinu and Lindsay D. exchanged incredulous glances. They were well aware of Dingshyn's character, which rarely showed such concern. Dingshyn thought to herself, how peculiar, how very peculiar. The entire incident felt extraordinarily strange. While Lindsay D. and Zhuing Jinu had not witnessed the events clearly, she had observed everything from start to finish. The moment of Ng's misfortune. If she had to describe it, it was as if an invisible assailant had wielded a stick and struck Ng's calf. She spoke slowly. Silence enveloped the group for several seconds. Zhuing Jinu inquired, is it possible, with today's technology, to make someone invisible? He turned to Lindsay D., who possessed an impressive breadth of knowledge, being the administrator of a popular forum and managing several groups. Upon hearing the topic raised, Lindsay D. pondered, it's unlikely. I know of a concept called transformation optics. It utilizes metamaterials to manipulate the refractive index, allowing light to bend around an object, thereby creating the appearance of invisibility. Light can be refracted, much like how we see underwater from above the surface. If someone were to wear clothing made from such materials and attack Ng, it might be feasible. He mused. Dingshyn responded. If such materials exist, then the weapon used in the attack would also need to be crafted from metamaterials, wouldn't it? Lindsay D., noticing his cousin's earnestness, chuckled. Shyn, what are you thinking? Those materials are not yet in use. They are non-existent. There is no invisible assailant attacking Ng. Dingshyn declared. Let me call Uncle H in to inquire about the medical diagnosis. He is the expert. If it truly was an attack, this matter is certainly not simple. Her determination to investigate stemmed from a reason she could not disclose to the others. From a young age, she possessed a peculiar talent. Whenever someone gazed at her intently for an extended period, she would become aware of it. This extraordinary intuition had never failed her. On one occasion, while staying at a hotel, that sixth sense resurfaced, and she could not discern the reason for it. Ultimately, she enlisted someone to investigate the hotel, and indeed, they discovered a pinhole camera concealed within the wall socket. Not once had she been mistaken. From that moment onward, she became unwavering in her belief in her sixth sense. Just moments ago, as she exited the gym, that same inexplicable feeling arose within her. She surveyed her surroundings and found no sign of the person. Shortly after Song Sheng was attacked, that hidden gaze vanished. Connecting the dots regarding Song Sheng's injuries, a chilling thought crossed Ding Shuyin's mind. Someone was lurking in the shadows. Consequently, a strong curiosity ignited within her. Having always been a nonconformist, Ding Shuyin entertained an almost fantastical notion. Could there truly be the existence of invisible beings? Chapter 27. The lights went out after departing from the city center. Jiang Ning exerted all his spiritual energy, covering over 30 kilometers until he reached the vicinity of the substation near the village he had passed through on his previous journey to Qiaozhou Road. Given Jiang Ning's current pace, it was merely a matter of minutes. His reason for coming here was to assess whether his actions from the previous night had managed to quell the disturbances at the factory. As he approached the substation, a sudden fluctuation of spiritual awareness caught his attention. He halted, scanning the area, and unexpectedly spotted two men, one crouched below the embankment and the other hidden behind a tree on the embankment. Their positions allowed them to observe both the substation and the small river. They would be quick to notice anyone approaching. However, with Jiang Ning's concealment technique, they remained oblivious to his presence. Jiang Ning directed his spiritual awareness toward the substation cover and was astonished to find that the wires he had severed the previous day had been reconnected. An electrical current was flowing normally. He moved to the sewage pipe by the riverbank, and upon inspection, he discovered that the pipe had also been cleared, seemingly replaced with a brand new segment. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had to admit that the efficiency of the opposing party was remarkable. The damage he had inflicted the night before had been entirely rectified within a single day. It was worth noting that repairing electrical issues required notifying the Power Supply Bureau and going through proper channels to arrange for workers. Water pipe issues necessitated a thorough investigation to identify the problem, especially since Jiang Ning had employed a spell to solidify the soil that had been blocking the pipe. The opposing party's rapid diagnosis and decision to replace the pipe were impressive, considering it had all occurred within just one day. Jiang Ning marveled at the talent displayed. Their remarkable initiative suggested they had established connections within Yuzhou. Otherwise, such matters would have been difficult to resolve. Now, with two individuals monitoring the situation, it was clear they had considered every angle. What an intriguing individual, capable of anything, yet engaged in the clandestine activities of sewage management. Under normal circumstances, they would have successfully commenced their operations, but Jiang Ning was no ordinary person. Instead of rushing to cultivate, he sprinted over 1,000 meters to find a place rich in spiritual energy and settled down. He released his concealment technique, activated the transformation technique, and began to absorb spiritual energy. Previously, in order to address Song Sheng, he had utilized his spiritual awareness to trace the situation to this village and had activated the divine step technique, nearly exhausting his internal spiritual energy. After half an hour, Jiang Ning managed to restore his energy. He activated his concealment technique once more, shrouding himself in invisibility as he approached the substation. The two men on watch were engrossed in a battle with mosquitoes, entirely unaware of his presence. Ignoring them, Jiang Ning settled into a meditative position and began refining his body. He once again targeted the electric wire, employing a colossal hand conjured from the Nine Heavens Thunder technique to seize a substantial current, which surged into his body, refining his muscles and bones. Yin Bo sat at the factory entrance, his face weary. Throughout the day, he had scoured around, pleading and exhausting all efforts, and finally managed to restore the electricity just before nightfall. As he observed the machines springing to life, mere minutes later, a worker rushed over to inform him that the sewage pipe was blocked and wastewater could not be discharged. He hurriedly took a team to examine the situation, and after quite some time, they finally resolved the issue. Yin Bo felt incredibly unlucky. The simultaneous occurrence of two problems indicated that someone was undoubtedly sabotaging him. Otherwise, how could both the electricity and drainage suddenly malfunction? To address this, he intentionally recruited two burly men to keep watch, vowing to deliver a thorough beating to whoever was behind the disturbances, thus alleviating his pin-up frustration. Listening to the thunderous machines within the factory, Yin Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he inhaled a deep breath of smoke. The smoke danced within his lungs, and his spirits lifted. Life was indeed beautiful. However, before he could exhale the smoke, the machines, in unison, fell silent, as if they had conspired together, fading into a hushed stillness reminiscent of the sudden quietude after a vibrant summer cicada chorus. Within the now silent factory, even the overhead lights dimmed significantly. Some astute workers immediately shouted, "Boss, the voltage has dropped again. The machines won't operate." Yin Bo stood there in disbelief, a familiar sense of discomfort washing over him, leaving him momentarily breathless. Coughing violently, he choked on the smoke that had lodged in his lungs. The abrupt change caught him off guard, and his earlier joy had been frozen alongside the machines. He hurried to assess the situation, and upon inspection, he confirmed that the voltage had indeed decreased. Here was again, just as it had been that day. Yin Bo's expression darkened as he picked up his phone to call the two men on watch. "What's going on, boss?" "There's nothing here except for mosquitoes. Not even a ghost." Yin Bo found it utterly perplexing. Everything had seemed normal. So why had the voltage suddenly plummeted? The factory's wiring was reinforced and reliable, having never exhibited such issues before. With no other options, he reluctantly called the electrician from last time. The loss incurred from a single night's halt of operations was substantial. The electrician, upon receiving the call, quickly sprang into action and hurried towards the site. Yin Bo was generous with his payment, and the electrician wasted no time, arriving swiftly. Following the electrician's lead, Yin Bo illuminated the area as they inspected the cause of the voltage drop, making their way to the riverbank substation. The electrician took a glance and shrugged, indicating he was at a loss. The problem lay within the substation, and he was unable to repair it. However, at least he had collected a fee for his efforts. So he reassured Yin Bo, "Boss, this time it's much better than last. At least the power hasn't completely gone out. Perhaps it will return to normal shortly." Upon hearing the electrician's words, Yin Bo's expression remained sullen and unyielding. Jiang Ning sat near the substation, observing the group. That young man must be the leader. Yang Ning Muset. Yin Bo, seeing that the electrician was unable to provide a solution, felt utterly helpless. He could not summon the Power Supply Bureau. After all, they were government employees. While he had some connections, it was simply impossible to reach them at this hour. He would have to wait until tomorrow for repairs. He then thought to himself, it was the height of summer, and the demand for electricity was immense. Perhaps after midnight, everything would return to normal. Comforting himself with this thought, Yin Bo felt somewhat better. The voltage was low, the factory was halted, and what was the point of keeping watch? As Jiang Ning noticed the group departing, he gradually emerged from the shadows of the night. His cultivation progress for the day had been accomplished, no longer absorbing electrical currents. He descended the embankment silently and approached the sewage pipe's location by the river. With a swift motion, he summoned the earth to block the end of the sewage pipe, compacting it with his spiritual energy. Next, he strolled to the midpoint of the drainage pipe and severed it with a blade of spiritual energy, echoing his earlier actions of blocking the water flow. Once satisfied with his handiwork, Jiang Ning nodded approvingly, having obstructed 2 sections of the sewage pipe, making repairs significantly more challenging. Before departing, Jiang Ning passed by the embankment and unleashed a wave of azure sword energy, slicing through the malicious wire within the substation. Just as he severed the wire, Yin Bo's phone rang before he had even reached the factory. "Boss, it's bad news. The lights have gone out." Yin Bo. In that moment, anger surged within him, his temper flaring, and his fingers trembled as he fought the urge to hurl his phone. In that instant, Yin Bo felt as though the entire world conspired against him. "Investigate. I demand an investigation." Yin Bo bellowed in fury. "Damn it, are you all bullying an honest man?" Chapter 28. I am a pill alchemist. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning glanced at the time. It was 2 in the morning. He summoned a basin of water, ignited flames to heat it, and poured it over himself, subsequently using a spell to dry his clothes. Next, Jiang Ning closed his eyes to rest. His backpack lay open beside him, filled with herbs sealed in cling film. With a gentle wave of his hand, the herbs flew orderly from the bag and lined up before him. Jiang Ning prepared to refine a gathering chi pill to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Alchemy is an esteemed skill in the realm of immortality, akin to various professions in the mortal world, such as doctors, chefs, and engineers. However, mastering alchemy is a formidable task, requiring not only exceptional talent, but also considerable resources. A genuine alchemist commands respect wherever they go, which is why Jiang Ning possesses several legacies of alchemical mastery. Channeling his spiritual power, Jiang Ning flicked his fingers forward and a straight beam of ethereal flame shot out. The pure white flame danced, distorting the surrounding space. Unlike ordinary fire, this ethereal flame is cultivated by practitioners through techniques or rare materials. Its most notable characteristic is its incredibly high temperature, capable of melting metal in an instant. If a human were to come into contact with it, the flame would consume them as fuel, reducing them to ash within seconds. Thus, it is a vital tool for those with malicious intent, and many desperate individuals carry a form of ethereal flame with them. In his past life, Jiang Ning mastered over a dozen types of ethereal flames. He was indeed an expert in the art of fire. Moreover, refining pills necessitates ethereal flame, which is formed from spiritual energy. When purifying the essence of herbs, a qualitative transformation occurs, fulfilling the conditions required for pill creation. Jiang Ning focused on the white flame and suddenly struck downward, causing a wave of spiritual energy to lift several herbs into the air. However, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he remembered that he was no longer the nascent soul, true monarch of his past life. Given his current level of spiritual awareness, attempting to extract multiple herbs at once would surely end in disaster. Realizing this, the herbs descended, leaving only a single green herb hovering in the air. His spiritual awareness enveloped the herb, and Jiang Ning's vast knowledge of herbs allowed him to quickly ascertain its age, quality, remaining efficacy, and the appropriate flame temperature and technique for extracting its essence. Each aspect must be executed flawlessly, otherwise, the efficacy of the resulting pill would be severely compromised, or worse, the refining could fail entirely. With a flick of his finger, the ethereal flame enveloped the herb entirely. Upon contact, the herb ignited as if made of paper, transforming into a swirling green liquid, which reflected the pristine moonlight. This moment tested his technique most rigorously. If the flame's temperature was too high, the liquid would evaporate, and if too low, it would fail to purify the herb. Only the correct temperature would allow the spiritual energy within the flame to permeate the liquid, achieving a harmonious blend of water and fire. Jiang Ning remained wholly focused on controlling the ethereal flame, his spiritual awareness circling tightly around it. Soon, black specks began to appear in the green liquid, creating a stark contrast. A portion of the ethereal flame transformed into a sharp needle, piercing the liquid to eliminate those impurities. These black spots were contaminants that, if not removed, would significantly affect the subsequent alchemical process. One by one, Jiang Ning eradicated the black specks until none remained. At this point, the liquid had shrunk to half its original size, crystalline and translucent, resembling a gemstone. This liquid was something that human technology could never replicate, as it belonged to the realm of spiritual power. This indicated that the liquid was of acceptable quality. Jiang Ning lightly waved his finger, transferring the liquid to a slightly distant position. He exhaled a sigh of relief and picked up another herb to begin extracting its essence. This time, the resulting liquid was a deep crimson, reminiscent of droplets of blood. Following this, he processed the remaining herbs, a laborious endeavor that tested his mental fortitude, magical power, and spiritual awareness. Once all the herbs had been extracted, a collection of liquids and powders materialized before Jiang Ning. Some herbs, being dried, had their essences contained within the powder. Next came the most skill-demanding step of alchemy, merging the liquids into a pill. Jiang Ning wasted no time. With a wave of his spiritual energy, the liquids began to merge according to a precise sequence. An untrained individual attempting this would only ruin their concoction. As the two liquids combined, their differing attributes reacted violently, akin to hot oil meeting cold water, resulting in a hissing sound and the sudden appearance of numerous black specks. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning transformed the ethereal flame into 9 needle-like flames that swiftly pierced the liquid, deftly removing the impurities in one fluid motion. Such extreme skill is akin to artistry. If Shui Yuantong were present, she would undoubtedly refrain from claiming she could match his prowess. With that thought, Jiang Ning smiled faintly. As the liquids and powders coalesced, steam rose, forming a substance the size of a chicken egg. This was no longer merely liquid. It had begun to solidify, taking the initial shape of a pill, often referred to as a pill embryo. Jiang Ning gazed at the last viscous, milky liquid in the air, the auxiliary liquid required for the gathering qi pill. Enter, Jiang Ning commanded, and the milky liquid enveloped the pill embryo. Upon contact, a refreshing herbal aroma wafted forth, invigorating and comforting. The scent lingered for only a moment. Seal. Jiang Ning employed a spell to lock in the fragrance, preventing the potency from dissipating. He cast another spell, causing the once egg-sized pill embryo to suddenly disintegrate into 12 smaller white embryos. The ethereal flame swirled around them, rapidly rotating to form a fiery vortex. The 12 white embryos spun swiftly within the vortex. This step, known as polishing, aimed to encapsulate the medicinal power and ensure the embryos matured into pills. As they continued to spin, the embryos gradually shrank, ultimately reaching the size of a fingertip. The ethereal flame finally extinguished, leaving 12 gathering qi pills suspended in midair, shimmering with a white luster. Their surfaces bore an ancient symbol, unique to the alchemical master Jiang Ning, signifying the work of the illustrious true Monarch Jiang Ning. After admiring the pills for half a minute, Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a delicate white jade vial flew in from the table, drawing the pills inside before sealing it shut. Only one gathering qi pill remained, which Jiang Ning promptly swallowed. The medicinal power erupted within him, surging through his meridians and causing them to ache. Jiang Ning, possessing a heavenly spirit root, absorbed the pill's potency with remarkable efficiency. This gathering qi pill, while approximately 50% less effective than those refined by the pill masters of the Luoyan sect, was not a reflection of Jiang Ning's alchemical skills, but rather the inferior potency of earthly herbs compared to those in the realm of immortality. Even so, a single pill could equate to 3 or 4 days of arduous cultivation. Consuming one daily would triple his cultivation speed. Alas, had he access to the gathering chi pills from the realm of immortality, they could provide 7 times the cultivation speed. To achieve greater acceleration, he would need to pay closer attention to the quality of the herbs. Jiang Ning's mind began to formulate a plan. As he refined the medicinal power, he contemplated his future strategies. He could produce a batch of targeted pills, find a representative to market them, and introduce them to the market. In his past life, Jiang Ning understood the vast profits of pharmaceuticals, which spanned many fields, including ophthalmology, beauty, and hair restoration, each direction capable of yielding substantial wealth. With such financial resources, he could acquire land, set up grand formations, absorb the world's spiritual energy, and cultivate herbs. Jiang Ning intended to utilize earthly resources to nurture a golden core practitioner. Chapter 29. I Can Truly Ride a Bike. September 12th, 5 p.m. Shui Yuantong found it peculiar that Jiang Ning had not ventured outside all day. This indicated he had not eaten throughout the day. Had he overslept? She couldn't help but speculate. Having not seen Jiang Ning for a day, Shui Yuantong felt a certain void. It seemed as though Jiang Ning was ever present, as she was constantly connected to him. Tonight was the evening study session. Surely Jiang Ning wouldn't forget, would he? Should she give him a call? Suddenly, Shui Yuantong recalled that she didn't have Jiang Ning's phone number. This situation is rather awkward. After riding in someone else's vehicle for several days, she remains without a number or a friend. Tonight, she plans to ask for one. Shui Yuantong contemplates this when Jiang Ning pushes the door open. Jiang Ning, did you sleep in? Shui Yuantong inquires. Yang Ning notes, explaining that after refining the qi gathering pill last night, dawn was fast approaching and in the process of absorbing the elixir's potency to enhance his cultivation. He inadvertently stayed up all night. Thus, he took the liberty of sleeping until now. Have you eaten yet? I made dumplings. Would you like to sample my culinary skills? Shui Yuantong offers. Sure, Jiang Ning replies. I haven't eaten either. Come with me. Shui Yuantong prepares a portion of dumplings. Half for herself and 2.5 for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning brings a folding table to the door along with 2 small stools. Shui Yuantong prepares a bowl of dipping sauce for the dumplings, and the two gather around the small table, basking in the sunset as they eat and converse. What is your number, Jiang Ning? Shui Yuantong boldly asks, as she has never been one to hesitate. Jiang Ning shares his number, and upon searching, Shui Yuantong discovers that Jiang Ning's level is 2 moons, while hers is 1 sun and 2 moons. She feels a surge of triumph, having made considerable efforts to level up, often using data to keep her status active. After Jiang Ning accepts her friend request, she notices his esteemed online status, and the joy of victory dissipates, making her dumplings lose their flavor. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, Shui Yuantong's competitive spirit is still at play. In the future, everyone will use WeChat, rendering levels irrelevant. After Jiang Ning accepts a request, she discovers several notifications. Shun Qingyi, who is also online, is taken aback upon seeing Jiang Ning's status, as she is well aware of his family's financial situation. His parents work jobs that barely scrape by. It is unlikely that they would purchase a phone for him. He must have borrowed someone else's to show off. After finishing the dumplings, Shui Yuantong rushes to wash the dishes, while Jiang Ning uses a pill to cultivate, seated on a small stool. When heading to school, Shui Yuantong, despite her initial reluctance in accepting Jiang Ning's enthusiastic invitation, finds herself sitting in the back of his mountain bike. Jiang Ning feels that the mountain bike gifted by his cousin Jiang Junlong is quite remarkable, equipped with a protective barrier and additional soft seats, making it ideal for carrying passengers. Shui Yuantong sits sideways, her slender legs swaying in the breeze. Jiang Ning's cycling skills are exceptional, no matter how he sways. The ride remains smooth and stable. Watching Jiang Ning from behind fills her with an inexplicable sense of security, as if he would shield her from any danger that might arise. The next moment, Shui Yuantong feels a pang of shame. After all, she is Shui Yuantong. How absurd it is to think she needs protection. Jiang Ning, I'll take you on my bike tomorrow, Shui Yuantong boldly declares, patting her chest. I don't think so. Aunt Gu said you can't ride, Jiang Ning retorts. Stunned, Shui Yuantong absurdly thinks, is it over? Has my mother betrayed me? With Jiang Ning exposing her secret, Shui Yuantong feels intense embarrassment. Her image in Jiang Ning's eyes must have plummeted several levels. I misspoke. I just can't ride an electric bike. But I can ride a bicycle. If you don't believe me, get off, and I'll show you. She defends herself. Really? This is the first time I've heard of someone who can ride a bicycle, but not an electric one, Jiang Ning exaggerates. Seeing Jiang Ning's astonishment, Shui Yuantong smugly asserts, of course, I'm rather special. I ride my bicycle incredibly fast, capable of 180-degree drifts and riding with no hands. You understand, right? No handlebars. Freeing my hands, and I can even turn without holding on. Shui Yuantong speaks with such earnestness that she gradually convinces herself. Jiang Ning, however, finds it hard to comprehend. Oh, then give it a try, he challenges. Jiang Ning is so annoying. Ultimately, Shui Yuantong concocts an excuse, claiming she isn't fit to ride today, and evades the topic. At Yuzhou No. 4 High School, on a bench in the small garden, Lin Zita hands a bottle of Red Bull to a nearby boy. Wang Yong, you mentioned the other day that someone in your class got into a fight during military training, right? Yes, Lin Ge. The one who fought is Song Sheng. He was kicked right out of the scene. It was quite a spectacle. Even now, Wang Yong remains animated discussing the incident. Lin Zita smiles, having not witnessed it himself, unlike Wang Yong, who shares a deeper connection to the event. Today, he is inquiring on behalf of his cousin Ding Shuyan. Interestingly, after Song Sheng was sent to the Third People's Hospital, Ding Shuyan asked Uncle He at the hospital this morning, who consulted a seasoned orthopedic doctor. The doctor indicated that, based on the injuries, Song Sheng had sustained a fracture due to a blunt force. Lin Zita and his companions find this hard to believe, having not seen anyone attack Song Sheng, and it is this curiosity that prompts Ding Shuyan's request for Lin Zita to inquire further about Song Sheng. You remember who fought with Song Sheng, right? He asks. Wang Yong nods. He had previously shared the story with Lin Zita, who in T cared about the identity of the opponent. Now, however, he feels no need to conceal anything. It's Jiang Ning from our class. He's quite interesting. His military posture was impeccable, even praised by Instructor Li. We thought he was only good at standing, but it turns out he fights fiercely. Wang Yong has a favorable impression of Jiang Ning, having witnessed him stand up for their classmates. Lin Zita feigns interest, asking, did he have any conflict with Song Sheng? Why did they fight? No conflict. That day, Song Sheng and Shan Kai-Xian were fighting at the back of the classroom, and Song Sheng knocked over several desks. It was truly intense. I doubt an average person could contend with him. After they were separated, the matter seemed resolved. But then, Jiang Ning stepped in, demanding Song Sheng apologize to the classmates whose desks he had toppled, and then it escalated into a fight, with Song Sheng being the one mostly on the receiving end. Wang Yong picks a handful of grass from the ground and lightly tugs at it. Jiang Ning just lifted him up effortlessly. It looked painful. Lin Zita imagines the scene and feels uncomfortable. Make sure to ask tonight if Jiang Ning has any other grievances with Song Sheng, he instructs. Wang Yong agrees, noting that his family is part of a prominent community, albeit on the lower rungs of the social ladder. Lin Zita, however, belongs to the absolute elite. Wang Yong has long desired to integrate into their circle, but has found it difficult. Now that Lin Zita needs his help, he is more than eager to oblige. Although high school students are only around 15 or 16, they are not naive. Some, with rich experiences, possess maturity comparable to adults. Wang Yong, raised in an influential environment, has been exposed to social intricacies from a young age. Chapter 30. The universal key. Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong enter their classroom together. Even though their simultaneous arrivals and departures may lead others to suspect a romantic involvement, Shui Yuantong is unbothered. Even if they are doubted, she is indifferent, believing that when the monthly exams arrive, she will shatter all rumors with her results. Shui Yuantong has already made up her mind. After the monthly exams, when the seating arrangement changes, she will sit beside Jiang Ning to tutor him diligently. With this thought in mind, she instinctively glances toward Jiang Ning's seat, where he sits quietly in the corner by the window, gazing out at the campus. Beside him, Ma Shicheng adopts an unusual posture, engrossed in his phone, his body twisting and contorting. What are you doing? Yang Ning asks. Ma Shicheng, brimming with excitement, replies, there's actually a universal key for our class. I cracked it and am searching for a signal, but right now there's only one bar. He sways as he speaks, then presses his phone against the wall. The signal suddenly jumps to 2 bars, and with a speed of 200, Ma Shicheng is ecstatic, quickly opening an app to download a game. The game he is downloading is the modified version of Asphalt 7 for Android. No way, really? Hu Jun, passing by, glances at Ma Shicheng's phone and sees the logo, prompting him to pull out his own phone to search. Ma Shicheng, what is the password? He asks. Not wanting to share his connection, Ma Shicheng feels a bit displeased yet finds it hard to refuse. So he responds, just use the universal key to unlock it. In 2013, the installation volume of the WNNY Ashi app was astonishing, with most students having on their phones to unlock passwords anytime and anywhere. What they were unaware of was that the app's ability to crack passwords was rather feeble. However, it possessed a rather intriguing function. Once installed, it would silently upload any connected passwords to the cloud. If you had it on your phone and someone else used WNNY Ashi, they could easily access your home network. In their quest to take advantage of others, they failed to realize that their own passwords could also be compromised. Given the app's widespread usage, the number of accessible passwords was quite considerable. Upon connecting, Hu Jun immediately launched Youku to play a video. And while it was loading on his end, Ma Shicheng's internet speed plummeted from 200 to 50 in an instant. Frustrated, Ma Shicheng found himself at a loss for words. He could not blame anyone for being outpaced in the battle for bandwidth. He had no choice but to leave his seat in search of a better signal throughout the classroom. Meanwhile, Hu Jun found that his connection was satisfactory and called over his friends to join in. Soon, not only the boys, but some girls also pulled out their phones to connect. Jiang Ning found the situation amusing. It was indeed a peculiar era where people engaged in various antics to leech off internet connections. Seated in front, Gung Lu was utterly bored. Seeing others engrossed in their phones stirred her curiosity. She turned around and noticed Jiang Ning remaining unfazed, prompting her to ask, Jiang Ning, why aren't you connecting? I don't feel the need to download anything, Jiang Ning replied, glancing at her. Gung Lu was not particularly slender like Shun Qingyi. Her face held a hint of baby fat, and she wore a blue shirt that appeared somewhat heavy from Jiang Ning's perspective. Could you lend me your phone for a moment? I promise to return it right away. Thank you, Gung Lu said a bit shyly. Jiang Ning took out his phone and handed it over. Gung Lu paused upon noticing the model, recognizing it as a familiar one. She was surprised to find Jiang Ning quite affluent. It made sense, considering he had worn a complete Adidas outfit at the start of school, suggesting a comfortable family background. What astonished her further was that Jiang Ning's phone was devoid of a case or screen protector. Was he not afraid of damaging it? She felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned about accidentally dropping it. Never mind, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Puzzled by her sudden change of heart, Jiang Ning did not press for further explanation. Yang Ning. Tonight SHNQNGR. Ing is going to elect a class monitor and a study committee member. Are you going to give it a try? Gung Lu inquired, as girls often cared about such matters. I think I'll pass. It's not really my thing, Jiang Ning replied. Not all. If you run for it, I'm sure many would vote for you, Gung Lu said candidly. Following that day, some girls had privately discussed Jiang Ning, remarking on his handsomeness, though they noted he was a bit short. However, Gung Lu observed today that Jiang Ning was not short at all. He nearly matched the height of the 175 centimeters tall Ma Shicheng. I believe Huang Zhongfei would be more suitable, Jiang Ning suggested. In a previous life, Huang Zhongfei had been the class monitor and was quite popular among the students. Gung Lu remained silent, although Jiang Ning was commendable. He paled in comparison to the exceptionally handsome Huang Zhongfei. If Class 8 were to distribute attractiveness points, Huang Zhongfei would undoubtedly claim the majority. Their conversation flowed naturally, and despite Jiang Ning's lack of enthusiasm, he found himself engaged with a charming and well-proportioned girl. He occasionally shared unique insights, making their exchanges particularly pleasant. Gung Lu felt comfortable chatting with Jiang Ning, as he seemed to comprehend everything she shared without interrupting. Consequently, Gung Lu grew bolder and spoke more freely, often dominating the conversation with trivial anecdotes, such as a disliked teacher from elementary school or a cherished memory, expressing her feelings without interruption. When Shun Qingyi arrived in class, she instinctively glanced towards Jiang Ning's seat and was met with this very scene. Her previously gentle smile faded, replaced by a chill. It suddenly dawned on her that Jiang Ning had chosen to ignore her in favor of a new girl. How interesting. Just a few days after arriving in Yuzhou, and you've already found a new companion. I never realized you were so wild, she thought, casting a cold glance at the pair, lingering her gaze on Gung Lu for a few seconds. Shin Qingyi was well aware of the attractive girls in their class, and remembered Gung Lu as being decent-looking, though not as striking as herself. She could not comprehend why Jiangning had so quickly shifted his affections. Since arriving in Yuzhou, she felt she had lost control over him. This sense of helplessness stirred a profound discomfort within her, even leading to feelings of frustration. All right, Jiangning, if you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Shin Qingyi resolved to truly ignore Jiangning from that moment on. Yet, the comfort of conversing with Jiangning was undeniable. He was clean-cut and exuded a pleasant fragrance that lifted her spirits. She pondered how delightful it would be to befriend him. Chapter 31. You will regret it after the bell rang. SHNQNGR entered the classroom and began taking attendance from the podium. After one round, out of the 52 students, only 51 were present. SH was absent. The class quickly realized his absence due to the dramatic screams he had let out during military training and a previous class fight, which had made him quite notorious. SHNQNGR was aware of the reason. Earlier that morning, SH's parent had called to inform that he had broken his leg and would be absent for a month. With school barely underway, the sudden absence of a student left SHNQNGR feeling oddly perturbed. With a wave of his hand, he called out the boys in the last row, "Come with me to Building 2 to move books." At the start of the school year, many tall boys tended to sit at the back of the classroom. So SHNQNGR's request was quite reasonable. Thus, the boys sitting in the back, Gu Kayan, DNK Ikoen, HJN, MSHCH and Jiangning, followed him outside. Gung Lu watched Jiangning leave and gave him a thumbs up. Although Huing ZHNGF, I sat at the front. He raised his hand to indicate he would also help with moving books. SHNQNGR readily agreed to his willingness. The remaining classmates were left to self-study. But it was hardly a quiet affair. In particular, Ying, who sat in the third row and was not required to assist in moving books, seized the opportunity to inquire about matters that Lin Zd had entrusted him with. Hoping to gather information, QNGF why hasn't SH shown up today? Do you know what happened? QNGF glanced at Ying. They were desk mates, and Ying's family background was decent. So QNGF thought they were of equal standing and could potentially become friends. Thus, he replied, I'm not sure, but it's probably for the best that someone like SH doesn't come to school. While QNGF had no fear of SH, he also did not wish to provoke a madman, as they were known for their unpredictable behavior. Oh, all right, Ying murmured, having not held much hope for an answer. He glanced around and noticed others engaged in conversation. So he pressed on, by the way, did Jiangning and SH have any conflicts? Perhaps during military training? QNGF found it curious that Ying was suddenly asking such questions. But he happened to know something pertinent. There was some conflict, I suppose, he replied, his tone uncertain. Ying's eyes brightened with unexpected delight. What kind of conflict? QNGF recalled the events with clarity, saying the instructor, Li, was yelling, and Jiangning intervened, clarifying things. It was only after that the other students followed suit. You remember that, right? QNGF continued, given that military training had only recently concluded. He elaborated. After Jiangning spoke up, SH made a remark, mocking Jiangning for seeking attention, and it was certainly not a compliment. I was standing nearby, so I heard it clearly. Jiangning must have heard it too, but he said nothing. QNGF sighed. What a fitting retribution. Today, Song Sheng did not attend. Perhaps he has lost his mind, he cursed. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's eyes flickered with interest. He made a mental note to recount this to Lin Zita after class. Although he could directly inform Lin Zita, he opted instead to establish a more personal connection by speaking to him face-to-face. Under normal circumstances, Jiangning preferred to avoid the spotlight. He simply wished to cultivate quietly. As textbooks were distributed, the desks became piled high with a mountain of books. Ma Shicheng and his companions were quite exhilarated with the cover of the textbooks. They could now discreetly use their phones during class. Wasn't that delightful? All right, the books had been distributed. Now we shall select class representatives. Class leader, life committee member, study committee member, sports committee member, and arts committee member. Dan Qingrong briefly explained the responsibilities of each position and concluded, those who wish to run for a position may come forward to speak. The final selection will be determined by show of hands. If no one contests for a certain position, I will appoint someone myself. Dan Qingrong wore a cheerful smile on his round face. Following his announcement, a commotion erupted among the students. Ma Shiqing remarked, Nangu, why don't you go for the class leader? This whole area will be under your influence. Guo Nan scoffed at the idea of becoming class leader. He was more interested in playing games during class. Forget it, I think you should give it a shot. You are charming with words, why not go up there? He suggested. Ma Shiqing considered running, but felt embarrassed to speak in front of the entire class. Yang Ning, I believe you should try for the sports committee. Your physical fitness is excellent, and your military posture is commendable, Ma Shiqing said. Pleased that Jiang Ning had not contested against him previously and wanting to encourage him. Dan Kaikwan interjected, Indeed, I think Ninggu can give it a try. Jiang Ning declined. The role of sports committee member involved organizing classmates for morning exercises, leading from the front, and keeping records of those absent, which he found unappealing. As the class buzzed with chatter, Shen Qingyi left her seat and approached the podium. Ma Shiqing quickly turned his gaze to her. Shen Qingyi, with her ponytail neatly tied back, donned a cream-colored shirt paired with denim shorts, her fair legs accentuated by a pair of pristine white sneakers, radiating youthful vibrance. Guokuan and whisper Ma Go, on a scale of 10, what would you give her? Ma Shiqing glanced over and replied, Deduct 1 point for her face. 2 for her figure. I give her 7. Wow, you deducted so many points for her figure? I think she looks great, slim, and just my type. Guokuan nan disakalit. You don't understand, Ma Shiqing feigned profundity. Kaikwan, what do you think? Guokuan then asked again. I find her attractive. I would give her 9, as she is my type, Dan Kaikwan asserted. The seemingly simple-minded Hu Jun spoke up. I think 6 is the maximum. This time, even Ma Shiqing was taken aback. He considered himself discerning, having given 7 points already, and now Hu Jun only rated her 6. Curiously, he asked, What kind do you prefer, Jungo? Hu Jun replied nonchalantly, older women. How old? Ma Shiqing pressed on. Above 35. Ma Shiqing, Guokuan Nan, and Dan Kaikwan were left speechless. You're truly something else. In the midst of their banter, Shen Qingyi concluded her speech, and applause erupted from below. Ma Shiqing chimed in with applause. By the way, what position is Shen Qingyi running for? The group exchanged glances, and Jiangning timely said, Arts Committee member. Dan Qingrong announced, Are there any other students wishing to run for the Arts Committee? Another girl stepped up, none other than Jiangning's deskmate, Gung Lu. Gung Lu introduced herself, and after a minute of silence with no other students stepping forward, Dan Qingrong called for a vote. Shen Qingyi narrowly defeated Gung Lu. Dan Qingrong decisively stated, Shen Qingyi will serve as the Arts Committee member. He inscribed her name beside the title on the blackboard. Wow, Qingyi, you really made it. Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her deskmate's words, Shen Qingyi revealed a reserved smile. Although she felt joy within, it did not manifest on her face. She cast a sidelong glance at the corner where Jiang Ning sat, which remained messy and inconspicuous, while her own position was at the center of class attention. Thus, she felt an increasing sense of pride. See, Jiang Ning, not long after the semester began, I am already ahead of you. Our differences will only grow, and one day, you will regret your fleeting affections today. At that time, no matter how heartbroken you are, I shall not offer you a word. She envisioned Jiang Ning's future anguish and remorse. In that moment, Shen Qingyi experienced a sense of vindictive pleasure. Chapter 32. The Hidden Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Ahem. Dan Qingrong called out. Next, any students wishing to take on the aforementioned positions may step forward to speak. Huang Zhongfei stood up to speak, initiating the competition for class leader. Besides Huang Zhongfei, Bai Yuxia and Dong Qingfeng also approached, all three vying for the position. Following speeches, the voting commenced, and Huang Zhongfei triumphed overwhelmingly over the other two, securing the role of class leader. During the voting, nearly all the girls had voted for Huang Zhongfei, ensuring his victory. After Dong Qingfeng's defeat, he contested for the study committee member and ultimately succeeded. Ma Shiqing complained, Why did you all let him become study committee member? He doesn't look like a good person. Guokuan Nan retorted, Why don't you run if you think he isn't a good person? Ma Shiqing pondered for a moment and asked, Do I look like someone suited for studying? Hu Jun interjected, Big brother, do I look like a life committee member? Yes. You look like an honest person. I believe you won't be greedy, Guokuin and patted his shoulder. Then I will go up. Remember to vote for me. Hu Jun boldly walked up to the podium to run for life committee member, but without opposition, Dan Xingrong appointed him directly. Lastly, the position of sports committee member was filled by Zhang Qi, who wore glasses and had a sturdy physique. Dan Xingrong announced that the class committee elections for Class 8 of Year 1 were complete and offered a few words of encouragement for them to work diligently and serve the class, which was met with applause. Tomorrow, each person will contribute 10 yuan for class fees to purchase cleaning supplies and a drinking fountain. Please hand it over to the life committee member, Hu Jun. You will keep track of the expenses on the small blackboard for everyone to see. Dan Xingrong assigned Hu Jun his duties. Hu Jun was instantly filled with enthusiasm. He had never been a class officer before. Jiang Ning had indeed only glanced at the two of them. Their reaction surprised him. He stepped out into the corridor where the sky had darkened. In the adjacent experimental Class 1, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was quiet, with many students sitting at their desks flipping through books in preparation for their lessons. It must be said that compared to the clamor of ordinary classes, the students in the experimental class certainly exhibited greater diligence. High school courses are significantly more challenging than those in middle school. They require not only talent, but also extensive practice to achieve good results in the college entrance examination. Without effort, one can only be surpassed by others. The educational standards in Yuzhou rank low within Huizhou province. Although the 4th middle school is among the top 3 high schools in Yuzhou, it pales in comparison to the 2nd middle school. The enrollment at Yuzhou No. 2 middle school is several times that of the 4th middle school, with nearly all of the best students in Yuzhou concentrated there, along with the finest teachers. Ultimately, the college entrance examination is a unified assessment. Is this fair for the students of the 4th middle school? It is not fair. And is it fair for Yuzhou No. 2 middle school? Not really, as the educational resources in the provincial capital are superior. However, for those in rural township schools, students from the 4th middle school are infinitely more fortunate. If I were merely an ordinary person, even if I were to start over, I would surely have to bury myself in books and brave the solitary bridge of the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, I am a cultivator. Jiang Ning stood in the corridor, his gaze distant. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation of consciousness. He looked over to see Wang Yong from their class and Lin Zita, who had been shouting on the basketball court that day. Jiang Ning, why are you standing here? Wang Yong greeted him with a familiar smile. Thanks to Jiang Ning, he was able to establish a connection with Lin Zita. The atmosphere was stifling. Jiang Ning maintained a calm expression. This was Lin Zita from the adjacent experimental class, introduced to Jiang Ning by Wang Yong. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Jiang Ning's indifferent demeanor, Wang Yong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that Jiang Ning was unaware of Lin Zita's true identity. Otherwise, he would certainly have rushed to befriend him. Lin Zita scrutinized Jiang Ning from a close distance, saying nothing but offering a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiang Ning, Wang Yong remarked that Jiang Ning's senses were remarkably acute, and he could certainly perceive Wang Yong's regard for Lin Zita. However, he paid no mind. As a cultivator, aside from his parents and relatives, there was no one in this world deserving of his effort to ingratiate himself. As the bell rang, Ma Shi-chung and a few others rushed in through the back door as if chased by dogs. The evening's self-study session concluded, and at 9:30, Jiang Ning pushed his mountain bike, with Shui Yuantong closely trailing behind him. Guokuin Nan and Shan Kai Quan, being boarders, quickly became closer after their joint experience against Song Sheng, unlocking the camaraderie of best friends as they planned to venture out in search of food. Upon noticing Jiang Ning, they teased him. Jiang Ning glanced at the serious-looking Shui Yuantong and confidently stated, "Indeed, I live next door to her." The two friends felt a tinge of envy. Shui Yuantong possessed delicate features and a well-proportioned figure, albeit slightly shorter in stature. Anyone with a discerning eye could easily deduce that Shui Yuantong would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty in the future. As Jiang Ning departed with Shui Yuantong, Shan Kai Quan sighed. School has just begun, and Jiang Ning already has someone. Guokuin Nan reassured him, what is there to sigh about? There are many attractive girls in our class. It's better for Jiang Ning to have someone early on, otherwise he would compete with us, and we might not stand a chance. He is quite formidable in fights, so surely there are girls who like him. Shan Kai Quan conceded. Realizing that Shui Yuantong was not the most popular girl in their class, by Yu Xia and Shun Qing Yi garnered far more attention than Shui Yuantong. Guokuin Nan, being straightforward, declared, I plan to pursue Shun Qing Yi. What about you? Shan Kai Quan felt a sense of regret. He too found Shun Qing Yi beautiful and had considered pursuing her. He believed Guokuin Nan was not worthy of the fair and pristine Shun Qing, and he was resolute that the latter would never succeed in his pursuit. He had already devised a plan. Once Guokuin Nan faced rejection, he would take the opportunity to invite him out for barbecue. Guokuin Nan continued to inquire, what about you? Who are you pursuing? Having revealed his secret, he believed Shan Kai Quan should reciprocate, or it would lack camaraderie. I choose by Yu Xia, Shan Kai Quan replied. Guokuin Nan's gaze grew peculiar. He initially intended to choose by Yu Xia as well, but after inquiring, he learned that during her 3 years in middle school, many boys had confessed their feelings to her, all of which she had declined. Realizing his chances were slim, Guokuin Nan settled for Shun Qing Yi instead. All right, best of luck to you, he wished. Meanwhile, he contemplated taking Shan Kai Quan out for drinks after the latter faced disappointment, hoping to capture the moment of him weeping in drunken despair. Shan Kai Quan confidently asserta, absolutely. The 2 best girls in our class, 1 for each of us. When the time comes, you'll assist me, and I'll do the same for you. We will surely succeed. Imagining such scenes, Shan Kai Quan felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the prestige of having such a beautiful girlfriend as Bai Yu Xia to show off. As they conversed, they arrived at a food stall where Guokuin Nan called out, Boss, I would like a crispy pancake with a fried egg and a large chicken skewer, with extra chili. 2 portions, please. Coming right up. The vendor responded. He pulled out 10 yuan and handed it to the vendor, then told Shan Kai Quan, This meal is on me. Don't be polite. Guokuin Nan felt a slight ache in his heart as he spoke. Being a boarder with a weekly allowance of 120 yuan for 5 days of classes, averaging 24 yuan a day, 10 yuan was quite a sum for him. However, in an effort to showcase his generosity to Shan Kai Quan, he still chose to treat him. Shan Kai Quan, upon hearing this, felt elated. Guokuin Nan was indeed a good companion. His own weekly allowance barely exceeded 100 yuan, with expenses for gaming and internet cafes leaving him financially strained. With future pursuits of romance requiring funds, his living expenses were quite tight. Chapter 33. The premier player after the evening's self-study session, Jiang Ning returned home, parked his bicycle, and stepped outside. Strolling towards the dam, he noticed the surroundings were deserted and utilized his concealment technique to hurry towards the transformer station 30 kilometers away. After a brief period, Jiang Ning arrived at the transformer station. Much to his surprise, the same 2 men were lurking in the same spots as last night. It has been repaired again, Jiang Ning muttered to himself. Inside the transformer, the wires were reconnected and the voltage was operating normally. He darted back to the riverside, only to find the pipes still blocked, while 2 men lay in ambush in the fields. Had it not been for his concealment technique, they would have undoubtedly spotted him. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ning approached the factory nearby. The machinery was eerily silent. A young man sat at the entrance, smoking, with a troubled expression on his face. Jiang Ning concealed himself nearby, waiting for his body refinement to complete before casually unleashing a sword chi to sever the power lines. The factory's lights extinguished, and Yin Bo's heart sank alongside the darkness. He pressed his hand against his chest, gazing into the dark factory, overwhelmed by feelings of anger, grievance, and a profound sense of helplessness. Yin Bo realized that the electricity was akin to the girl he had secretly admired during childhood. He longed for it, but could never attain it. Lin Zida lounged comfortably on the sofa, gripping a game controller. As the vivid images of an enthralling game flickered across the 55-inch television screen. Incredible. The Last of Us is truly a masterpiece. Lin Zida applauded in admiration. What a brilliant work. I'm already anticipating the sequel. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Also, don't call her sister. Refer to her as Auntie. Lin Zida, multitasking, responded, She will tear me apart. Are you alone at home? Ding Shuyin inquired. Lin Zida gestured toward the kitchen. Auntie Han is in the kitchen. Uncle will be over for dinner. Ding Shuyin pulled out her phone. I read the message you sent me. I found quite a bit of information. She then continued immersing herself in the fantastical game world. Ding Shuyin entered the study and shut the door behind her. She removed her blazer and draped it over the back of a chair. Sitting at the desk, her delicate features softened and her ivory fingers gently pressed against her temples. Her aunt had secured a sum of funding for the family business, intending to invest in real estate in Yuzhou City, with projected investments exceeding $3 billion. The negotiation team alone comprised dozens of individuals. Despite being merely a high school student, her aunt had arranged for her to audit the process, insisting that she engage fully throughout the investment process. This opportunity was one many would envy, yet Ding Shuyin found it rather mundane. Nevertheless, she felt no resistance and endeavored to participate. Consequently, she postponed her high school enrollment by a month. She picked up a pen, contemplating the information Lin Zida had provided, muttering to herself, "I suppose I will just play games to unwind." The scattered pieces of information quickly connected in her mind, forming a coherent narrative. This morning, Uncle Han's medical diagnosis aligned with her suspicions. Song Sheng's leg had been injured by a blunt weapon. That night, while in the city, her sixth sense had issued a strong warning. Someone was watching her. Her sixth sense had never been wrong. This undeniably indicated that someone had been monitoring her consistently, a fact that was indisputable. Yet, she had failed to identify that person. Perhaps someone was observing her from afar with binoculars. She had entertained that possibility before. However, when coupled with Song Sheng's leg injury, the situation became perplexing. She had witnessed Song Sheng take a step. Before his foot could land, his leg, suspended in midair, bent at an unnatural angle. She and Team had seen it. It was definitely not a simple case of twisting an ankle while walking. Considering the strength of his leg bones and Song Sheng's age, it was improbable for him to be that fragile. Hence, her suspicions remained. Entrusted someone to examine the surveillance footage from the gym on that fateful night, which revealed that Song Sheng did not engage in any leg exercises. From medical perspective, she perceived Song Sheng's leg fracture as abnormal. What compelled to pursue the investigation further was the peculiar sensation of being watched that vanished the moment Song Sheng was placed in the ambulance. Her sixth sense no longer provided warnings. This indicated that there was indeed someone hidden in the shadows, who had observed her and subsequently used a blunt object to break Song Sheng's leg. It was absurd and even found it hard to believe. Yet, her stubborn nature drove her to delve deeper into the matter. She began by examining Song Sheng's network of relationships, suspecting that this individual harbored animosity towards him and had intentionally sought revenge that night. Reached out to Lin Zida to investigate Song Sheng's potential enemies. They quickly identified Jiang Ning, who had previously had a confrontation with Song Sheng during military training, where he had kicked him across the room in front of numerous witnesses. Jiang Ning, standing approximately 172 centimeters tall and of slender build, should logically not have been able to send a 170-pound Song Sheng flying. Rumors suggested that Jiang Ning had admitted to practicing martial arts, lending some credibility to the incident. However, another perplexing detail caught its attention. During military training, Jiang Ning had sought to show off, while Song Sheng had made a sarcastic remark. Jiang Ning had heard this but pretended otherwise. Strangely, mere minutes later, Song Sheng let out a blood-curdling scream and began rolling on the ground in apparent agony. A few moments after that, he screamed again, yet this time he stood still, his expression awkward, seemingly unhurt. Song Sheng's behavior was far too erratic. Having previously insulted Jiang Ning, it was difficult for not to harbor suspicions. She attempted to analyze Song Sheng's strange reactions. The first scream indicated intense pain, prompting him to roll on the ground, while the second was merely a scream without any accompanying movement. Could it be that during the second outburst, he anticipated an impending attack, triggering a conditioned reflex that resulted in his scream, yet the anticipated assault never occurred? These questions lingered in his mind, and she felt the need to consult a psychiatrist regarding Song Sheng's condition. If her suspicions were valid, could it be that Song Sheng's screams were contrived? For the assailant, the spectacle and enjoyment of such behavior would undoubtedly be more intriguing than a mere act of violence, aligning more closely with human behavioral logic. Meticulously pieced together her conjectures, finding Jiang Ning increasingly suspicious. A bright smile graced her lips, although the speculation was utterly absurd and defied conventional logic. She knew her aunt would question her sanity if she were aware. No official investigator would believe her claims. They would merely send her for a psychiatric evaluation. However, it was precisely because she was not her weathered aunt that her youthful imagination thrived. With a resolve to refine her hypothesis, decided to continue her investigation into Jiang Ning, a task she entrusted to Lin Zida. Considering Lin's ample physique, she thought it would be beneficial for him to engage in some physical activity. With this in mind, she sent a message. Uncle Han, could you help me find out if Song Sheng has any mental health issues? The clues gathered thus far would await feedback from both sides before she could further elaborate on her theories. She noted Jiang Ning's name on a piece of paper, merely as a pastime. Set the paper aside, akin to moving aside a half-played chessboard. She had never encountered the real Jiang Ning, nor did she have any desire to do so. To her, this deduction was merely a somewhat entertaining game. Chapter 34. Equality of Intelligence, September 13th. It was the first day of school at the 4th high school. The students received their new textbooks and, faced with a brand new school and classmates, were brimming with enthusiasm and energy. Jiang Ning sat in the second-to-last row by the window. Ma Shicheng was seated to his left, leaning toward the back to whisper with Guokunin. Guokunin fervently agreed. My English teacher in middle school was very attractive. Alas, my English grades were poor, and I let her down. If I had another chance, I would definitely study hard. Ma Shicheng clasped his hands together with a devout expression. Grant me a beautiful female teacher. At that moment, a stout middle-aged man entered the doorway, his receding hairline glistening under the sunlight like a beacon. Oh no, please tell me this bald man isn't my English teacher. Ma Shicheng exclaimed in horror, shielding his eyes. In truth, this bald man was Mr. Chun Haiyang, the English teacher for Class 8. Upon entering the classroom, he spoke fluent English and then reiterated in Chinese. Ma Shicheng felt utterly disheartened, and Guokunin and Shan Kaikwan shared his grim expression. They had hoped for an inspiring female teacher to motivate them in their studies, given their struggles with the subject. Jiang Ning suppressed a smile. Mr. Chen Haiyang was a competent teacher with years of experience, albeit known for his fiery temper and tendency to discipline students physically, which had led to numerous complaints from parents. However, whenever Mr. Chun presented his credentials, parents would fall silent, for his qualifications were such that he could easily teach at Yuzhou No. 2 High School. He remained at 4th High School solely due to his affection for his alma mater. He was indeed a teacher with passion. Class, please introduce yourselves in English so I can get an impression of you. Let's start with you, Mr. Chen Haiyang said, pointing to Shui Yuantong. Unable to escape her position at the front due to her short stature, Shui Yuantong stood and delivered a smooth introduction in English, surprising Mr. Chen Haiyang. He had initially been somewhat displeased to be assigned to a regular class after teaching 2 experimental classes, but he was pleasantly surprised by the caliber of this year's students, finding them not at all inferior to those in the experimental classes. After all students had introduced themselves, Mr. Chun Haiyang gained a preliminary understanding of Class 8's English proficiency. Apart from a few standout students, the overall level was markedly lower than expected, necessitating adjustments to the future teaching pace to ensure the students could keep up. He did not rush into the lesson, but instead posed a question to the class. Do you believe that learning English is useful? Dong Qingfeng raised his hand, smiling. English is certainly essential, as it is a requirement for the college entrance examination. Furthermore, in the future, English will be a tool for global communication. Many academic texts are in English, and mastering the language is crucial for acquiring extensive knowledge. Please take a seat, Mr. Chen Haiyang said, lowering his hand and looking at the rest of the class. Anyone else? Ma Shicheng, with a sudden burst of inspiration, raised his hand. Mr. Chen Haiyang invited him to stand. Teacher, I believe English is not useful because for most of us, we won't need it after graduation. For instance, my middle school math teacher likely had poor English skills, yet became a valuable member of society. Upon hearing Ma Shicheng's words, Dong Qingfeng felt disdain, recognizing it as mere sophistry from a struggling student. Only those who perform poorly in English would claim it is unimportant. He often played many games that lacked Chinese translations. Yet his proficiency in English allowed him to understand them adequately. Despite Ma Shicheng's dissenting opinion, Mr. Chen Haiyang maintained a calm demeanor. You may sit down. He then asked the class, who do you think is correct? Both students had valid points. English was important, but not absolutely necessary, as one could lead a fulfilling life without mastering it. This was undeniable. However, for students, proficiency in English was imperative, particularly as it accounted for 150 points in the college entrance exam. Without those points, the opportunity to attend university would be lost. The question of whether we will utilize English in the future is not one that students should ponder. Rather, our imperative is to master the language. Chun Haiyang emphasized his point. Do you understand? His tone was stern as he declared, my expectations of you are quite minimal. As long as you achieve the score I set and do not disrupt your classmates' learning, you may use your mobile phones in my class without hesitation. I shall not utter a word against it. But should you fail to meet my standards and cause disturbances, do not blame me for being ungracious. He glared at the class, gesturing emphatically. Chun Haiyang, bald and robust, with muscular forearms, appeared less like a teacher and more akin to a street tough, leaving the students in stunned silence. Meanwhile, some classmates contemplated Chun Haiyang's words. Was it truly permissible to play with phones as long as one excelled in English? Ma Shichang felt elated, already envisioning the joy of gaming during Chun Haiyang's lessons, and his gaze softened towards the glint of Chun Haiyang's bald head. The mathematics teacher was a gentle woman, her voice soft and soothing to the ears. Hu Jun's eyes widened in surprise. Look at Hu Yun, look at Hu Yun. Ma Shichang whispered to Jiang Ning before sharing the observation with Guo Kunan and Shan Kai-Quan. They all stealthily glanced over to see Hu Jun staring intently at the mathematics teacher, unblinking. Something seems off. That teacher is already married, Shan Kai-Quan exclaimed. Is that true? How do you know? Ma Shichang inquired. I saw her walking around campus yesterday with a daughter, probably around 7 or 8 years old. Hello, everyone. I am Dai Yongquan, the Chinese teacher for Class 8. Ma Shichang mimicked in a high-pitched voice. Hello, everyone. I am Ma Shichang from Class 8. You stutter. What if our Chinese teacher stutters during lessons? Jiang Ning remarked. That one T happen. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a teacher. Indeed, while their Chinese teacher sometimes stumbled in casual conversation, she was remarkably articulate during formal lessons, particularly when reciting classical texts with eloquence and expression. The teachers for the core subjects remained unchanged, unaffected by Jiang Ning's disruptions, and it seemed that the other elective courses would follow suit. During class, Jiang Ning continued to practice his transformative techniques. Previously, he worried that attending classes would impede his cultivation, but now it appeared that this time could be effectively utilized for refining elixirs. Perhaps dropping out to focus solely on cultivation might enhance his speed, but having spent centuries in seclusion in his past life, he had grown weary of such an existence. To forsake worldly matters and cultivate for centuries, only to perish again at the hands of the tribulation. What a dull fate. How could one attain divinity without experiencing mortal life? Jiang Ning followed the Chinese teacher, flipping through the textbook. Although high school courses were challenging, Jiang Ning, as a cultivator with formidable mental acuity and nearly photographic memory, could easily excel, if not rival the top geniuses, at least gain admission to a prestigious university with ease. With this thought, he sighed. While cultivation could enhance mental acuity, improve memory, and sharpen reflexes, it was challenging to alter one's inherent intelligence, thus failing to bridge the gap in intellect between humans and animals. Just as modern technology vastly surpasses that of ancient times, modern individuals would never dare claim superiority in intelligence over those from 1,000 years ago. It was merely a matter of perspective. The same could be said for cultivators compared to the modern populace. Certain attributes are destined and difficult to change, such as intelligence and innate talent for cultivation. Chapter 35. Chemistry lunch was prepared at Shui Yuantong's home, as Aunt Gu was absent, so the two took it upon themselves to cook. After amicable negotiation, they divided the tasks. Shui Yuantong donned a child-sized apron, arms crossed, directing from the kitchen. Not bad. You wash the vegetables quite quickly and cleanly. I'll give you a score of 9. 9. How can you achieve a perfect score? You must discover that yourself. Shui Yuantong replied sternly. Jiang Ning began to chop vegetables with exceptional skill, his movements precise and pleasing to the eye, earning an internal gasp of admiration from Shui Yuantong. All done, Jiang Ning declared, setting down the knife. The meat slices were uniformly thin, as if meticulously measured, and the vegetables were arranged neatly. So fast. Shui Yuantong exclaimed in disbelief, as washing and chopping were the most time-consuming tasks. Jiang Ning glanced over. You can start stir-frying. All right, Shui Yuantong responded eagerly. With Jiang Ning's involvement, their cooking efficiency skyrocketed, and they finished their meal before 12:30. Before departing, Jiang Ning rested for 20 minutes. At precisely 2 o'clock, he rolled out with his bicycle, finding Shui Yuantong waiting at the door. Let us go. The asphalt road by the river was free of traffic and traffic lights. They arrived at number 4 middle school at 2:12, reaching the classroom 5 minutes before the bell rang. As the bell rang, Guakunin and a few boarding students hurried to the back row. Following their entrance, a female teacher stepped into the classroom. The students were instantly captivated. The teacher, in her early 20s, stood nearly 1. 7 meters tall, clad in a light red blouse and blue wide-leg jeans that accentuated her long, straight legs. Her appearance was youthful and innocent, as if she had just graduated. She wrote on the blackboard, "Goran. My name is Goran, and I will be your chemistry teacher for Class 8. A gentle smile graced her face, eliciting thunderous applause from the class, particularly from the boys, who were excessively excited. Who would admire a beautiful female teacher? Just gazing at her was a delight. Jiangning observed Goran, her youthful innocence juxtaposed with the unique seriousness of a teacher, imparting a distinct feeling to him. For the students of No. 4 Middle School, Goran would remain a cherished memory, often recalled with fondness when reminiscing about their school days, lamenting how stunning their chemistry teacher had been. However, the tale of Goran's beauty always took a sorrowful turn. One day, she inexplicably vanished, rumored to have encountered misfortune outside the school. Goran had only taught Jiangning for 1 semester. In the 2nd semester, she mysteriously disappeared, and he never saw her again. During casual conversations, classmates inquired about Goran's fate, and an older teacher recounted what had transpired back then. Goran had been dating a boyfriend, reportedly introduced by her family. But one day, while strolling together, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of individuals who attacked them. In the ensuing chaos, Goran's face was slashed by a knife wielded by a woman from the opposing group. Several of her ribs were fractured, and her hair was violently torn out, leaving her in a tragic state. Her boyfriend fared even worse, suffering a broken leg, a concussion, and losing several teeth. It was only after the police arrived that the situation became clear. Goran's boyfriend was involved with a female student from a vocational school, who had become pregnant and was abandoned by him. Unable to bear the shame, the girl's family rallied relatives in a fit of rage to exact vengeance, which led to the unfortunate incident involving Goran. Today, Goran stood gracefully at the podium. Jiangning contemplated taking action should the opportunity arise. Such an event would be catastrophic for others, yet in his hands, it would merely be a matter of wielding a few sword energies. With profound cultivation, he could even utilize his mental prowess to erase memories and alter realities. Facing the enthusiastic reception from her students, Goran appeared somewhat flustered. She had just officially transferred to No. 4 Middle School this semester, teaching 2 classes, with Class 8 being one of them. Adjusting her mindset, she addressed her students. As she spoke, the applause gradually subsided. In class, she shared many stories, discussing her motivations for becoming a chemistry teacher and recounting her own student experiences. Although her delivery was not entirely fluid, the boys in the class were supportive, frequently chiming in, creating a harmonious classroom atmosphere. Until the end of class, after Goran left, Ma Shicheng and a few others remained visibly excited. Jiangning relaxed his senses and listened for a while. Discussions about Goran echoed from several corners of the classroom. Gung Lu turned her head, resting her elbow on Jiangning's desk, and blinked her eyes to ask him, "Jiangning, isn't the chemistry teacher a stunning beauty? Are you happy?" Jiangning replied, "Of course I am happy." Gung Lu pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Jiangning sensed her emotions. It was akin to a handsome male teacher arriving in class, captivating the female students, likely causing discontent among the male students as well. He understood, but was disinclined to offer consolation. For what could he say? That, in fact, Teacher Goran was rather ordinary in appearance? Such hypocritical words were unnecessary. Jiangning's consciousness circled Gung Lu's form a couple of times, and indeed, she possessed features that outshone those of Teacher Goran. Lacking interest in conversation, Jiangning pulled out his phone, intending to search for information on medicinal herbs to grasp the current market situation. Upon noticing this, Gung Lu remarked, "Jiangning, you haven't added me yet, have you?" She recited her number for him to add. "Yang Ning Compriet. Just send me the request, and I will approve it," Gung Lu said, placing her phone on the desk. Poking at it with a finger to log onto her own account and meticulously set up a classmates group. Ma Shicheng, observing the two adding each other as friends, thought Gung Lu was quite attractive and had a good figure. Though she had previously been somewhat antagonistic toward him, he was not the petty type. "Gung Lu, I will add you." Ma Shicheng grinned. Gung Lu shot him a glance and replied, "Sorry, my friend list is full." Ma Shicheng smile faltered, and his expression shifted. "If you don't want to add me, fine, who cares?" He felt humiliated. Was it really necessary? Just a few days prior, he had quarreled with Gung Lu, and now she wouldn't even add him. Seriously, did he lack the interest of a single girl? Avoiding Gung Lu's gaze, he took out his phone to play a game, starting a level of Defend the Carrot. Guokunin leaned over to peek at his screen, which displayed an abundance of coins and diamonds. He exclaimed, "Ma Gu, where did you find the cracked version?" Ma Shicheng replied with an air of superiority. "It's not a cracked version, it's the original. You have so much money, did you spend all that?" "You wouldn't understand," he said, casting a sidelong glance at Gung Lu. Raising his voice casually, "I obtained permission on my phone and installed Cheetah Security Master, disabling the SMS permission for Defend the Carrot. This way, when recharging in the game, the Security Master prevents the game from sending messages to the carrier, so your phone won't incur charges, while the game shows that the recharge was successful, and you get as many coins and diamonds as you desire." Ma Shicheng spoke eloquently, exuding an air of knowledge, feeling exquisitely refined at that moment. Any game that recharges via SMS could be circumvented with this trick. Guokunin was stunned, exclaiming, "It can be done like this? What is so difficult about it? If you have any questions regarding Android phones, just ask me." Ma Shicheng boasted, believing that Gung Lu must surely regret refusing to add him now. Gung Lu felt otherwise. She merely perceived Ma Shicheng as pretentious and coldly remarked, "In the end, isn't it's still playing a pirated game?" Ma Shicheng was puzzled. "What do you know? This is called making reasonable use of the rules." Gung Lu did not comprehend, but did a girl need a reason to dislike someone? Not all. Chapter 36. The hidden investigator. Before the evening self-study session commenced, Ma Shicheng sat at his desk, engrossed in a game. Back in middle school, a classmate had been quite brazen with his phone, attracting a crowd during breaks, only to have the grade director confiscate it when passing by. Keeping an eye on the door, Ma Shicheng saw Wang Yong arrive at the back row, engaging in a quiet conversation with classmate Wang Longlong, the subject of which was unclear. After a while, Wang Yong exited through the back door of the classroom. Wang Longlong, feeling bored, ran over to watch Ma Shicheng play, hoping to sneak in a bit of gameplay himself. Ma Shicheng inquired, "What did Wang Yong want from you just now?" He seemed all mysterious. Wang Longlong, fixated on Ma Shicheng's phone, had no intention of withholding information. Wang Yong was discussing that day when Song Sheng got into a fight. Song Sheng? He hasn't been around for several days, Ma Shicheng remarked, skillfully continuing to play. "I must tell you, don't let this slip. Wang Yong told me that Song Sheng is in the hospital." Wang Longlong whispered, "In the hospital?" Ma Shicheng was taken aback. "I thought he had transferred." If Guokunin and Shan Kaikwan found out, they would undoubtedly crack open a bottle of beer that evening. Wang Yong seems to know quite a bit. "His connections are extensive," Ma Shicheng said. Wang Longlong, now animated, appeared outwardly innocent but was inwardly restless. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trying to mooch off Ma Shicheng's phone. In pursuit of gameplay, he discarded Wang Yong's confidentiality in an instant. "He was just discussing Song Sheng with me, asking who Song Sheng knocked into when he fought with Shan Kaikwan that day. My seat is quite the vantage point. I saw everything clearly. He definitely knocked over several desks, but I can't recall exactly which ones. That day, Song Sheng charged towards me, and I was still contemplating how to dodge." Wang Longlong's round face bore a hint of pride. "I remember very clearly. The desks that fell included Huang Yuzhu and Shui Yuantong." He rattled off several names. "Impressive. You've already recognized everyone in the class just a few days into the school year," Ma Shicheng remarked, somewhat surprised. Wang Longlong thought to himself that he was planning to run for class monitor, secretly putting in a lot of effort by reviewing the class roster repeatedly and matching names to faces, preparing to make a stunning bid for class monitor and outshine everyone. Unfortunately, his competition was formidable with Huang Zhongfei and Bai Yuxia, so he opted to remain under the radar. After chatting a bit longer with Ma Shicheng, Wang Longlong shifted the topic. "Ma Gu, your game looks fun. Can I play for a bit?" Ma Shicheng nodded. "Sure. I'll let you play once I finish this round." Initially intending to continue playing, Ma Shicheng regrettably found his phone dead and had to find someone to chat with to pass the time. He had intended to engage Gung Lu, but recalling that she had ignored him that afternoon and hadn't even added him, he thought it unlikely she would want to talk. Just then, he remembered his earlier conversation with Wang Longlong and decided to share it with Jiangning. Upon hearing it, Jiangning's immediate reaction was that Wang Yong was investigating him. He had no enmity with Wang Yong. Why would he investigate him? Perhaps Lin Zita had instructed him to do so. Why would Lin Zita want to investigate him? Although Jiangning had some recognition in Class A to the first year, he was insignificant in the entire grade. There was no reason for Lin Zita to unnecessarily investigate him. Jiang Ning recalled the night he had broken Song Sheng's leg. At that time, he had employed the concealment technique, which seemed to have caught the attention of a girl, Ding Shuyan. At that moment, Jiang Ning had merely considered it a girl's intuition and paid it no mind, proceeding to incapacitate Song Sheng as usual. Now, he wondered if Ding Shuyan had indeed perceived something. Ding Shuyan had a close relationship with Lin Zita. It was entirely plausible that she had sent Lin Zita after him. Jiang Ning found this rather amusing. When he had dealt with Song Sheng, he had not concealed his actions much, having simply utilized the concealment technique. However, such a technique sufficed. Perhaps doctors might be surprised when assessing the injuries, but what peculiar injuries were not seen in hospitals? No one would dig deeper, nor would anyone suspect him. He left no evidence of his actions against Song Sheng, unless one were to entertain fanciful notions. Jiang Ning contemplated that uncovering why Ding Shuyan was investigating him was relatively straightforward. Since Lin Zita had made a move, he would start with him. Whatever mischief was afoot, he would soon uncover it. Jiang Ning rose directly, informed the class monitor Huang Zhongfei, who was in charge of discipline, and then left the classroom, heading toward the school restroom. Upon reaching a secluded area, Jiang Ning expanded his consciousness, ensuring no one was watching, then activated his concealment technique, allowing his figure to meld into darkness. He swiftly formed several seals, creating a spiritual mark. With an air of confidence, Lin Zita entered the classroom of Experimental Class 1. Seated at the back, engrossed in a flip-top gaming console, Jiang Ning approached from behind. The console, an iconic classic, displayed a green-hatted character wielding a sword against monsters, occasionally rolling on the ground and tossing a bomb, showcasing an engaging gameplay experience. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time? This game was a masterpiece, one Jiang Ning had played before. Standing behind him, Jiang Ning observed for a minute, noting Lin Zita's impressive gaming skills. His combat and puzzle solving were fluid and seamless. Before departing, Jiang Ning cast a spiritual mark and left the classroom with an unassuming demeanor, unnoticed by anyone. As evening study concluded, Shui Yuantong descended from the rear seat, witnessing Jiang Ning secure his mountain bike and lock it before heading towards the dam. What could he be doing every night? Shui Yuantong pondered. Jiang Ning walked beneath the dam, channeling spiritual energy to trace the location of the spiritual mark. It wasn't far, roughly 4 kilometers away. Jiang Ning consumed a gathering chi pill to replenish his spiritual energy, simultaneously concealing his presence. With the application of the Shenheng step, combined with his body refinement skills, Jiang Ning sped toward his destination. His spiritual awareness expanded, constantly vigilant of the surrounding environment. Vehicles, pedestrians, and traffic lights posed no hindrance to his progress as he effortlessly bypassed them all. In under 2 minutes, he arrived before a residential complex. Jiang Ning lifted his gaze toward a 30-some-story building deep within the complex, falling into contemplation. The target's position appeared to be on the 16th floor. Being at the first level of chi refinement, he lacked the ability to fly, only able to do so upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. In the chi refinement period, one could only fly with the aid of flying artifacts. Jiang Ning had yet to find any materials for artifact crafting, making flight a distant prospect. Taking the elevator was not an option. While he could conceal his figure, the elevator was under surveillance, requiring a button press to operate. Should an investigation follow, he might inadvertently expose himself. Moreover, some elevators required a keycard for access. It seemed he had no choice but to take the stairs. The 16th floor, indeed. With a sigh, Jiang Ning ascended the stairs without pause, reaching the 16th floor. The tracking spell indicated that Lin Zita's mark was located in the eastern unit and was currently stationary. Jiang Ning's spiritual awareness penetrated the walls, sensing 2 individuals inside, one being Lin Zita and the other a man in his mid-30s. Could Ding Shuyan be residing here? Jiang Ning speculated, continuing to employ his spiritual awareness to explore several bedrooms. The apartment was spacious, connected from the middle unit to the corner unit, indicating the family had considerable means, having purchased 2 units to create a larger living space. Such a move was clearly not financially burdensome. Furthermore, merging units required official approval for construction plans, and renovations involving wall demolition typically did not receive such approval. Rumors suggested Ding Shuyan had a powerful background, making this matter trivial for her family. As Jiang Ning continued his exploration with spiritual awareness, he discovered something unusual in a bedroom due east. He sensed a dress, strikingly similar to the one Ding Shuyan wore that fateful night. Staring at the door, Jiang Ning realized that with his abilities, he could unlock the door using a combination of spiritual awareness and sword qi. However, the resulting noise would surely alert those inside. Earlier, he had observed from downstairs that the windows of the residential complex were sealed with aluminum alloy, preventing him from entering from the sides. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Ultimately, his low cultivation level limited the spells he could use. Otherwise, a mere flicker of spiritual awareness could create an illusion, prompting those inside to open the door voluntarily. After approximately an hour, during which Jiang Ning consumed another gathering qi pill, an elevator arrived at the 16th floor. His spiritual awareness struggled to penetrate the elevator's iron walls, and a figure materialized within his perception. It was indeed Ding Shuyan. At that moment, Ding Shuyan felt an overwhelming dread, her bright eyes concealing a sense of horror. Her sixth sense, more intense than ever before, enveloped her in a palpable malice that nearly overwhelmed her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Jiang Ning's spiritual awareness enveloped Ding Shuyan, and he easily perceived the changes she was experiencing. To my surprise, I never expected to encounter someone with such a keen sixth sense in the present world. Individuals born with heightened sixth senses often develop an unwavering belief in their instincts, sometimes to the point of obsession, as their sixth sense has never failed them before. Thus, it was no surprise that the one who instructed Lin Zita to investigate me was Ding Shuyan. Jiang Ning felt somewhat unfortunate. His first foray into action in this world had been detected. What luck was this? Had he known, he would have acted in a more secluded area. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Ding Shuyan, merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, despite possessing a slightly bolder disposition than her peers, felt an acute terror upon realizing she was being watched in the confined space of the elevator. The persistent warnings from her sixth sense of being observed flooded her mind, prompting her to take a deep breath as she stepped out of the elevator. Jiang Ning remained concealed, his gaze fixed on Ding Shuyan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, he moved, his spiritual power coalescing into a large hand that gripped her delicate neck. Ding Shuyan's body jolted, her dark eyes darting around in a futile attempt to locate her unseen assailant. Yet all that reached her was the incessant warning from her sixth sense. An unknown fear engulfed her, as if death was imminent. An invisible person, undoubtedly an invisible person, had come to confront her, aware of her investigation. A wave of regret surged within Ding Shuyan. Her unwavering trust in her sixth sense led her to send someone to uncover the truth. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that if she were investigating an existence that transcended the ordinary, the individual would undoubtedly come knocking once they sensed a pursuit. The constricting sensation around her neck served as a constant reminder of this truth. What fate awaited her? Having received elite education since childhood, Ding Shuyan had once believed herself unafraid of death. However, when confronted with the genuine pressure of mortality, fear gripped her heart. She dreaded the thought of enduring torment, of a death devoid of dignity. Who was he? Was he Jiang Ning? Regardless of his identity, escape was imperative. Otherwise, facing an extraordinary being would lead to a dire fate. Having witnessed the darker aspects of humanity in her expansive world, Ding Shuyan struggled to move her feet towards the door. It took her 5 long minutes to traverse the few meters to the door. Her fingers pressed against the door lock, activating the fingerprint scanner, and the door unlocked. She longed to flee inside, but the grip around her neck tightened. Ding Shuyan closed the door, yet her anxiety did not dissipate. She was acutely aware that the shadow had followed her inside. As Lin Zita approached, Ding Shuyan recognized he intended to discuss the investigation. She yearned to intervene, but lacked the courage. She feared that the invisible person would eliminate everyone present. Lin Zita recounted the incident where Song Sheng clashed with her classmates, knocking over Shui Yuantong's desk, prompting Jiang Ning to demand an apology from Song Sheng. In the past, such news would have pleased Ding Shuyan, as it confirmed her deductions, rendering the situation more coherent. This game, which she relished exploiting, would have become even more entertaining. Yet now, she wished to block out all distractions. After Lin Zita's revelation, her inquiry into Jiang Ning was laid bare, and that individual stood right beside her. "All right, I understand," Ding Shuyan replied, her heart heavy with sorrow, though her expression remained stoic. Her aunt had taught her long ago the art of maintaining composure. to remain unperturbed even amidst chaos. Lin Zeta remained unbothered, continuing to indulge in the game Dark Souls, which had recently captivated him. Ding Xuan entered her room and firmly shut the door behind her. She leaned against the chair, facing the wall, and murmured to herself, "You may kill me, but I must remind you that I have backed up the investigation records in my email. Should anything happen to me, my aunt will take over the email, and with her capabilities, she will undoubtedly find you." Jiang Ning chuckled, questioning her audacity to threaten him. A surge of spiritual energy clasped Ding Xuan's mouth, while Jiang Ning unleashed a piercing strike of divine consciousness. Her sixth sense blared warnings, and in the next moment, an excruciating pain gripped her soul, causing her to stifle a groan, her mouth silenced, her frail form trembling. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to breathe, her forehead drenched in sweat. Hair clinging to her face, brows furrowed, and eyes weary, embodying a poignant chaos of beauty. The pen on the table moved of its own accord, revealing a message: "Continue investigating, and you shall die." Ding Xuan stared at the words, rendered speechless for a long while. In that instant, the pride she had nurtured since childhood shattered completely. She had once believed herself to be different, priding herself on her understanding of societal mechanics. Her peers appeared juvenile and naive in her presence, and she considered herself superior, the orchestrator of her fate. Yet now, she realized that her intellect, beauty, experience, and lineage were utterly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. If Jiang Ning wished her dead, she would meet that fate. The sensation of her life being controlled by another was stifling. She spoke slowly, her voice hoarse. "I will cease my investigation of you. I will erase all traces of you. Please spare me." She had endured that pain once and had no desire to face it again. She finally understood why Song Sheng had screamed in agony on the playground. He too had suffered a similar attack. She was certain that the extraordinary individual was Jiang Ning. Yet, she dared not utter a word, knowing that naming him would seal her fate. A white pill fell onto the table. Another message appeared: "Consume it to prove your sincerity, otherwise death." Ding Xuan regarded the white pill, aware it was undoubtedly a poison. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning remained impassive. Initially contemplating her demise, he reconsidered. Killing her might attract further scrutiny. It was wiser to sever ties here. Ding Xuan was intelligent. Her continued existence would prove more beneficial than her death. On September 14th at noon, a staff member from the express delivery company called. The herbs Jiang Ning had ordered had arrived, and the staff inquired whether he would pick them up or prefer delivery. Given that the herbs weighed over 100 kilograms and were 5 kilometers away, the delivery fee was 50 yuan. Jiang Ning stood outside the classroom on the phone. Just as school had let out, Shui Yuantong lingered nearby, accustomed to riding Jiang Ning's bicycle, always finding an excuse beforehand. Today's lunch was once again lavish. Jiang Ning had purchased large river shrimp, prepared a plate of beef, and complemented it with stir-fried green pepper and eggs, lettuce, and mushrooms, along with chilled watermelon. Filling the small folding table, Shui Yuantong relished the meal, though a twinge of guilt gnawed at her. Recently, all the grocery expenses had been covered by Jiang Ning, with her family only contributing a bit of oil and salt, along with her mother's steamed bread and some pumpkin for porridge, items of little worth. She felt as though she had taken advantage of Jiang Ning's generosity, pondering why he was so kind to her, someone who was not even related. Did he perhaps have feelings for her? Shui Yuantong pinched her cheek, deeming it improbable. She viewed herself as merely someone who excelled in academics, cooked well, managed household chores, and was clever and kind. Beyond that, she possessed no remarkable qualities. Jiang Ning could not possibly be interested in her. She firmly dismissed this possibility. Yet, the more this continued, the more indebted she felt to him. She resolved to confront him, seeking clarity on his kindness. Originally, she intended to confront him today, but since her cooking had turned out particularly delicious, she hesitated, fearing that if they quarreled, he might take the food away. Perhaps tomorrow would be better. During their meal, Jiang Ning noticed Shui Yuantong seemed unusually somber, her brows furrowing and relaxing in succession, a weighty expression adorning her face. He refrained from inquiring, showing no concern. Dining together had rekindled a sense of warmth he hadn't felt in centuries. The cost of this experience was merely 100 yuan for groceries each day, a trivial expense for him. While he had considered whether his generosity might burden Shui Yuantong, Her evident enjoyment alleviated his worries. After all, someone who once could only eat half a bowl now polished off an entire bowl, sometimes even sneaking an extra spoonful, must surely be in high spirits. After dinner, Shui Yuantong took the initiative to wash the dishes, despite Jiang Ning being able to clean them with a simple spell. Observing her diligent efforts, he allowed her to continue. He lounged like a lord in the cool shade near the door, awaiting the arrival of the delivery, which was due in a few minutes. As Shui Yuantong finished washing the dishes and stepped outside, a silver-white delivery truck approached, maneuvering down the slope. Unlike standard courier services, express deliveries often required customers to pick up their items themselves once they arrived in the local city, as they primarily transported larger goods. Many operators at express points had begun offering a paid delivery service, assisting customers with lifting heavy items. The truck rolled up to Jiang Ning's door, and the driver swiftly unloaded several cardboard boxes. Jiang Ning opened the boxes, inspected their contents, and confirmed everything was in order. The driver pulled out his phone to verify the transaction, revealing a classic Xiaomi 2 model, a phone renowned for its durability, comparable to the first generation of nail machines. The Xiaomi 6. That is a nice phone, Jiang Ning remarked. Hey, it was sent from the head office, the driver replied with a grin. The truck departed, heading up the embankment. Jiang Ning, are you sick? Why buy so much medicine? Shui Yuantong inquired, surprised. After the boxes were set down, she had caught a whiff of a faint herbal scent, curious about what Jiang Ning had purchased. I'm not ill. I need the herbs for some health restoration. Jiang Ning replied candidly. He had no intention of hiding his actions after being discovered by Deng Shuin once. He wouldn't let fear dictate his actions henceforth. The fact that he was buying herbs was already known to the herb merchant and the delivery staff. It was not something that could easily be concealed. Shui Yuantong was typically quiet, often appearing invisible in class, keeping her mouth tightly shut. Moreover, even if word of his herb purchases spread, what of it? Would buying herbs for personal use warrant scrutiny? That was absurd. As long as it posed no threat to society, the authorities had no time to meddle. As a cultivator possessing various skills, residing in a world filled with ordinary people, to be furtive about purchasing herbs was nonsensical. Better to retreat to the depths of the mountains for solitary cultivation, where safety was assured and no one would intrude. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's explanation, Shui Yuantong did not press further. She gazed at the large boxes, rolling up her sleeves. I'll help you carry them. Jiang Ning, towering above her, glanced at her hair whirl. I'll manage myself. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? As friends, shouldn't we help each other? I understand your reluctance to trouble me, yet my dignity as Shui Yuantong forbids me from standing idly by. She uttered a multitude of words, her delicate hands resting upon the cardboard box, attempting to lift it, only for her face to flush crimson as she was unable to muster the strength. Jiang Ning effortlessly supported the box, appearing remarkably at ease. He held the box while gazing at Shui Yuantong, who returned his stare, and the air hung still for a few seconds. Shui Yuantong discreetly summoned her strength, yet the box remained unmoved, proving far too heavy for her. She withdrew her hands, dusted them off, and with a natural expression declared, seeing how effortlessly you handle it, I shall leave the lifting to you. I overindulged at lunch, and this is a splendid opportunity for you to exercise. I couldn't possibly compete with you for it. It is all yours. I comprehend this. Jiang Ning carried the box into the house. Once unobserved, Shui Yuantong's small face immediately clouded with distress. Jiang Ning possessed such immense strength. If only she could match his prowess, she could haul cement bags at the construction site and earn several hundred in a day. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, gazing at the overflowing boxes of herbs. Nearly 300 pounds of herbs had cost merely 10,000 yuan, averaging 30 yuan per pound, truly a bargain. Among these herbs, not all were suitable for concocting qi, gathering pills, or spirit-nourishing pills. Some were mere decoys, mixed in among the useless materials. Although current technology cannot produce these two types of pills without spiritual energy, Jiang Ning remained cautious. With less than 20,000 yuan remaining, he could indeed purchase more herbs. However, he assessed that with his current qi cultivation and the formations he could set up, he could barely sustain the efficacy of this 300 pounds of herbs. Any more would be difficult to guarantee. Jiang Ning summoned his spiritual energy, meticulously crafting incantations as colorful energies surged around the box. Finally, with a gentle touch, he connected the energies, and suddenly, a radiant azure shield arose in the small kitchen, its surface shimmering with light. The herbal fragrance that had pervaded the kitchen was instantly contained. The formation was complete. Jiangning added a few more touches, establishing a simple concealment formation beyond this array to obscure the conspicuous azure shield. He transferred 80% of his spiritual energy into the formation to maintain its operation. His energy was only sufficient to sustain the formation for a few hours, and he would need to replenish it daily, a considerable burden. In the following days, he aimed to swiftly refine these herbs into pills. There was much to be done. Chapter 39. Prejudice? In the subsequent days, despite his busyness, Jiangning always carved out time to check on the electric box. Each time he finished refining his body, he would sever wires with a blade of sword energy and slice through pipes. In truth, with Jiangning's strength, he could easily, utilizing his stealth technique, infiltrate the factory and incapacitate all their machinery, halting operations for at least half a month. Yet he refrained from such actions, for the disparity in strength was crushing. He found little amusement in annihilating them all at once and preferred to derive joy from his life. It was akin to a tower-pushing competitive game, where Jiangning began fully equipped while the opponents were merely low-level minions. Was there any need to take down minions seriously? It was as simple as closing one's eyes and casually casting skills. The lad named Yin Bo had been suffering greatly lately, while Jiangning found considerable delight. Rather than swiftly eliminating adversaries, he relished the slow tormenting of his foes. At night, in his rented room, Jiangning sat cross-legged refining pills. After several days of creating qi-gathering pills, he became increasingly adept, maintaining a success rate of around 80%, producing 2 to 3 batches each night. By now, he had amassed over 100 pills. Consuming several a day felt as routine as mealtime, keeping his spiritual power at its peak. The infusion of spiritual energy nourished his body, and the Nine Heavens Divine Thunderbody refinement technique felt like a restorative tonic, significantly enhancing his physical cultivation. However, he was somewhat troubled regarding the refinement of his spirit. Relying solely on the Jin Xian spirit separation technique was insufficient for rapid enhancement of his consciousness. If his consciousness were powerful enough, a single strike could render Song Sheng an idiot unnoticed. To bolster his consciousness, Jiangning deliberately scoured the internet for images of various herbs and trees, searching for substances that could amplify consciousness. Ultimately, he discovered a rare item, a spice he had previously utilized in the realm of cultivation, known as Chunhanxiang. Upon recognizing it, he endeavored to purchase it online, but regrettably found no leads. He recalled a herbal merchant he had collaborated with before. It would merely take a matter of days. However, acquiring Chunhanxiang would necessitate additional funds. As a spice, when refined with spiritual energy, it would incur substantial daily expenses. He estimated the cost for refining his spirit would be no less than several thousand yuan per day. Perhaps on the next holiday, he could sell some gold, he mused. In Class 8 of the first year, English teacher Chun Haiyang was conducting a lesson. After a few days of school, students had become familiar with their teachers. They had discerned which classes permitted the use of mobile phones and which did not. For instance, in the presence of Mr. Chun Haiyang, one could certainly not engage in any mischief. Just 2 days earlier, a hapless student had been caught using his phone in class and had been reported to the homeroom teacher, Dan Qingrong. Consequently, the students in the back row, including Ma Shicheng, were particularly obedient, attentively holding their textbooks. Meanwhile, Jiangning was engrossed in refining pills to enhance his cultivation. He estimated that achieving the second level of qi cultivation would require at least another half-month. Although a single qi gathering pill equated to 3 days of cultivation, it did not imply that consuming 10 in a day would equal 30 days of practice. The strength of the meridians at the first level dictated that the quality of the qi gathering pills he produced was relatively poor, and the spiritual energy contained within them was not sufficiently pure. Starting from a second pill consumed each day, the enhancement would diminish significantly. Even consuming 10 at once would only elevate his progress marginally, far from the efficacy of true qi gathering pills. Those energies would merely accumulate within his body. If he were to ingest too many at once, his meridians would be unable to withstand the influx of energy. To accelerate his cultivation, he must focus on the quality of the herbs. He required superior herbs, preferably those nurtured by a large spiritual energy formation. While Jiangning focused on his cultivation, Chun Haiyang began to pose questions randomly, and the atmosphere in the back of the classroom instantly became tense once he called on students. Jiang Ning, with a sweep of his consciousness, easily perceived the tremors of Ma Shicheng and his companions. However, Chun Haiyang had a knack for targeting those who appeared most anxious. When Ma Shicheng was called upon, he rose to his feet, stammering. Dong Qingfeng, an exemplary student, effortlessly answered correctly. Ma Shicheng's expression soured. This continued until the conclusion of the English class, at which point he muttered under his breath, "Does that bald head have a problem? Did I provoke him? Why does he enjoy questioning me so much?" He was exceedingly frustrated. The front row student, Gung Lu, had initially intended to make a snide remark, but refrained upon seeing his demeanor. After venting a few curses, Ma Shicheng felt considerably lighter and left to use the restroom. Boys were fine, but it would be quite embarrassing for girls to stand and listen to the class. Jiang Ning, are you good at English? It's all right. Jiang Ning noticed that Gung Lu had become quite chatty, seeking conversation with him sporadically in recent days. He continued to respond with a few words here and there. What's wrong with you? Yang Ning Guidet. Ma Shicheng, still shaken, said, just now my legs felt weak. I just came out of the restroom and saw a faceless person. Do you know what a faceless person is? It's someone without a nose, without lips, with a face almost entirely flat. A two-dimensional person. As he spoke, his eyes were wide with terror. Gung Lu frowned and replied, Are you joking? I'm not lying to you. Ma Shicheng swore, nearly having a heart attack from fear. Yes, 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 she was wearing clothes in the style of a girl. Ma Shicheng seemed to find salvation in this detail. Ah, I know that girl. She was disfigured in a fire. I thought it was a monster. Ma Shicheng scratched his head, having heard that she was merely a girl who had suffered from a fire, causing his initial fear to dissipate significantly. Gung Lu found this perspective to be exceedingly cruel and retorted, You cannot speak of others in such a manner. Every individual possesses the right to education. Ma Shicheng countered. You have not seen her, otherwise you would undoubtedly share my sentiments. It is truly terrifying. What do you think about this, Jiang Ning? I'll just grab a stool and watch. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly that he was only intervening in others' debates because he had nothing better to do. Chapter 40. Who can distinguish me on Wednesday afternoon? In classroom 8, the students were in an exceptionally jubilant mood. Shui Yuantong made an unprecedented early appearance, arriving at 1:30 for a 2:20 class, dragging Jiang Ning along with her. Upon reaching the classroom, Shui Yuantong did not approach Jiang Ning's side, as she typically preferred to play in her own little corner. Jiang Ning stood at his desk, gazing out at the campus scenery. Oh, Yang Ning, you're here so early today? Guokunin greeted him, carrying a bulging backpack. Shan Kaikwan beside him was similarly laden. Just like in Jiang Ning's previous life at university, some students brought their luggage to class before heading directly to the airport after lessons. There's nothing much today, Jiang Ning replied. Guokunin leaned in, a bit sheepishly saying, Jiang Ning, do you have 10 yuan to lend me? I'll pay you back when I come next week. Knowing Jiang Ning's phone, Guokunin assumed he must have money, prompting his request. Jiang Ning retrieved his wallet and handed over a 10 yuan note. Upon seeing the wad of red bills inside Jiang Ning's wallet, amounting to at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, Guokunin was taken aback, realizing Jiang Ning was wealthier than he had expected. That sum matched his living expenses for an entire semester. Thanks. I'll definitely pay you back next week. Guokunin expressed gratefully. Yang Ning smilet unpoteret. In his past life, whether as a student or in society, he had encountered people who borrowed money without returning it. Although the amounts were generally small, it was still quite irritating. In this life, it seemed no one in class would dare to borrow money from him without intending to pay it back. It is well known that Jiang Ning is the pinnacle of strength in Class 8. As classmates gradually filled the classroom, a girl entered, capturing Jiang Ning's attention. Chun Siyu, or rather, Chun Siching. At the beginning of the semester, the twins had swapped roles for fun, only to be easily seen through by Jiang Ning. After behaving themselves for over 10 days, it was surprising that they had decided to switch again today. Chun Siching walked into the class, instinctively glancing toward the corner, locking eyes with Jiang Ning, causing her heart to race, and she quickly turned her head away. How strange. Could he have recognized me? Chun Siching comforted herself, gradually regaining her confidence. A few days prior, her sister had excitedly mentioned a stunning new chemistry teacher in class, piquing her curiosity. Additionally, her sister had previously mentioned the handsome Huang Zhongfei, whom she had only dared to observe from a distance. After enduring the anticipation for over 10 days, Chen Xiqing could no longer resist switching roles. She wore an expression similar to her sister S, pretending to be familiar with her classmates. And even her deskmate failed to notice any difference. As more students arrived, the chemistry teacher, Guoran, entered. Chen Xiqing was transfixed. Confirming her sister's description, she was indeed exceptionally beautiful. In her life thus far, she had never encountered such an attractive teacher. Although she was a girl, it did not hinder her appreciation of beauty. Many women also enjoy admiring beautiful women. After the class concluded, Chen Xiqing felt increasingly integrated into the class, experiencing a sense of belonging. She navigated her sister's social circle effortlessly, and even her usual conversational partners noticed nothing amiss, leading Chen Xiyu to feel a sense of loneliness. This feeling, once amplified, spurred Chen Xiqing to attempt something more challenging. During the break, students rushed to the playground, particularly those seated in the back, leaving the classroom nearly empty. Jiang Ning ceased his practice and retrieved a table tennis paddle from his desk. At that moment, a girl suddenly approached him. Chen Xiqing looked up at Jiang Ning, feeling both timid and resolute. Why approach Jiang Ning? Simply put, one must rise from where they have fallen. Jiang Ning, can we play table tennis together during PE class? She mustered the courage to ask. Rarely did she invite boys. Although some had pursued her in middle school, she had turned them all down. Thus, her invitation to Jiang Ning was a rare bold move, causing her cheeks to flush. After all, she was just a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Despite her many thoughts, she remained inexperienced in real-life situations. Jiang Ning gazed at her with a bemused expression but did not pierce through her facade. I'm sorry, I've made plans with someone else. Let us play another time, he replied. She could not have anticipated that Jiang Ning would actually reject her. Aside from her childhood, she had seldom made such requests of boys. After so many years, this was her first invitation to a male peer. Was it because she was unattractive, or had the allure of the twins faded? The little thrill she felt from not being recognized due to the role swap vanished, replaced by a wave of defeat. Chen Xiqing's emotions shifted rapidly, her expression mirroring her internal turmoil. At that moment, a voice from nearby interrupted. Shen Qingyi, let us head to the playground. Yuan noticed Shen Qingyi's gaze fixed on Jiang Ning. Earlier, as they prepared to exit through the back door, they had overheard the conversation between Jiang Ning and Chen Xiyu. Yuan found it peculiar. Chen Xiyu was quite charming, and yet she had invited Jiang Ning to play, only to be turned down. What gave Jiang Ning the audacity? He was merely slightly stronger, in all other respects. He was utterly unremarkable compared to the likes of Huang Zhongfei, Dong Qingfeng, and Qin Xian. Moreover, he sat in the back row, mingling with that crowd. Clearly not a model student. It was difficult to understand how Chen Xiyu could have an interest in him. One might say her judgment was rather short-sighted. Shen Qingyi regarded Jiang Ning for 2 seconds with a calm expression before saying to Yuan, all right, let us go. Chapter 41. The outcome is clear during PE class. Class 8 of the first year shared their session with Class 10. The physical education teacher, a robust and dark-skinned man with a stern demeanor, resembled a fearsome deity. The usually mischievous students like Wakanen dared not act up. Goodness, which fierce deity did the school invite? Ma Shicheng thought to himself, acknowledging that the PE teacher was even more intimidating than Officer Li. I am Gu Wei, and I will be your PE teacher from now on. Zhang Qi, the sports representative from Class 8, stepped forward, as did the representative from Class 10. Let us run 2 laps. Gu Wei commanded. Zhang Qi obediently led everyone in running. The total distance of 800 meters was nothing significant, especially after their recent military training, and many students finished without even breaking a sweat. Gu Wei surveyed the class and declared, all right, disperse. You're not to leave the playground until class is over. If I catch any of you, you will regret it. Upon hearing this, the students scattered like birds. Jiang Ning, holding a table tennis ball, made his way towards Shui Yuantong. Ma Shicheng, with sharp eyes, spotted the table tennis paddle in Jiang Ning's hand and attempted to join in, but Guokanen held him back. Ma Ge, let us go play basketball. Several boys in the class looked at him, and Ma Shicheng decisively headed for basketball instead. Shui Yuantong sat alone at the edge of the spacious podium. Jiang Ning raised his paddle and asked, care for a game? He knew Shui Yuantong enjoyed table tennis. In his previous life, she played frequently and even participated in a citywide competition in her second year, securing a modest award. Her skills were among the top tier in the school. This time, Shui Yuantong did not feign reluctance. She eagerly accepted the paddle, eager to challenge Jiang Ning. Many matters seemed to depend on him. At last, she can stand up. Shui Yuantong grips the paddle as if it were the hilt of a sword, transforming into a formidable swordsman. She can no longer restrain her murderous intent. Her eyes filled with arrogance and thirst for blood. Today, she is determined to slay her opponents. Shui Yuantong serves, delivering a beautifully executed spin serve. His ball glides effortlessly. An ordinary table tennis enthusiast cannot accurately gauge the depth of the spin, often failing to return it. Shui Yuantong has already foreseen the outcome of this match. Victory is on the horizon for her. However, she spent the next 10 minutes retrieving balls. Shui Yuantong begins to doubt her very existence. How could this happen? Her skills in table tennis are undeniably exceptional, her various killing techniques executed with ease, and she should have left Jiang Ning in awe, prompting him to kneel and beg her to take him as a disciple. Yet the outcome is utterly unexpected. This defies logic. Unwilling to succumb to fate, Shui Yuantong continues to challenge Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, however, does not relent. His reflexes far surpass hers. Only a true professional could match his prowess. Numerous classmates sit at the edge of the podium. Some are chatting, others are engrossed in their mobile devices, while a few watch the intense table tennis match between Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong. Perhaps due to being newcomers, unfamiliar with the school, the few empty rows of tables are solely occupied by Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong, drawing many curious gazes. Yuan and Shun Qingyi are seated closely together, about 7 or 8 meters from the table. Seeing Shui Yuantong clumsily picking up balls, Yuan bursts into laughter. How foolish. How can she play table tennis so poorly? In her eyes, Jiang Ning's skills are mediocre, and Shui Yuantong's performance is utterly disgraceful. Shun Qingyi remains silent, yet her thoughts align with Yuan's. They are anxious as they watch Shui Yuantong fail to win even a single round, constantly retrieving balls. A girl in a black sports outfit with short hair overhears and scoffs. You don't understand. It's not that Shui Yuantong is unskilled. It's that Jiang Ning plays exceptionally well. With a bit of training, he would undoubtedly rank in the city-level table tennis league. Yang Sheng, with keen eyesight, observes Jiang Ning's movements and footwork. Though not perfectly executed, his speed is astonishing, truly deserving of the title genius. Shen Qingge exclaims in disbelief, impossible. She and Jiang Ning hail from the same town and attended the same middle school. No one knows him better than she does. Though Jiang Ning plays reasonably well, he only ranks among the top few in their class and has never made it to the grade-level table tennis competition. The champions from their middle school have also failed to achieve any notable rankings in county competitions. The idea of Jiang Ning competing in the city-level table tennis league is utterly absurd. Though Shan Qingyi possesses good composure and refrains from arguing with the short-haired girl, Yuan, with her fiery temperament, cannot hold back. She recognizes Yang Sheng, a classmate known for her boisterous nature. Yuan detects the sarcasm in Yang Sheng's tone and retorts. What do you know? I believe Shui Yuantong is terrible. She is constantly retrieving balls. I could easily beat her. Yuan asserts confidently, claiming that anyone can play table tennis. Yang Sheng chuckles. I do understand. I was a sports specialty student in middle school, and I've played countless table tennis matches. Yuan counters, anyone can boast. I once kicked a whole car full of soccer balls. Yang Sheng, noticing Yuan's bravado, provokes her. Are you daring enough to challenge Shui Yuantong? If you lose, you owe me a month of duty. If you win, I'll take your turn. This duty involves cleaning the classroom, a task Yang Sheng despises. Yuan, unfazed, seizes the opportunity for labor, confident that she can easily defeat the novice Shui Yuantong. She steps down from the podium and walks towards Shui Yuantong. Dong Qingfeng waves and cheers. Go for it, Yuan. He then notices a friendly glance from Shun Qingyi, which brings him joy. Shun Qingyi's beauty garners admiration from many boys in class, including Dong Qingfeng, who understands the importance of befriending her close friends to smooth his pursuit. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning has already sensed the ongoing conversations. Yang Sheng appears to possess some insight, while Yuan seems merely to seek a challenge. Jiang Ning, may I borrow your paddle? I want to have a few rounds with Shui Yuantong, Yuan requests. Jiang Ning, happy to oblige, hands over the paddle. Initially, Shui Yuantong, engrossed in retrieving balls and a bit distant from the podium, fails to hear Yuan's remarks and finds herself bewildered at the change of opponent. Why don't you play with her? Yang Ning tukles. Shui Yuantong is reluctant to switch opponents. She desires to continue competing with Jiang Ning, determined to prove her worth. However, after losing so many rounds, her confidence is waning, and she desperately needs to regain her rhythm. Thus, she accepts the ball from Yuan and, facing her, concentrates, serving a simple ball without any embellishments. Yuan effortlessly returns the ball, thinking to herself, indeed, she is not very skilled. To her surprise, Shui Yuantong executes a swift backhand strike that is astonishingly fast. Yuan barely has time to react before the ball whizzes past her. Yang Sheng observes intently, her expression now serious. At first, she underestimated Shui Yuantong, as she had only seen her retrieving balls. When it's Yuan's turn to serve, she also opts for a simple serve. However, the outcome is grim. Yuan endures the same fate Shui Yuantong faced against Jiang Ning, losing point after point. After a series of defeats, she sees no hope of winning and reluctantly returns the paddle, feeling as though her face has been slapped with a table tennis bat. Yang Sheng adds fuel to the fire. Next week, the duty is yours. Chapter 42. The Thief, as the bell signaling the end of physical education class rings. Guokunin and Shan Kaikwan dash toward the school gate like the wind, as if being chased by wild dogs. Jiang Ning carefully packs his table tennis paddle and heads toward the bicycle parking area. He refrains from leaving the paddle in the classroom, having learned from past experiences in Class 8, where belongings often went missing. Before the holidays, he had left his headphones and power bank in the classroom, only to find them gone upon returning. Jiang Ning had even lost a power bank with a capacity of 10,000 milliamps. Such occurrences are quite vexing. Classmates would angrily condemn the thief. However, since the stolen items were not of significant value, mostly under 100 yuan, and no one had lost anything particularly valuable like a mobile phone, no one made a concerted effort to identify the culprit. Everyone resigned to their misfortune, attempting to avoid leaving personal items in the classroom. It wasn't until after graduating high school that the thief was finally apprehended. The perpetrator was none other than Shan Xiao, a seemingly simpleton with a coarse voice, dressed in a dowdy manner, and serving as the class representative for Chinese. No one suspected such a person could be the notorious thief of the school. He was caught after committing a major offense just before graduation. Interestingly, in the days leading up to graduation, Jiang Ning had conversed with a female junior who rented a room near the school. The area surrounding the school was old and lacked elevators. Jiang Ning had advised her to change her locks after she mentioned losing her keys, and it turned out his intuition was correct. Days before graduation, Shan Xiao showcased his skills outside of school, launching a bold operation. The situation of the missing keys was his opportunity to slip into residential buildings, taking advantage of the unguarded moments to steal. Once students left for class, he would follow suit, delivering warmth to unsuspecting residents. If others had not changed their locks, their belongings would be thoroughly ransacked: phones, jewelry, cash. He stole an estimated total exceeding 30,000 yuan. Fortunately, the female junior had changed her locks and thus avoided disaster. Yet Shan Xiao, having achieved great success in his final heist, found himself unable to give up on the lucrative opportunities within the school. On a dark and windy night, having chosen a day of rest, Dan Xiao exhibited his skill as a thief. He scaled the walls to infiltrate the school, rummaging through the desks in the entire teaching building and pilfering over a dozen power banks. His unusual behavior did not go unnoticed, and when he attempted to flee, he found it impossible to escape while clutching the stolen goods, especially with a physical education teacher in pursuit. He was first taken to the security office at the 4th high school. Then the police were called, and he was subsequently delivered to the police station. Upon seeing the multitude of power banks on Dan Xiao, the director, harboring both new grievances and old resentments, immediately recognized him as a habitual offender and informed the police of his discovery. Faced with the police's interrogation, the pressure was such that even an adult would struggle to withstand it, let alone Dan Xiao, a high school student yet to experience the harsh realities of society. He soon confessed everything in a rush. This revelation caused quite a stir, leading to a sentence of several years, effectively barring him from university. Jiang Ning recalled that by the time he graduated from university, Dan Xiao had only just been released. Jiang Ning felt no sympathy for such a person, considering him both malicious and foolish. However, the ping-pong paddle was of little value, even if Dan Xiao admitted to the theft. The consequences would not be severe unless Jiang Ning personally intervened. Jiang Ning contemplated leaving his smartphone in the classroom, as a smart device could provide location tracking. But he feared Dan Xiao might dismantle it, rendering the tracking useless. At present, Jiang Ning felt his skills were insufficient and preferred to avoid confrontations with official authorities, who were often quite cunning. For instance, he had recently observed Ding Shuyan, who had become remarkably well-behaved and had completely ceased her investigation. During his surveillance, she had noticed his presence, which spoke to her innate perceptive abilities that were truly enviable. As Jiang Ning reflected on the past, Shui Yuantong gently tugged at his arm. He inquired, "What is it?" She patted her pocket and said excitedly, "Let us not have dinner at home tonight. Let's south explore the snack street outside. It's on me." Having saved over 30 yuan in pocket money, she felt the need to make it up to Jiang Ning for his recent kindness. It had been a while since she had enjoyed a meal outside, and she was eager to savor all the delights the 4th High School snack street had to offer. "Sounds good," Jiang Ning replied, not wishing to decline. He was curious to see Shui Yuantong treat him for the first time. Throughout his life, he had never been invited by a girl to a snack street. In his junior and senior high school years, he was controlled by Shun Qingyi, and during university, he was absorbed in gaming. It was only as he approached the age of marriage that he began to consider such matters. Typically, outings with women involved dining at upscale restaurants, with expenses starting from 4 to 500 yuan. Inviting someone to a snack street would invite ridicule, despite the fact that many women frequented such places. Once involved in the dating scene, everything changed. A woman might ride an electric bike casually, but if one were to discuss marriage and lacked a vehicle, their appeal would plummet, often leading to immediate disqualification. Jiang Ning understood that some women would not mind such circumstances. They were willing to share a simple life with a man and to build a future together. Unfortunately, his luck had not favored him in this regard. Shui Yuantong led the way, with Jiang Ning following closely behind. "Shall we stroll around the campus first?" he suggested. The main path was bustling with students eager to leave school. Shui Yuantong found the idea reasonable and decided to rest in the small garden for a while. As her home was nearby and it was still before 4 o'clock, Shui Yuantong tiptoed and lightly hopped onto the wooden bridge over the flower bed, her braided pigtails swaying. She stood in the center of a floating pavilion within the flower bed, leaning against the railing. Nearby, clusters of students lingered, absorbed in their phones, occasionally furrowing their brows or shifting positions. From these telltale signs, Shui Yuantong surmised they were trying to access Wi-Fi. Things had changed. She now had access. Chapter 43. Do not look back. Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong lingered in the small garden for 10 minutes, as the flow of students along the main path gradually diminished. "Let us go," they said, exiting the school gate, which opened onto a lengthy road of over 200 meters lined with various shops, convenience stores, bubble tea shops, stationery stores, spicy hot pot eateries, and breakfast stalls, all abundant and diverse. The road was wide, flanked by modified tricycles selling assorted snacks, such as fried foods and oden. The destination Shui Yuantong had in mind was not this snack street, but rather the one connecting two nearby schools, Kaijing University and Shangmao Vocational College, which boasted a much larger scale than that near the 4th High School. He sat on a wooden bench in front of the convenience store, holding a glass bottle of cola with a straw. Jiang Ning glanced up at the store's sign, Yutsai Supermarket. "I plan to go online for a bit," he whispered, gesturing toward Yutsai Supermarket. There were several convenience stores and eateries near the 4th High School that appeared to be running legitimate businesses, yet behind hidden doors. They concealed a few computers for the owners to earn extra money. This location was close to the school, and the prices were reasonable, about 2 to 3 yuan per hour, making it a popular spot for students to go online or play games. Frequent visitors affectionately referred to this convenience store as Yutsai Internet Cafe. "All right, enjoy yourself. We'll take our leave," Jiang Ning said, glancing at Shui Yuantong, who quietly remained beside him. "See you next week." Ma Shikang waved gleefully. He watched as Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong, one tall and one short, walked away. Before finishing his cola, he felt no envy. For Ma Shicheng, gaming was his true passion. Today's League of Legends would reward him with a new champion, the Sword Saint. Shui Yuantong's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of hidden stars, as she exclaimed, "Jiang Ning, I want to eat mooncakes, fried crispy meat, fooding meat slices, double-skin milk, grilled gluten, and yuan xiao. The Hawthorne yuan xiao from that place is absolutely delicious." She listed several snacks in one breath. "Can you finish all that?" Jiang Ning looked at her with disdain. "I can absolutely," Shui Yuantong replied defiantly. "What about you?" What do you want to eat? She realized after her long list that she might not have enough money. As for me, I'll have lamb wraps, a cup of rice wine, and then I'll have a bit of your crispy meat slices, and yuan shao. Shui Yuantong quickly calculated in her mind and sighed in relief when she found that she had just enough. Having decided, she pulled Jiang Ning to queue up, each standing in line at different stalls, quickly gathering their snacks. At the yuan shao stall, Shui Yuantong found she had enough money left for a bowl of wontons, so she decisively bought Jiang Ning a bowl of fresh meat wontons. The counter of the yuan shao shop was located at the entrance, with customers forming a long line. The aunties serving directly filled the bowls, which customers then carried to their tables. The yuan shao shop had 2 floors. The first was noisy, while the second offered a better ambience. Shui Yuantong preferred dining on the second floor, but she always worried about spilling her bowl while navigating the stairs, causing her to feel anxious every time she carried a bowl. She hesitated over whether to go upstairs, torn in her decision, when suddenly someone patted her shoulder. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and grab a seat on the second floor. If you take too long, there won't be any tables left. Jiang Ning had scanned the second floor with his senses and knew that if Shui Yuantong went now, she could still secure the last available small table for 2. She pouted. Can you manage it? Stop talking nonsense. Just go. Jiang Ning gurket. Shui Yuantong, holding her snacks, said, I'll wait for you upstairs. She moved with agility up the stairs, spotting the last remaining table and feeling relieved. Shui Yuantong wiped down the table and 2 chairs with napkins before placing the bags of snacks on the table. Sitting in her chair, she suddenly realized that she no longer needed to carefully carry the yuan shao herself. She wouldn't have to worry anymore, because someone would carry the bowl for her. She was no longer alone. In that instant, a warm sensation surged from her forehead, as if her heart had been filled with something, bringing her a sense of security, gratitude, and joy. A myriad of emotions intertwined, giving her an extraordinary sense of peace, even though she could not quite comprehend the reason for such feelings. It reminded her of a time in her childhood when her mother fell ill and did not prepare breakfast, leaving her so hungry that she cried in frustration. Upon witnessing the scene, Mother, suppressing her discomfort, rose to prepare rice soup, fried 2 pieces of bread, and stir-fried a plate of green pepper and potato shreds. The sensation at that moment bore an uncanny resemblance to a previous occasion. She vividly remembered that day when there was no salt at home. The green pepper and potato shreds were devoid of seasoning, yet it remained the most delightful meal Shui Yuantong had ever savored, without exception. Jiang Ning placed 2 bowls on the table and, upon noticing Shui Yuantong's dazed expression, waved his hand in front of her. Are you enchanted? Jiang Ning murmured. I'm not. All right, let us eat. She took a bite of the tang yuan filled with hawthorn, its sweet and sour flavor reminiscent of the past. With a bamboo skewer, she poked at the crispy pork, which was seasoned with spices, its exterior crunchy and interior tender, making her squint her eyes in sheer enjoyment. Watching her relish the food, Jiang Ning's appetite was piqued, and he too seized the skewer, finding the crispy pork surprisingly delectable. He devoured several pieces, prompting Shui Yuantong to roll her eyes as he devoured all her crispy pork. This establishment, Qiao Ji Crispy Pork, was a time-honored venue that continued to thrive even until Jiang Ning graduated from university. While most shops were adopting delivery services, Qiao Ji Crispy Pork remained steadfastly offline, as the owner worried that takeout would affect the flavor. The price of the same portion of crispy pork had risen from 7 yuan to 10 yuan and eventually to 15 yuan. During high school, Jiang Ning had a fondness for Qiao Ji Crispy Pork, yet the price of 7 yuan per serving often deterred him, leaving him with a pang of regret each time he indulged. The street boasted many delectable snacks, yet Jiang Ning's meager allowance, coupled with his need to purchase various items for Shun Qing, left him with little leftover money, making him frugal in his spending. In high school, his dream was to one day stroll down this snack street without concern for money, feasting to his heart's content. Regrettably, that dream remained unfulfilled during his teenage years. The youthful boy, impoverished and yearning for those unaffordable snacks, was now a thing of the past. Now I can eat whatever I desire. No one can stop me. Jiang Ning indulged in one snack after another. However, after consuming merely 2 or 3 portions, he found himself unable to eat more. Was it the taste that had changed? No, the old establishments still received rave reviews. What had transformed was his mindset. Entering society, he was besieged by various pressures, the weighty reality of housing prices, employment, and future prospects constantly reminded him of the imperative to compete and not to remain idle, lest he be surpassed by others. In his quest to simply be an ordinary person, he had exhausted all his efforts. That day, Jiang Ning stood before the long street, gazing at the bustling crowd, quietly finishing off the remaining food and casually tossing the packaging into a trash bin. He then turned and strode forward, embarking on the long journey of life. Behind him stood that troubled youth, voraciously chewing on snacks, laughing joyfully, forever unaging. Chapter 44. A seed. That evening, after concluding his training, Jiang Ning strolled around the village factory. To his dismay, it was now deserted. Following his persistent efforts, the young man Yin Bo had abandoned his nefarious activities and vacated the entire factory. This left Jiang Ning's life somewhat lacking in excitement. Standing on the embankment, he gazed at the sparsely lit village. It felt feeble. This time, it was merely a spontaneous whim that he had acted upon, unnoticed by anyone, easily eliminating his adversary. Such execution, even in his previous life, would have been exceedingly challenging to accomplish. Jiang Ning glanced at his phone. It was barely 8 o'clock in the evening. He decided to sell 2 gold bars to replenish his balance, as he needed funds to purchase the medicinal herb merchant's Chenhongxiang. Initially, he intended to go to Qiaozhou City to find a secluded spot to sell the gold bars, but then he reconsidered, deeming it too troublesome. This would not entirely mitigate the risks. It would be wiser to return to the pawnshop from last time, where his former colleagues had verified the owner's integrity. And as it was nearby, he could plant a spiritual mark to keep everything under control. Moreover, Jiang Ning was impatient to expedite his cultivation progress. If he were to cultivate spiritual herbs, he required a land rich in spiritual energy, with both mountains and water. He had already identified the ideal location. Situated near Qingyu Lake at Huqi Mountain, where the air was clear and the environment serene, with a villa district constructed halfway up the mountain. It was a prestigious residential area for the affluent of Yuzhou City, renowned for its opulence, where passers-by often glimpsed various luxury vehicles coming and going. For an ordinary person, residing in the Huqi Mountain Villa District would signify success. After graduating, Jiang Ning had once dreamt of purchasing a villa there. However, after several years of work, he found himself nowhere near that possibility. Even now, villas in that area were priced in the millions. And even if Jiang Ning sold all the gold bars unearthed from Shui Yuantong's family, he could not afford a single villa. Furthermore, Jiang Ning not only sought to acquire a villa, but also aimed for the finest standalone villa, alongside contracting a portion of forest to establish a spiritual energy array for cultivating spiritual herbs. Accomplishing such endeavors locally without a certain standing would prove challenging. He planned to concoct some spiritual medicines to promote and sell in the present world, gaining both wealth and status to secure the villa and land rights at Huqi Mountain. Given Jiang Ning's age and current standing, it was not particularly convenient for him to act, and these matters were overly cumbersome, likely to impede his cultivation speed significantly. Much like in a cultivation sect, those preoccupied with mundane affairs are often practitioners who have little hope of advancing, while the deeply skilled elders typically seclude themselves for long periods, only emerging to resolve significant sect matters. Jiang Ning preferred to operate behind scenes, as this allowed him to reap greater benefits. However, everything was still in the evaluation phase, including the pawnshop owner, Xiao Shuangshuang. He intended to ensnare her first before using her to manage his affairs. Jiang Ning had a preliminary concept. What could be a more solid bond than controlling life itself? With this thought, Jiang Ning hesitated no longer. He employed the concealment technique and hurried towards the city center. Minutes later, it was not yet 8:30 in the evening, and the pawn shop remained open. Xiao Shuangshuang sat in a chair, her slender fingers tapping the keyboard, maneuvering the character on the screen in combat. The pawn shop operated until 10 o'clock each night before closing, typically devoid of customers. But in this industry, a single day's operation could suffice for 10 days or more. Leveraging the connections left by her elders, she managed to earn an average of over 100,000 annually, especially since the shop was family-owned and did not incur rent. Although 100,000 might seem substantial in Yuzhou City, it was not enough to achieve great wealth. Furthermore, the pawnshop business was tedious and dreary, only serving to sap one's ambition. Unfortunately, her brother was unwilling to take over the shop, leaving her with no choice but to manage it. Otherwise, the relationships cultivated over the years would falter, which would be regrettable. Xiao Shuangshuang initially spent several years in Lin City, where she trained as a medical student and worked as a nurse, enduring a grueling schedule with rotating shifts, often working nights and facing the ire of patients and their families. Transitioning to a more comfortable life now, she recognized that such a lifestyle was finite. At 27, she was on the brink of 30, likely to marry and settle into a life of domesticity. Xiao Shuangshuang felt a sense of confusion and fear. Despite her age and capabilities, she still perceived herself as a child. She had contemplated abandoning her current life to venture into a big city, unwilling to remain in a small place, yet lacking any significant skills made the outside world seem daunting. It was likely that her circumstances would not improve compared to her current situation. Occasionally, Shu Ing would gather with her former classmates, who were also medical students. They later secured positions in the health bureau, enjoying a leisurely lifestyle. She confided her thoughts to them, but they were not entirely supportive, believing that a peaceful life was sufficient. Lost in her musings, Shu Ing continued to tap away at her keyboard when a glass door swung open. She looked up to see a tall young man enter. It was Ji Ing Inning. Not long ago, she had earned a tidy sum from him, several thousand yuan. Ji Ing Inning took a seat on a wooden chair, casually flipping his hand to reveal two gleaming gold bars resting in his palm. Shu Ing's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized him, seeking any signs of suspicion. Inherited? She glanced between Ji Ing and the gold bars, a flicker of concern crossing her mind that these might be stolen or illicitly obtained, which would pose considerable trouble for her if accepted. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to accept them. Firstly, the gold bars could be resold for twice her monthly earnings through her established channels. Secondly, as a pawnbroker, her profession demanded a keen eye, not only for the items, but also for the individuals presenting them, allowing her to assess their confidence and acquire goods at the lowest possible prices. She had encountered individuals pawning stolen jewelry before. They often displayed shifty eyes and were easily agitated, resembling a powder keg ready to explode with the slightest provocation, lacking the necessary composure. In contrast, Ji Ing, though youthful, exuded a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of fear. As the saying goes, one can gauge a child's future by their current behavior. Based on Ji Ing's present composure, one could surmise a promising future for him, provided he did not face significant upheaval. Shu Ing, as she had done previously, retrieved an entire set of tools to weigh, measure, and assess the purity of the gold bars, ensuring they were free from impurities. After a series of tests, the gold proved to be flawless. Currently, the international gold price remains stable at 310 yuan per gram. Given the purity and other factors, shall we proceed with the previous price of 270? She inquired. Ji Ing nodded in agreement, showing no interest in haggling over the price, knowing that he would need Shu Ing's services in the future. It was prudent to grant her a small concession. The two gold bars weighed a total of 620 grams, equating to 167,400 yuan. To make it a round sum, let us say 168,000. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? She inquired, casting a glance at Ji Ing. Cash, he replied. That's quite a substantial amount. Shu Ing chuckled, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a unique charm, enhanced by a small beauty mark beneath her eye. Despite the slight darkness beneath her eyes, which hinted at late nights, it did not detract from her beauty, but rather added a touch of authenticity. Please hold on a moment, she said, moving to the back of the room to unlock a door. Inside, she opened a silver-white safe and, after entering the password, the door swung open to reveal stacks of cash. With numerous customers opting for cash transactions, she kept a reserve on hand. Grabbing a black Adidas backpack, she filled it with a significant portion of the cash and returned to Ji Ing. In his presence, she verified the amount using a counting machine, confirming everything was in order. She handed him the backpack, saying, "Pleasure to do business with you. Do remember not to indulge too much in black sesame. It's not good for your health. If you're experiencing hair loss, make sure to get plenty of rest and relax." With that, Ji Ing took his leave, having merely sown a seed, patiently waiting for it to take root and flourish. Shu Ing stared at the empty room, astonished. How do you know about my hair loss? Recently, each time she washed her hair, she would lose over 100 strands, leaving her horrified at the sight of the tangled mess in the basin, fearing baldness. She understood that relaxing and alleviating stress could help prevent hair loss, but seeing so much hair fall out only heightened her anxiety, creating a vicious cycle of stress and continued hair loss. Memories of family gatherings during the new year surfaced, where everyone sat around table, the winter sun streaming in to illuminate a sea of shining bald heads. Her grandfather was bald, as were her uncles and father. Even her cousin was bald. Shu Ing was left wondering about her own likelihood of losing her hair. The thought brought her to tears, even in her distress. She turned to the internet to seek remedies for hair loss, learning that black sesame was effective. Consequently, she began consuming black sesame paste and pills daily, nearly to the point of nausea. These matters were deeply personal, seldom shared with others. So how could Ji Ing have known? Their encounters had been brief. How could he discern such details? Was it that her hair was thinning? She quickly retrieved a makeup mirror. To her relief, her hair remained thick and lustrous, devoid of any signs of balding. She searched her desk for any remnants of black sesame, finding none. Bewildered, Shu Ing was left with an unusual impression of Ji Ing. After Ji Ing departed, he was unconcerned with Shu Ing's thoughts. He was merely testing the waters, planning to return when the time was ripe to showcase his extraordinary talents, using her as a stepping stone to launch his herbal medicine business. Engaging in the pharmaceutical trade required navigating a labyrinth of regulatory approvals, and Shu Ing had been chosen for this task. He was uncertain of her specific abilities. Should she prove inadequate, he could always seek someone else, as there were many talented individuals who remained unrecognized in society. With the tens of thousands from selling gold, Ji Ing intended to visit the herbal wholesale market in Ozhu, aiming to concoct a batch of effective remedies for prevalent ailments. He stopped by a bakery to purchase mooncakes, where prices soared to hundreds of yuan for a box. In terms of flavor, these mooncakes were not worth such a price. Their value lay in their packaging, which appeared somewhat upscale. Ji Ing had no need for such indulgences. He opted for a renowned local bakery, where a long queue awaited him. Realizing he would have to wait at least half an hour, he reluctantly paid an additional 20 yuan to a scalper for 2 boxes, totaling 80 yuan. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Ji Ing presented a box of mooncakes to Su Ying. However, she was reluctant to let him spend money on her frequently, saying, "Thank you. The gift is lovely, but please don't buy again next time." "All right," he replied. "Don't be so formal. We don't need to engage in such pretense." Su Ying retorted firmly. Ji Ing conceded, "Yes, I understand." Su Ying noticed the expression on his face, almost as if it were written, "I will definitely do it again next time," which irked her. "What do you mean, yes? I'm advising you not to waste money. You keep giving things away, and yet you just say yes without listening. It's infuriating." Seeing Su Ying's animated tirade, Ji Ing found it amusing and replied, "All right, I got it." Su Ying pouted, clearly upset. "Just all right. You're so dismissive. When the teacher asks if you understand this question, you just nod without answering. If the teacher makes you stand for punishment, you just nod again. When someone asks if you have money for lunch, you nod, starving and crying, and then you say it's fine, just keep nodding. By the way, remember to come to my house for dinner tonight." Ji Ing nodded earnestly, refraining from further nodding. "I will definitely come tonight." Typically, he would use his phone to visit his uncle, needing to conceal it. He could not explain where he had acquired the funds to buy a new phone. His uncle could easily call his parents, which could lead to complications. Thus, he opted for a 300 yuan smartphone instead. As he touched the device, scrolling through, he found it frustratingly sluggish compared to his previous model. This mobile phone is the Tianyu Shao Huang phone, a model that enjoyed a modest fame in its time. Jiang Ning had always believed that his phone was the Tianyu Shao Huang phone until one day he noticed a classmate using the same model. Upon comparison, he discovered that his was, in fact, a counterfeit version. This imitation lacked even Bluetooth functionality, which opened Jiang Ning's eyes to the reality of his device. Carrying a box of mooncakes, Jiang Ning rode his bicycle to his uncle's home. He knocked on the door, and his aunt opened it. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and the mooncakes in his hands, she chided, "Why did you bring something when you come home?" Surprised, she exclaimed, "Why have you grown so tall?" She then called out, "Qi Tian, come look." His uncle Jiang Qi Tian appeared at the door, equally astonished by Jiang Ning's height. "Goodness, you've shot up 10 centimeters in just half a month. You're almost as tall as Long Long now." Just before school started, Jiang Ning had appeared half a head shorter than Jiang Junlong, but now they were nearly the same height. I was worried you weren't eating well outside, but now I'm relieved, his uncle said with genuine happiness, feeling a sense of responsibility for Jiang Ning since he had been entrusted with him by his younger brother. Jiang Ning changed his shoes upon entering, exchanging smiles with Jiang Junlong, while his cousins greeted him, and Shen Qing merely glanced at him from the sofa. Jiangqi Tian's restaurant business was thriving. If it were open today, he could expect to earn several thousand yuan from lunch and dinner combined. Look at my uncle's generosity. It's not something just anyone can match, Jiang Ning praised. Hearing this, Jiangqi Tian beamed with joy, which is why he cherished this little nephew. Indeed, they're all about the money. For me, as long as I have enough to spend, that suffices. Jiang Ning gave a thumbs up, saying, perspective, see, this is perspective. Noticing Jiang Ning's maturity, Jiangqi Tian contemplated that with his nephew's growth spurt, the clothes he had previously bought would no longer fit. He would take him shopping for new outfits later in the afternoon. The family gathered joyously, and although his aunt had a penchant for wealth, she did not mind Jiang Ning visiting occasionally, so she prepared a sumptuous feast. During lunch, Jiangqi Tian insisted on having a couple of drinks with Jiang Ning, who did not refuse. As a cultivator, a little alcohol was of no concern to him. Throughout the gathering, Shen Qing did not speak to Jiang Ning, yet she kept a watchful eye on him. She had yet to adjust to his sudden departure, feeling a void in her life. Lately, she found herself wanting Jiang Ning to see her in a new light, a sentiment she could not fully comprehend, considering she had never cared for him before. To be candid, Shen Qing did not wish for Jiang Ning to prosper. The more miserable he was after leaving her, the happier she felt. Ultimately, she wanted to stand before him one day and tell him that his initial choice had been misguided. During a quiet moment, Jiang Ning took out his phone, which Shen Qing immediately recognized as not being the 5. She had been attentive when he logged in previously and noted that he indeed used the 5, which had piqued her curiosity. Now, however, he had reverted to his original phone. What was he concealing? Chapter 46. Chongqing liquid during the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Jiang Ning took the opportunity to visit the Qiaozhou herbal wholesale market. Unfortunately, the Chen Hunxiang had not yet arrived. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of disappointment. Without the Chen Hunxiang to assist him, his spiritual awareness could only be honed gradually through the Jin Xian Fun Shenju. Basic applications, such as spiritual awareness, deterrence, and manipulation, remained beyond his reach. Logically, spiritual awareness and spiritual power should develop in tandem. As one's realm ascends, so too should one's awareness. If one were to have rare herbs to assist, their awareness could surpass their level of spiritual power, exhibiting remarkable abilities in combat, alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting, providing numerous advantages. Despite the absence of Chen Hunxiang, Jiang Ning did not leave empty-handed. He purchased various other herbs. He intended to use these to concoct a liquid that would promote hair regeneration, a straightforward process that could yield painless results with a single application. Although hair transplant surgeries were available, the procedures were cumbersome. They involved transplanting hair follicles from other parts of the body to balding areas, resulting in a dense growth of hair. Patients had to endure anesthesia before the surgery, and afterward, their scalp would be riddled with numerous small wounds, which were painful and itchy as they healed. Post-operation, patients had to wrap their heads in bandages and change dressings, navigating a myriad of tedious care routines. Every surgical procedure is inherently torturous. In contrast, Jiang Ning's liquid would be akin to applying a conditioner, requiring no expertise and suitable for both children and adults to use easily. The preparation of this liquid was not overly complicated. The realm of cultivation also had its share of individuals suffering from hair loss. For instance, some body refining practitioners, due to their robust physiques and surging vitality, often ended up with gleaming bald heads, a source of long-term concern for them. After all, cultivators are equally concerned about their appearance. Not everyone wishes to rely solely on their cultivation level for sustenance. Many desire an attractive exterior to attract the attention of high-ranking female cultivators. There was once a remarkably handsome male practitioner in the Qi refining stage, akin to an immortal being, who caught the eye of a female ancestor at the nascent soul stage, receiving countless elixirs and herbs. That male practitioner ascended to the golden core stage, inciting envy among many scattered cultivators. Moreover, when it comes to choosing dual cultivation partners, A female cultivator would likely prefer a male practitioner with a full head of hair over a bald one, given two candidates of equal cultivation level. Once the hair growth liquid reached the cultivation realm, it was quickly deconstructed and became a common product. Jiang Ning noted its formulation in the treasure trove of the Luo Yun sect. This liquid was named Chongqing Yi. Of the 7 herbs required, Jiang Ning had gathered 6. 2 of them, Ganjiang and Hishou Wu, were relatively common. Ganjiang for nourishing hair follicles and Hishou Wu for promoting black hair. The final herb was an auxiliary one, which the herbal merchant in Xiao, Zhou, claimed never to have heard of. Jiang Ning decided to proceed with the 6 herbs for the time being. The missing auxiliary herb was intended to enhance the duration of the effects, if of good quality. It could ensure that hair would not fall out after regeneration. Without it, the Chongqing Yi concocted would guarantee no hair loss for at least 6 months after application. Considering the quality of herbs available in the current realm, Jiang Ning estimated it could last approximately 2 to 3 months. This was sufficient. As long as the user applied the Chongqing Yi diligently, the rate of hair loss would never outpace the rate of regrowth, ensuring they would not go bald. This also significantly increased the potential for ongoing sales of the liquid, leading to a continuous stream of profits. Furthermore, such a short-term solution for hair regrowth would not appear excessively miraculous or perfect, thereby reducing the likelihood of causing a commotion in the medical community. It was a truly advantageous arrangement. Jiang Ning began the preparation of Chongqing Yi, a process that was not overly complex. With a flick of spiritual fire, he heated water to create a liquid infused with spiritual energy. He then extracted the herbs using spiritual fire, sequentially adding them to the spiritual water for boiling and brewing, patiently waiting for a transformation, which was considerably simpler than alchemy. This was to be expected, as the barriers to becoming an alchemist were daunting, and most ordinary individuals could never achieve that status. Otherwise, the practitioner would not have been so desperate to research hair growth liquids for the sake of spirit stones. If he were an alchemist, he would not have to worry about spirit stones, because the more knowledgeable alchemists did not fret over spirit stones and did not experiment. The hair growth liquid became the creation of an obscure practitioner. The liquid suspended in the air gradually transformed into a vibrant green, releasing a faint, spicy aroma. It was complete. Jiang Ning extinguished the spiritual fire with a flick of his finger, allowing the fist-sized liquid to spread out and cool in the air. Once the spicy scent dissipated, he waved his hand, and the green liquid flowed into 3 pristine jade bottles. Holding the jade bottles, Jiang Ning mused aloud. The total cost of the herbs for these 3 bottles of Chongqing Yi amounts to 15 yuan. What would be an appropriate selling price? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning resolved to initially promote his product in the mid to high-end market, setting a reasonable price of 2,000 yuan per bottle. For 2,000 yuan, one could regain a head full of black hair and rejuvenate their youth, although the effects would only last 2 to 3 months. He deemed it a fair offering compared to those high-end cosmetics and beauty products, many of which cost hundreds for a mere lipstick or even 1,000 to 10,000 yuan for a skincare solution with mediocre results, yet still attract countless female buyers. Jiang Ning's Chongqing Yi, on the other hand, boasted genuine medicinal properties, serving health with no side effects, crafted with spiritual essence. Surely, there must be some buyers for it. However, Jiang Ning remained uncertain. Given its potent effects that could transform a bald head into a lush mane, Chongqing Yi seemed particularly suited for men, as they are physiologically more prone to baldness. Among the bald individuals he often observed, most were men, such as his English teacher, Chen Haiyang, who not only suffered from baldness, but also had a shiny scalp. In recent years, there's been a jest in the capital market ranking consumer spending as women, children, the elderly, pets, and then men. However, this is not entirely accurate. When it comes to their hair, men are undoubtedly willing to invest in themselves. Hair is arguably more important than height. Only those who have truly experienced the pain of hair loss would understand its significance. In China alone, the number of individuals suffering from hair loss has reached hundreds of millions. If he could capture even a fraction of these users, Jiang Ning's resources for cultivation would be secured. Of course, Chongqing Yi could also be marketed towards women. While women rarely go completely bald, they often experience thinning hair, especially post-childbirth when hair loss may worsen. In such cases, affluent women might not mind spending a few thousand yuan. Given that women have an inherent desire for beauty, targeting them first would likely prove easier. Nevertheless, Before making any definitive moves, he intended to test the market, assigning the task to Xiao Shuangshuang. That day, Jiang Ning observed Xiao Shuangshuang closely. Her hair loss was somewhat severe, and once she used the Chongqing Yi, the effects would be immediate. He resolved to devise a method to introduce the Chongqing Yi during his next visit to her. Chapter 47, I2. A.M. Pitiable, the first evening class after the Mid-Autumn Festival break. There were 5 minutes until class began. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Ning sensed an unusual atmosphere. He recalled that Class 8 generally kept the door open unless during holidays or after school. The classroom was filled with students. Yet there was an absence of the usual raucous chatter. Instead, an eerie silence prevailed. Zhang Qi, the sports committee member clad in his school uniform, stood at the podium, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The classmates also turned their attention towards him, prompting Jiang Ning to chuckle. Laughter erupted in the classroom, dissipating the previously heavy atmosphere. Huang Yuzhu, sitting in the front row and appearing somewhat mature, remarked, Zhang Qi lost a basketball and was asking if anyone knew where it was. Oh, I'm not aware of that. Young Ning gripped it. I wonder which rascal stole it. That's quite a loss. He added casually, who knows? I've heard a basketball costs over 100 yuan. Guo Gunan, who shared a dormitory with Zhang Qi, was privy to more information than most. As Jiang Ning listened to their conversation, he glanced at Zhang Qi, who was in a school uniform. The uniforms at Xizhong were inexpensive, costing only a few dozen yuan, and of average quality with an unappealing design. Fortunately, the school did not mandate uniforms except during events such as anniversaries, speeches, or sports meets. It was said that Zhang Qi ate vegetarian meals in the cafeteria and did not buy snacks, indicating a less than affluent background. For someone like him, over 100 yuan equated to more than a week's worth of living expenses. Ma Shiqing inquired, now that the basketball is missing, it surely must have been stolen. Does anyone recall who locked the door that day? He pondered that whoever held the keys would bear significant responsibility for the loss. Upon hearing the mention of keys, Guokunin chimed in, we discussed it in the dorm. Zhang Qi locked the door himself, and he even made sure to close the windows before leaving. Ma Shiqing found himself in a predicament. It would be challenging to determine who had stolen the basketball. What if we can't figure it out? Will Zhang Qi have to compensate for the basketball himself? Well, what can we do? He'll have to pay over 100 yuan, Ma Shiqing replied. Gung Lu suddenly had a bright idea. Why don't you all chip in for him? That way, Zhang Qi's burden will be significantly lighter. Gung Lu believed that since Zhang Qi borrowed the basketball for the sake of the class, it was only fair for everyone to share the responsibility. Upon hearing her suggestion, the expressions of several boys shifted. While they felt sympathy, they did not feel obligated to share in the blame. Ma Shiqing distanced himself from the situation, asserting, it would be excessive to collectively compensate. I was dragged into playing basketball that day. Shan Kaikwan, with his phone in hand, added, Zhang Qi borrowed the basketball on his own. We didn't force him to. Guokunin, standing in the middle, took a neutral stance, stating, compensation isn't realistic. Zhang Qi lost the basketball, and he bears the greatest responsibility. How much should he compensate? Having only just begun the school year, it was unreasonable to expect deep camaraderie. They were all students, and, apart from a few exceptions, their backgrounds were relatively similar. Divided equally, each person would owe a few dozen yuan. In an internet CAF outside of school, a night's worth of gaming cost merely 10 yuan. A few dozen yuan would certainly be a burden, and no one was eager to part with their money. Originally, a few boys in the back row were animatedly discussing the matter, but Gung Lu's comments silenced them. Observing the boys' displeasure, Gung Lu wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. She was innocent, yet not entirely naive. She sensed the shift in their demeanor and recognized her misstep. Jiang Ning noticed her discomfort and seized the moment to speak. Such dialogues unfolded in various corners of the classroom. Shan Xiaojin, upon hearing the gossip about Zhang Qi, felt no sympathy whatsoever. Only he and Zhang Qi frequently wore their uniforms, both equally poor. Zhang Qi was left to fate while he was striving to improve his situation. Was Zhang Qi pitiable? Was he not pitiable himself? The disparity was stark. He thought to himself that the next time he stumbled upon something to sell, he must ascertain its value beforehand to maximize his profit. As the class began, Zhang Qi was still unable to identify the thief of the basketball. He was furious, convinced that every classmate was a suspect, yet felt powerless. Jiang Ning suspected that it was Shan Xiaojin who had taken the basketball, yet he did not step forward to accuse him. Shan Xiaojin had already made off with the basketball, leaving Jiang Ning without proof, and moreover, he was disinclined to confront the matter. Jiang Ning was no savior. He did not feel compelled to rescue those he deemed unfortunate. If that were the case, he might as well abandon his cultivation altogether. Perhaps it was better this way. Shan Xiaojin would continue his reckless behavior, and sooner or later, he would find himself in trouble, enjoying a life of free meals and lodging. After just 3 days of vacation, on the first evening back at school, the students were lively. Jiang Ning, I'm heading to the small supermarket. Would you like anything? I'll bring it back for you, Gung Lu said, standing before him with a warm smile on her cherubic face. Jiang Ning looked up, momentarily obscured by her angle of view. Gung Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She wanted to express her gratitude for his earlier assistance. Of course, there was a hint of her own motives as well. No need, Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively. Then I'll bring you a cup of red bean double-skim milk. Consider it my treat, Gung Lu declared, clapping her hands in excitement and taking the initiative. Ma Shicheng, witnessing this, chimed in with a teasing voice. She wants double-skim milk too. Could you bring her serving? Gung Lu shot him a glance, ignoring him completely, before turning and leaving the classroom with grace. Shan Kaikwan, perched on his desk with one leg on the ground, began sharing his story with the group. Guys, let me tell you, when I came to school today, I was on that bus, right? I was sitting by the window, and next to me was a girl. Chapter 48. A butterfly arrived. Shan Kaichuan's story was interrupted by Ma Shicheng's rebuttal. Those with tattoos are usually not the best people. That girl might be involved in some bad crowd. Tattoos have long been shrouded in prejudice, and particularly in 2013. Many people's initial impression equated tattoos with being of ill character. Ma Shicheng spoke with a somewhat elevated voice, inciting considerable disdain from the nearby Yang Sheng, who stood up to confront him. On what grounds do you declare that tattooed individuals are bad people? I argue you are the one lacking virtue. Yang Sheng, known for her fortitude, immediately rallied against him. Witnessing someone daring to contest him, and notably a woman, invigorated Ma Shicheng, who was never one to relent to females. Raising his volume, he retorted from afar. What? Do you think tattoos are commendable? Surely you don't have any ink on you? He exaggeratedly scrutinized Yang Sheng, his gaze intrusive. Infuriated by his stare, Yang Sheng snapped back. You're talking nonsense. With a laugh, he taunted, dare you admit you're tattoo-free? No, you wouldn't. Ma Shicheng saw through it all. What's wrong with my tattoos? Do you have an issue? Yang Sheng had indeed secretly inked a small design. People like you, who indiscriminately denounce others, are the real scoundrels. Faced with such targeted hostility, Ma Shicheng remained unfazed, turning to Wang Long. Brother Long, what is your take on tattoos? I don't think much of them. Do you concur? Wang Long, ever honest, had just experimented with Ma Shicheng's phone that day. Opposing him could mean losing access to it, so he readily agreed, adding sheepishly, Ma Gu is right. Ma Shicheng smiled lightly and then directed his gaze to Hu Jun. Brother Jun, how do you see it? Hu Jun, originally an upright and selfless class monitor, recalled the day he was encouraged by Ma Shicheng and others to step forward during the election. He cleared his throat and stated, I believe Ma Shicheng is correct. What about Guoge? Ma Shikeng inquired. One after another, everyone echoed their agreement. Subsequently, Ma Shicheng turned to Yang Sheng, a victorious expression gracing his face as he calmly declared, justice lies in the hearts of the people. Yang Sheng was utterly exasperated by Ma Shicheng. She had never encountered such a despicable person, her chest heaving with indignation, momentarily at a loss for words. Dan Kaikwan, seeing the crowd, finally calmed down, continued, she has a colorful butterfly tattooed on her arm and a shell earring on her ear. She sits right beside me. Before he could finish, another voice interjected. Discrimination against tattoos will only cease when people like you are gone. Dong Qingfeng's voice resonated powerfully, akin to the arrival of justice. Dan Kaikwan felt a surge of appreciation for Yang Sheng, and sensing her gratitude through her gaze, Dong Qingfeng felt elated. He had read online that when a woman feels lonely and helpless, standing up for her could very well win her heart. Although Dong Qingfeng intended to pursue Shen Qingyi, he found Yang Sheng's unique charm equally compelling, leaving him torn. Ma Shicheng, noticing yet another person stirring trouble, particularly one he had always found disagreeable, chose not to retaliate aggressively. Instead, he adopted the tone of a mature man. Brother, you are still young. Consider how your future wife might view tattoos, and how a male tattoo artist might enthusiastically invite her in. Do you understand how tattoos are applied, especially in certain places? Dong Qingfeng felt compelled to respond. I don't envision having such a wife. Yet he couldn't help but indulge in the thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Yang Sheng, unable to contain her fury, shouted, Ma Shicheng, clean up your language. Ma Shicheng scoffed, dismissing her outburst. Regardless of Yang Sheng's anger, it had no effect on him. Dan Kaikwan observed the atmosphere settle, and after a pause, cautiously remarked, she has a colorful butterfly tattooed on her arm and a shell earring on her ear. She is right next to me. I find myself deeply attracted to her. Having previously interrupted Dan Kaikwan, Ma Shicheng now felt remorseful and offered support. Then you ought to ask her for a photo to share with the brothers. The mention of a girl's photograph instantly captivated the attention of several onlookers. Come on then, Dan Kaikwan said, you all know my courage. Then why not show us? What are you hesitating for? Gokunan urgit. Be patient. Let me tell you how I approached her, Dan Kaikwan explained leisurely, emboldened by the attention of his peers. Adopting the demeanor of a master storyteller. The girl wore very little. A short skirt and short sleeves, you see? Today it turned cold outside, and I was on a rural bus without air conditioning, seated by the window. To make my move, I suddenly had a bright idea. I deliberately opened the window, and the wind outside was invigorating, making her shiver. Guakunin could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, You're truly ruthless. And then? He inquired. She asked me to close the window, and I seized the opportunity to ask for her number. Dan Kaikwan's expression soured. I did ask for it, but she refused. She is quite temperamental. Gokunan lamenteth. Ma Shicheng had anticipated this. Tattoos, earrings, and short skirts all suggest a fiery temperament. It's a wonder you even got her number. Several classmates echoed similar sentiments. Listening to their remarks, Dan Kaikwan took a moment, and once the chatter subsided, he stated, but I still managed to get it. Is that true? I, Dan Kaikwan, am no liar. The first time I asked, she did indeed reject me. So, I kept the window open, letting the cold wind blow on her. Dan Kaikwan relished the sense of vengeance. She ended up closing the window herself. Hey, do you know how difficult it is to pull those bus windows down? Especially on our privately contracted rural bus, which is rarely maintained. Most girls can't manage to pull those windows down. He observed coldly, as if transformed into ice. To be fair, she had considerable strength and managed to lower it a bit, reducing the wind. As for me, I wasn't cold, so I opened it wider. He gestured. In terms of mischief, Ma Shicheng felt outdone. She was freezing and ultimately pleaded to add me. Dan Kaikwan then took out his phone to show everyone. Just earlier in class, she was asking me about my grade and what class I'm in. He laughed. Clearly, she has taken an interest in me. Brothers with women, you cannot be indulgent. You must be assertive. Dan Kaikwan spoke with the wisdom of experience. He even clicked into her social media profile, revealing several attractive selfies. Even Ma Shicheng, who had continuously criticized tattoos, felt a twinge of envy. Since the start of the school year, he hadn't added a single attractive girl. Meanwhile, Hu Jun stepped onto the podium, addressing the entire class with an announcement. Our Class S water dispenser has arrived. From now on, we'll order purified water from the school supermarket at 4 yuan per barrel, and we will take turns to carry it. He displayed the chart he had prepared, affixing it to the wall with tape. Jiangning, am I in a group with you? Gung Lu turned to ask. Indeed, this is divided by seating arrangement. We'll be in groups of 4. How wonderful. Why can't carry it? Could you lend a hand? I'll buy you snacks. A barrel of purified water contains 189 liters, weighing approximately 38 kilograms. A typical high school girl would find it quite a challenge. Sure, no problem, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. Shui Yuantong, seated near the front, with good eyesight, glanced at the chart on the wall. Unfortunately, none of the boys were in her group. However, she could seek assistance from outside. How could she persuade Jiang Ning to help her carry water without revealing her inability to manage it? Shui Yuantong pondered, fiddling with her newly purchased pink rabbit cup, which she had ordered online for 24 yuan, having bought 2, the other a white rabbit. She intended to gift to Jiang Ning. As the school bell rang, Shui Yuantong remained deep in thought, preparing to rise and exit the classroom when suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open and an irate boy stormed in. He was clad in Nike attire, his hawk-like eyes scanning the entire classroom, and with unabashed arrogance. He bellowed, Who the hell is Dan Kaikwan? Step forward. Behind the Nike-clad youth, a group of 7 or 8 boys surged in, culminating with the appearance of a girl adorned with shell earrings. In Chapter 49, The Experienced Baby, the girl in a short skirt and shell earrings bore an uncanny resemblance to what Dan Kaikwan had described. Emma Shicheng glunchid ed dan Kaikwan. Not only Ma Shurchong, but also Guo Kunin and Hu Jun, who had been eavesdropping earlier, turned their gazes toward him. Dan Kaikwan was taken aback, his throat feeling somewhat parched. The girl had previously inquired about his name in class, and he had assumed she was interested in him, believing a romantic encounter was on the horizon. He had been preparing for a difficult choice between Bai Yuxia and this girl, yet now, an unexpected turn of events had unfolded. The male student at the podium, brimming with menace, was clearly not there to engage in playful antics. The realization struck Dan Kaikwan. She sought his detailed information to orchestrate an assault on him. With several individuals accompanying her, Dan Kaikwan felt his composure waver. He was uncertain how many classmates would come to his aid if a confrontation arose. Instinctively casting a glance at Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning remained calm, as such matters may have instilled fear in the other students, but to him, they were merely a swarm of noisy ants. What puzzled him was that such an incident had not occurred in the previous year, evidently. His interventions had begun to alter the course of events. Jiang Ning's steadfast demeanor sent a chill through Dan Kaikwan, leaving him uncertain of the other's intentions. Realizing that relying on others was futile, Dan Kaikwan signaled to a classmate seated by the back door, hoping to escape through it and prioritize his own safety, disregarding the consequences. Unfortunately, the student at the door failed to comprehend his silent plea. The class monitor, Huang Zhongfei, recognizing the hostility of the newcomers, stepped forward and stated, "If there are any grievances, please resolve them outside and do not disrupt our class." Hearing this, the Nike boy, Deng Xiang, looked at Huang Zhongfei in surprise, astonished by the boy's unexpected handsomeness. Soon after, Deng Xiang scoffed, "Huh, who do you think you are? Do I need your permission to handle my business?" Deng Xiang was a student from the 4th high school, having bought his way in and was generally well regarded among his peers. Upon learning that his younger sister, Gong Xian, had been bullied, he wasted no time rallying his friends to confront the culprits. He was known for his fighting prowess, and few in the first-year cohort dared to challenge him. "If Dan Kaikwan doesn't step up, none of you are leaving this classroom. I'll see who dares to move." Deng Xiang pointed menacingly at 2 students attempting to slip away. The atmosphere in the classroom fell into silence. Most students were ordinary and, confronted with 7 or 8 aggressive boys, were reluctant to resist, especially the girls. Huang Zhongfei's expression darkened as he reached for his phone to call the homeroom teacher. Deng Xiang took a couple of steps forward and slammed his hand on the desk, producing a thunderous sound. He fixed his gaze on Huang Zhongfei, arrogantly threatening, "If you dare to call, I'll smash your phone." The desk shook violently, causing a pink rabbit mug to leap into the air. Shui Yuantong scrambled to catch it, narrowly managing to do so. The mug was ceramic, and had it fallen, it would have shattered. Clutching the mug, Shui Yuantong felt a surge of apprehension. Huang Zhongfei lowered his phone, choosing not to make the call, casting a peculiar look at Deng Xiang. Huang Zhongfei was acutely aware of the relationship between Shui Yuantong and Jiang Ning. It was curious that Deng Xiang chose to target Shui Yuantong's desk. With this brazen act, Deng Xiang felt a surge of superiority. What did it matter if there were over 20 boys in the class? No one had stepped forward to challenge him. This was what he called intimidation. "Who is Dan Kaikwan? Don't act like a coward. If you're a man, step forward," Deng Xiang commanded. "Sister, recognize him." Dan Kaikwan and Gong Xian exchanged glances, realizing the severity of the situation. Fleeing? Initially, he had considered it, thinking that a wise man avoids immediate danger, but given how things had escalated, running away would tarnish his reputation in the class. Summoning his courage, Dan Kaikwan stood up and declared, "I am Dan Kaikwan. If you have business, come at me." Deng Xiang, noticing Dan Kaikwan's emergence, finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustration and strode towards him, leaving the other boys behind. Deng Xiang approached at a measured pace, allowing the tension in the classroom to thicken. Having engaged in numerous fights, he understood that such psychological pressure was the most daunting. He finally stood before Dan Kaikwan, intending to deliver a few slaps before dragging him out for a beating. Dan Kaikwan was equally prepared. If Deng Xiang made a move, he would not remain passive. After all, escaping today was not an option. If he could seize one person to retaliate against, he would. "You're Dan Kaikwan, right? Touch my sister, and you're asking for trouble, Deng Xiang threatened, just as he was about to strike. Hu Jun, witnessing the impending clash and acting as the courageous life monitor of the class, could not stand idly by while a classmate was bullied. He blurted out, "What are you doing? Stop it." Deng Xiang turned sharply, barking, "Shut up." Hu Jun fell silent, reasoning that since class monitor Huang Zhongfei had intervened as a class officer, he had also contributed to the class's welfare. Wang Longlong, eyeing the scene, thought to himself that he would soon run for class monitor. Seeing Hu Jun take a stand, he jumped in to gain favor, stating, "You're not allowed to hit our classmates." Wang Longlong was closer, and Deng Xiang slapped him on the head. "Want to die?" Wang Longlong fell silent, thinking he had also contributed to the class, and everybody would know him as a brave person. "Anyone else who stands up will face my wrath," Deng Xiang warned, with two individuals having already demonstrated courage. The rest of the students fell silent. Guo Kunin, Ma Shicheng, and others contemplated that since no real fighting had commenced, it was not the right opportunity to intervene. They would wait until a genuine confrontation began, knowing that even if it escalated to the administrative office, they would not face repercussions for others bringing trouble into their class. With Deng Xiang having dealt with the two who stepped forward, no one else dared to approach him. Growing impatient, he was finally ready to act when Jiang Ning suddenly rose and said, "Perhaps you should apologize first." In that moment, the classmates felt an eerie familiarity with those words. "Huh." Deng Xiang was almost amused, laughing a couple of times, astonished that someone would dare provoke him at such a moment. "Apologize? Who do you think you are?" Since entering Class 8 of the first year, Deng Xiang had always carried himself with an air of arrogance, never expecting anyone would challenge him now, let alone demand an apology. It was absurdly laughable. Deng Xiang turned to his sister, Gong Xian, and asked, "What kind of peculiar individuals does Class 8 have?" Gong Xian burst into laughter, finding humor in the sight of the boy demanding an apology from her brother. It was truly the folly of ignorance. Deng Xiang had been notorious in middle school for his combative nature, often finding himself in fights, once even sending someone to the hospital. After paying some compensation, the matter had been settled. In her eyes, Deng Xiang's reputation was impeccable. He was regarded as a leader wherever he went. In class, he would lash out at anyone he disliked, and others dared not utter a word. Since acknowledging Di Ying, Shi Ying as her Ganji, Ji Ying Su In has walked through the corridors of Tzh Ying with an air of confidence, free from the harassment of other girls. It is truly amusing that someone would dare to demand an apology from Di Ying Shi Ying. Ji Ying Su In chuckled lightly, only to suddenly sense a shift in the atmosphere. The gazes directed at her Ganji, Di Ying Shi Ying, bore an odd and even slightly sinister quality. Di Ying Shi Ying glared at Ji Ying In, his irritation palpable as he exclaimed, "If I don't enlighten you today, are you planning to gain experience points at my expense?" In Chapter 50, the source of Di Ying Shi Ying's dissatisfaction lay in the fact that he merely intended to confront someone in another class. Yet a series of fools had emerged to obstruct him, leaving him stifled. In his earlier days at Tzh Ying's middle school, he would simply march into another class or dormitory to publicly thrash anyone he deemed unpleasant, slapping and kicking without fear of retaliation. Why was it different now at Sh Ying? Had he grown old? Fuming, Di Ying Shi Ying advanced a couple of steps, reaching out with one hand to seize Ji Ying In by the collar. He intended to slap him immediately upon grasping his clothing. He had previously reduced boys to tears with a single blow. Meanwhile, Mshch Ying and the others, initially worried that the situation might escalate, felt a pang of sympathy for Di Ying Shi Ying as they witnessed his aggression towards Ji Ying In. Di Ying Shi Ying's fierce demeanor and swift movements would likely have subdued an ordinary student. However, Ji Ying In was no ordinary individual. With a swift motion, had gotten finger. Di Ying Shi Ying felt a flash before his eyes, as Ji Ying In speed took him by surprise. With a deft twist, Ji Ying In inflicted immense pain, causing Di Ying Shi Ying to scream. His companions rushed to his aid, but Ji Ying In released his grip on Di Ying Shi Ying's fingers, then gently pushed him forward, sending him hurtling back like a human ragdoll. The chaos erupted as he collided with the boys rushing to assist him, causing them to stumble in disarray. Fortunately, Di Ying Shi Ying's friends managed to catch him after a bit of effort. Impressed, Mshch Ying recognized Ji Ying In's true strength. realizing that his previous victory over Ing was no mere fluke. DNK Iku In breathed a sigh of relief, having hoped for Ing's assistance, but hesitant to voice it. Now that Ing had intervened, all was well. He had no doubt that Ing could easily handle them. Facing someone like Ing's prowess would shine even brighter. Others observing the situation, such as Huing GFI, noted Ing's close relationship with Ing and realized that the outsider had made a grave mistake by provoking him. Ing, feeling dazed, was mortified as he regained his footing. In their world, reputation was paramount. For the sake of face, they would go to any lengths. At that moment, he resolved to humiliate Ing, ensuring he would never hold his head high at Ing again. Furthermore, Ing vowed to confront Ing at every opportunity, targeting anyone who dared to associate with him. If Ing pursued a romantic relationship, he would humiliate him in front of his girlfriend and seize her away. Ing's expression hardened as he commanded his companions to charge, believing that with 8 against 1, victory was assured. However, as he took a step forward, Ing was already in front of him, delivering a decisive kick to Ing's chest using a hint of his spiritual power, halting him in his tracks. Ing lost control of his body, his legs lifting off the ground as he was propelled backward, soaring through the air like a discarded object. This time, Ing did not enjoy the same fortune. He and his companions were forcefully slammed against the wall. What on earth? Ing's mouth twitched in disbelief as the sound of their collision echoed. Ing watched in awe, although she despised violent boys. There was an undeniable aesthetic allure to Ing's display of power. No girl would resent a boy capable of protecting her. With his right hand in his pocket, Ing strolled towards Ing, who felt as though his chest was caving in, desperately wishing for survival. Ing intended to grab Ing by the hair, but the boy's short haircut made it impractical. Instead, he seized the back of Ing's collar, lifting him like a small dog. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Ing felt a wave of disdain, recalling a similar moment when he had lifted Ing. That adversary was now hospitalized, and it was uncertain when he would return. Holding Ing aloft with a dispassionate expression, Ing noticed the terror in the eyes of Ing's companions, who had fought many battles but had never encountered such a ruthless individual. They felt certain that even together, they would be no match for Ing. Many small-time thugs feared nothing and acted recklessly, but they were particularly afraid of 2 types of people. Those their age who were even more formidable and genuinely powerful bullies. Ing strode towards the podium, effortlessly dragging someone behind him, while Su-in trembled, retreating in trepidation, fearing she might be caught in the fray. Ing cast a glance at Su-in, commanding her to step aside. Startled, she complied, and he added, "Apologize and leave." She halted, too intimidated to resist. "You two, apologize," Ing insisted, noticing Ing's dazed expression. With a couple of sharp slaps, he roused Ing from his stupor, filled with rage and a desire for vengeance. Ing felt an overwhelming mix of fury and fear. "I'm sorry, Class 8, for disturbing you today. We were wrong. We promised to behave and reform." Ing and Su-in, faces downcast, humbly apologized, unable to muster any resistance. "Enough, go." Ing dismissed them as laughter erupted from the onlookers, and Ing and his group left, looking thoroughly defeated. He then turned to his classmates, who were momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in demeanor of the once fearsome bully, now displaying kindness after vanquishing a foe. Thus, the farce came to an end. Ing glanced at Su-in, who quickly lowered her head, having been silently observing him throughout the ordeal. Now that he was unharmed, her anxious heart began to settle. Previously, classmates had whispered to her that Ing had acted out of concern for her, a noble act of chivalry. Su-in's cheeks flushed at the thought. Had he truly stood up for her? After being bullied in middle school, she had never encountered such a protector. No one had ever stepped in to defend her. They merely watched coldly from the sidelines. She yearned to tell Ing that it was unnecessary, that she could handle it herself, That even if her desk was struck, it was trivial. Even if her cup shattered, she could simply replace it. She longed to express this to Ji Ing, but found herself unable to articulate it, fearing that the answer might not align with her hopes. Perhaps Ji Ing was not acting solely for her. He was inherently a just person. Thus, she pondered as the students of Class 8 dispersed. Wang Wang exiting the classroom to find LNZD and a tall, slender boy waiting for him at the door. Earlier, there was a commotion in the classroom. When Jiang Ning took action, Wang Yong recalled that Lin Zida had previously shown a keen interest in the situation. In an effort to foster a good relationship with Lin Zida, he discreetly sent him a message, urging him to come and observe. Lingo, if things settle down. I'm heading out for a fight, said a tall, slender boy. Lin Zida extended an invitation. How about we grab some barbecue tonight? I'll treat you another day. I have a task for an external client that I need to complete tonight. The boy left hastily after dropping that line. Wang Yong, watching the boy's retreating figure, curiously inquired, isn't that Nieze? Wang Yong recognized Nieze, who also hailed from the same vicinity. Although Nieze's family background was notably superior to his own, what intrigued Wang Yong was not his lineage, but Nieze's capabilities. Currently in his second year of high school, Nieze had a remarkable talent for gaming, having earned several tens of thousands in just 6 months by playing as a substitute for external clients, an almost supernatural achievement. Several tens of thousands. Wang Yong could scarcely fathom it. His family was relatively well off, but with a monthly allowance of just over 1,000, he wouldn't even know how to spend such a large sum. Not only was Nieze an exceptional gamer, but he was also academically proficient, handsome, and well-liked, able to rally many in response to his call. Lin Zida remarked, I heard someone from your class was looking for trouble, so I specifically called him over. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. The matter was already resolved. He expressed this with a hint of regret. Unlike the other students from the experimental class, Lin Zida always made a swift exit at the end of class. When Wang Yong messaged him, he was already on his way out of school, and by the time he reached out to Nieze, the events involving Class 8 had long concluded. Nieze doesn't usually hang out with us. Li Nye, do you play with him? I thought you only played console games. Wang Yong questioned curiously. Lin Zida nonchalantly replied, a relative of mine sees potential in esports and has established a club in Yuzhou. I invited Nieze to play a few matches with the club as players. The classroom of Class 8 was now empty, and Zhang Qi was the last to leave, locking the door behind him while casting a glance at Lin Zida. Chapter 51. Disparities in status. Lin Zida and Wang Yong stood before the darkened classroom. Lin Zida, filled with doubt. Ding Shuyan was never one to give up easily. Since Ding Shuyan ceased her investigation, Lin Zida naturally refrained from meddling further. He was the kind of person who preferred to take things as they came, and his visit to Class 8 was primarily to witness whether Jiang Ning lived up to the rumors. To that end, he had called upon the esteemed Nieze to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Alas, he had arrived too late. Tell me what transpired earlier, Lin Zida urged. Sure. Wang Yong could no longer contain his desire to share. Even as Lin Zida entered the elevator, he felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing Wang Yong describe how Jiang Ning single-handedly confronted a group and compelled others to apologize. Even though Lin Zida had seen much of the world, he had never witnessed such an incident in reality. Next time there is a fight, I must not miss it. Upon entering, Lin Zida found 2 women chatting on the sofa. One was Ding Shuyan, and the other, clad in work attire and exuding a commanding presence, was his aunt. Lin Han, what are you staring at? Lin Han squinted at him. Lin Zida recoiled slightly, akin to a mouse spotting a cat. The sofa was his sacred gaming territory, and having it occupied left him somewhat discontent, though he dared not show it. He had learned too well the formidable nature of Lin Han since childhood. He had been at her mercy, having his snacks and toys pilfered while she manipulated him out of his red envelope money. The seemingly homey girl with narrowed eyes was, in fact, a true powerhouse. In recent years, the family business had shifted its resources toward the real estate industry, with Lin Han managing billions in capital, overseeing numerous projects and hundreds of employees. She was currently negotiating investment matters with local government leaders. Why are you hiding? Come over and chat with your sister for a bit. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. Lin Han smiled sweetly. Lin Xiaoping, you wouldn't want to go hungry tomorrow, would you? Look at Xu Yan, and then look at you. If you don't want to attend school tomorrow, come to my company and observe the acquisition process. I'll entrust company matters to you in the future. Hearing this, Lin Zita was taken aback. That's out of the question. I can't possibly compare to you, sister. You are the pillar of the Lin family, effortlessly handling billions. I wouldn't dare waste your time. Before Lin Han could respond, Lin Zita changed the subject. Sister, I heard another story about Jiangning today. He got into a fighting class. Lin Han exclaimed, Jiangning, who is that? From a name, he sounded like a boy. Shuyan, are you hiding something from me? Upon hearing her cousin mention Jiangning's name, Ding Shuyan was filled with complex emotions. Ever since Jiangning had come to threaten her, she had refrained from seeking further information. She was too afraid. The pill she had ingested that day still haunted her. She had read online that some pills contained parasitic insects that could latch onto a host and drain their nutrients before ultimately bursting forth. The very thought sent chills down her spine. An interesting character, Ding Shuyan smiled, but revealed no further information. Lin Han then turned her attention back to Lin Zita. Lin Xiaoping, who is Jiangning? Tell me. Jiangning is a student from Class 8 next door, skilled at. Lin Zita pondered. Realizing he had no real insight into Jiangning's talents, he managed to stammer. He is good at fighting. He can kick people into the air. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. The joke was far from amusing. To be frank, she inquired calmly. Lin Zita felt helpless, as he truly knew little about Jiangning. And aside from fighting, he couldn't identify any other merits. Sister, spare me. I found it amusing when I heard Jiangning kick someone into the air at school today, so I mentioned it casually. Oh, Lin Han did not press further. Kicking someone into the air? What a trivial matter. What do you want to eat tomorrow? Lin Han asked the two of them. Lin Zita's eyes lit up. Although his aunt was domineering and sharp-tongued, her culinary skills were exceptional. He could easily devour several bowls of rice whenever she cooked. He enthusiastically listed a few dishes. Lin Han paid him no mind, instead focusing on Ding Shuyan. This girl reminded her of her mother. Ding Shuyan's mother was a formidable figure, and the fact that Ding Shuyan bore her mother's surname spoke volumes. Despite her tender age, Ding Shuyan possessed an impressive sense of self and intellect, seamlessly managing tasks at the company, even outshining her college-educated peers. Her future achievements would likely far exceed those of her contemporaries. Aunt, can I learn to cook with you tomorrow? Ding Shuyan made the request. Lin Han was taken aback. Laughing, I used to offer to teach you, but you never wanted to learn. What made you change your mind today? Lin Han smiled knuvingly. She had encountered countless people, but could not quite decipher Ding Shuyan's intentions. Little fox, you are already so accomplished. If you learn to cook, I can't imagine who will be worthy of you in the future. I think Jianhui isn't a match for you. Ding Shuyan's excellence was beyond the reach of her peers, and the gap would only widen. Differences in knowledge, experience, and thought would create an immense chasm. She would not belong to the same realm as ordinary people. At that point, only the most elite men would be remotely worthy of her. Linan se presta smile, thinking to herself that she hoped Ding Shuyan would not end up like her, having been in a long-term relationship that ultimately fell apart due to family conflicts. It's all right. I can follow in Anna's footsteps, and that will be quite fine. Ding Shuyan raised an eyebrow playfully. Don't emulate me. You have your own path to tread. Life is long, filled with splendid experiences. You can explore them, but don't become too enamored. Lin Han laughed lightly. Ding Shuyan simply gazed at her aunt with a smile, remaining silent. If her aunt were truly as carefree as she appeared, she would not have forsaken the investment opportunity in Nanshire, choosing instead the lesser-known Yuzhou. Ding Shuyan was not naive enough to believe her words about her alma mater being in Yuzhou. In that moment, Lin Han felt as if the little girl could see right through her. Aunt, isn't their class reunion today? Are there any suitable bachelors? Ding Shuyan inquired with genuine interest. You're quite inquisitive, Lin Han replied, half amused. Of course, I have to be concerned about my aunt, Ding Shuyan said earnestly. In the past, I believed that reuniting with former classmates and reminiscing about the joyful moments of yesteryears would bring immense happiness. However, the reality proved to be rather disappointing. Many of them have ascended to different strata of life, resulting in a stark scarcity of common language. One classmate, in particular, is currently employed at a subordinate company of her recent tender. Her subtly ingratiating demeanor left Lin Han feeling quite uncomfortable. Nothing particularly noteworthy, as some classmates are still in academia, pursuing their doctoral degrees, while others have become physicians or small business owners, and one female classmate even runs a pawn shop. In summary, the bonds of old friends seem to be fading away. This was Lin Han's first and final attendance at a high school reunion. Chapter 52. Fellow travelers. As night fell, the streetlights by the riverbank extinguished. At Yuzhou Fourth High School, evening self-study concluded at 9:30, coinciding with the extinguishing of the riverbank lights. The mountain bike glided slowly, accompanied by the moonlight. In the back seat, Shui Yuantong held her backpack, enveloped in an unusual silence. Typically, she was lively and would share anecdotes about class affairs with Jiangning. Sensing the reason for her quietude, Jiangning refrained from asking. They remained in silence as the night breeze brushed against their skin, bringing a hint of coolness. The mountain bike descended the embankment and arrived at the entrance of a bungalow. Shui Yuantong jumped off the bike, unzipped her backpack, and rummaged for a white box. Tilting her head slightly and avoiding Jiangning's gaze, she nudged the box towards him, which brushed against the hem of his clothing. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, with hair cascading down, her small chin lifted as her voice rang clear. I bought too many cups and I can't return them. You probably have no cup to drink water from, right? I have no choice but to give this to you. Of course, if you dislike it, I do not. Jiangning accepted the box. All right, get to bed early. With that, Shui Yuantong dashed into the house. Jiangning pushed the mountain bike into the neighboring yard, made his way to his room, and placed the box by the window, preparing to practice the Jiu Tianshun late Chui Tiju later. Shui Yuantong hid behind her door, listening to the sounds outside. Jiangning stepped out again. Frustrated, Shui Yuantong clenched her teeth. Jiangning never heeded her pleas for early rest. The following morning, Shui Yuantong appeared drowsy. While seated on Jiangning's mountain bike, she unexpectedly dozed off midway. It wasn't until they were nearing the school gate that Jiangning roused her from her slumber. As her face shifted from Jiangning's back, her arms loosened, and she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. How could she have fallen asleep? Thankfully, no acquaintances had seen her. It's all Jiangning's fault. He rides too steadily. Upon arriving at the classroom, their classmates regarded them with ambiguous glances, which Shui Yuantong pretended not to notice. Once Jiangning settled into his seat, Gung Lu couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Jiangning, are you and Shui Yuantong dating? She asked with caution, fearing an answer she couldn't accept. How did you know I was dating Shui Yuantong? Gung Lu's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be true? It had only been a short while since Jiangning had entered into a relationship. Classmates have been saying that you fought twice, all because Shui Yuantong was bullied. He clearly has abilities, but never instigates trouble. He previously saved me from an awkward situation, which heightened my fondness for him. So, seeing Jiangning and Shui Yuantong grow closer made me a bit unhappy. I rented the house next to Shui Yuantong's. Her mother asked me to escort her to school, and in return, she prepares delicious meals for me each month, Jiangning explained. For now, he wished to avoid labeling Shui Yuantong with the stigma of young love. During high school, such a label would yield little benefit and might invite unwarranted scrutiny. He understood all too well the power of rumors. They could wound and even destroy. Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Gung Lu felt a glimmer of hope. Really? So, they are merely neighbors. Otherwise, would you trust me or them? Jiangning gazed at her steadily. Of course, I believe you, Gung Lu replied with a radiant smile. Observing Gung Lu's shifting demeanor, Jiangning discerned her feelings. He inwardly shook his head. This was not ideal. Once one's emotions are controlled by others, it becomes all too easy to experience anxiety over them. The chemistry teacher, Guoran, was immensely popular. During chemistry class, the boys in the back row seemed to embody model students, refraining from phone use, maintaining focus, and speaking with remarkable eloquence. Today, Guoran donned a simple white short-sleeve top paired with fitted jeans, yet the outfit appeared exceptionally appealing on her, especially with her long, slender legs. Guoran preferred to walk around the classroom while teaching, often passing by the students. Ma Shicheng whispered, "Did you smell the perfume that Teacher Guo is wearing?" "Yes," Jiangning replied, his senses sharp. He had noticed the subtle scent as soon as Guoran entered the classroom. It was likely a light fragrance. As a teacher would avoid overly intense aromas. If only I could take a photo with Teacher Guo and post it on Kuaishou, it would surely go viral. Ma Shikang Muzed. Last week, a video of their dorm's chaotic antics garnered thousands of likes. If he featured the beautiful teacher, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Imagining the envy of online users towards his stunning chemistry teacher, Ma Shicheng couldn't help but feel elated. In a buoyant mood, he shook his leg and hummed. The winds stir, as dreams rise high, arms raised, a multitude sways, shadows of swords in the forest, for the grace of my brothers. This was his favorite rap song. The Emperor's Era, a 10-minute track filled with bold lyrics that Ma Shiqing found incredibly talented. Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter. Nowadays, Kuaishou was the most popular video streaming platform, and the rap scene was booming, with many aspiring streamers emerging, prompting numerous imitators. 2 years later, a song titled I Drink Alone would captivate audiences nationwide. As Guo Ran roamed the classroom, Ma Shiqing eagerly hoped she would linger near him a while longer. He harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to absorb more of the teacher's wisdom. Unfortunately, Guo Ran remained oblivious to his thoughts. In contrast, during the subsequent English class, Chun Haiyang stood beside Ma Shiqing for over 10 minutes, leaving Ma Shiqing looking despondent, akin to a widow mourning her husband. After the afternoon class concluded, there was a break of 1 hour and 20 minutes before evening self-study resumed. Many students seized the opportunity to grab a meal, and Jiang Ning called out to Shui Yuantong. However, Shui Yuantong, struck by laziness, refused to leave her room, requesting Jiang Ning to bring her a meal instead. What do you want to eat? Jiang Ning inquired. Whatever you eat, I will eat, Shui Yuantong replied. All right, just wait. As Jiang Ning stepped outside, he coincidentally encountered the mature Huang Yuzhu. Jiang Ning still held a vivid impression of him, a genuinely kind person who never sought the limelight. Yuzhu, want to join me? Jiang Ning called out. Huang Yuzhu was momentarily taken aback. He and Jiang Ning had spoken fewer than 3 words since the semester began, yet here Jiang Ning was unexpectedly addressing him. Coming, Huang Yuzhu replied quickly. In his heart, he regarded Jiang Ning as a popular figure within the class. The two walked side by side towards the school gate. The cafeteria at the 4th high school was not known for its quality food, and with some financial flexibility, Jiang Ning preferred to dine outside. Walking alongside Huang Yuzhu, both remained silent. Huang Yuzhu felt slightly uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling on him. He wondered if this silence was awkward. With close friends, silence felt natural, but with someone he barely knew, it felt distinctly uneasy. He speculated whether Jiang Ning felt the same discomfort. Chapter 53. Your student immersed in his self-imposed awkward atmosphere. Huang Yuzhu could no longer contain himself. He conjured a topic and broke the silence he deemed awkward. Jiang Ning, what do you plan to eat? I plan to look around. Do you have anything in mind? Jiang Ning responded. There's a chicken soup place nearby. The taste is decent and affordable. Only 4 yuan for a bowl of egg soup, topped with shredded chicken. And with 2 yuan for a pancake, you can fill your stomach for just 6 yuan, Huang Yuzhu suggested. All right, let's go together. As the two conversed casually, they stepped out of the school gate, only to encounter their chemistry teacher, Guo Ran. Jiang Ning called out, "Hello, teacher." Subsequently, he discreetly glanced at the young man standing beside Guo Ran. He was Yin Bo, the unscrupulous owner of a factory notorious for illegally discharging wastewater. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Guo Ran's boyfriend would be Yin Bo. In that instant, the words of an old teacher from his previous life resurfaced in his mind, recounting how Guo Ran's boyfriend had caused a vocational schoolgirl to become pregnant, resulting in the girl's parents confronting Yin Bo and beating him up, ultimately dragging Guo Ran into the turmoil. Jiang Ning had previously speculated that Guo Ran's choice of partner was indeed peculiar, with a character deeply flawed. Upon seeing Yin Bo, he instantly understood that if Yin Bo was capable of clandestinely polluting the environment, it was hardly surprising that he could also abandon someone in such a callous manner. If Guo Ran were to discover that her boyfriend was secretly discharging chemical waste, one could only wonder how furious she might become. Yin Bo was indeed a character. Despite his illicit activities, he sought a chemistry teacher as his girlfriend. "Hello, Jiang Ning," Guo Ran greeted with a youthful smile, exuding the essence of a college student. She recognized Jiang Ning, noting his neat appearance and pleasant demeanor. While teaching at the window's side, he was unlike other boys who gazed at her. Instead, he remained exceptionally composed, occasionally exchanging glances and nodding politely, which Guo Ran greatly appreciated. "Hello," Huang Yuzhu awkwardly chimed in. "Yes, you as well," Guo Ran replied, unfamiliar with this male student's name. After Huang Yuzhu finished his greeting, he quickly departed with Jiang Ning. Ran, are they your students?" Guo Ran nodded yes. She had recently settled into her teaching position in Yuzhou, and a relative had introduced her to Yin Bo, and they were currently in a budding relationship. Initially, she hesitated upon learning that Yin Bo had dropped out of middle school, but after spending some time with him, she found him rather pleasant. Yinbo was not unattractive, generous, engaging in conversation, and came from a well-off family. Indeed, a suitable candidate for marriage. Huh, your students? I thought the one on the right was a teacher. Yinbo remarked in disbelief, pointing out that the student appeared older than him. Guoran shot him a glance. What are you saying? He is indeed my student. He just seems more mature. Not just a little. Yinbo exclaimed in astonishment. Guoran chose not to linger on that topic and asked, what did you call me out for? Yinbo flashed a gentlemanly smile. A new Japanese restaurant has opened in the city. I thought I would take you to try it. Having spent considerable time charming women, he had a keen understanding of their preferences. Typically, Japanese restaurants invest in exquisite decor that surpasses ordinary establishments, offering delicately crafted dishes, excellent service, and an inviting atmosphere. Places that women adore. Guoran, intrigued, did not decline the invitation. Yinbo jingled his car keys. Let's go. He felt a sense of pride, having been unable to sleep due to his worries, yet now found solace in mingling with the vocational schoolgirl he had been seeing. The girl was indeed quite young. Coincidentally, his family had introduced him to a teacher. Although he harbored a disdain for teachers due to his own tumultuous school experience, the revelation that she was an educator sparked within him a forbidden thrill. Thus, he accepted the invitation to meet Guoran. Upon laying eyes on her, he was smitten, vowing to win her over. However, he had yet to even touch her. Nonetheless, Yinbo was not anxious. He was always patient when it came to women like Guoran. After all, he had a vocational schoolgirl to keep him entertained, allowing him to take his time with Guoran. Jiangning tasted the chicken soup from his spoon, noting the spices were a bit overwhelming, but the flavor was satisfactory. He contemplated how to deal with Yinbo, recalling how Guoran had been kind to him in his previous life. When he first arrived in Yuzhou, transitioning from a rural school to a city-level institution, he had felt a sense of confusion. Guoran, devoid of the usual teacher's airs, would often rummage through her drawer for snacks to share with him. Dried fruits, chocolates, nuts, and more. Occasionally, she would engage in heartfelt conversations, providing him with emotional solace. Thanks to Guoran, Jiangning's chemistry grades had consistently been excellent, the only subject in which he excelled. Years after graduation, Jiangning returned to campus with the intention of finding Guoran, only to discover that he had lost all contact information. According to the words of the old teacher, Guoran had been disfigured in the incident that had befallen her. Of course, in today's society, if Jiangning were determined to search, he could undoubtedly find clues. Yet he ultimately gave up, assuming that Guoran would not wish to see him, her former student. Besides, Jiangning was not in a favorable position during that time, feeling unworthy to face his former teacher. Now that he had a second chance, he was determined to express his gratitude to Guoran and would not stand idly by. Had circumstances unfolded normally, Guoran's character would have made her an exceptional teacher. It was indeed a pity that she was entangled with someone like Yinbo. Jiangning's mission was not merely to prevent Guoran from being harmed, but also to remove Yinbo from her life. Should he break Yinbo's legs one evening? Typically, Jiangning preferred to address the root of the problem directly. While it was a viable option, breaking Yinbo's legs might lead Guoran to nurse him back to health, potentially allowing Yinbo to feign vulnerability in the hospital to draw closer to her. Thus, he abandoned that thought. Perhaps a blow to the head would suffice. He contemplated that with his skills and spiritual energy, he could render Yinbo into a state of unconsciousness without endangering his life, allowing him to awaken months later. In such a scenario, Guoran would certainly sever ties with him. Chapter 54. Absolutely unyielding Jiangning was not one to procrastinate. Having devised a plan to incapacitate Yinbo, he immediately set about executing it. Currently, as Yinbo had departed, Jiangning was unaware of his residence or daily haunts. However, with Guoran as a lead, he was confident. The following morning, during the break, Jiangning discreetly planted a spiritual seed on Guoran. After school that afternoon, he utilized Guoran to locate Yinbo, subsequently casting another spiritual seed upon him. From there, the plan became considerably simpler. He only needed to find Yinbo that night and incapacitate him. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, the moon a slender arc casting barely discernible light. Jiangning retrieved his 5.4-inch screen, displaying the time as 9:20 p.m. As usual, he made his way to the dam, extending his spiritual awareness, finding no one within a 30-meter radius. With ease, he activated his concealment technique, vanishing into the night. The spiritual tracking in his palm remained in a state of seeking. With his current level of spiritual awareness, he could only accurately track targets within 5 kilometers. Yanbo was not within that range. However, Jiangning was unfazed, as his location lay on the outskirts of the city, several kilometers from the center. He would head to the city center first, activating his speed technique. He propelled himself forward with a powerful stride. In just a minute, he covered 2 kilometers, and suddenly his spiritual tracking activated, locking onto a specific location. "Found you," Jiangning remarked, his expression indifferent as he sped toward his destination. 2 minutes later, he came to a halt on the street. Spotting Yin Bo walking alongside a girl of around 16 or 17, having just exited a barbecue restaurant. The girl was linked to his arm, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yin Bo, too, stood tall and proud, clearly having successfully charmed the vocational schoolgirl. Jiangning noticed that the girl carried a white takeout bag in her other hand. The paper bag seemed remarkably familiar to Jiangning. He recalled that when he purchased a tablet, a customer received a similar bag as a gift. Given Yin Bo's modest profits from running a small factory, it was not unreasonable to buy such a gift. Some girls from ordinary backgrounds, naive and inexperienced, might easily fall for men in society. With a few sweet words and a lavish gift, could win their hearts, leading them to sacrifice everything. In the future, such a girl might find herself pregnant and subsequently abandoned, culminating in her parents confronting the situation. With a surge of spiritual energy, Jiangning enveloped his palm, contemplating that a single slap on Yin Bo's head could render him a fool without leaving a trace. Before taking action, he meticulously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, ensuring no one like Ding Shuyan would appear. However, as he focused on Yin Bo, a sudden shift in his thoughts caused the energy in his palm to dissipate. He decided on a different approach. Taking out 5 yuan, he activated his stealth technique and remained invisible. He boldly approached Yin Bo, opened the camera function on his phone, and captured several photos of the two. Afterward, he stepped aside. It was evident what Yin Bo and the girl intended to do after their dinner at the barbecue restaurant. As Jiangning had anticipated, Yin Bo and the girl entered a hotel arm in arm, during which Yin Bo's hands wandered inappropriately. He captured all of these moments on camera. He cast a spiritual seed at the girl, ensuring that their background vanished into the hotel. In that instant, Jiangning provided both the hotel and them with a close-up. Upon reviewing the photos on his phone, anyone could discern the nature of their relationship and what they were likely to do in the hotel. Jiangning could have easily sent the photos to teacher Guoran, confident that she would no longer pay heed to Yin Bo. Yet, he chose a different course of action, one that would serve as a lasting reminder for teacher Guoran, preventing her from choosing such men in the future. He opened Taobao and ordered a photo printer for 2,000 yuan. A spectacle was about to unfold. He mused, recalling how, in his past life, the girl's parents had been formidable enough to confront teacher Guoran. The following afternoon, after preparing the ingredients, Jiangning said to Shui Yuantong, "You cook. I need to step out for a moment." On the table lay a yellow envelope containing the printed photos of Yin Bo and the girl, along with Yin Bo's movements. For the past 2 days, Yin Bo had been punctual in visiting the chemistry teacher, Guoran, at the 4th high school in the afternoons. Jiangning seized the envelope and activated his stealth technique, tracing the spiritual seed to the urban area. In the center of Yu City, many old houses awaited demolition, promising homeowners substantial compensation and a life free from financial worries. The location of the spiritual seed was within an old neighborhood scheduled for demolition in 2 years. The buildings were 6 or 7 stories tall, lacking elevators, and the environment was mediocre. Young people, eager to marry, had mostly moved to elevator-equipped apartments. The narrow paths within the community were cluttered with parked cars, while pets roamed freely. However, this area had its charm. Compared to high-rise buildings, the old neighborhood exuded a more vibrant atmosphere. Numerous elderly gathered to play chess, cards, and mahjong, while distant shouts of an argument echoed. Jiangning approached the commotion, where a crowd had gathered around the arguing parties. Standing at a height of 178 centimeters, he could easily see without straining. The elderly man and woman exchanged harsh words, spitting insults at one another, the scene becoming increasingly intense, suggesting an imminent physical confrontation. Yet, they never came to blows, continuing their verbal battle until a child from inside called out, "Mom, stop arguing. It's time to eat." Thus, the altercation came to an end. Reluctantly, Jiangning departed, strolling leisurely through the neighborhood. After about 20 meters, he stood before a building. The spiritual seed was located on the first floor, and the door was ajar. Jiang Ning entered, finding a family of 3 gathered around the dining table. The meal was modest, simple shredded potatoes, a bowl of cabbage and vermicelli, and a bottle of Laogan Ma chili sauce. The middle-aged man, clad in a tank top, appeared quite robust, while the woman had a stout figure and a stern expression. The girl sitting obediently at the table was the same one who had spent the night with Yen Bo. Jiang Ning held the envelope, coldly observing her. He was acutely aware that placing the envelope in this household would inevitably provoke a significant family dispute, subjecting the girl to severe humiliation and possibly violence from her parents. However, he did not hesitate. If he refrained from leaving the envelope, months later, the girl might find herself pregnant, facing a far worse fate. Regardless, her parents would eventually discover the truth. The sooner she faced the consequences, the less damage she would endure. Moreover, the girl's suffering was of no concern to him, Jiang Ning. With a faint smile, he unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, erasing his fingerprints from the envelope. A flick of his finger sent the envelope flying toward the window. The sound of it striking the glass echoed. "Who threw something at my window?" The man in the tank top exclaimed, turning sharply toward the source of the sound. The yellow envelope landed on the windowsill. He approached, puzzled, picked it up, shook it, and upon glancing inside, his expression shifted dramatically. Not wishing to linger on the aftermath, Jiang Ning turned his attention away. Perhaps they were exhausted from the earlier quarrel. They resumed eating to regain their strength for another round of bickering. In the meantime, Shui Yuantong was bouncing with excitement. Having waited quite a while, she had not touched her chopsticks. Realizing she was overly enthusiastic, she quickly composed herself. Casting a look of disdain at Jiang Ning, "You've been gone so long. What were you doing?" "I am starving. Just some matters to attend to." "All right, let us eat." "Jiang Ning replied. "Fine. Today's sweet and sour pork is limited to just 1 piece for you." "All right. Are you a parrot?" she teased, probing further. "You washed the dishes today?" Jiang Ning responded, "Not happening." Before afternoon classes, Jiang Ning received a phone call that invigorated him. A herbal merchant announced the arrival of Chunhun Xiang, approximately 3 pounds worth, inquiring how much Jiang Ning desired. Priced at 3,000 per tael. The total for 3 pounds, which equates to 30 taels, came to 90,000. Having previously sold 2 gold bars for a considerable profit, Jiang Ning had more than enough to purchase the Chunhun Xiang. This herb significantly enhanced spiritual cultivation, and it wouldn't be long before his spiritual sense expanded, allowing him access to advanced techniques. At that point, his capabilities would multiply. Jiang Ning promptly transferred 90,000 to the merchant's account, requesting swift delivery via Shunfeng. The herbal merchant operated a reputable shop within the wholesale market, unlikely to abscond over a few thousand yuan. Moreover, anyone capable of casually transferring such a sum would surely understand that Jiang Ning's wealth far exceeded that amount. In Class 8 of the first year at the 4th high school, Ma Gu remarked, "The other day, you were teasing Miao Zhe, saying he was no good." I initially dismissed it, but I must say that guy really deserves a beating. Hearing this, Ma Shicheng responded indignantly. "Yesterday, he went to the convenience store, and since we're in the same class, I asked him to bring me a bottle of water. He had the audacity to ask if I had no legs. If it weren't for my kindness, I would have hit him right then." Sun Kaikwan chimed in. "I just tapped him while he was on his phone. What's the big deal?" But he retaliated hard, and when I defended myself, he scratched me. He pointed to his neck, revealing 2 red marks. Ma Shiking, who had not noticed earlier, grew furious upon seeing them. Sun Kaikwan continued, "He scratched me, and I asked him if he was serious. Do you know what he said? He said I deserved it." Ma Shicheng exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is that? Didn't you retaliate?" I acted out, delivering a punch to him. Had it not been for the class monitor and others intervening, I would have surely inflicted serious harm upon that scoundrel. Shan Kaikwan spoke with disdain. Miao Zhe, bespectacled and of modest stature, would have met his match against 2 of his kind had no one stepped in. Ma Shicheng pondered for a moment before stating, "This person is not worth associating with. Refrain from engaging with him further, as he cannot take a joke." As evening descended, Miao Zhe had incited widespread ire. Our dorm mate, Chui Yu, declared his intent to confront Miao Zhe that afternoon. Ma Shicheng hesitated, observing, "Isn't it rather unbecoming for a class to act in such a manner?" Shan Kaikwan interjected, "Chui Yu and his group have already made their decision. We are powerless to intervene." He bore a look of amusement. Shan Kaikwan glanced towards Jiang Ning's seat, which was conspicuously empty, and inquired, "Where is Jiang Ning?" "I believe he went out with Gung Lu." Ma Shicheng remarked enviously that Gung Lu had insisted on taking Jiang Ning outside, though the reason remained a mystery. Shan Kaikwan suddenly proposed, if Jiang Ning were to confront Miao Zhe, he would undoubtedly refrain from retaliating. Wasn't he that obvious? Ma Shicheng thought to himself. Miao Zhe was hardly a fool. No one in Class 8 would dare touch Jiang Ning. It seemed Jiang Ning typically did not socialize much with his classmates. Shan Kaikwan lamented. Previously, during evening study, Jiang Ning had emerged to mediate a situation which had left a favorable impression on Shan Kaikwan. Speaking of Jiang Ning, a tinge of melancholy crept into their conversation. Let us not dwell on that. I've heard Miao Zhe enjoys going off campus for fried noodles. While Chui Yu and the others prepare for dinner, let us go witness the commotion, Shan Kaikwan suggested gleefully. No one could resist the allure of a spectacle, especially when it involved someone they disliked. Thus, Ma Shicheng felt compelled to attend. Jiang Ning had initially chosen a bottle of mineral water, but Gung Lu deemed it too inexpensive and swapped it for a pricier beverage, a bottle of Maidong that Jiang Ning particularly relished. Amusingly, this marked the first instance a girl had ever bought him a drink. As Jiang Ning twisted off the cap and took a sip, he recalled the envelope he had given to the girl, which indicated a time coinciding with the break after the afternoon class. If all went according to plan, that family would indeed come to see Zhong to confront Yin Bo. To safeguard teacher Guo Ran from harm, Jiang Ning resolved to keep a watchful eye. For if the plan faltered and Guo Ran were affected, the consequences would be dire. After class, Shui Yuantong approached Jiang Ning's desk, sliding a 10 yuan bill towards him. "Give me a squid roll pancake, spicier than mildly hot, no lettuce, no onions. And also procure me a cup of osmanthus rice wine. You can keep the change for your trouble." Jiang Ning glanced at her, noting her air of affluence. Typically, he would have obliged, but today he had other matters to attend to. "I'm not inclined to move," he replied. Shui Yuantong sighed despondently. "Jiang Ning, you're truly disappointing me." Pouting, she departed, intent on purchasing the items herself. Once she left, only 7 or 8 students remained in the classroom. Jiang Ning activated the spiritual sensing seed within Guo Ran, granting him complete awareness of her whereabouts in the vicinity, perhaps due to a slight delay on Guo Ran's part. It was only after several minutes that Jiang Ning sensed the movement of the seed. He then rose and walked alone towards the school gate. From afar, he spotted Yin Bo waiting under the streetlight beside the flower bed. During class hours, the gates of Xizhong were closed, barring entry to outsiders. However, during the afternoon break, students and teachers freely traversed the area, rendering the restrictions less stringent. Yin Bo had previously stood there to assist the parents of female students in locating their daughters, for Jiang Ning had marked the spot for their convenience. Upon further observation, he indeed noticed a middle-aged man in a gray vest subtly fixating on Yin Bo. Chapter 56. Unable to conceal, Jiang Ning felt the button phone in his pocket. It was a device he had acquired from an elderly vendor. Such phones were now worth at most 100 yuan, and he had slipped 200 into the vendor's tricycle as compensation. The phone contained a SIM card that Jiang Ning had procured for 80 yuan. In September 2013, the real name registration for SIM cards had just begun, and many cards remained unverified. It would be several years before these unregistered cards would be deactivated. Guo Ran approached from a distance, and Yin Bo greeted her with a broad smile. Jiang Ning overheard Yin Bo complimenting Guo Ran on her appearance that day. Guo Ran appeared modest, and they exchanged a few pleasantries before walking outside together. In high spirits, Yin Bo had gone to great lengths to impress Guo Ran, orchestrating daily surprises in hopes of solidifying their relationship. Today, he had reserved a table at a Western restaurant and coordinated with a florist to deliver flowers mid-meal. Yin Bo's vehicle was parked on the long street outside, where numerous food stalls made it difficult for cars to enter. Trailing behind them, the man in the gray vest stealthily followed. As a father, he was consumed with rage. This young man, clearly involved with his daughter, had the audacity to disrespect her. Had he not received photograph from others, he would still be oblivious. He had failed to properly guide his daughter, but it was too late now. Nevertheless, the young man bore a greater responsibility, and he felt compelled to take action against him. He had already enlisted assistance, and he intended for this youth to end up in the hospital as retribution for his daughter. The gray-vested man glanced into an alley where a stout woman stood. They were a married couple, their movements familiar to him. The woman, accompanied by several men, exited the alley and dispersed into the crowd. As they moved further from the school gate, the food stalls diminished in number. Approaching the intersection, the area became noticeably less populated with students, starkly contrasting the bustling school entrance. Yin Bo's car halted at the roadside. Jiang Ning retrieved his button phone and dialed 110, quickly connecting with someone. "Hello, officer." Jiang Ning altered his voice. At the intersection in front of Xizhong, a brawl is occurring involving 7 individuals, some armed with prohibited weapons. "Please dispatch assistance promptly." After ending the call, he powered down the phone, using his spiritual energy to erase any fingerprints before discarding it in a trash bin. This secrecy stemmed from Jiang Ning's desire to avoid official entanglements. Yuzhou was a city, and within its ranks were many seasoned officers with sharp eyes and vast experience. Jiang Ning did not underestimate them. Should they sense something amiss, it would lead to countless troubles. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own inadequacy, necessitating such caution. If he possessed the strength of the Golden Core realm, he could effortlessly obliterate mountains with a mere strike, extinguish ordinary lives with a glance, and soar at supersonic speeds. At that point, who would dare utter a second word in his presence? Once this matter was resolved, he would need to promptly arrange the spirit-gathering array. After alerting the authorities, Jiang Ning chose not to depart, fearing unforeseen complications might arise before the police arrived. He casually strolled past the area. Yin Bo pressed the car key, causing the vehicle to beep twice. As customary, he opened the door for Guoran. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the gray vest approached. Yin Bo regarded him with confusion, while Guoran sensed something was amiss. "You're Yin Bo, correct? Do you know my daughter?" the man inquired. Irritated, Yin Bo retorted, "Who are you? What daughter? I don't know you. Step aside." He had a reservation at the restaurant and was pressed for time. As he attempted to open the car door, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his shoulder, the man glaring coldly at him. Fuming, Yin Bo shot back. "This jacket from Hailan Jijia cost over 800 yuan. Try pulling it again." He was unyielding. He could run a black market, engage in illegal discharges, and hire spies. So why would he fear anyone? "I'm asking if you know my daughter?" the man pressed, suppressing his anger. "Who are you?" Yin Bo's expression soured. His day had taken a turn for the worse. Out for a meal, he had encountered a lunatic. Guoran, unable to bear the tension, interjected, "What are you doing? Please let him go. We can discuss this calmly." The man abruptly turned, bellowing, "Shut up." Guoran recoiled in fright, taking a step back. I inquired whether he recognized my daughter. "Do you know her or not?" The man shouted emphatically, his eyes glaring, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding a fierce countenance. The stout woman, equally fiery-eyed, approached and thrust a photograph in front of Yin Bo's face. Upon seeing the image, Yin Bo's expression changed drastically. It depicted him in an intimate pose with a young woman. Having been with their daughter, he now found himself confronted by her parents. This was dire. Yin Bo's concern was not merely about being beaten. He instinctively glanced at Guoran, realizing that if she discovered this matter, his chances would be irrevocably lost. It was merely a photograph. He could not, must not, acknowledge it. His mind raced, and in a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "Your daughter taught me English. I simply took her out for a meal. What is wrong with that?" The man in the gray vest nearly laughed in disbelief. He knew all too well his daughter's academic standing. She could barely pass high school, let alone tutor someone in English. This scoundrel still dared to deny it, utterly shameless. The man lashed out, striking Yin Bo across the face with a resounding slap. Still defiant? "Speak the truth." Yin Bo struggled, but against a robust man in his 40s, he was utterly powerless to escape. "Speak. Tell me." The man continued to strike him. Guoran rushed forward to intervene, pleading, "Please, don't fight. We can resolve this with words. Violence will not solve anything." The stout woman shouted back, "Your man has defiled my daughter. Do you understand? You shameless harlot. Cannot keep your man in check." Guoran, freshly graduated from university and inexperienced, felt her cheeks burn under the woman's scorn. She had never imagined Yin Bo could be such a person. In a fit of anger, he retorted, "How dare you? Blame me? Why not blame your daughter instead? The well-behaved daughter you raised has been cursing you in my presence every day, berating you for your treatment of her. You have no idea how harsh her words are." Yin Bo had completely lost his composure. The man's rage intensified upon hearing this, and he seized Yin Bo to strike him again. "You bastard! Hold him down!" He yelled for assistance. Several men rushed in, pinning Yin Bo down with force. The stout woman observed Guoran, who stood frozen in place, her face a picture of vulnerability. The woman, consumed by jealousy, thought, "This vixen has led my husband astray. Otherwise, my daughter would never have been sullied." The middle-aged man brought Yin Bo to the ground, beating him mercilessly. Hearing his cries, the stout woman, envious of Guoran's long, lustrous black hair, felt a surge of malice. "I will cut off your hair, you vile creature," she declared, reaching for Guoran's locks. Terrified, Guoran recoiled. Yet, how could a woman who was afraid to harm a chicken contend with a stout woman accustomed to the roughness of the streets? As she felt her hair being tugged, despair filled Guoran's heart. Jiang Ning, witnessing the chaos, casually remarked, "The police are coming. Shouldn't you run?" The commotion halted abruptly as the stout woman turned to see a police car approaching rapidly. She quickly grabbed her husband and the others, fleeing the scene. Jiang Ning added, "Teacher Guo, I must take my leave." He waved farewell to Guoran and turned to leave before the police arrived. In a realm of forgotten souls, Guoran likely remained in custody, while Yin Bo surely found himself in a hospital. Jiang Ning observed that the man in the gray vest had unleashed his fury upon Yin Bo without restraint, employing both fists and feet. Yin Bo had likely sustained several broken ribs and a mild concussion. He surmised that the man would inevitably face arrest, for despite Yin Bo's misdeeds, he had suffered considerable injury. Should Yin Bo's family take action and hire a competent lawyer, the man in gray would likely face significant financial repercussions. Students, please turn to the required reading. Today, we shall explore Zhuizhuan, Dai Yongquan announced. Zhu Jiwu repelled the Qin army. I urge you to study this classical text diligently. It will undoubtedly feature in our upcoming monthly assessment. He then called upon a student to read the entire text. As Dai Yongquan began to call names, the students in the back of the classroom promptly lowered their heads. Scanning the room, Dai Yongquan glanced at the attendance list affixed to the desk. The list, arranged according to seating, allowed him to question any student without fear of forgetting names. Randomly selecting a name, he called out, "Miaozhe, would you please recite for the class?" Upon looking to Miaozhe's seat, he found it empty. "Where's the class monitor? Has Miaozhe taken leave?" Huang Zhongfei replied, "No, he hasn't." Had it not been for the language teacher, Huang Zhongfei would not have realized that a student was missing. Perhaps he sought permission directly from the homeroom teacher, he speculated. Typically, students would inform the class monitor of their absence, who would then present the leave request to the homeroom teacher for approval, although some would approach the teacher directly. Seeing Miaozhe's absence, Ma Shiqing's expression shifted, and he inwardly sensed trouble. He understood well that Miaozhe had not taken leave. "Oh, then we shall call on another student," Dai Yongquan said, selecting someone else to read. Ma Shiqing, seated next to Shan Kaikwan, quickly scribbled a note. "Kaikwan, did Chui Yu and the others keep Miaozhe locked up?" After school, they had gone to the nearby Hao Rizi restaurant for a meal. Hao Rizi specialized in fried rice and noodles, complemented by vegetables and eggs, all for a mere 4 yuan, affordable and satisfying. Miaozhe frequented the restaurant each afternoon. Business thrived at Hao Rizi, bustling with students, necessitating quick action to secure a seat. At the back of the restaurant, a door led to a courtyard adorned with several tables and chairs, along with 3 small rooms, one of which housed 3 computers. The other 2 small rooms contained tables and chairs, designated for students who preferred not to eat in the crowded restaurant, opting instead for the courtyard. That day, in a plot against Miaozhe, Chui Yu and the others had decided to eat in the courtyard as well. Miaozhe, accustomed to dining in the small room with his fried noodles, remained oblivious. After finishing their meal, Chui Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Shiqing and then stealthily approached the small room's entrance, closing the door when Miaozhe was distracted and securing it with a bolt. Thus, Miaozhe found himself trapped inside, unable to escape. At that moment, Ma Shiqing found it amusing, thinking Chui Yu would release him soon, and left with Shan Kaikwan. Realizing Miaozhe was not present, he began to worry. "Oh no, Miaozhe can't still be locked up, can he?" Shan Kaikwan, upon reading the note, shared in the bewilderment, utterly unaware of the situation. Merely an observer in the unfolding drama. He hastily wrote another note to Chui Yu. "Chui, where is Miaozhe?" Chui Yu, Dal yet exceedingly teen, had believed that after finishing his task, Ma Shiqing and the others would free Miaozhe, and having paid for his meal, he departed. Had it not been for the teacher mentioning Miaozhe, he might have forgotten entirely. What a mess. Chui Yu raged inwardly. With so many patrons in Hao Rizi, Was there truly no kind-hearted soul willing to let Miaozha out? Had the owner not noticed? He considered the possibility. The owner was usually preoccupied with the restaurant and rarely ventured to the back courtyard. Perhaps it is only when the last dish is clear that one can venture into the courtyard to release Miaozha. The crux lies in the uncertainty of when the teacher will finish tidying up. Chuiyu pondered whether he should ask for leave from the teacher to step outside and let Miaozha out. For high school students, skipping class is a rather serious matter. Dai Yongquan, upon hearing a student recite, found the rendition lacking in flavor, prompting him to demonstrate how to read classical Chinese. He slammed the textbook onto the podium and began to recite. The nation is in peril. If Zhu Zhiwu were to meet the Qin ruler, the army would surely retreat. Dai Yongquan's intonation was rhythmic and expressive, his demeanor enraptured, his hands gesticulating as if conducting an orchestra. If one were to mute the sound, one might mistake him for a maestro. Below, Chuiyu was anxious, wanted to interrupt Dai Yongquan, yet hesitating, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. Just as Dai Yongquan reached an impromptu climax, the classroom door swung open, and Miaozha entered with a sullen expression, striding toward his seat. Despite his usual disdain for Miaozha, Chuiyu felt a sudden sense of relief upon seeing him return. Thankfully, he had only skipped class for less than 10 minutes. Miaozha's abrupt entrance interrupted Dai Yongquan's recitation. "Get out," Dai Yongquan scolded. Miaozha paused. "Did I not say to leave? You don't knock before opening the door?" Miaozha, with a darkened face, stepped back to the doorway and greeted, "Good day, teacher." Dai Yongquan nodded and go in. "Next time, be sure to announce your presence before entering." His enthusiasm for recitation waned after the interruption. After class, Miaozha, still with a frown, approached the back row, prompting Chuiyu to quickly rise, fearing Miaozha had come for revenge. Ma Shicheng, Shan Kaikwan, Guokunin, and other classmates in the back gathered around. Yuan in the front row furrowed her brows and remarked to her deskmate, "Shun Qingyi, do you think our class has a bad atmosphere? It's only been a short while since school started, yet there are already fights." Although Yuan appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, her comments were merely to highlight her virtuous student demeanor. Shun Qingyi replied, "It's not too bad. Other classes have incidents too. Just the day before, there was a fight in Class 7. In fact, Class 4 was much better during her middle school years at the town school. The back of the classroom was hardly a learning space, but a battlefield. Students often got into brawls over trivial matters outside of school. She had to carefully navigate her way home, having even been harassed by dropouts. Had it not been for Jiang Ning as protection, she might have fallen victim. Jiang Ning had once been frail, yet the owner of the barbecue shop next to the town school was his cousin, and thus he rarely faced bullying. The thought of Jiang Ning brought a pang of bitterness to Shun Qingyi, especially upon hearing that Jiang Ning had intervened for Shui Yuantong last time, which further displeased her. She didn't need Jiang Ning as protection, yet she felt inexplicably irked. It was akin to having a beloved toy. Once she grew tired of playing with it, she could stow it away, dismantle it, or even gift it away, treating it as she pleased. However, if someone were to take her toy, she would feel a profound sense of injustice. As Miaozha approached, Chuiyu braced himself for a confrontation, but Miaozha halted before Wang Longlong. With flames of anger surging within him, Miaozha longed to slap Wang Longlong. Wang Longlong, ever the dutiful student, remained seated and calmly retorted, "What are you staring at? Look at your own ridiculous self." Miaozha slammed the table and nearly shouted, "Damn your whole family. Who told you to close the door? You locked me inside." His black-rimmed glasses accentuated the rage on his flushed face. "If it weren't for the boss coming to open the door for me, I would have skipped class." Skip class? Chuiyu was bewildered. It was he who had closed the door, so why was Miaozha confronting Wang Longlong? Had he mistaken him for someone else? What did he take Chuiyu for? After all, he was the one who had committed the misdeed. Ma Shicheng looked at Chuiyu with a curious expression, while Chuiyu himself was confounded. Why was Wang Longlong bearing the brunt of this? Wang Longlong, emboldened, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I went to eat at the shop and heard someone yelling inside, so I kindly opened the door for you. And what do I get? You glare at me and curse me." Wang Longlong had been infuriated. He was typically so earnest that it took great courage to perform a good deed, only to be met with such hostility from Chuiyu. In a fit of anger, he slammed the door shut again, locking Miaozha inside once more. After finishing their meals, Wang Longlong left the shop in a huff. He would not tolerate such disrespect. Miaozha, undeterred, grabbed Wang Longlong by the neck and shook him, angrily declaring, "You did this. You locked me inside. Wang Long, his head bobbing from the shaking, felt disoriented, being slightly overweight. He was larger than Miao Zhe and retaliated by delivering 2 solid punches to Miao Zhe's shoulder. Miao Zhe winced in pain, tightening his grip further. His long, sharp nails made his hold quite formidable. The class monitor, Hu Jun, witnessing the scuffle, declared with authority, "What are you standing around for? Go break it up." Class leader Huang Zhongfei rushed from the front to the back, attempting to separate the two. Wang Long was throwing punches, while Miao Zhe viciously choked him, shaking Wang Long's head up and down, causing him to nearly regurgitate his dinner, emitting strange sounds. Gung Lu, suppressing laughter, remarked to Jiang Ning with an odd expression, "Though I know this is wrong, it's really quite hilarious." Gung Lu finally burst into laughter. Ma Shicheng and Shan Kaikwan exchanged glances, utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? Finally, they turned to Chui Yu and tentatively asked, "Chui Gu, aren't you going to step in?" Chui replied, "Please, don't talk to me right now. My mind is a complete mess." He was torn between whether to intervene or not when suddenly the classroom fell silent. As if a great terror had descended, Chui Yu glanced toward the door, where a figure entered, the homeroom teacher, Shan Qingrong, dressed in a white shirt tucked into his trousers. Secured with a belt, revealing a slight paunch, Shan Qingrong focused his gaze on the two. Huang Zhongfei, stop trying to break it up. Let them fight. Huang Zhongfei stepped back, no longer intervening. Miao Zhe ceased his shaking, and Wang Long halted his punches, both behaving as obedient children. "Why have you stopped?" Shan Qingrong inquired with a smile. "Come with me to the office." He led the two away, leaving Ma Shicheng and the others in shock. The homeroom teacher had some authority. They had thought he was going to punish them. Shan Kaikwan speculated, he must be taking them to the office for a talking to. "I'll check him before class." Chui Yu worriedly asked, "Do you think they will implicate me?" Ma Shicheng reassured him, "Don't worry, they're both fools. Or else they wouldn't have gotten into a fight." Upon hearing this, Chui Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. With only a minute left before class, Shan Kaikwan dashed out to use the restroom. Ma Shicheng and the others exchanged worried glances, realizing they needed to be cautious. This homeroom teacher was not to be trifled with. The following noon, after finishing his meal, Jiang Ning received a notification from Shunfeng that his package had arrived. With great anticipation, he signed for it. Upon returning to his room and unwrapping the layers of packaging, he finally revealed an exquisite wooden box. To Jiang Ning's discerning eye, the mere box was worth several hundred yuan. Opening the box, he found 3 pieces of reddish-brown wood, each the size of a goose egg. Recognizing the distinctive fragrance, Jiang Ning immediately confirmed it was indeed Chenhongxiang, known for its remarkable medicinal properties, rivaling the quality found in the realm of cultivation. Before using Chenhongxiang, a particular herb was required as a catalyst. Otherwise, it would not only be ineffective, but could also disturb one's spirit. Jiang Ning had prepared the necessary herb in advance, a red flower. He performed the water-gathering spell, conjuring a mist, into which the red flower was immersed. He conjured a flicker of spiritual flame, which slithered like a serpent into the mist. With a gentle explosion, the crimson blossoms scattered their leaves into the vapor. At once, with a mere incantation, the mist coalesced into a sphere of red liquid. The aroma of Chanhun incense ascended into the air as azure sword energy trailed closely behind, spiraling around the incense. The whole pieces of incense transforming as if they were being peeled like a pineapple into twisted strips of wood. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ning dispersed the gathered strips, allowing them to float in a whimsical manner. With a swift motion, the boiling red liquid poured down, hissing as it met the wood, instantly softening the Chenhun strips. With a tug of spiritual energy, they straightened abruptly, their original brown hue gradually shifting towards orange. After a brief wait, Jiang Ning wielded the spiritual flame to roast the incense, drying out the moisture within. Soon, a row of 24 slender orange strips appeared before him. The true Chenhun incense was complete. Jiang Ning retrieved a palm-sized incense burner and placed a stick of Chenhun incense upon it. He then closed his eyes, expanding his consciousness, and began to practice the Jin Xian divination technique. A fragrant aroma permeated the air, a gentle orange smoke enveloping the room, activating the Chenhun incense. The most wondrous aspect of Chenhun incense lies in its ability to directly nourish the spirit. Tendrils of smoke entered his consciousness, soothing his mind. His awareness felt as if it had consumed a nourishing supplement, his thoughts clearing, the pace of his spiritual training accelerating significantly. With the aid of Chunhun incense, he no longer had to worry about depleting his spirit's energy, and his progress was more than doubled. Half an hour later, Jiangning opened his eyes, thoroughly satisfied with his training, glancing at the incense burner as the Chunhun incense had just burned out. Consuming 3 sticks a day in merely a week, he would be able to master the lesser divination technique. Should he succeed in executing the lesser divination technique, he could forge small spiritual artifacts, such as protective jade pendants. By embedding a miniature formation within the jade pendant and extracting a fragment of his consciousness, he could create a protective amulet. This small consciousness, akin to artificial intelligence, could record numerous perilous scenarios. Upon encountering such situations, it would automatically activate the spiritual formation. Should an ordinary person wear the protective jade pendant and face an accident, it would unleash spiritual energy to push the wearer aside, allowing the vehicle to pass by unharmed. Alternatively, in the event of an attack, the small consciousness could similarly activate the pendant's spiritual formation. The strength of danger evasion is contingent upon the potency of the formation within the pendant. Jiangning planned to craft several to gift to his closest companions. In his previous life, his parents enjoyed a brief period of safety, untouched by misfortune. Yet upon his rebirth, the butterfly effect had begun, and the future could change. He must safeguard his parents. Crafting protective jade pendants requires jade materials, and it was time to visit Xiao Shuangshuang to procure some. Jiangning secured the Chunhun incense. Chapter 59. Not alone, Guo Ran awoke at midday, having slept soundly. She sat up, her hair tousled, leaning against the headboard, her exquisite visage still bearing traces of slumber, with dark circles under her eyes indicating a late night. Guo Ran lingered in thought. Recalling the events of the previous afternoon, she still felt a chill of fear. The woman wielding a knife had pursued her, and had it not been for Jiangning's timely warning, she dared not imagine the consequences. What a scoundrel! A bitter smile crept onto Guo Ran's lips. Only after the police questioned her did she fully comprehend the extent of Yan Bo's actions. She had once thought him a good person and was prepared to pursue a relationship with him. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the girl's parents, she might have been his next victim. The mere thought of potentially becoming the girlfriend of someone like Yan Bo sent shivers down her spine. Fortunately, as the saying goes, those who do evil are watched by heaven. Yan Bo had met his comeuppance. Guo Ran rose from her bed and drew back the curtains, allowing the midday sun to flood in. The sudden brightness made her squint. The brilliant sunlight, filtered through the dust in the air, fell upon her skin, casting a sheen akin to white jade. She planned to attend class that afternoon and express her gratitude to Jiangning. It was thanks to him that she had avoided calamity before the police arrived. Guo Ran felt a deep sense of gratitude during their 3 years of high school. If Jiangning sought her assistance in chemistry, she would undoubtedly devote herself to teaching him well. Before class, Ma Shiqing quietly remarked to Jiangning, "You know the music teacher, right? The one who also uses a smartphone, the wealthy lady teacher." He felt envious. In an era when smartphones were just beginning to proliferate, possessing one indeed conferred a sense of prestige. Nowadays, many phone cases left a portion exposed, prominently displaying the large Apple logo, a silent proclamation of, "Look, I own an Apple phone." Such was the brand's influence. Ma Shiqing, often seen clutching his smartphone, had to make do with an Android model due to financial constraints. Though he longed to experience the features of an iPhone, having heard that jailbreaking could unlock myriad possibilities. However, the phone he currently used was one he had begged his parents for quite some time, costing over 1,000 yuan. Among their classmates, Ma Shiqing was only aware of Huang Zhongfei by Yu Xia and Jiangning using newer models. At least in Ma Shiqing's eyes, having a new model equated to being wealthy. What about her? Yang Ningqingguiret. The music teacher was approximately 25 or 26 years old, quite tall, around 1.78 meters, similar to Jiangning's height. Most boys in their class stood just over 170. Upon first encountering the music teacher, she had garnered significant attention. Ma Shiqing continued. The music teacher was hired at great expense by the school. I heard in conversation that she hails from Dongjiang province, where she has her own job. To minimize hassle, she schedules all her classes for the same day, coming to our school once a week to teach all her classes before departing directly by high-speed train. Impressive. Yang Ningremarket. He had previously been unaware of this fact. His impression of the music teacher was merely that she had a good figure, dressed stylishly, and taught professionally. Ma Shiqing added, besides the music teacher, I also found the physics teacher intriguing. They provide transportation, meals, and accommodation, and for teaching in Engshi for 2 days. They earn 1,500 yuan. If they go 4 times a month, that's 6,000 yuan, merely as extra income, surpassing my father's salary. At the same time, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While he is busy making money, he barely teaches us properly. Just look at the physics teacher's lessons. They're not even up to par with my middle school teacher. Jiangning had heard some whispers regarding such matters and remembered that the physics teacher had a son who was a year ahead of them, now in his 2nd year of high school. Later, during the college entrance examination, he had been admitted to Dongjiang University, one of the top 10 985 universities in the nation. After his son entered university, the physics teacher intended to teach in an experimental class, but the academic affairs office denied his request, citing his lack of seriousness in teaching. Consequently, the physics teacher resumed teaching a regular class, often mentioning his 985 son to boast, which left many students feeling disgruntled. Eventually, a student exposed his tutoring activities, resulting in the physics teacher receiving a reprimand. As they conversed, the class bell rang. Guo Ran entered the classroom, her eyes searching for Jiangning. Their gazes met, and Jiangning smiled. Sensing his kindness, Guo Ran placed her textbook on her desk and addressed the class. I know you're all eager for the holidays, so we want to cover new material today. The room erupted with male voices, exclaiming, "Our chemistry teacher understands us. You are the best chemistry teacher." Guo Ran prompted everyone to open their textbooks, meticulously marking key points for them. As the short holiday approached, all teachers assigned homework, and Guo Ran was no exception. Just before the bell rang, she distributed a set of exam papers, and, as the dismissal bell sounded, she called out from the podium, "Jiangning, come to my office for a moment." The moment her words left her lips, the classroom fell silent. Since Guo Ran began teaching Class 8, she had never called a student out individually. Why would teacher call Jiangning? Were they perhaps relatives? Speculation arose. Jiangning disregarded their curious gazes and rose from his seat. Guo Ran, believing that Jiangning was unaware of the office's location, deliberately stood at the entrance awaiting his arrival before departing with him. Gung Lu turned her head and inquired, "Do you know why the chemistry teacher is looking for Jiangning?" Her curiosity piqued, as she had been sitting with Jiangning for several days, and it was evident that he had no connection to the chemistry teacher. "I'm not sure. It must be regarding academic matters," Ma Shiqing suggested. "I wish to join," he added. Beside him, Guo Kunin sighed. "If other teachers summon me to the office, I would certainly be reluctant, but for the chemistry teacher, I could linger there every day." Moreover, Guo Kunin had heard that a vehicle arrived at the school gate each afternoon to pick up Guo Ran, presumably her boyfriend. Guo Ran was exceptionally attractive, naturally attracting many admirers, which caused him a twinge of pain. Men often harbor regrets when they see beautiful women embraced by others. Guo Kunin, despite being merely a high school student, was no exception. Observing the confusion among the group, Gung Lu speculated, perhaps the chemistry teacher is seeking him for the class representative position. There isn't one for chemistry yet. The academic committee serves as representatives for certain subjects. But given the multitude of subjects in the first year of high school, it is hard for a single committee member to manage, leading some teachers to appoint students individually. Ma Shiqing queried, "Is Jiangning's academic performance poor?" This topic immediately captured the attention of the others, as during high school, academic performance remains paramount. Regardless of one's other qualities, poor grades often result in being overlooked. Typically, students who sit at the back of the class tend to have lackluster academic records. Guo Kunin rationally analyzed. The learning atmosphere was telling. Students in the front rows were attentively engaged in the lesson, while Guo Kunin and Ma Shiqing were preoccupied with their phones, engaging in a battle of wits with the teacher. After class, the students in the front were busy with their assignments, while Guo Kunin and his peers continued their phone distractions. Guo Kunin was self-aware enough to recognize that Ma Shiqing, Dan Kaikwan, and Chui were all underperformers. In his eyes, Jiangning was no exception. This thought surprisingly eased his spirits. As long as everyone was as mediocre as he would not feel disheartened. Guo Kunin mused, "I am not alone." Gung Lu, upon hearing this, wanted to retort, but she found herself at a loss for words, as her own academic performance was rather average. Due to her lackluster grades, she planned to pursue a path in the arts for the college entrance examination. Noticing the silence among them, Guo Kunin confidently declared, I can't say for sure. But Jiang Ning will definitely not become the chemistry class representative. In Chapter 60, Remedial Class, Guo Ran cheerfully offered, Jiang Ning, how about you become the chemistry class representative? She placed a disposable cup down and smiled warmly. The water within swayed gently, gradually calming to stillness. The office was occupied by only the two of them. Guo Ran had once handed him a cup of water in a similar manner, her smile just as inviting. At that time, Jiang Ning was merely a student who had suddenly arrived in the city from a remote town, filled with insecurities, shyness, and shortcomings. It was in that vulnerable state that Guo Ran chose him as the chemistry class representative. That moment was born of sympathy. This time, it felt like gratitude. Jiang Ning pondered, are there any benefits to being a class representative? Guo Ran was momentarily taken aback, not expecting a student to negotiate with her. You can have snacks. There are pine nuts, almonds, pecans, dried mango, and beef jerky. Would you like some? Yes, Jiang Ning responded, feeling an inexplicable mix of emotions. All right then. Guo Ran clapped her hands and declared, you are now the chemistry class representative for Class 8 of the first year. This is your reward. She retrieved a white tote bag from her desk drawer, filled to the brim. Jiang Ning did not decline, having indulged in Guo Ran's snacks countless times before. As the class representative, it was necessary to notify the class. Otherwise, Jiang Ning's word alone might not suffice. After confirming the appointment, Guo Ran expressed her concern for Jiang Ning, believing she possessed the qualities of a caring older sister, a characteristic that motivated her to become a teacher. Once the class bell rang, Jiang Ning took his leave. Guo Ran handed him the snacks. As he stepped away, about to exit, Guo Ran called out, thank you, Jiang Ning, for yesterday. Only through personal experience could she comprehend the peril of that moment when a woman, knife in hand, was consumed with vengeance for her daughter. She had spent a fearful night huddled in bed. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's voice, she could not bear to imagine the consequences. Her gratitude towards him was immense. You have already thanked me, he replied before turning to depart. Guo Ran leaned back in her chair, smiling wryly. She felt Jiang Ning was anything but a typical high school student, exuding an indescribable sense of nonchalance and composure. Ma Shicheng, noticing the bag in Jiang Ning's hand, perked up. What's inside? Snacks. Did you go to the convenience store? No, they were given by Guo Ran. Jiang Ning replied. Ma Shicheng waved his hand in front of Jiang Ning, puzzled. Are you sick? He diagnosed. You must be quite ill. Gung Lu, sitting in front, perked up her ears, listening intently. She trusted Jiang Ning but found his claim hard to believe, leaving her uncertain about whom to trust. Jiang Ning opened the bag. Do you see these snacks? Are they sold at the convenience store outside? Ma Shicheng glanced inside, and indeed, he had never seen those snacks before. He frequented the nearby convenience store and was sure they were not available there. Ma Shicheng's eyes darted. I don't believe it, unless you let me try some. Look at your lack of ambition, Jiang Ning thought, clearly seeing through his intentions, and handed him 2 packets. Ma Shicheng eagerly tore open the snacks. At the podium, the music teacher's voice rang out as she instructed everyone on vocal techniques. When you sing, you must use abdominal support to project your voice. Can you hear the difference between my speaking and that of others? Next, I will teach you how to use abdominal support. Although the music teacher was not as beautiful as Guo Ran, she was still quite an elegant urban woman, with a strong and pleasant voice. Ma Shicheng found her teaching engaging. After finishing the snacks, he was left wanting more and considered asking Jiang Ning for another 2, but then hesitated, feeling it would be too shameless. Are these really from Guo Ran? Ma Shicheng still doubted, suspecting someone else must have given them to Jiang Ning. Yang Ning notet kalmdi. Observing his composed demeanor, Ma Shicheng began to believe him, recalling that he had never witnessed Jiang Ning lie. Suddenly, he felt a pang of disappointment, making even the snacks seem less appealing. Gung Lu contemplated slipping him a note, but was abruptly nudged from behind. Jiang Ning handed her 2 packets of snacks. He refrained from sharing with others, as he valued Guo Ran's intentions and would not easily part with them. In the fields below the riverbank, the wheat glistened golden under the sun, swaying gently in the breeze. Shui Yuantong sat sideways in the back seat of an SUV, her high ponytail swaying as her fair calves peeked out from beneath her black shorts. Jiang Ning, now that we've had a 7-day break, are you leaving? Leaving where? Oh, Shui Yuantong's spirits lifted, as she had previously wondered if Jiang Ning would depart after the holiday. If Jiang Ning were to leave, she would indeed feel a bit bored. For the past month, they had spent every day together, with car rides and shared meals. She had never experienced such joy. With this thought, Shui Yuantong felt a rush of warmth and earnestly said, Jiang Ning, if you ever run out of money, my family's house will be free for you to rent. No rent required. Does that include utilities? Absolutely. Well, if I run out of money, I will surely go hungry. Will you provide me with food? Shui Yuantong bit her lip and replied, as long as I have a bite to eat, you will too. Is that really true? Jiang Ning sensed the resolute determination in Shui Yuantong at that moment. Regardless of what the future held, she genuinely wished to share her food with him in that instant. Suddenly inquired, are you afraid that I might leave? Shui Yuantong's body trembled, nearly causing her to fall off, but fortunately, Jiang Ning rode steadily, and she clutched his clothing tightly. Realizing she was holding on to him, she hastily released her grip, seemingly eager to distance herself from him. Who is afraid? Oof. If you want to go, then go. After all, my house is easy to rent. I wouldn't try to keep you for a mere 200 yuan. Well, you make a valid point, Jiang Ning concurred. Just as well, there aren't many kind-hearted individuals like me left, Shui Yuantong thought to herself, if you dare to run off. I won't tutor you anymore. Yet, she quickly dismissed that notion. After all, having dined with Jiang Ning so many times, she still felt compelled to offer him some tutoring. At most, she would lower the level from helping him reach the prestigious 985 university standards to that of a 211 university. Chapter 61. The image is stolen upon returning home. Jiang Ning retrieved 2 bottles of Chongqing Yi and packed 2 gold bars. The use of Shunhan Xiang to assist his cultivation was no trivial expense. A single pound of this incense material cost 30,000 yuan. A pound could be made into 24 incense sticks, which would be consumed in 8 days at 3 sticks per day, resulting in a daily expenditure of nearly 4,000 yuan. Cultivating one's spiritual awareness was indeed a challenging endeavor. In contrast, physical cultivation in the present world was far simpler. With the right technique and the aid of electrical currents, rapid progress could be achieved as long as proper nutrition was maintained. Jiang Ning rode his bicycle to a pawn shop in the city, where small insects danced in the air, and upon contact with his skin, they were zapped by the weak electric current. Upon arriving at the pawn shop, Jiang Ning pushed the door open as usual, and, predictably, only Xiao Shuang was present inside. He got straight to the point. Do you have any jade materials? Please show me. The jade used for crafting protective amulets must be able to withstand spiritual formations. Jiang Ning was uncertain which type of jade in the current realm would suffice, so he needed to conduct several experiments on site. Taking the opportunity to inquire while exchanging gold with Xiao Shuang. We do have some jade, though the variety is limited. This isn't a jade shop, just a pawn shop that acts as an intermediary, she replied. The shop primarily stocked watches, gold, and jewelry. As for antiques, Xiao Shuang did not dabble in them, as her eye for them was lacking, making it easy for her to be deceived, compounded by insufficient funds. Let me find something for you, she said, rummaging through the counter before producing a box and placing it on the table. Upon opening it, a selection of jade stones of various colors and sizes lay atop white silk cloth. This is all the jade we have, along with some jade jewelry. Would you like to take a look? Let me examine the materials first. Please give me a pair of gloves, Jiang Ning requested. Xiao Shuang chuckled. There is no need for that. Just handle them directly. Jiang Ning touched the jade stones, sensing each one, and ultimately selected 2 pieces the size of eggs that were a pale blue color. These 2 pieces had the quality to engrave spiritual formations. How much do they cost? They're not worth much. You can take them, Xiao Shuang replied. I want to take advantage of you. Just give me 800, as the materials are not valuable. The 2 pieces Jiang Ning chose were actually worth over 1,000. Yet considering his previous visits, Xiao Shuang offered him a discount. All right, Jiang Ning accepted. Initially, he had merely inquired casually, not expecting that Xiao Shuang would actually possess jade materials. True to her profession, she had an assortment of unique items. After purchasing the jade, Jiang Ning handed over 2 gold bars. Let us settle this via transfer. Previously, he had accepted cash, but after purchasing Shunhan Xiang, he had gone out of his way to deposit money at an ATM, which was rather troublesome. Now, having become familiar with the transactions, and having targeted Xiao Shuang as his objective, he could afford to be a bit less cautious. His bank card was in his parents' name, but was linked to his own mobile number, and the SMS notifications were sent to that number. So his parents were unaware of the balance. After Xiao Shuangshuang completed the transfer, Jiang Ning received a text notification of 170,000 yuan credited to his account. The balance that had diminished due to the purchase of Shenhun Xiang was replenished, now exceeding 200,000. This amount would suffice for the down payment on a house in Anqing. Once the transaction concluded, Xiao Shuangshuang hesitated before asking, "How did you know I've been losing hair recently?" Such a personal matter was generally not something she shared. But Jiang Ning's observation during his last visit had been rather peculiar, as he had noticed her hair loss and brought it to her attention. In the days that followed, each time she lost hair, she recalled Jiang Ning's words. Patients often cling to every shred of hope, meticulously analyzing every clue to enhance their chances of recovery. "I deduced it from your condition. My cousin is exactly like you." Jiang Ning fabricated a reason. However, to Xiao Shuangshuang, the focus shifted from how he made his assessment to her cousin. "Your cousin is losing hair?" she probed. "Yes." In her eyes, Jiang Ning instantly appeared knowledgeable. "What happened to your cousin afterward?" she continued to inquire. Patients often place more faith in those who share their ailments rather than in doctors, seeking to gauge their future based on the current states of others who suffered similarly. Jiang Ning beamed at her. Eventually, she went bald. Xiao Shuangshuang's heart tightened, her emotions shifting as she maintained her smile. "You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" Jiang Ning was indeed fabricating a tale, pressing further with, "She truly went bald." Can you imagine a woman being bald? Xiao Shuangshuang couldn't vision it, yet dared not dwell on it. She was not yet married, and the thought of becoming bald at such a young age was daunting. Tragically, at just 24, she had thinned hair. If she went completely bald, it would be less severe than having only the top of her head bald, resulting in a classic Mediterranean hairstyle. Because of her hair loss, women who initially accepted invitations for blind dates would ultimately find him unsuitable upon seeing his hairstyle. Xiao Shuangshuang empathized with the helpless bitterness her cousin felt, and the thought that she was heading down the same path heightened her anxiety. She was bald for about a year or two, but then she used a certain medicine, traditional Chinese medicine. Are you familiar with it? After using it, her hair grew back. Jiang Ning deceived her. Traditional Chinese medicine always seems to carry an air of mystery. It is often heard that patients who have sought treatment at renowned hospitals, spending substantial sums, found no relief. Ultimately, they turned to a famous local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, spending merely dozens or hundreds of yuan for a prescription, and quickly recovered. Jiang Ning had heard several such stories from those around him. It cannot be entirely dismissed. Some practitioners are indeed remarkable, while many quacks tarnish the reputation of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Shuangshuang's initial reaction was skepticism. It sounded too implausible. Her cousin was even considering hair transplant surgery, but the costs were exorbitant, potentially reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, depending on the number of grafted hairs. Observing her hesitation, Jiang Ning said, "Let me show you a post my cousin made just yesterday." He pulled out his phone, logged in, and clicked on a profile. Entering her space, the latest post read, "I must say this white bottle of Qing Fae is absolutely miraculous. After 3 years of baldness, I applied it for just a month, and my hair actually grew back. Oh my, it's amazing. I'm in tears. White bottle Qing Fae is a lifelong savior. Bald sisters, hurry up and get it." Accompanying this were several comparison photos showcasing the drastic transformation from baldness to a full head of hair, revealing a stark contrast. Additionally, there were several close-up shots of the product. Xiao Shuangshuang gazed intently for a long while, her eyes filled with longing, before reluctantly returning the phone to Jiang Ning. Satisfied, Jiang Ning knew the account was fabricated, the images were staged, and everything was meticulously orchestrated. However, the Chongqing Yi was genuine, produced from the cultivation realm, with potent hair growth effects. As long as Xiao Shuangshuang took the bait, she would not escape his grasp in the future. Had he introduced the Chongqing Yi without creating a fictitious cousin, she likely would have been hesitant to try it, as such products are typically applied to the scalp. Yet, with a relatable case in her cousin, patients often become more willing to experiment. Indeed, upon witnessing the tangible case, Xiao Shuangshuang inquired of Jiang Ning, "Does this green hair tonic truly work?" Jiang Ning replied, "I am uncertain. Shall I consult my cousin on your behalf?" "Thank you. Please contact me promptly with any updates." She responded. She further asked, "Do you use WeChat? Let us exchange contact information. This application is remarkably useful. My second uncle, who cannot read, now holds his phone daily. sending voice messages in the group chat. Xiao Shuang added candidly, "I have WeChat," Jiang Ning stated. At this juncture, the WeChat user base had surpassed 400 million, rapidly approaching 600 million, becoming a prevailing trend. Chapter 62. The tumultuous realm of thoughts. After establishing contact with Xiao Shuang, Jiang Ning wasted no time. In the evening, he presented her with 2 bottles of the Chongqing liquid. The jade bottles were exquisitely crafted, and in Xiao Shuang's discerning eyes, they appeared quite valuable. "My cousin purchased in excess. She no longer needs them as her hair has grown back. Please return the bottles once you have finished using them." In recent days, Jiang Ning had acquired various trinkets, including the danping, incense burner, and the jade bottle containing the Chongqing liquid. "All right, please extend my gratitude to your cousin," Xiao Shuang thought, contemplating purchasing some cosmetics as a gift for Jiang Ning's cousin in a gesture of reciprocity. Upon rising the following morning, she gazed into the mirror at her disheveled hair. Feeling quite distressed, she grasped the jade bottle on the sink, uncorked it, and inhaled its fragrant aroma, an essence she had never encountered before. Holding the jade bottle, Xiao Shuang hesitated. She had worked as a nurse, familiar with certain medical knowledge. After a restful slumber, she realized that her impulsive request for the potion from Jiang Ning had been somewhat rash, spurred by the photos of his cousin she had seen. This so-called hair growth tonic bore no brand, no ingredient list, and was entirely a product lacking any credentials. Xiao Shuang had never heard of it before. Aside from its peculiar fragrance, it was merely an ordinary green liquid. Could its effects truly be as her cousin claimed? Was it possible that Jiang Ning was deceiving her? Xiao Shuang was not afraid of being duped. Her primary concern was the potential toxicity of the potion, given that it was to be applied to her scalp. If it contained harmful substances, it could jeopardize her health. The fact that it was gifted to her raised suspicions, having been immersed in the pawn industry. She had encountered various scams, and had herself fallen victim once, paying dearly for her naivety. Perhaps I should refrain from using it, Xiao Shuang pondered. Standing before the mirror, she took up a comb to smooth her hair, filled a basin with warm water, and, as per her routine, dampened her hair. She applied shampoo, massaging and tugging at her hair. As she moved, strands of black hair fell into the basin. When Xiao Shuang began rinsing, she saw a basin full of fallen hair entangled together, evoking a sense of horror. The calm she had managed to restore was once again disturbed. Am I destined to go bald? Xiao Shuang questioned herself, her hidden fears surging forth, gnawing at her heart. She recalled the photos of Jiang Ning's cousin's bald head, and the thought of potentially becoming like that sent shivers down her spine. Her thoughts oscillated back to a recent high school reunion, where a former classmate, once alongside her, now wielded control over billions, managing a grand project at the Yuzhou Commercial Center. At the gathering, her former classmate captivated all, exuding an indescribable charm with every gesture. In contrast, Xiao Shuang found herself relegated to a modest pawn shop, a wave of shame washing over her. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? She lamented, feeling like a mere firefly, while others shone like the full moon. They had stepped into the upper echelons of society, while she fretted over her minor baldness. Xiao Shuang, you have truly fallen short, she chastised herself. Occasionally, she mused about how splendid it would be to be that woman at the center of attention. Yet, an ironic thought crossed her mind. Even if she were in the limelight, her baldness would only invite ridicule. The juxtaposition of her cousin's photos, particularly the before and after of her baldness, flashed through her mind. Xiao Shuang's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as a surge of determination rose within her. To hell with it. I shall use it regardless of any toxicity. She uncorked the white jade bottle and poured the entire contents of the green liquid onto her scalp. Remembering Jiang Ning's usage instructions, she gently pressed her fingers against her scalp and wrapped her hair in a towel, waiting 10 minutes. The waiting period felt interminable, especially as she remained oblivious to the potion's efficacy. After 5 minutes, the fervor in her heart began to cool, replaced by an icy dread. Strange thoughts invaded her mind. What if the potion is ineffective? Could it possibly be a counterfeit? What if, instead of promoting growth, it causes more hair loss? Regret washed over her, and her fears intensified. Years of nursing experience began to resurface in her thoughts. She started to embrace a scientific skepticism, questioning everything. Am I losing my mind? Xiao Shuang thought, Yet she was terrified, the prospect of exacerbating her baldness gnawing at her. In this state of anxiety, the 10-minute alarm sounded. She silenced it and hastily rinsed her scalp twice. Afterwards, a void consumed her, the relentless worry leaving her mentally drained. She remained fearful, a sensation that lingered until she finished breakfast and took out her phone. Xiao Shuang messaged a classmate working at the health bureau. Nan, could you do me a favor? Nan was unavailable. Xiao Shuang continued. A new self-service barbecue restaurant has opened in the city, priced at 298 yuan per person. And I've heard the flavors are exceptional. I recently came into a bit of money, but unfortunately, I have no one to accompany me. Just a small favor, she urged. Let me know quickly. She revealed her intention to test the Chongqing liquid. Right? Understood. I will inquire on your behalf. Xiao Shuang knew this friend had extensive connections. Within minutes, her friend sent a voice message. They said they would simply check the composition, not delve into complex microbiological analyses. And the results will be ready in half a day. Drive over to pick me up, and we will deliver the samples. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The test results showed that the Chongqing liquid contained no toxic components. The weight that had burdened Xiao Shuang's heart throughout the morning was lifted, leaving her feeling utterly at ease. As long as it's non-toxic, that's all that matters. Reflecting on the absurdity of the day's events, she felt a mix of emotions. Realizing the dangers of desperate measures, Jiang Ning had not intended to harm her. Perhaps he had acted out of goodwill. Nonetheless, Xiao Shuang remained skeptical about her future. She resolved to live her life as it was. Even if experiencing hair loss, its impact on her life had decreased significantly. She felt a newfound acceptance of her baldness. Since she could not resist it, she decided to embrace it. The next day, as Xiao Shuang washed her hair once more, she paused, staring at the empty basin. Surprised, shaken, and relieved, a multitude of emotions surged within her. She had prepared herself for baldness. What was this? Suddenly, she fell into contemplation. Could it be that Jiang Ning's Chongqing liquid truly bore efficacy? The effectiveness was astonishing. It had worked immediately. Xiao Shuang rushed to her bedroom, locating another bottle of Chongqing liquid. She had only poured a small amount for testing, leaving a significant portion remaining. To ascertain its potency, she needed to find someone with baldness. Her cousin's receding hairline was beyond saving. Perhaps he would be the perfect candidate for a trial. Xiao Shuang dialed her cousin's number. Chapter 63. Let him go. Jiang Ning's short holiday passed quietly, with his parents working away from home, calling to remind him to take care of himself and eat well. His uncle was busy with business, while Jiang Junlong was away on a trip. Consequently, Jiang Ning immersed himself in cultivation each day, refining the qi, gathering pills, enhancing his physical form through rigorous training, and honing his spiritual awareness, leading a fulfilling life. In the mornings, he would rouse Shui Yuantong from her slumber, as she was often prone to sleeping in. To coax her out of bed, Jiang Ning would tempt her with lunch, prompting Shui Yuantong to obediently accompany him to the market to procure ingredients. As she handled various foodstuffs, her culinary skills improved remarkably, earning her the title of a little chef. While passing by the riverbank one morning, they encountered an elderly gentleman selling fish. Intrigued, Shui Yuantong inquired about the source of the fish, learning they were all caught from the river. Eager to showcase her exceptional fishing abilities, she led Jiang Ning to the riverbank, enduring the afternoon sun. After a prolonged period of fishing with no success, her frustration mounted, and she contemplated leaping into the water to retrieve the fish. Shui Yuantong, however, found joy in the process and skillfully dispatched the fish and crab she caught. 3 crabs were divided into 6 pieces, with Shui Yuantong taking on the role of head chef, preparing them in a savory braised style. Although they initially agreed to share 3 pieces each, Shui Yuantong ended up consuming 5 herself. After dinner, Jiang Ning set 2 small stools outside Shui Yuantong's home, admiring the golden sunset on the horizon. Soon after, Shui Yuantong finished washing the pots and dishes, settled down with her phone in hand. Sitting closely together, Jiang Ning noticed her fingers tapping away at the screen and inquired, "What are you playing?" "I'm checking the class group chat." "Have you joined the overtime group? Why haven't I seen you speak?" She replied. "Which class group?" he asked. "The second one," she responded, explaining that there were 2 groups for Class 8 in the first year, one with a homeroom teacher and one without. "I haven't joined," Jiang Ning admitted. Shui Yuantong urged him, "Log in and take a look." Jiang Ning retrieved his phone, pressed a button, and it unlocked effortlessly. In his recollection, The first widely popular fingerprint phone was the Model 5, which had only been released last month and was likely sold out now. The Model 5 lacked fingerprint recognition. Unaccustomed to facial recognition and fingerprint unlocking, Jiang Ning had grown disinclined to set a password. Upon logging in, several friend requests appeared, from Huang Zhongfei, Ma Shicheng, Guokunin, and others. Jiang Ning accepted them one by one. Huang Zhongfei, evidently online, promptly sent an invitation to join the group. Upon joining, Jiang Ning realized there were exactly 52 members in the group, making him the last to join. Welcome new classmates to the group, Gung Lu posted, followed by several others extending their greetings. The group chat buzzed with excitement, as many classmates shared their experiences from the recent short holiday. Dong Qingfeng mentioned visiting a water amusement park, while Bai Yuxia enjoyed a trip to the beach. Chen Xian shared photos from his visit to Baizhou City, urging everyone to make the journey at least once in their lifetime, lest they regret it. However, the students sharing their travel photos were primarily from affluent backgrounds, while many others, who were of average or even modest means, remained silent, unable to engage in such discussions. As a few students displayed their travel photos, perhaps out of a desire to share, it nonetheless stirred discomfort among some classmates. Sun Kaikwan remarked cynically, with so many people out during the holiday, it must have been crowded. I find staying at home far more comfortable. This sentiment resonated with a number of classmates. Guokunin shared several photos from the countryside, featuring the riverbank, the local basketball court, and newly constructed fitness facilities for the elderly in the village. Due to family restrictions, I can only play at home, he lamented. Initially, the matter seemed to fade away, but Chen Xian suddenly challenged Sun Kaikwan. How do you know it was crowded if you didn't go out? He suggested that Sun Kaikwan should take opportunities to broaden his horizons. Sun Kaikwan detected an air of superiority in Chen Xian's tone, and his annoyance grew. What makes you think I haven't traveled? I've been to places just as much as you have. Go on, name the cities you visited. Chen Xian was quick to engage in a verbal sparring match. Sun Kaikwan asserted, I've been in Nanshur. Chen Xian pressed on, coincidentally, I've been to Nanshur many times. Tell me, what attractions and local delicacies does Nanshur have? Sun Kaikwan hurriedly resorted to searching on Baidu, having never actually been to Nanshur. Chen Xian waited for a moment before typing. You're not looking at Baidu, are you? Haha. Enraged, Sun Kaikwan thought to himself that if Chen Xian were in front of him, he would certainly throw a couple of punches. If you've never traveled, don't pretend to be knowledgeable. You're just a bumpkin, he scoffed. This remark not only offended Sun Kaikwan, but also resonated with several classmates from less fortunate backgrounds. Sun Kaikwan, undeterred by the Baidu search, launched into an aggressive tirade. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't make you special. It's not like you earned it. Who do you think you are? Their quarrel escalated, and the rest of the group watched, ceasing their own conversations. Sun Kaikwan demanded a duel, confident that he could easily overpower the slender Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian rejected the challenge, instead attacking Sun Kaichuan's character. Initially, perhaps out of consideration for their classmates, their argument remained relatively civil, with Chen Xian gaining the upper hand. As tempers flared, the exchange devolved into a full-blown insult fest. As their verbal clash grew increasingly crude and devoid of logic, Sun Kaikwan became more adept at hurling insults. He brought Chen Xian's intelligence down to his level, deploying his vast experience to outwit him. Music casket, drifting spirit car, he belittled Chen Xian's ancestry, gaining the upper hand in the heated exchange. The class monitor, Huang Zhongfei, who was also the group admin, could no longer bear to witness the chaos and ultimately intervened to mute both parties. Shui Yuantong was captivated by the intensity of their argument, which broadened her perspective. With the two now silenced, the group fell into an abrupt stillness, leaving an air of solitude. The class monitor, Hu Jun, stepped forward, sharing a photo of a bug he had caught. This is an old water buffalo I captured. What do you think of its quality? The image depicted a black, cylindrical bug with spots on its shell and long antennae. After a moment, Huang Zhongfei noticed that the class chat had returned to normalcy and prepared to unmute the two disputants. At that moment, a private message arrived. Class monitor, Sun Kaikwan is not a good person. Could you possibly kick him out? The sender was Chen Xian. Huang Zhongfei felt that Chen Xian had overstepped. While quarrels were one thing, expelling someone from the group was quite another. We are all classmates. How can we maintain harmony in the group if someone's kicked out? Sun Kaikwan disrupts the group's harmony, and we were just sharing photos when he chose to stir up trouble. How can we continue to communicate amicably? All right, Chun Xian. Let us discuss this later, Huang Zhongfei replied. Shui Yuantong, having scrolled through her phone, suddenly had a thought and turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, what beautiful places have you visited? Chapter 64. The Crowded Mountain, which places have I been to? During the summer vacation of 5th grade, I traveled to the city where my parents worked, Wensheng in Dongjiang province, and spent the entire summer there. Upon returning, I continued my studies in the town until this year, when I finally came to Yuzhou to attend high school. Ironically, although I am from Yuzhou, it was my first time stepping into the city. After spending 3 years in Yuzhou, without traveling, I often longed to join my cousin and her family on their trips. However, I lacked the funds for travel and was already staying with someone else, which made me reluctant to impose further and ask them to cover my expenses. Back in my first year of high school, I contemplated moving out of my uncle's home to reside at the 4th school. Only those who have truly experienced living with relatives can comprehend how complicated it can be. Yet at that time, I was still merely a 15 or 16-year-old boy without the capability for independence. My parents disapproved, wishing for me to have a better living environment, and my uncle's repeated entreaties kept me from moving out. In retrospect, I understand now, as I have matured. After graduating high school in my previous life, I was accepted into a second-tier university in Huaiqing. I spent 4 years there, living on a monthly budget of 1,000 yuan, sufficient for basic sustenance, but not enough for travel, leaving me to explore the city, stroll through parks, and hike mountains. Thus, my university life came to an end, and after graduation, I carried a mere 1,000 yuan to Nanshan, hoping to earn 5,000 a month. In reality, I was offered a base salary of 2,000 yuan. Subsequently, I switched jobs several times, yet I found myself cycling through a handful of cities. Wensheng, Yuzhou, Engshi, Nanshan, and Xiaozhou are the only cities Jiang Ning has ever visited. Even compared to his classmates from Class 8, he feels inferior, unlike Bai Yuxia and Chun Xian, who travel every year. He looked at Shui Yuantong and self-deprecatingly remarked that he had only visited Wensheng once as a child and had remained in his town ever since. Jiang Ning recalled a time at work when colleagues discussed which internet-famous cities were worth visiting, but his financial constraints rendered him an outsider in those conversations. Wensheng, I know it. Isn't it close to the sea? Have you ever seen the ocean? Shui Yuantong leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, having never encountered the vastness of the sea. I have, Jiang Ning replied. Isn't the real ocean supposed to be a beautiful shade of blue? Shui Yuantong inquired with wonder. No, the sea is yellow, Jiang Ning clarified. Disappointment washed over Shui Yuantong, and she pouted, saying, You're lying. I'm not deceiving you. I've been to the seaside twice with my parents, and it wasn't particularly enjoyable. The environment is not even as pleasant as the Huishui River. Shui Yuantong remained skeptical, but resolved that when she grew up, she would see the ocean for herself, vowing to teach Jiang Ning a lesson if he dared to mislead her. Are there any fun places in Wensheng? She continued to inquire, her curiosity piqued by a world beyond Yuzhou, which she had never left. Yes, Wensheng has a mountain called Ren Tu Shan, which resembles a human head. Many people, after overindulging, spend their days squatting at the base, contemplating how to climb it. The peak is almost vertical and exceedingly difficult to scale. Quite a few have broken their legs attempting it. One day, a tourist truly made it to the top, but couldn't descend. They are so foolish. What happened next? Shui Yuantong asked eagerly. Later, a fearsome dragon appeared and devoured the tourist. It turned out that the peak was the dragoness lair. Jiang Ning, you're lying again. Shui Yuantong glared, visibly annoyed. All right, the tourist was actually hungry for 2 days before a helicopter came to rescue him. Wow, I've never seen a helicopter. Jiang Ning, can you fly one? No, he replied. Can you drive a tractor? I can, Shui Yuantong boasted. Stop bragging. Aunt Gu said you cried the first time you rode in a tractor, begging to jump out. Shui Yuantong gritted her teeth. How could my mother betray me like this? On the last afternoon of the holiday, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma as Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes shut. He was practicing the Jin Xian Fan Shenju, his invisible consciousness radiating around him. A sharp pain emanated from his brow, but to Jiang Ning, it was insignificant. His consciousness ebbed and flowed like waves stirred by the wind, sometimes swelling into a tempest, extending rapidly outward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, until it finally halted at 100 meters. Then, with a mental command, his consciousness retracted like a whale sucking in water. Upon opening his eyes, A joyful expression crossed his face. His consciousness had expanded several times, previously covering only a 30-meter radius, now reaching 100 meters. Currently, he was at the second level of Qi training, yet the strength of his consciousness rivaled that of a practitioner at the fourth level. The primary function of his consciousness resembled that of radar, capable of detecting surrounding conditions. With his current strength, he could track the trajectory of multiple bullets simultaneously. Combined with his physique enhanced by Shun Lei Chui Ti, it would be challenging for a handgun to hit him. However, if he were to find himself on a modern battlefield, he would still be susceptible to countless stray bullets. Jiang Ning maintained a serene expression, reminding himself that he needed to break through to the foundation building stage. Once he achieved that, his consciousness would extend for 5 miles, allowing him to fly and utilize countless spells. If a cannonball entered his consciousness range, he would have at least a second to react and would no longer need to fear. Jiang Ning set a modest goal for himself, to break through to the foundation building realm. Once he became a foundation building practitioner, he would no longer need to conceal himself. He would be as formidable as an entire army. The jade material he had purchased from Xiao Shuang was intended for crafting a protective jade pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, he wondered if Xiao Shuang had used the Chongqing liquid. Otherwise, after 6 or 7 days, why hadn't Tishi come to see him? Jiang Ning found it curious and resolved to wait for Xiao Shuang to arrive so they could discuss the pharmaceutical business in detail. To swiftly break through to foundation building, he needed to rely on a spiritual energy formation. Jiang Ning examined the jade. It felt slightly cool to the touch. He tossed the jade into the air, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy that swiftly sliced through the hard jade material. The egg-sized jade was cleaved into 4 pieces, 3 of which fell into the silk cloth, leaving one suspended in midair. He enveloped it with his consciousness, tracing the jade's intricate patterns. Then he formed multicolored spiritual light and directed it toward the jade piece. Each beam of light corresponded to a unique mark, inscribed into the jade, with each mark interconnecting and supporting one another like a precise mathematical equation. Simultaneously, the shape of the jade piece began to transform, while the waste material fell away into the air. Internally, a spiritual formation gradually took shape. Chapter 65. Heartfelt gift formation masters are a highly sought-after profession in the realm of cultivation. Especially during times of great conflict, they are indispensable. If utilized properly, they can dismantle enemy protective formations with minimal cost. At times, a formation master can wield even greater influence than a golden core practitioner. The spiritual formation on the jade piece was successfully inscribed, and now it was time to employ the small division of consciousness technique. Jiang Ning concentrated all his consciousness, forming it into a mass, and propelled it forcefully toward the jade pendant. Simultaneously, he activated the formation of the pendant. When his consciousness collided with the pendant's formation, it felt like plunging into a whirlpool, suddenly stalling before retracting violently after a few seconds. A wave of dizziness swept through his brow, and upon glancing at the pendant, he noticed a small red cloud symbol appear at the lower right corner. Seeing that cloud, Jiang Ning felt a wave of familiarity. It was the insignia of the Luo Yun sect. The sect had accepted Jiang Ning and bestowed upon him the most potent cultivation techniques along with the finest resources. When he was still at the foundation building stage, the elder of the Yuan Ying had granted him a Yuan Ying talisman. The Golden Core elders had even dispatched teams to personally seek out spiritual treasures for him. Indeed, those with heavenly roots received special treatment. Yet not every individual with such roots could become a Yuan Ying practitioner, let alone a fully realized Yuan Ying master. Without the sect's nurturing, Jiang Ning might never have reached such heights. He had never forgotten the favor owed to the sect. The protective jade pendant was a pale blue, its surface intricately engraved with veins, but the most captivating feature was the small red cloud in the lower right corner, which served as a finishing touch. This cloud contained a trace of consciousness, functioning to sense danger and activate the spiritual formation. The realm of cultivation possesses a comprehensive set of emergency response regulations. Jiang Ning had embedded those regulations into the cloud symbol using the small division of consciousness technique. Whenever the symbol sensed a similar danger, it would automatically trigger the formation to safeguard the wearer. Jiang Ning caressed the jade pendant, feeling its smooth warmth. He conjured a flame that enveloped the area, raising the room's temperature, then touched the pendant, only to feel a gentle coolness. He inscribed a temperature control formation within the spiritual array. This jade pendant required only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to alter its own temperature, making it a delightful companion in both winter and summer. Jiangning infused a bit of spiritual energy into the pendant, strung it up, and hung it from the door beam. The pendant floated gently in the air. He picked up a fruit knife from the table and hurled it at the pendant with great speed, capable of easily piercing flesh. However, just before it made contact, the pendant trembled slightly, activating the spiritual formation, causing the fruit knife to rebound as if it had struck an invisible wall. Jiangning's spiritual energy grasped the knife, placing it on the bedside. It was the knife Shui Yuantong had left behind after slicing apples. He waved his hand gently, and the pendant flew into his palm. The effect was quite satisfactory. Next, it was merely a matter of infusing sufficient spiritual energy into the formation, enabling the avoidance of dangers encountered in daily life. The jade pendant's spiritual array appeared diminutive, yet it could accommodate a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Given Jiangning's current reserves, he would need to fill it 3 times to reach completion. He gazed at the other 3 jade pieces, beginning to construct the spiritual array and create protective jade pendants. It was only as the sun began its descent that he completed the crafting of all 4 pendants, arranging them in sequence. Regarding the distribution of the protective pendants, Jiangning had settled on a few candidates, 1 for each of his parents and 1 for Shui Yuantong. But what of the remaining piece? As he pondered this, a sound at the door caught his attention. Shui Yuantong had arrived. Jiangning, it's time to eat. Hurry up. Okay. With 15 minutes until the evening study session commenced, Jiangning entered the classroom. The seats were nearly filled, and as he approached his desk, Gung Lu waved a tissue. Jiangning, I've cleaned your desk and chair. So, how will you thank me? I'll buy you a cup of milk tea, Jiangning replied, knowing that tidying his seat was a trivial task for him, easily resolved with a flick of spiritual energy. Upon hearing Jiangning's offer to buy her something, Gung Lu felt a touch of embarrassment. No need, I just helped you out. Ma Shicheng glanced sideways at Gung Lu, feeling a mix of amusement and melancholy. He found it amusing that Gung Lu had first cleaned Jiangning's desk before tending to her own, which hinted at her interest in him. Though he had never been in love, he considered himself perceptive about emotions, possessing a keen logical ability to deduce relationships from subtle clues. His melancholy stemmed from Gung Lu's attractive appearance and her evident interest in Jiangning, while he was left to speculate, feeling somewhat like a mere onlooker. Ma Shicheng had initially intended to inquire further, but soon lost interest, deciding it was not his concern. Scanning the classroom, he felt disappointed in Gung Lu and Yang Sheng, deeming them common girls, and resolved to cultivate a rapport with Shun Qingyi and Bai Yuxiao instead. Should he add them to the class group? Would it be better to add just one or both? If both accepted, whom should he converse with? Lost in thought, a smile crept across his face as he envisioned a bright future. Seizing the opportunity before class began, he approached Guo Kunin, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. Nangu, have you added those girls from our class? Guo Kunin was engrossed in a game, his focus intense. Startled by Ma Shicheng's sudden approach, he fumbled, causing his character to fall into a pit and perish. Damn, I was so close to breaking my record. Guo Kunin lamented. What game are you playing? Ma Shicheng inquired, intrigued by its apparent excitement. This is Tian Tian Ku Pao, a newly released game. It's incredibly fun and allows you to view your friends' rankings. I'm currently 3rd among my friends. If it weren't for your interruption, I would have soared to 2nd place, Guo Kunin boasted, reveling in the game's convenience compared to previous ones that required tedious friend searches. Ma Shicheng, now interested, dismissed thoughts of the girls. Send me the game. Sure. Just open Kuaya, and I'll transfer it to you. Kuaya is a file transfer application that uses hotspot technology, providing exceptionally fast transfer speeds compared to traditional Bluetooth. Nearby, Dan Kaikwan spotted them and eagerly requested a copy as well. The 3 soon became engrossed in competitive gameplay. After class, Ma Shicheng approached Guo Kunin to boast. What rank do I hold on your list? Guo Kunin felt a sense of embarrassment. After all, he had introduced Ma Shicheng to the game, and now he was being surpassed. You're 3rd on my list, he replied, his tone sour. Who are 1st and 2nd? Yang Sheng and another girl from middle school. Ma Shicheng was incredulous. Yang Sheng plays games too? Not only Yang Sheng, but also Gung Lu had played, even sending him hearts earlier. In Tian Tian Ku Pao, players quickly run out of energy and must rely on others for hearts to continue playing. Without them, One must either spend money or patiently wait for their energy to replenish. Hence, hearts are crucial in the game. As a freeloader, Ma Shicheng had no intention of spending money, but still wished to continue playing. Being adept at navigating the internet, he easily searched for a heart-sharing group. Halfway through, an idea struck him. Why not join the group? This could serve as a perfect opportunity to connect with the girls in class. Chapter 66. A Clash. Gung Lu held her phone out to Jiangning. Do you play Tian Tian Ku Pao? Can you help me score? You boys are surely better at games. Jiangning had played the game before and, feeling a twinge of competitive spirit, replied, Sure, let me give it a try. He took Gung Lu's phone, noticing that its screen was significantly larger than his own. Before starting the game, he extended his awareness, ensuring that no teachers could sneak up on him within 100 meters. As he began to play, the class bell rang. Gung Lu watched anxiously, her heart racing as she felt the pressure of the game. Having played before, she knew that while the initial levels were manageable, the later stages demanded quick reflexes and were incredibly challenging. Several times, she thought Jiangning had lost, but he skillfully navigated through each obstacle. Eventually, Jiangning grew bored, finding the game lacking in challenge. He set the phone down, and his character fell into a pit upon losing control. The game displayed an impressive score. Leaving Gung Lu in awe, Jiangning returned the phone to her, advising, Put your phone away. The class teacher is coming. His awareness detected the teacher's approach. Though Gung Lu wondered how he knew, she trusted him and obediently stowed her phone. Initially, he intended to add Yang Sheng, but reconsidered, deciding to wait. To defeat a gaming enthusiast, one must excel in their domain. He would establish himself as the best in Tian Tian Ku Pao before approaching Yang Sheng as a formidable player. Despite their earlier disagreement, Yang Sheng's gaming prowess had won Ma Shicheng's respect, elevating her from a score of 8 to an impressive 99 in his eyes. Little Yang Sheng, I will conquer you in due time, Ma Shicheng mused, his confidence soaring. He navigated to the game rankings, preparing to send hearts to his newly added friends. Jiangning nudged him. Put your phone away. The teacher's here. Ma Shicheng reacted like a mouse caught by a cat, swiftly hiding his phone and keeping a wary eye on the door. Moments later, Dan Xingrong entered the classroom, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, silencing the previously raucous chatter. He then walked directly to the corner of the classroom, a spot that the boys of Class 8 referred to as the dark corner. Due to its peculiar arrangement, the double desks pressed against the left wall, with Miaozha seated by the window, partnered with a rather unattractive, lanky girl. Two other girls of similarly unfortunate appearance sat at the front and next to them, leading to whispers among the boys that Miaozha was surrounded by 5 unattractive girls. A situation deemed exceedingly unlucky. Chui remarked that if he were in that position, he would surely lose years off his life. Miaozha frequently found himself the subject of ridicule for this seating arrangement, with others questioning his taste. In high school, students lacked the subtlety of adults, and the unattractive often faced cruel remarks behind their backs. Dan Xingrong stood beside the dark corner, extending his hand. Hand it over. Miaozha looked at him, remaining silent. With a stern expression, commanded, hand it over. There was a hint of ire in his tone. Miaozha's lips twitched slightly as he obediently surrendered his phone. Come to me for it before the break, instructed. He then ascended the podium, surveying the students in the classroom. From now on, anyone caught using their phone during class will face the consequences. The boys in the back row shrank back momentarily, but quickly regained their composure, convinced they would not be caught. After a brief lecture, appointed Huang Zhongfei to oversee discipline and exited the classroom. Ma Shicheng, reveling in the chaos, remarked that fool, sitting by the window and still daring to use his phone, deserves to have it taken away. Given Miaozha's usual behavior, no one lamented his fate. While Chui Yu and Wang Longlong erupted in laughter, Miaozha sat silently at his desk, simmering with unspoken anger. The classroom remained quiet for a moment before the chatter resumed, as the students, back from the short holiday, found it impossible to settle down for study. Huang Zhongfei made a few reminders, but upon realizing they fell on deaf ears, he permitted them to converse, advising them to lower their voices. Miaozha's deskmate, a stout girl with a dark complexion and a pockmarked face named Pang Jiao, turned to chat with him. Miaozha knew her name, and while she was indeed delicate in nature, her appearance was less than pleasing. As she laughed intermittently during their conversation, her deep voice, combined with her coarse features and unpleasant breath, nearly suffocated him. Why must fate torment him so? Pang Jiao, with a small mirror in hand, stealthily applied something to her face, inquiring of Miao's other deskmate. Wang Yinyin, do you think I've lost weight over the break? Miao thought to himself. You resemble a black pig. Wang Yinyin complimented. I think you've slimmed down significantly. Pang Jiao beamed at the praise, genuinely believing she had lost weight. Wang Yinyin continued, Oh, Jiao, your features are quite nice. Once you slim down, you'll surely be beautiful. Miao felt nauseated. Even if Pang Jiao lost weight, she would still be unattractive. Pang Jiao, equally convinced of her potential, declared, Once I lose weight, I will definitely find a boyfriend. She placed her hand on the edge of Miao's desk, prompting him to recoil at the sight of her fingers, short and thick like a pig's trotter, covered in coarse black hair. Miao's eyelids twitched. Wang Yinyin, I think you're quite pretty. I'm sure someone will pursue you in high school. Pang Jiao flattered Wang Yinyin. Miao nearly retched. Wang Yinyin had a crooked mouth and wide-set eyes, making her appearance quite peculiar. Even if Wang Yinyin pursued him, he would be repulsed. Yinyin, Pang Jiao continued. If someone pursues you, don't accept too easily. Take your time to choose a handsome boyfriend. Why seek a handsome one? Because dining with an attractive boy would be a pleasant experience. Pang Jiao's self-proclaimed humor erupted in a monstrous laugh, releasing an odor that assaulted Miao's senses. A surge of frustration ignited within him. Having just lost his phone and witnessing this scene, he could no longer contain himself, as he was inherently impulsive. Miao blurted out, Pang Jiao, have you ever considered your boyfriend's feelings? Can he even eat with your face? The lively atmosphere abruptly stilled, only to erupt into chaos. Ma Shicheng, engrossed in his phone, suddenly heard commotion. They're fighting. Miao and Pang Jiao are fighting. Chui Yu exclaimed excitedly. He had not witnessed such a spectacle since elementary school. Goodness, Pang Jiao is fierce, Hu Jun remarked in shock. Standing at 5 feet 5 inches and weighing 160 pounds, Pang Jiao had the advantage in size, while Miao, slightly taller but weighing just 100 pounds, found himself at a disadvantage despite the typical strength disparity between boys and girls. Yet, Miao, undeterred by her gender, yanked Pang Jiao's hair and scratched her face. As the altercation intensified, Ma Shicheng, taken aback, worried, will they hurt each other badly? Class monitor Huang Zhongfei rushed over, attempting to mediate, stop fighting. Please stop. However, the two continued to claw at each other, disregarding his presence. Huang Zhongfei stood awkwardly, unsure how to intervene, especially since one was a girl. He glanced at Bai Yuxia, who, feeling equally powerless, knew that Huang Zhongfei's words had no effect, and her own would likely hold no weight either. As for intervening, she was no fool. She understood Miao's temperament, and given that the majority of boys in the class disliked him, it was likely she would be caught in the crossfire if she attempted to stop them. Bai Yuxia instinctively looked towards Jiang Ning, hoping he might take action once more. Jiang Ning, noticing Bai Yuxia's gaze, felt indifferent. He silently observed the brawl. The window beside him opened to a vast campus, contrasting the bright classroom lights with the dimly lit grounds outside. The clash between Pang Jiao and Miao escalated dramatically, resembling two colossal gophers, their legs upright as they frantically clawed at one another. The scuffle transitioned from the seats to the aisle and ultimately to the open space at the back of the classroom, reminiscent of martial arts masters engaged in a fierce duel. This sudden chaos opened the eyes of their classmates. The situation was indeed difficult to manage, and no one was willing to step forward. Their wild scratching resembled madness, making it clear that anyone who intervened would get hurt. Huang Zhongfei felt exhausted, unable to recall how many times he had encountered such a scenario where his pleas had gone unheard. Being a class monitor was indeed a challenging task. Gung Lu covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock as she watched the intense fight unfold. Ma Shicheng stood up, leaning against his desk, confidently proclaiming, I bet a bottle of cola that Pang Jiao will win. Nearby, Guokunin disagreed, arguing, although Pang Jiao has the weight advantage now, she is still a girl and will tire out more quickly than Miao. I'm backing Miao for a bottle of cola, Guokunin declared. The Life Committee member, Hu Jun, chimed in, I predict both will end up injured. I'll wager a bottle of Red Bull against your colas. Ma Shicheng and Guokunin retorted in unison, get lost. That's not even a prediction. Chui Yu cheered, fight on. If it weren't so morally questionable, I would applaud and encourage them to fight harder. Bai Yuxia, observing Jiang Ning's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. He could easily diffuse the situation with just a word, yet he remained silent, showing no sense of class pride. Chun Siqing, watching the chaotic scene from back, was astonished, her mouth agape. As an older sister, she was aware that her younger sibling had joined the 8th grade class. Although her sister had mentioned that fights occurred frequently in Class 8, this was her first time witnessing such an event. Did the boys and girls truly embody such a martial spirit? Though her own class had its share of fights, they never occurred during class time, unlike Class 8, which had erupted into chaos during evening self-study. Yang Sheng sat atop his desk, chewing gum. He believed that if he were to participate, he could easily make one of them cry for help. Wang Longlong stood on his seat, observing the skirmish and the helpless Huang Zhongfei, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his round face. The class monitor was nothing special. When push came to shove, it was up to him, Wang Longlong, to save the day. He texted, "Head teacher, we have a situation. Pang Jiao and Miao Zhe are fighting, and it's getting intense. Their clothes are torn. The classmates are too scared to intervene. Please come quickly." Last time, Wei got into a fight with Miao Zhe. He was caught by Dan Xingrong and brought to the office, where he received a beating. Fortunately, he managed to articulate the reasons behind the altercation clearly, and with a sincere attitude of remorse. Dan Xingrong chose not to pursue the matter further. After Miao Zhe left, Wang Longlong lingered in the office, proactively suggesting to the homeroom teacher that he could contribute something to the class. Wang Longlong was eager to become a class officer, but lacked the courage to campaign openly in front of the entire class, opting instead to seek private avenues. Luckily, Dan Xingrong recognized his potential and, after some contemplation, informed him that for any significant or trivial matters in the class, he could directly send a text message to him. Wang Longlong felt invigorated, knowing that he would be Dan Xingrong's eyes in Class 8. After sending the text, he suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that he could accomplish what the class monitor, Huang Zhongfei, could do, and even what he could not. He was the brightness of day, while Wang Longlong was the shadow in the night. Wherever Wang Longlong was, the justice of Class 8 would endure, as no one intervened in the fight. And given that fighting was physically exhausting, untrained individuals found it particularly draining, akin to a sprint. Within 2 minutes, Miao Zhe and Pang Jiao were too fatigued to continue, holding onto each other and unwilling to let go. If not for the gruesome blood streaks on their faces and necks, they might have appeared like a couple in love. "Why have you stopped fighting?" Dan Kaikwan casually munched on sunflower seeds, seemingly unfazed. Miao Zhe glared coldly at him, while Dan Kaikwan shared some seeds with Guokunin. "What are you staring at, little brat?" Dan Kaikwan showed no fear. Miao Zhe released his grip, and Pang Jiao followed suit. Typically, Wang Yinyan never left tissues on her desk, knowing they would quickly be depleted by classmates. A pack of tissues cost 2 yuan, which she was reluctant to part with. But seeing Pang Jiao so injured, she certainly wouldn't hesitate to help. After the fight, Pang Jiao felt a burning pain. She wiped her face with the tissue, which was covered in blood. Wang Yinyan expressed concern. "Should you go to the infirmary?" Dan Xingrong had originally intended to reprimand the students, but upon seeing the blood on Pang Jiao's face, he frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry to the school infirmary." He then asked the class, "Where's Miao Zhe?" Huang Zhongfei replied, "I don't know. He left right after the fight." Dan Xingrong picked up his phone to call Miao Zhe, but suddenly recalled that he had confiscated Miao Zhe's phone. Just before the break, he had already scolded Miao Zhe, and now he was causing trouble again by fighting with a girl. What a way to learn. "Pang Jiao, what are you waiting for? Come with me to the infirmary." Dan Xingrong led Pang Jiao away. The classroom fell silent for a moment before discussions erupted again, with the fallout from the fight continuing to be a topic of conversation among classmates until the evening study session concluded. As the bell rang for evening study, Guokunin and Dan Kaikwan dashed out in an instant. Jiangning knew that their quick exit was to buy food outside the school. High school students were in a growth phase and had large appetites. 3 meals a day were hardly sufficient. With evening study lasting until 9:30, they were already hungry, and going without food would leave their stomachs empty. Jiangning walked to the parking area, with Shui Yuantong habitually following behind him. They had long established a tacit understanding. Upon reaching home, Shui Yuantong jumped out of the back seat with practiced elegance. "Wait a moment," Jiangning called. He produced a small box and handed it to Shui Yuantong. It seemed reminiscent of the last time she had gifted him a cup. Jiangning said, "I've carved a jade pendant for you." Shui Yuantong looked at him with suspicion. Jiang Ning advised, "Wear it every day. It's best not to take it off." This pendant was imbued with protective spiritual energy. Although he often spent time with Shui Yuantong, he was not always present. So this pendant would ensure her safety from unforeseen events. Stop staring and just accept it. All right, since you are so sincere, I will accept it. Shui Yuantong took the box and entered the house, then stood by the bed in a daze, suddenly diving onto the bed and burying her head in the soft comforter. In a short while, her delicate white legs rose, and her little pink shoes gently swayed. Chapter 68. The agent's thoughts in the early morning at Yuzhou, Chihu Uefu. Building 5, Unit 1, an exultant shout resonated. I've got it! I've got it! Xiao Wenjun stared at his reflection in the mirror, overwhelmed with joy. He had miraculously grown black hair on his head. At that moment, Xiao Wenjun nearly wept tears of joy. No one knew how much ridicule he had endured due to his baldness, both in jest and in malice. Yet all that remained in his heart was a sense of bitterness. Now he had hair. In the future, he would no longer have to endure the strange gazes of potential partners during blind dates. Xiao Wenjun's first expression of gratitude was directed towards the bottle of hair growth solution. Initially, he had approached it with a mere experimental attitude, applying it once and actually witnessing hair growth, leaving him astounded. This was indeed a miraculous remedy. His second thanks went to his cousin, Xiao Shuangshuang. If it weren't for her insistence, he would never have obtained this bottle of solution, nor would he have used it. Xiao Wenjun promptly called his boss to request a day off, then donned his coat and set out. The moment he laid eyes on his cousin, Xiao Shuangshuang, he removed his hat, exclaiming, "Sister, I have hair now. Look." Xiao Shuangshuang, surprised by his excitement, replied, "All right, it's just hair. Stop showing off." Having previously experienced the solution herself, she had anticipated such a result, so her reaction was not overly shocking. However, she was thoroughly convinced of the potency of the Qingqing solution provided by Jiang Ning, which could even restore hair to her balding cousin, showcasing its miraculous nature. Xiao Wenjun inquired, "Do you have any more of that solution? I think if I keep applying it, my hair might fully grow back." His demeanor was buoyant. He had started losing hair back in college. Initially, he did not pay attention to it, thinking what was the big deal? As a man who feared baldness. However, after entering the workforce, his hair had completely thinned out, leaving him in shock and unprepared. This resulted in him appearing to be in his 30s when he was only in his 20s. There is definitely more, Xiao Shuangshuang mused. Since Jiang Ning could easily give me 2 bottles, it indicates that he has plenty and it shouldn't be too pricey. I could just buy a few bottles from him later. Xiao Wenjun urged, "Cousin, hurry up. I'm eager to use it." He had been losing hair for years and hadn't he experienced the joy of regrowth in ages. Now that he had tasted it, he was instantly enamored. The return of what was lost was the greatest fortune, be it love or hair. "Why don't you send me the address? I'll go buy it." Xiao Wenjun's family was relatively well off. After working for 2 years, he had saved over 30,000 yuan, so he could afford the remedy. Xiao Shuangshuang shook her head. "You can't buy it. It was given to me by a friend." Xiao Wenjun was at a loss, thick-skinnedly saying, "Sister, can you help me get 2 more bottles?" Xiao Shuangshuang chuckled, teasing, "What is this? Just a few days ago, I gave you the medicine, and you were reluctant to take it. Now you want it? That was because I had tried too many medications before with no effect. Who would have thought that the one you provided would work so well? Sister, let me tell you, if this medicine were sold freely, it would definitely attract buyers, especially among the groups I mingle with." At this point, Xiao Wenjun felt a bit embarrassed. The bald heads group, since I was almost completely bald, I was desperate and thought about finding people to commiserate with. The group is filled with fellow bald patients just like me, and we often try various methods together. But none have been effective. If this medicine were shared in that group, it would absolutely sell out. Even if priced higher, it wouldn't matter. As many of the bald guys there spend thousands on gaming. Xiao Wenjun spoke with fervor, having reached the position of group administrator with his 24-year-old balding hairstyle. Fully aware of the dynamics within the group, his rapid speech reflected his excitement. Xiao Shuang has worked as both a nurse and a pawnshop owner, frequently engaging in conversations with others, which allowed her to quickly grasp Shan Jun's intentions. "Do you think this medicine is valuable?" she inquired. "It's not a matter of value. Let me put it this way. It's about the level of demand," Shan Jun asserted confidently. After years of dealing with baldness, he had tried numerous remedies but had never encountered a product that could stimulate hair growth with just a wash and a dab. It was nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing her cousin's words, Xiao Shuang felt a twinge of doubt. If the Chanking Eye was indeed so effective, why was it not more widely known? The group of bald individuals her cousin was part of included many influential figures, yet none had heard of this remedy, indicating that Chanking Eye likely circulated within a very limited scope. Xiao Shuang sensed something amiss, as if she were overlooking a crucial detail. Instead of delving deeper into her thoughts, an idea suddenly struck her. Wenjun, do you think I could profit by obtaining the sales rights for this medicine? Without a hint of skepticism, Shanjun replied, if you can promote this product, I guarantee you'll be the wealthiest person in Yuzhou within 2 years. With over 100 million individuals suffering from baldness nationwide, aside from surgical hair transplants, there are hardly any effective solutions available. The emergence of such a miraculous remedy would undoubtedly excite countless patients. Shanjun at that moment was utterly convinced of its efficacy. Noticing Xiao Shuang's distracted expression, he tentatively asked, Sister, do you have connections? During the morning study session, Jiangning was engrossed in his reading. Prior to the break, the Chinese teacher Dai Yongquan had assigned the classical text Zhu Ji Wu to a Qin Shi, requiring students to memorize it in its entirety. He mentioned that he would randomly select students to recite it during class, and those who could not would have to stand and listen. Ma Shicheng, who usually spent his morning study time on his phone, obediently practiced the text, managing to complete nearly half of it just in time for the session. Gung Lu turned around with the book in hand and asked, Jiangning, have you memorized it? Yes, Jiangning replied. He had studied the text before and, thanks to his excellent memory, could recite it flawlessly after reading it twice. Ma Shicheng glanced over, respecting Jiangning in other subjects but skeptical about his memorization. As he had never seen Jiangning practice before, Gung Lu suggested, how about I recite it for you, and you check for any mistakes? Sure, go ahead. Yang Ning noted. Having someone listen to her was more accurate than checking alone, and it also allowed her to simulate reciting in front of the teacher. Gung Lu stumbled through her recitation, making several errors and omitting 2 lines. Jiangning pointed them out. Ma Shicheng critiqued, Gung Lu, your recitation is lacking. Gung Lu shot back, can you recite it? Ma Shicheng, brimming with confidence, declared, I will definitely have it memorized before the morning study ends. Jiangning's keen perception sensed a challenge, and he remarked, I doubt you'll finish. Ma Shicheng retorted, are you underestimating me? He was fully aware of his academic abilities and believed he could memorize it with half an hour to spare. Just as he prepared to argue further, the homeroom teacher, Sun Qingrong, suddenly entered the classroom, announcing, all right, let's pause for a class meeting. The meeting lasted until the final 3 minutes of the morning study. Sun Qingrong informed the class that there would be a monthly exam in mid-month, during which seating would be rearranged, and he warned that any future fighting would lead to a direct call to parents. After Sun Qingrong left, Ma Shicheng's demeanor soured as he tossed his textbook aside. Gung Lu asked, aren't you going to practice anymore? Ma Shicheng shrugged off her concern, saying, what is there to worry about? The Chinese teacher won't call on me to recite. As the morning study concluded, Jiangning planned to head to the cafeteria for breakfast when his phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message from Xiao Shuang. Does your cousin still have Chanking Eye? I find it very effective and want to purchase a few bottles. Xiao Shuang furrowed her brow. But I have some, Jiangning replied. You do? Xiao Shuang looked at her phone, her expression perplexed. Could it be that her cousin had given him the medicine? Jiangning suggested, let us discuss it in person. Are you free at noon? Yes, Xiao Shuang responded. After hearing about the potential of the medicine from her cousin, she was motivated. Given that Chanking Eye was relatively obscure, seizing the opportunity to obtain the sales rights could lead to a promising future. Opportunities in life are scarce, and Xiao Shuang was unwilling to resign herself to a small pawn shop for the rest of her days. She yearned to experience a broader world, so that when she encountered old acquaintances, she could do so with confidence rather than regret. Jiangning was the only person she could currently approach who understood Chanking Eye, and acquiring it through him would be ideal. I'll come to your shop at noon, Jiangning confirmed. After class, Ma Shicheng vented his frustrations, cursing Dai Yongquan. I'm done with this, he exclaimed. Gung Lu chimed in, yes, Ma Shicheng, you should stand your ground and not recite anymore. Ultimately, Ma Shicheng relented, furious. He took his textbook and left to find a quiet place to study. Guokunin approached Gung Lu, astonished. How do you score so high in Tian Tian Ku Pao? Guokunin, incredulous, noted that Gung Lu, who had previously been a minor player in his rankings, suddenly topped the leaderboard with an impressive score. Do you have some special technique? Gung Lu thought for a moment and replied, It's really easy. I just do this and that, and I never die. She mimicked Jiang Ning's gaming style. After Guokunin left, Gung Lu smiled at Jiang Ning, saying, If he surpasses me, can you help me out? I'll treat you to fruit tea, she added, already plotting to leverage Jiang Ning's skills to dominate the gaming rankings. Jiang Ning nodded, all right. Ma Shicheng, rejuvenated, felt hopeful again, believing that as long as there was a chemistry teacher, there was always hope. Before class, Guoran announced that Jiang Ning would serve as the chemistry class representative. The classmates were taken aback. Jiang Ning was one of the more notorious students in Class 8, mainly known for his fighting prowess. As for his academic performance, that was a joke. Dong Qingfeng by Yu Xia and Qin Xian had never regarded Jiang Ning as a serious contender. They had never seen him study diligently. While all students in Class 8 had similar entrance scores, some barely scraped by with 640, while others scored 680 or 690. Some had attended summer classes to get ahead in high school, while others had spent the entire summer playing. The knowledge in high school was significantly more challenging, and those who relied on talent in middle school would quickly be sidelined in high school unless they possessed exceptional abilities. Jiang Ning's appointment as class representative by the chemistry teacher was certainly not due to his academic excellence, but rather other factors. Whatever the chemistry teacher's reasons were, Ma Shicheng's hopes were dashed by half. At noon, after finishing his meal, Jiang Ning carried a bottle filled with a greenish liquid, the chanking eye he had managed to extract. He placed the bottle into his bag and headed to the pawn shop. Xiao Shuang was waiting for him inside. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, she quickly stood up to pour a glass of water and hung a closed sign at the door. Jiang Ning stated directly, I brought the chanking eye. He took out the bottle and placed it on the table. The bottle was a large mineral water container, appearing quite ordinary, and even Xiao Shuang felt it lacked the elegance of the previous jade bottles. May I smell it? Xiao Shuang asked, recalling the distinct fragrance of chanking eye. Sure, Jiang Ning replied. After taking a whiff, Xiao Shuang confirmed that the scent was indeed the same as what she had previously encountered. Yang Ning noted internally. The aroma of chanking eye served as a unique anti-counterfeiting measure, a blend of spiritual water and various extracted herbs that produced a scent that current technology could not replicate. Moreover, even if one knew the ingredients, they could not recreate chanking eye. Do you have more of this chanking eye? Xiao Shuang inquired, as one bottle would be insufficient for her intended sales. Sensing her thoughts, Jiang Ning leaned back in his chair, meeting her gaze. Share your thoughts. There's no need to hold back. His voice was remarkably monotonous. Yet, to Xiao Shuang's ears, it evoked an inexplicable sense of distance, as if the individual before her was not a mere youth, but rather a venerable elder who had traversed 1,000 experiences. Xiao Shuang felt a pang of suspicion, questioning whether Jiang Ning had ulterior motives when he gifted her the Chongqing Yi. However, she was astute enough to realize that he meant her no harm. Instead, he was presenting her with an opportunity. I intend to acquire the sales rights for Chongqing Yi. Could you assist me in contacting the individual who developed it? I aspire to establish a long-term partnership. Xiao Shuang's demeanor was earnest. She added with conviction, I have some connections in the pharmaceutical field, including drug qualification certification, clinical testing, and operational licensing. Jiang Ning was quite pleased with Xiao Shuang. His judgment had not faltered. She possessed a heart unwilling to settle for the status quo and was willing to strive for it. Henceforth, she would oversee all matters concerning spiritual medicine, while he would relish in the profits it yielded, dedicating himself solely to cultivation. The Chongqing Yi could promote hair growth without any side effects, the efficacy lasting for 2 months. After that, its effects would wane and any predisposition to hair loss would return. Xiao Shuang understood that the effects would diminish after 2 months, which alleviated her concerns. From the outset, she had never believed that this vial could guarantee eternal hair retention. The vial contained enough Chongqing Yi for 20 applications, and I will give you half a month to provide me with 200,000. Xiao Shuang calculated that the average cost per application would be 10,000, which was rather steep. Regardless of your method, if you can provide me with 200,000 within a week, I shall grant you the agency rights. Jiang Ning was indifferent to how Xiao Shuang sold it. If she succeeded in selling it, it would indicate her capabilities, and should she need to supplement her own funds, it would demonstrate her commitment to Chongqing Yi. As long as she could provide him with 200,000, that was sufficient. The efficacy of Chongqing Yi was evident, as long as Xiao Shuangshuang was not utterly incompetent. Once it was widely distributed, it would certainly gain traction in the future. He was apathetic to those concerns. The material wealth of the world held little significance for him, serving merely to ensure his cultivation. If he attained the requisite level of cultivation, everything else would follow. Can you make decisions? Xiao Shuangshuang inquired. Yang n'ingrepliet affirmatively. Xiao Shuangshuang found it increasingly peculiar. How could a mere youth wield such authority over such significant matters? Was the true owner of Chongqing Yi unaware of its value? It seemed to become even more enigmatic. Very well, I shall take the Chongqing Yi. The profits from Chongqing Yi could be counted in millions. Such funds could not be placed under his name, lest they attract unwelcome scrutiny and disrupt his tranquil life. Jiang Ning resolved that henceforth, the finances pertaining to Chongqing Yi would reside under Xiao Shuangshuang's name, while he would procure a villa and luxurious items directly in her name, utilizing her banking account. In essence, Jiang Ning's financial power would be tethered to Xiao Shuangshuang. As for whether he would worry about losing control over her, he had deemed it sufficient to bind her by her very life. After striking a partnership with Xiao Shuangshuang, he would handle raw material procurement, the production of the spiritual liquid, factory selection, and even the future development of additional medicines. He lacked a research laboratory and would require Xiao Shuangshuang's discretion in the future. If he wished to conceal such matters entirely from her, it would be a formidable challenge. For she had navigated society for several years and was not a fool who merely followed orders. If Xiao Shuangshuang were sufficiently astute, she would not delve too deeply. Upon reflection, an individual who had previously led a mundane life, working 9 to 5 for a meager salary, who had endured society's tribulations, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for sudden wealth with fervor. Of course, if Xiao Shuangshuang proved to be lacking in intelligence, Jiang Ning could always seek out someone more shrewd. Chapter 70. Observations. As Jiang Ning entered the classroom that afternoon, he noticed several classmates gathered around a seat. Through the gaps in the crowd, he spotted Ma Shicheng sitting on a stool, his phone laid horizontally on the desk, the screen displaying Qin Shi Mingwei. Several classmates were animatedly discussing it. This is so captivating. The special effects are fantastic, and the fight scenes are exhilarating. I heard the 4th season acquired new technology, costing several million to produce. During this period, Qin Shi Mingwei enjoyed a surging reputation, akin to Kuei Ba, hailed as a beacon of domestic production, and everyone was filled with anticipation. Ma Shicheng, your picture quality is so clear, far clearer than what I see. I downloaded it in ultra-high definition. Each episode costing over 200, it took me quite some time to download. Ma Shicheng boasted, always opting for the clearest picture quality when watching anime. Jiang Ning did not interrupt them. He stepped out of the classroom and stood in the corridor, surveying the campus. Before long, the classmates surrounding Ma Shicheng gradually dispersed. As the episode of Qin Shi Mingwei he had downloaded reached its conclusion, to watch more, he would need to download additional episodes. The small garden in front of the classroom was too well known, with many people connecting to it, resulting in slow download speeds. He was relieved to have found a new hotspot for internet access. Ma Shicheng resolved to visit the Yucai Internet Cafe at the school gate after classes to connect there. Gung Lu turned to find Jiang Ning to chat. She had noticed him when he arrived, as his seat had been occupied, preventing her from approaching. This made Gung Lu somewhat resentful of the classmates who had crowded around. Jiang Ning, did you know that someone from class 1 next door is in a relationship? Gung Lu gossiped. Who is it? Is the girl pretty? It's Dong Jiai, Gung Lu replied. Jiang Ning recalled the girl. She was quite attractive, comparable in looks to Shenqing Yi in his eyes. Really? Ma Shicheng was skeptical. As a boy in proximity to class 1, he had already mentally cataloged the attractive girls in both his class and theirs. Dong Jiai could easily rank among the most beautiful girls in class 8. And the idea that such a girl was dating left Ma Shicheng feeling disgruntled. Nearby, Gui Kunin and Shan Kaikwan overheard the commotion and leaned in to join the conversation. Gung Lu noticed the growing crowd and continued, Actually, it's not exactly a relationship. It's what my friend told me. She lives in the dormitory next to Dong Jiai and heard that Wei Shuyuan from class 1 is pursuing her, bringing her snacks and fruit every day. Shan Kaikwan remarked, He definitely won tea when her over. Ma Shicheng concurred vehemently, united in disdain. Wei Shuyuan, I know him. He has about the same height as the class monitor. But in terms of charm, He smiles behind. With his appearance, he dares to pursue Dong Jai? Damn it. I remember that the convenience store at the entrance. Yutsai Supermarket is owned by his family. I'll never shop there again. Shan Kaikwan added exactly. Every penny we spend at Yutsai Supermarket will just turn into Wei Shu Yuan's pocket money to Wu Dong Jai. Ma Shicheng wholeheartedly agreed. He would never support his rival. Gung Lu was speechless, not understanding why they reacted so strongly. But you must admit, the girls in Class 1 always seem to have a different aura. Ma Shicheng suddenly stated, they possess a certain scholarly elegance, particularly serene. Shan Kaikwan agreed. Right? I feel the same way. It's not surprising, considering that to get into Class 1, one must score at least over 700 on the entrance exam. Their academic performance far surpasses ours. Good grades, good looks. I heard they can even dance. I wonder who will be able to win her over in the future. Shan Kaikwan sighed, despite being peers. Facing girls who excelled academically compared to them often evoked an inexplicable sense of inferiority, as if they were unworthy of such company. Gung Lu felt a twinge of discomfort as she listened to their praises of the girls from Class 1. Class 1 was right next to Class 8, and students from her class often mentioned them. Yet, each time they brought them up, it seemed to lack confidence, as if the students from Class 1 were somehow superior. Occasionally, teachers would pit the two classes against each other, implying that Class 8 was inferior to Class 1. The students were aware of this reality, but still felt indignant. Gung Lu thought to herself, while Dong Jai was indeed beautiful, talented, and graceful, her figure was rather flat. And as for herself, Gung Lu glanced down and felt considerably better. Originally, the topic had been initiated by Gung Lu, but it had gradually veered off course as Ma Shicheng and the others began discussing the girls from Class 1. After school that afternoon, Jiang Ning went out, as usual, to buy food. Shui Yuanhong picked up a cup of hot water and collapsed onto the desk, handing over a note with her small hand. Jiang Ning, please bring me a serving of grilled cold noodles, a cup of iced fruit tea, and a meat sandwich with extra green peppers. Jiang Ning took the money, remarking, you've been eating more and more lately. Shui Yuantong defended herself. I only had half a bowl of rice for lunch. Right, you're absolutely correct, Jiang Ning replied dismissively. Consequently, she consumed most of the small plate of dishes, leaving Jiang Ning feeling unsatisfied at lunch. Rather than expose her, Jiang Ning took the money and went out to buy the food. The school entrance was lined with numerous snack stalls, their enticing aromas creating a dizzying array of choices, making it easy to suffer from decision paralysis. Shui Yuantong as preferences served as a reference for Jiang Ning, allowing him to avoid overthinking. He simply ordered one of each item. Upon reaching the grilled cold noodle stall, he was greeted by a friendly-faced aunt, beside whom stood a student in a school uniform. Jiang Ning had heard Ma Shicheng and others mention that this stall's grilled cold noodles were quite good. 2 servings of grilled cold noodles were ordered, mildly spicy. He then inquired at the adjacent condiment area, what else can be added? The aunt smiled warmly. The grilled cold noodles come with eggs. You can also add spicy strips, sausages, and, before she could finish, the young student chimed in, and there's pork tenderloin, enoki mushrooms, and chicken steak. He maintained a serious expression as he looked at Jiang Ning. Noticing the boy's familiarity, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, is she your mother? The student replied, no, I'm just here to buy grilled cold noodles. Do you come here to eat every day? The young student swallowed hard. Sometimes when I don't have money, I just stand here and watch. Jiang Ning chuckled, waving his hand. Today I'll treat you. The student was taken aback, unable to believe such good fortune existed. Will you eat? Yes. Jiang Ning spent 8 yuan to buy the student a deluxe serving of grilled cold noodles. When Ma Shicheng saw Jiang Ning, he greeted him. Jiang Ning, see you in the classroom tonight. Chapter 71. Simple Joys. Ma Shicheng took a sip of iced cola and confidently entered Yutsai Supermarket. He walked in for several meters and pushed open a door, immediately greeted by a wave of smoke. The dimly lit room housed a few scattered students, with several computers lined against the walls where users donned headphones, fully engrossed in their games. This was a Yutsai Internet CAF. Ma Shicheng surveyed the area, noticing that everyone standing had their phones out, tapping away, with only a few holding a bottle of drink. He felt a slight sense of superiority, as he had purchased a cola before entering. He opened a video application, located the cached video option, and clicked to download. However, the internet speed was not as swift as he had hoped. It was in fact painfully slow. Ma Shicheng was puzzled. At that moment, a gamer shouted, brothers, let me show you how to play Ash. The students using the internet for free watched as gamers played. When a player performed well, achieving a double kill or a triple kill. Cheers erupted, enhancing the gaming experience. Meanwhile, Ma Shicheng was annoyed by the sluggish internet. His phone was inexpensive, and he couldn't compete with the superior devices of others. He noticed someone with a Samsung phone and another with a Meizu phone, both far better than his own. Frustrated, he begrudgingly endured the tortoise-like internet speed. Suddenly, the door to the Yutsai internet CF swung open, and a tall youth in shorts waved away the smoke. Peering inside and teasing, "Looks lively in here." The students using the internet immediately brightened. The little boss is here. Ma Shicheng recognized the little boss as Wei Shuyuan, the boy from Class 1 they had discussed at lunch, currently pursuing Dong Jiai. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Ma Shicheng felt as if Wei Shuyuan looked down upon them. He thought to himself, what is so great about having a supermarket? Once I graduate, I'll definitely work for a big company. A small supermarket is nothing. After chatting with someone, Wei Shuyuan closed the door and left. Ma Shicheng felt even more irritated, perhaps due to the slow internet or the fact that he dared not pursue the girl Wei Shuyuan was after. Nearby, a gamer shouted, "Solo kill. Solo kill the jungler. Did you see that? That guy's amazing." The raucous voices reached Ma Shicheng's ears, piling up his frustrations. In a fit of anger, he thought, I want to be human anymore. He found a secluded spot where no one could see his phone screen and extended his guilty finger toward a red dot software icon on the screen. This was a killer application. Once an Android phone receives permission, it can use this software to eliminate other users on the same local area network. This was a powerful tool that Ma Shicheng rarely utilized. But at this moment, he firmly activated the software, his eyes glued to the computer monitor, where the gamer controlling Ashe was pursuing two vulnerable targets. The cooldown for Ashe's skill had just finished, and the player was ready to unleash an ability. Ma Shicheng activated the killer software, selecting a user from the list to intercept their network. In that instant, Ashe unleashed a barrage of arrows, seemingly about to secure a double kill, prompting the gamer to leap from his seat. However, the arrow rain halted abruptly in midair, frozen and motionless. Ma Shicheng's internet speed surged, and his video download accelerated rapidly. Why is there no internet? Do you have internet? No, it just cut out suddenly. What's going on? Both the gamers and the students using the internet were engulfed in confusion, wondering why the internet had suddenly dropped. Ma Shicheng watched the chaos unfold, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, his gaze mocking, merely a group of ants. Once I go, make my move, you all will be finished. What are you waiting for? Go call the boss. The owner of Yutsai's supermarket was a bespectacled gentleman, his hair neatly combed and attire equally tidy. If English teacher Chun Haiyang stood next to the supermarket owner, most would perceive the owner as more of a teacher. Boss Wei, your internet is down. I was about to go God mode in this match, the gamer lamented, frustrated that just as he was about to dominate, the internet had vanished. Let us fix it. Let us fix it, Boss Wei replied amiably. He inspected the network cable ports, the lights still illuminated, confirming there was no issue, yet the internet remained unavailable. Observing Boss Wei's efforts, Ma Shicheng felt his arrogance swell further. What did a small supermarket owner matter to him? His internet speed was still at its peak. After a while, Boss Wei, perplexed by the issue, decided to shut down the network gateway and restart it. As he turned off the network, Ma Shicheng's connection was also severed, causing the rapidly rising download progress bar to halt. Damn, that was too ruthless. Now I'm out too. Ma Shicheng resolved to avoid targeting computer users next time and simply eliminate all users instead. When he next encountered Wei Shuyuan from the neighboring class, he wouldn't feel stifled. After all, he had surpassed the other's father and was no longer on the same level. Duan Kaikwan sat in Ma Shicheng's seat and asked, Jiangning, do you know how to pursue girls? Jiangning replied, I don't know. As for pursuing girls, he had no knowledge and couldn't manage it. Duan Kaikwan found it odd. I see you get along well with girls. Jiangning shook his head. It's not the same. It's not about chasing. Duan Kaikwan expressed confusion. When Ma Shicheng arrived, he overheard their conversation and asked, Kaigo, which girl are you planning to pursue? Dan Kaikwan indeed harbored such sentiments. Today, upon hearing Gung Lu mention that Dong Jiai from Class 1 was being pursued, he felt a surge of crisis. His sights were set on by Yuxia from his own class, who was even more beautiful than Dong Jiai. If students from Class 1 were to pursue by Yuxia, he wondered if he would stand a chance. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. However, he would never admit this aloud. This little secret was known only to his close friend Guokunin. No, I'm just inquiring about how to pursue a girl, he said. Ma Shicheng patted his chest confidently. This is my forte. Dan Kai-Kwan was skeptical, instinctively sensing that Ma Shicheng was unreliable. When it comes to girls, you don't need to chase them. Just become outstanding yourself. If you possess qualities that attract them, they will naturally gravitate towards you. His words were quite persuasive. Dan Kai-Kwan suddenly found some truth in this and asked, how can one become outstanding? Ma Shicheng replied, become handsome, excel in academics, master basketball, enhance your gaming skills, and improve your emotional intelligence. Dan Kai-Kwan felt overwhelmed and sighed, but that's quite difficult. Enveloped in his romantic woes, he had lost the usual vigor he possessed. At that moment, Wang Longlong approached, grinning. Ma Ge, can I borrow your phone to play? Ma Shicheng generously replied, take it and enjoy. Wang Longlong beamed as he took the phone, finally able to indulge in his gaming passion. Dan Kai-Kwan glanced at Wang Longlong and then at himself, sighing, I truly envy how simply he can find joy. Chapter 72. Revelry and Malice. A few days later, on a morning at 10:30, the sky outside the classroom gradually darkened, and soon, rain began to fall. The east wind carried droplets that tapped against the glass, producing a rhythmic sound. The sudden downpour made the students in the classroom anxious, as the rain had come without warning. Jiang Ning, did you bring an umbrella? Gung Lu turned around to speak before class started. I did, Jiang Ning replied, having observed the celestial signs the previous night and ensuring he brought a black umbrella. In truth, he need not have bothered. He could simply utilize his rain-dodging technique, manifesting spiritual energy around him to create an effect akin to a raincoat, keeping him dry. He brought the umbrella solely for Shui Yuantong. Before leaving, Shui Yuantong insisted that it would not rain today, having checked the weather forecast on her phone, and stubbornly refused to take an umbrella. Gung Lu felt a tinge of disappointment upon learning that Jiang Ning had brought one. Had he not, they could have shared it. By the time lunch break arrived, the rain had yet to cease. Students poured out of the classroom, crowding the hallway as they gazed at the falling rain. In the adjacent hallway of Class 1, some students stood, while many more remained in their classroom, engrossed in their books. To the right of Class 8 was a staircase where students descended from above, gathering in the corridor, their numbers steadily increasing as chatter and complaints filled the air, creating a palpable sense of restlessness. This autumn rain had come unexpectedly, and very few students had umbrellas. Shui Yuantong sought out her classmates in the back row, her high ponytail radiating vitality. I'm not going home. Let us wait for the rain to lessen and then eat outside. All right, bring me a portion, she requested, reluctant to venture out. Jiang Ning replied, no, you're coming with me. She seemed to have no friends, living in her own world. Why did he particularly recall that one time? Because on that day, Shun Qingyi had wanted to eat squid rolls, and Jiang Ning had bought her a deluxe version for 13 yuan, leaving him with only 1 yuan for dinner, which he used to buy the same bread that Shui Yuantong had. The bread was quite dry, and he took some freshly boiled water, while Shui Yuantong, not waiting for the next batch to boil, poured herself some cold water to drink. The winter in Huizhou was frigid, with temperatures plunging to 7 or 8 degrees below zero. At that moment, Jiang Ning had mused that Shui Yuantong was truly peculiar. The rain continued to fall. 10 minutes had passed, and many were growing impatient. Occasionally, students could be seen braving the downpour. Some hastily shielded their heads with their backpacks, while others strolled leisurely, revealing a blend of elegance and disarray. Wang Longlong stood facing the rain, hands clasped behind his back, his slightly plump figure exuding a sense of aloofness, starkly contrasting with the anxious demeanor of his peers. A sudden voice rang out among the crowd, drawing attention. Bai Yuxian nearby took a few steps back, sensing that this individual might be somewhat foolish. Ma Shicheng enthusiastically applauded. Wonderful poetry. Long Ge is truly talented. A modest smile appeared on Wang Longlong's face. Gung Lu asked, what about the rest? Can you recite it? Wang Longlong suddenly faltered. This was something he had only just remembered and had no recollection of the following lines. Gung Lu scoffed. It's autumn, yet you still recite spring rain? After another 7 or 8 minutes, the rain finally subsided, and gradually, students began to venture outside. Jiang Ning, holding the umbrella, approached Shui Yuantong and lightly tapped her desk. Get up, it's time to eat. No, just bring me a portion, she insisted. Jiang Ning gently tugged at the back of her collar, helping her rise from her desk. You eat so much and don't exercise, you'll gain weight. He reminded her patiently. Shui Yuantong adjusted her collar and complained, You're just as nagging as my mother." Yet, despite her words, she followed Jiangning out of the classroom. Jiangning opened the umbrella, and Shui Yuantong sought shelter beneath it. The umbrella was sufficiently large, covering both of them without issue. As they made their way to the school gate, the rain had diminished significantly, yet Jiangning continued to hold the umbrella. At the school gate, there were not many food stalls, as the earlier downpour had deterred many vendors. Some stalls had erected makeshift covers against the rain. "Jiangning, what are we having for lunch?" Shui Yuantong inquired. "I know a restaurant that serves decent food," Jiangning responded, noting that the owner's culinary skills were commendable and the establishment was clean. "Follow me," he directed. The street was not crowded, and Shui Yuantong closely trailed behind Jiangning, seemingly seeking a sense of security. In crowded places, she often felt a sense of alienation from the world, instinctively disliking such environments. After walking approximately 100 meters, the number of people on the street began to swell. Ahead was a small intersection, connecting to narrow alleys on either side. A large wolf dog suddenly dashed out from one of the alleys, followed by a portly, middle-aged man clad in a tank top. He had a receding hairline, a beer belly, and flaunted a fake gold chain and watch. Jiangning assessed him with keen perception. The overweight man paid no heed to the large wolf dog barreling ahead, continuing his stroll down the street. Jiangning distinctly noticed Shui Yuantong tense up beside him, a shiver coursing through her. He glanced at her, realizing her gaze was fixed on the wolf dog. Was she afraid of dogs? It made sense. The wolf dog was large and imposing, likely intimidating even for most adults. The dog, exuding a fierce demeanor, strutted down the street, sniffing at passing students, who hurriedly dodged away in fright. Some timid girls refrained from walking on the street altogether, opting to stay close to the shop fronts. The overweight man remained oblivious, wearing a smug smile as he walked, indifferent to the chaos wrought by his dog. Yet dogs possess a peculiar instinct. The more one fears them, the more they approach, as if they can sense human trepidation. The wolf dog abandoned the students by the food stalls and sprinted towards Shui Yuantong. Its speed suggested it was truly intent on pouncing. Shui Yuantong's heart raced, and she instinctively wanted to flee. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her shoulder. Jiangning's hand rested there. Chapter 73. A means of support. Shui Yuantong glanced up slightly, meeting Jiangning's calm gaze, and her heart inexplicably settled. Indeed, she is not alone. She has Jiangning by her side. With Jiangning's remarkable prowess, he is undoubtedly capable of safeguarding her. Yet she pondered, what if Jiangning were to be bitten by a dog? Perhaps it would be best to flee together, as she is quite swift. Shui Yuantong's thoughts were in turmoil. The onlookers observed this scene, none daring to intervene. The dog owner, a portly man, appeared indifferent. His dog would merely knock the little girl down and nibble at her, causing no real harm. Besides, even if it did bite, what of it? In his estimation, the worst-case scenario would involve a few hundred yuan for a rabies shot. And these students were nothing but timid souls, unlikely to escalate matters. The rotund man allowed his dog to charge forward without any intention of stopping it. Jiangning gazed at the approaching large dog with an impassive expression. If left unchecked, Shui Yuantong would certainly be knocked over, and the muddy ground, freshly drenched by rain, would leave her covered in filth. Regardless of the present or the past, he held a deep aversion to both dogs and people like this. In truth, such individuals and their dogs had devolved into a singular entity, devoid of the fundamental qualities that define humanity. Clenching his hand lightly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, rapidly coalescing. A fist formed from this energy surged forward, creating a formidable, invisible shockwave. It collided with the dog's head, akin to a brick striking down, sending it reeling. The dog yelped in agony. Onlookers, initially confused, witnessed the dog charging fiercely, only to suddenly halt and emit a cry of distress, collapsing to the ground, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. The previously indifferent dog owner, upon witnessing this, rushed over with the urgency of a father whose child has been harmed, anxious for his canine companion's well-being. However, as he approached the large dog from behind, Jiangning harnessed his spiritual energy, transforming it into a massive hand that struck down. Given his current cultivation level, the force behind this spiritual hand was substantial for an ordinary person. The hand struck the portly man squarely in the back, sending him stumbling forward as if he had lost his footing, crashing down atop the large dog, which let out another anguished yelp. Shui Yuantong stood frozen in place, utterly captivated by the extraordinary spectacle. A group of male students, athletic and unreserved, passed by and laughed heartily. "Uncle, no matter how uncomfortable you are, you can't do that to a dog in public. It's simply uncouth." The area erupted with their gleeful jeers. The fat man, infuriated, struggled to rise, glaring at the high school students. However, faced with their robust physiques, he dared not retaliate, merely casting hostile glances. Jiangning stood there for several moments, during which he completed a spiritual imprint. With a gentle flick of his finger, the imprint flew onto the portly man without anyone in the vicinity noticing. "Let us go eat," Jiangning suggested. 3 minutes later, Jiangning arrived at a modest eatery. Perhaps due to the rain, only one table was occupied by a group of students, their hair and clothes damp, likely having dashed out before the downpour ceased. The proprietress, a woman in her 30s, greeted the guests warmly. "The menu is on the wall. Let me know what you'd like." Jiangning glanced at Shui Yuantong, who typically spoke fluently when he brought her lunch, yet now was silent. Fortunately, having dined with her over the past few days, he had discerned her preferences, which were quite similar to his own. Spicy chicken, stir-fried squid with garlic, bean sprout fritters, and a serving of sweet potato porridge, along with a 5 yuan pancake. Jiangning ordered confidently, including some dishes not listed on the menu. After graduating from university, he had continued to frequent this establishment, and he was familiar with many dishes not explicitly listed. The proprietress was momentarily taken aback. "Have you dined here before?" Upon hearing praise for their flavors, she beamed with delight. "Please take a seat. The dishes are made fresh, and I will bring them out shortly." Jiangning chose a secluded spot in the corner, shielded by a freestanding refrigerator, which limited the seating to 3 instead of 4, effectively minimizing the likelihood of other patrons joining their table. Shui Yuantong sat awkwardly, occasionally glancing around, as if she seldom ventured out to eat. Jiangning opened his phone and navigated to the page for Tian Tian Ku Pao. "Shall we play?" "Yes," Shui Yuantong replied, quietly engrossed in the game. Meanwhile, Jiangning contemplated his cultivation. Currently, he needed to establish a gathering spirit array and cultivate medicinal herbs to refine higher-quality gathering chi pills, thereby accelerating his training progress. The gathering spirit array possessed myriad intricacies that would greatly assist him on his path to cultivation. His foremost goal was to acquire funds through Chongqing Yi to purchase a villa atop Huqi Mountain and subsequently seek a portion of the forest land leasing rights. At present, Xiao Shuangshuang was handling the promotion of Chongqing Yi. 2 days ago, she had sent an email updating him on the progress. It was clear that the price of Chongqing Yi would eventually decrease. The current price of 10,000 yuan was merely a market test. Chongqing Yi was crafted from medicinal herbs refined with spiritual water and spiritual fire. The spiritual water component could be produced using formations, relieving Jiangning of concern. However, the refinement of medicinal herbs could only be undertaken by Jiangning himself. If he had ample herbs, he could refine hundreds of portions in half an hour. He allocated a maximum of 30 minutes daily to Chongqing Yi, as exceeding this would hinder his cultivation progress, proving counterproductive. The initial phase of Chongqing Yi's promotion was manageable, but in later stages, producing hundreds of portions a day would fall woefully short of market demand. Fortunately, the refinement of the herbs required for Chongqing Yi was significantly simpler than alchemy, allowing some alchemical apprentices to handle the task. Jiangning did not consider taking on apprentices. Instead, he devised a plan. Perhaps the extraction of medicinal herbs for Chongqing Yi could also be entrusted to a spiritual formation for refinement. However, such advanced formations would necessitate the presence of a spiritual soul. Every living being possesses a soul, and when cultivated by a practitioner, it transforms into a spiritual soul, serving various purposes. The higher the intelligence of the living being, the superior the quality of the resulting spiritual soul. Some alchemists and artifact masters often resort to unspeakable acts to collect souls for the sake of acquiring high-quality spiritual souls. Jiangning would never stoop to such depths. He recalled the large dog he had encountered earlier. Its untamed nature posed a potential threat, and it would inevitably cause harm one day, if Jiangning had not intervened. It would have bitten someone today. Such a menace must be eradicated. He resolved, "Very well, I shall take you as the spiritual soul for the formation, which will be a blessing for the millions suffering from hair loss." This was also the reason Jiangning had inscribed a spiritual imprint on the portly man moments ago. Chapter 74. The Classroom. Jiangning, You have received an email, Shui Yuantong announced as a notification popped up on the screen. It's nothing, continue playing, he replied. At that moment, several individuals entered through the door. Ma Shicheng led the way, followed closely by Shan Kaikwan and Guokunan. After listening to their conversation, Ma Shicheng and a few classmates settled at the table beside Jiang Ning, accommodating 6 people comfortably. The proprietress approached to take their order, and while Ma Shicheng was placing his order, he discussed the menu with the others, ultimately deciding on 5 dishes for the group. Previously, Ma Shicheng had been dining alone for lunch, but due to financial constraints, he could only afford 1 dish, leaving him unsatisfied. After all, even a simple stir-fried potato dish here costs 8 to 10 yuan, and many boarding students barely manage a daily allowance of 25 yuan, making it impossible to afford 2 dishes at once. Thus, he organized a few classmates to share a meal, allowing for a greater variety of dishes while saving a few yuan. As high school students, they were all ravenous after a morning of classes, and Ma Shicheng was now distractedly scrolling through his phone, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their food. His dishes had not yet arrived, but Jing and Eng's were already ready. The landlady brought over the dishes along with sweet potato porridge and pancakes, the aroma wafting through the air. Mshch glanced at the dishes Ji Ing and Ing had ordered, his mouth watering with envy. Their group had ordered dishes that cost just over 10 yuan each, such as stir-fried green peppers with potatoes, duck blood tofu, and tomato scrambled eggs. Together, their total was still less than the cost of Ji Ing and Eng's 2 dishes. He realized that Ji Ing and Ing had a bit of money, something he had not noticed before, and now that they were dining out, he became aware of that subtle difference. Enough playing, let us eat, Ji Ing Ing said to Su Yu Ing. Wait, let me finish this round, Su Yu Ing replied, tasting a dish and finding it decent, though not as good as her own cooking, so she settled for it. She felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that her cooking had surpassed that of some chefs. As they neared the end of their meal, Ji Ing went to the kitchen to settle the bill, giving a nod to Mshch Ing and the others before leaving. Mshch Ing and his companions were still busy eating when he calculated how much they had spent. He pulled out some cash to pay. The landlady informed him, "It's a total of 63 yuan. That young man paid for you earlier." Mshch Ing was taken aback. Paid already? Yes, he covered it, the landlady reiterated. All right then, let us go. As they exited, Gu K In remarked, Ji Ing is really a good guy, easy to get along with. DNK Iku In shared the sentiment, surprised that Ji Ing had even paid for their meal, which was not cheap. The other classmates followed suit, praising Ji Ing. Each of them saved 10 yuan, feeling a bit pleased. Mshch Ing wanted to suggest they return to the classroom to reimburse Ji Ing, but seeing their expressions, he held his tongue, realizing Ji Ing might not even want it back. Before entering the school gate, Mshch Ing intentionally spent 4 yuan at YCI supermarket, buying a large bag of sunflower seeds. He then opened his software to eliminate a few students who were leeching off the internet. After a moment, he waited at the entrance until some disgruntled students emerged from the small room, their faces sour. Mshch Ing felt a thrill. That LL teach you to steal my internet, you bunch of worthless kids. His thoughts clear, he turned off his software and lingered a while longer before leaving. This way, he could avoid arousing suspicion. Mshch Ing considered himself quite clever. Upon arriving in class, Mshch Ing said to Ji Ing, "Thanks for lunch. I'll treat you to some sunflower seeds." He took 2 sheets of paper to place on his desk, then poured a generous handful for Ji Ing. Ji Ing rested her wrist on Ji Ing's desk, engrossed in a game. Ji Ing pointed at the seeds. Want some? I'll eat them now. Ji Ing had initially planned to have lunch with Ji Ing, but a friend from another class interrupted, and she had no choice but to leave with her friend. If she insisted on dining with Ji Ing, her friends would surely accuse her of prioritizing romance over friendship. Currently, Ji Ing wished to keep her feelings under wraps. Mshch Ing, clutching his phone, sought out W Ing Ngl, who had become his preferred gaming and anime companion. Now, playing without W Ing Ngl by his side felt unfamiliar. Before afternoon class, Ji Ing had yet to finish the sunflower seeds, with Ji Ing nibbling slowly. Ji Ing wondered why not. The language teacher detests it when others eat sunflower seeds, Ji Ing explained. Enraged, she vowed, Not only will I not put them away, but I will eat them in his class and see what he can do about it. Andaiten, the language teacher, Diyinkuin, arrived with the textbook. Today we will study a new classical text, K-ing, Ganne. The magpie flies southeast. As was customary, he called on a student to read aloud. Unfortunately, Diyinkuin was chosen and stumbled through the reading. Diyinkuin shook his head in dismay, tossing the textbook aside and spontaneously demonstrating what recitation should sound like. From the moment he began, Mshch quietly munched on sunflower seeds, his actions discreet. Initially, Diyinkuin did not notice as he meticulously explained the classical text, but soon, a quick glance caught sight of Mshch's seeds, and his expression changed dramatically. He threw the textbook onto the desk again, and the class fell silent. Diyinkuin lamented, "Some students, I truly do not understand what they come to school for. They do not listen to class or read books. What are you even doing here?" Although he did not name names, Mshch knew he was the subject of the teacher's ire. Eating sunflower seeds, how delightful. Do you know who eats sunflower seeds? In ancient times, only those women who lounged about and relied on their looks would hold sunflower seeds and crack them one by one. What does that make them? They are women of the dust. Do you understand? Only women of the dust would eat sunflower seeds. Diyinkuin, visibly agitated, spoke with little coherence. Jing, preparing to sample the remaining seeds, suddenly recalled the teacher's words about women of the dust and grimaced, losing her appetite entirely. She thought to herself that from now on, every time she ate sunflower seeds, she would remember this lesson from the language teacher. Chapter 75. Initial promotion of the Ling. Yao Ji-ing checked his email, where he found a message from Shuing. Initially, Shuing had contacted him via WeChat, but as the content became extensive, she requested Ji-ing's email. Her report was meticulous, clearly explaining the promotion of the CH-NGQing. Inside the pawn shop, Shuing reclined in her chair after sending off 2 bald customers, one of whom was female. On her table lay a bottle of CH-NGQing. Reflecting on the past few days selling CH-NGQing, Shuing felt invigorated. Initially, upon receiving the CH-NGQing, she did not seek her cousin's help, but sold it as a folk remedy in her shop. She contacted several bald clients, explaining the benefits of CH-NGQing. These were long-term customers with some purchasing interest, but when she quoted the price, they lost interest. A single bottle priced at 10,000 yuan was still quite steep. Determined to avoid detours, she reached out to her cousin SHOW, New Jersey, N, the administrator of their bald group. Upon receiving the CH-NGQing, he led by example, posting a photo of his own hair on top of his head in the group, which astonished many. SHOW, New Jersey, N, was a long-time presence in the group, and his youthful baldness became a beacon for many members. This sudden appearance of hair sparked extensive discussion. He leveraged this to promote the CH-NGQing, initially met with skepticism, with some accusing him of being a fraud. However, the long-standing relationships he had built in the group paid off, as supportive members rallied around him. Soon, 2 business owners from Inch drove to YZHU to buy 2 bottles of CH-NGQing. They offered to pay, but SHOW declined for now, asking them to try it first and pay later if they found it effective. The 2 owners were not overly concerned about the 10,000 yuan. They could easily spend hundreds of thousands on online games, and their daily business profits exceeded that amount. The key was SHOW's attitude, which left them quite satisfied. After acquiring the CH-NGQing, they voluntarily posted proof in the group, leading the charge in experimentation. For a few days, SHOW refrained from having her cousin continue promoting the CH-NGQing, choosing instead to await the results in silence. Just yesterday, the 2 business owners excitedly shared photos, revealing that their formerly bald heads had indeed sprouted hair. They flooded the group with messages, transforming into fervent advocates for the CH-NGQing. Both owners were wealthy individuals who had previously showcased their luxury cars in the group, so there was no doubt about their authenticity, causing the group to erupt in excitement. The two owners specifically requested S.H.O. Shu Ng's bank account information to transfer the funds and subsequently reserved several more bottles. Group members with spare cash drove overnight to YZHU to purchase the CH NGQ from her. SHO Shu informed them that only 14 bottles remained, which quelled the surging demand in the group. She had just sent off the last customer who purchased the Chongqing Yi. Out of 20 bottles, 16 were sold. The remaining bottle was given to a friend at the Health Bureau for detailed testing, while another was sent to the university counselor, who had considerable influence, to assist in navigating the medical qualification process. This left her with 2 bottles. One promised her cousin Xiao Wenjun, who had been quite helpful, and the other kept as a spare. Gazing at the white porcelain bottles, Xiao Shuangshuang's beautiful face broke into a smile. The porcelain bottles she acquired from a female acquaintance, combined with shipping costs, amounted to less than 5 yuan each, making them ideal for containing the Chongqing Yi. She planned to use this group to spread the word about the Chongqing Yi's efficacy and, once the qualifications were secured, expand the market. Otherwise, even though the Chongqing Yi could treat baldness as a folk remedy without official certification, its sales would be limited and not compliant. However, with a single bottle priced at 10,000 yuan for only 2 months of efficacy, it was still rather expensive, particularly for someone of her cousin's income. Having experienced hair loss herself, Xiao Shuangshuang understood the torment of losing hair, especially for those who were balding at a young age. She observed many individuals in the bald community who self-deprecated, and when the Chongqing Yi proved effective, some inquired about the price, but subsequently fell silent. Xiao Shuangshuang felt a sudden urge to do something for them, perhaps lower the price to make the Chongqing Yi accessible to more people, alleviating their hair loss troubles. However, she quickly suppressed this impulse, recognizing that she had yet to obtain the status of an agent. It was imperative to promote the Chongqing Yi first before considering such matters. Nevertheless, she compiled the suggestion to lower the price and sent it to Jiangning via email. Let us meet at your store at 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I will provide you with 100 servings of Chongqing Yi, and once the qualification certification is obtained, you can use it for the second round of promotion. After this, Jiang Ning put away his phone. A few boys in the back row noticed and quickly stowed their phones, fearing the presence of the strict teacher, Dan Xingrong. Indeed, over a month into the semester, everyone had realized that Dan Xingrong was a formidable figure. A forum for the 4th middle school revealed numerous discussions about Dan Xingrong, including titles such as the Smiling Tiger, which instilled a sense of caution among the students. I have an announcement. After the monthly exam, our class will relocate to the back teaching building, likely by the end of the month. Please prepare yourselves, Dan Xingrong informed. Upon hearing this, the students were taken aback. They had not been in this classroom long, and the sudden need to move left them bewildered. What will happen to this classroom after we leave? Someone asked. I'm not entirely sure. It's the school's arrangement, Dan Xingrong replied. After a moment, he looked at the class and remarked, You students are quite fortunate. I remember years ago when this building was newly constructed and we commenced classes before the windows were installed. In the dead of winter, without windows, students would shiver, and I had to take them to buy plastic sheets to cover the windows. The students were astonished, and Guokuinan in the back row found it hard to believe, asking, was it that difficult? Indeed. Now, development has progressed rapidly. We have plastic running tracks, multimedia projectors, all fully equipped. I heard air conditioning is coming soon. The mention of air conditioning excited the students. They knew well how sweltering summer could be, and if it remained that hot the following summer, it would be unbearable. With winter approaching, temperatures dropping to -7 or 8 degrees, riding became a struggle due to the cold, and having air conditioning would be a tremendous relief. The students eagerly inquired, Teacher, do you know when the air conditioning will be installed? Soon, Dan Xingrong assured. Jiang Ning observed this scene with a stoic expression, recalling vividly that after their college entrance exams, the school had installed air conditioning, which they had never used. Dan Xingrong continued discussing the monthly exams, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of diligent preparation. After the exams, the school would hold a summary meeting where the principal would personally award scholarships. Those ranking in the top 10 of the school would each receive at least 300 yuan. In 2013, 300 yuan was a considerable sum for a high school student, enough to cover more than half a month's living expenses for someone like Ma Shiqing. However, achieving a top 10 rank in the grade was no simple feat, especially with 3 experimental classes ahead of them. Even breaking into the top 100 would be exceptionally challenging. Consequently, very few in Class 8 took this seriously. Only a few who excelled in class, such as Dong Qingfeng, Chun Qian, and Bai Yuxia, encouraged themselves. Some had merely stumbled during the high school entrance exam, while others had attended tutoring during the summer and were now diligently studying, believing they could surpass the students from the experimental classes. They were confident that this monthly exam would allow them to shine and exceed their peers. After finishing the class meeting, Dan Xingrong did not rush to leave, but remained at the podium, occasionally strolling to the classroom door. Wang Longlong sensed an opportunity to perform and brought his stool to the podium. "Teacher, please take a seat," Dan Xingrong asked. "Then where will you sit?" "There are 2 extra stools in the back. I can move one over," Wang Longlong replied nonchalantly. "All right, I appreciate your efforts." Dan Xingrong was quite pleased with Wang Longlong, who not only reported on class matters but also demonstrated thoughtfulness. Receiving Dan Xingrong's praise felt like discovering a 10 yuan note to Wang Longlong, bringing him great satisfaction. He moved to the back of the class, pulled out a stool from beneath the corner where a broom and dustpan were kept, wiped it down, and took his seat. With only 5 or 6 minutes remaining before the evening's self-study session, the teacher from Class 1 approached the doorway of Class 8, prompting Dan Xingrong to leave with him. Once the teacher departed, the classroom fell silent for half a minute before chatters erupted. Guo Kuinan, holding his power bank, told Dan Kaikwan, "Today, I'll charge my power bank in class." The classroom podium had a specially designed large box desk for the computer that operated the projector, equipped with a socket. Many students, encountering less stringent teachers, would charge their phones there before class. However, there was only one socket, making it difficult for most to access. Dan Kaikwan suggested, "You can charge it at the Yutsai supermarket at the entrance." Charging at Yutsai supermarket cost 1 yuan per charge, if used for a power bank. It was still a reasonable deal. Don't mention it. I initially thought the same, but when I took it to Yutsai supermarket, Boss Wei glanced at it and said my power bank would cost 2 yuan 50 to charge, which infuriated me. That's outrageous. I refused to pay that. Guokuanan cursed Boss Wei in his heart. Dan Kaikwan remarked, "Your power bank seems to be 10,000 milliamp hours. It can charge a phone several times." "Yes, my power bank is exceptional. Since school started, I've only charged it once, and it's still going strong." Guokuanan was very pleased with his power bank, not only for his use, but also occasionally sharing it with other classmates in the dormitory. The power banks you usually see are small, enough to charge a phone only once or twice. Mine cost over 70 yuan and can charge my phone 4 times. During this period, e-commerce was booming, and items purchased online often offered better value than those sold offline. Their conversation was somewhat loud, catching the attention of Dan Xiao, who turned to glance at them, his keen gaze absorbing the details. A power bank, 10,000 milliamp hours, 70 yuan, would be charged under the podium tonight. These details were swiftly noted by Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao, calm and composed, felt assured of his victory. "Apologies, but tonight, your power bank belongs to me." After the evening study session concluded, the rain ceased, and the typically humid air felt exceptionally refreshing. Jiang Ning stepped onto the damp ground and located his mountain bike. The frame was covered in droplets, and both the handlebars and seat were soaked. With a paper towel, Jiang Ning delicately wiped it down while simultaneously employing his spiritual energy to cast a minor spell, instantly drying the seat to its usual state. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning left the door ajar. As he entered, the lights illuminated automatically. Approaching his bedside, a box beneath the bed flew forth. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a hand of spiritual energy lifted the lid of the wooden box. Inside lay exquisite jade vials, custom-made for storing elixirs, each valued at 800 yuan. Among the white jade vials were several conspicuous black jade vials, which were significantly pricier at 3,000 yuan each, their advantage being their capability to preserve the souls of living beings. Jiang Ning cast a few spells toward the black jade vials and subsequently stored them away before exiting. The night was still young, and the rain had only recently subsided. The dam outside was deserted. Jiang Ning activated his spiritual sense to track, the enhancement of his divine consciousness allowing him to extend his tracking range to 10 kilometers. The spiritual seed placed on the dog owner at noon activated instantly. Employing the concealment technique and the Godspeed step, Jiang Ning swiftly made his way toward the source of his spiritual sense. The rain had left the ground muddy, so he cast another minor spell to prevent splashes from staining his attire. 2 minutes later, Jiang Ning arrived at the long street in front of the 4th middle school. Following the alley at the intersection, he ventured deeper. The alley lacked streetlights and was shrouded in darkness. With a gravel path underfoot that would undoubtedly create noise without the aid of spiritual energy, the dim alley was punctuated by a few bright lights. Continuing onward, he turned into a narrower passage, where two individuals would need to sidle past one another. Jiang Ning lightly tapped the ground, his gentle spiritual energy lifting him as he leaped to the courtyard wall. From his elevated position, he expanded his spiritual sense, absorbing all happenings within 100 meters into his mind. The vicinity of the 4th middle school was part of the old city, characterized by low-rise buildings, mostly 2 to 3 stories tall, interspersed with small courtyards. The proximity to the school made these dilapidated houses easy to rent. Even a single room for 200 to 300 yuan per month, despite the poor conditions. Nevertheless, many students opted to rent rather than stay in dormitories, as even the most run-down houses provided more comfort than shared accommodations, with privacy and a quiet environment conducive to study. For some, it also offered the possibility of cohabitation during their high school years. Jiang Ning pinpointed the spiritual mark, confirming his target was within a 3-story building 50 meters ahead. He activated the Godspeed step, taking advantage of the night to traverse the courtyard walls. When confronted by an obstruction, he leaped effortlessly, his spiritual energy lending grace to his jumps and landings, his footsteps soundless. As he navigated above, his expanded spiritual sense acted like radar, revealing countless scenarios: students enjoying instant noodles, girls doing laundry, couples arguing, all came into view. Ultimately, Jiang Ning landed on the exterior staircase of a 3-story building. His spiritual sense informed him of a large wolf dog inside, along with a sleeping overweight man, the very dog owner from earlier. The dog's keen nose could detect scents beyond human perception. However, with Jiang Ning's concealment technique masking his presence, the dog remained oblivious. A hand of spiritual energy opened the door, and the previously dozing dog suddenly sensed something amiss, rushing to the entrance, baring its teeth in a fierce display. Were it an ordinary intruder, they would undoubtedly suffer a bite. Unhurriedly, Jiang Ning produced the black jade vial and unleashed a sword chi, a slender azure beam that appeared diminutive yet struck with tremendous speed. Upon contact with the dog's head, it pierced through effortlessly, akin to slicing through tofu. Jiang Ning conjured a deep blue light, forming a thick beam directed at the dog's head. Beneath the azure glow, a tiny gray soul slowly ascended. The soul exploration technique allowed him to glimpse the soul of a recently deceased being. Within moments, the dog's soul would dissipate. With a gentle motion of the deep blue beam, he beckoned the dog's spirit, uncorked the black jade vial, and contained it within. After casting several spells to stabilize the soul, he secured the vial. With the ferocious dog dealt with, it was now time to confront the nefarious owner. Jiang Ning looked at the snoring dog owner, whose snores echoed throughout the room, likely irritating to any ordinary person. A hand of spiritual energy pried open the dog's mouth, directing it toward the owner. The dog's jaw gaped wide, its tough teeth glistening with saliva, aimed at its owner's foot, having unleashed the dog to bite others without remorse. Today, he would experience the same fate. As the hand of spiritual energy closed, the dog's mouth snapped shut, its teeth crashing down. A crack echoed through the room, followed by a blood-curdling scream as the owner jolted awake, frantically inspecting his foot. The darkness hindered his vision, compelling him to fumble for the light switch on the wall. Jiang Ning wielded his spiritual energy, flipping him off the bed. The injured foot struck the ground with a thud, eliciting a pained cry. The commotion startled the neighbors, some peering out their windows or opening their doors. The bite had fractured the owner's foot, and he would find it difficult to recover fully in under 2 months. Jiang Ning felt a measure of satisfaction as he departed with the black jade vial. Chapter 77. Delight after securing the doors and windows. Jiang Ning lit an incense stick of Chenhan. The black jade vial hovered before him as the cork suddenly rose. Jiang Ning summoned wisps of smoke that flowed toward the vial's opening, continually cleansing the dog's soul. Occasionally, he cast spells to aid the process, and after several such maneuvers, the dog's soul finally stabilized, no longer prone to disintegration. Next, he needed to gather the materials required for the formation to refine the Chongqing liquid. Simple formations could be directly cast using spells, but more complex ones necessitated specific materials. In recent days, Jiang Ning had scoured search engines using various keywords, such as deep purple stones with black specks or blue wood with marbling when cut, to identify materials commonly used in his previous life within the cultivation realm. Upon confirming the images matched those from the cultivation world, he would place an order. Over time, he identified several types of materials, accumulating most of what was necessary for the formation. Yet he still sought 2 items, L in LS and G, Y in SH. This afternoon, in pursuit of these 2 elusive items, Jiang Ning posted a bounty in a forum, promising 5,000 yuan to anyone who could assist him. To establish his credibility, he first created a post for a giveaway, offering 20 coins to users whose comments were multiples of 9, thus providing immediate rewards. After distributing 500 coins, he announced the conclusion of the event and transitioned to a new bounty post, redirecting traffic from the old one. His portrayal as a naive individual with ample resources attracted numerous responses, especially during this period of heightened activity in the forum, where hidden talents abounded. Jiang Ning's post gained traction, even receiving a feature from the forum moderator. Opening the forum, he was met with a flurry of private messages, promptly blocked the individual, and continued scrolling down. Some netizens offered various speculations, which diligently noted. Eventually, he stumbled upon 3 images posted by someone. With a glance, he recognized them as from the realm of cultivation. Upon visiting the individual's profile, he discovered that they were an enthusiast of stones. Explaining their familiarity with such a rare gem, sent a private message to request their WeChat, and, after adding each other as friends, the individual did not mention any monetary transactions, displaying a remarkable calmness. Many individuals with unique interests often do not lack financial resources. Asked for their bank account details and transferred 5,000 to them. Subsequently, he created a new post, attaching the transaction record to maintain the persona of his account. In this age of the internet, a trustworthy online identity can greatly assist him in sourcing materials in the future. Also indicated that there was another reward post for a different item, inviting those interested to take a look. Given the current level of interest, locating this should not pose much of a challenge. During the morning self-study period in Class 8, as settled into his seat, Gung Lu turned around, phone in hand, her movements somewhat hasty, causing the fabric of her thin white t-shirt to ripple gracefully. With an anxious tone, she exclaimed, "This is bad. My score is about to be surpassed. You need to help me run." Took the phone to examine it and noticed that Gung Lu still held the first position on the leaderboard. He questioned her, "But the second place, Ma Shicheng, is significantly behind you." Gung Lu's expression turned serious. "He's already surpassed my initial score. I must achieve a higher score to secure my position." Acquiesced, "Fine. I'll use your props and switch characters for you. Otherwise, you won't reach such a high score." Gung Lu had no objections, as she was not a girl obsessed with games, placing little value on in-game currency or gems. Moreover, since it was playing on her account, she was indifferent to how he utilized it. Expanded his awareness to prevent any sudden appearance of the teacher. At times, he found it rather exasperating that his awareness was utilized to alert him of the teacher's arrival. However, it proved to be quite effective, allowing him to anticipate the teacher's presence and entirely eliminate the risk of having his phone confiscated. With the aid of the props, effortlessly achieved a doubled score. "You are truly incredible," Gung Lu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After returning the phone to her, basked in the glow of the girl's adoring gaze, his mood lifting considerably. Before the self-study session began, Guokuin Nan and a group of boarding students entered through the back door. Guokuin Nan made a beeline for the podium, intending to retrieve his 10,000 milliamp power bank. However, awareness swept through the teacher's desk, discovering no trace of the power bank. It was evident that it had been pilfered by the notorious thief, Shan Xiao, from the 4th middle school. Guokuin Nan stood in confusion for a moment before realizing that his power bank was indeed missing. He had purchased it online for 70 yuan. It had only been used once to charge in class and had vanished overnight. Standing at the podium, his classmates jeered and shouted, while he felt a numbing sense of loneliness wash over him. He gestured to the class and inquired, "Has anyone seen my power bank?" After repeating his question twice to a chorus of negative responses, Guokuin finally understood the anger, helplessness, and regret that sports committee member Zhang Qi had experienced. When he descended from the podium, Shan Kai Quan asked, "Brother Nan, you lost your power bank?" "I can't find it." "Damn it," Guokuin replied, furious. unaware of which scoundrel had taken it. Shan Kai Quan echoed his frustration. Our class must have a thief. It's disgraceful to steal a power bank. Is he an orphan? The front row student, Shan Xiao, overheard and glanced back, mentally noting Shan Kai Quan's words. You think you can insult me? I'll remember this. Just wait until I empty your pockets next time. Having heard countless accusations before, Shan Xiao was unfazed. Now, reveling in Guokuen Nan and Shan Kai Quan's curses, he found an inexplicable pleasure in it, akin to winning a war, a sense of triumph washing over him. After venting for a while, Guokuen Nan felt somewhat relieved. In a rare moment, he picked up a book and began to read. His phone had died from playing games the previous night, and he had intended to charge it with his power bank that morning, now rendered useless without it. Chapter 78. The game The morning break lasted 25 minutes. Ma Shicheng rose from his seat, exuding confidence, as a scorer proudly occupied the second position in the class, unmatched except by the hacker Gung Lu. Everywhere he looked, he saw novices. Even Shan Kai Quan, who aspired to compete with him, was easily surpassed. Ma Shicheng, harboring a solitary desire for victory, sought out Guokuen Nan, only to find him engrossed in a side-scrolling fighting game rather than. It was Guokuen Nan who had initially introduced him to, yet ever since his score had reached first place, Guokuen Nan seemed to have lost interest in it. Was he intimidated by Ma Shicheng's prowess? Curiously, Ma Shicheng asked, Brother Nan, why aren't you playing? I haven't seen you send me hearts lately, and it feels empty. High school students often engage in games together. Even if a game is of mediocre quality, it becomes enjoyable through shared experiences and competition. Guokuen Nan, fully absorbed in his game, replied without looking up, the graphics have seemed childish. Look at this time-traveling hunter game. It's much more exciting. You can team up to fight monsters and battle in arenas. Why don't you join me in playing this game? I'll guide you through it. He not only dismissed Ma Shicheng's invitation, but even encouraged him to try the time-traveling hunter. After observing for a while, Ma Shicheng remarked, This game resembles Dungeon Fighter Online. Yes, it's of that genre and incredibly fun. It's on mobile, so you can play anytime, Guokuen Nan affirmed. I'm just using this game as a transition. Once Dungeon Fighter is released, I'll switch to that. I've heard it's coming out soon. Guokuen Nan added. The game appeared promising. Ma Shicheng, an experienced gamer, recognized its potential. Seeing Ma Shicheng's budding interest, Guokuen Nan felt elated. He swiftly completed a monster quest and said, Let me show you an arena match so you can witness my strength. I'm not boasting. I'll utterly crush my opponent. As Guokuen Nan began matching with an opponent, both characters materialized in the arena. Ma Shicheng noticed that, in stark contrast to Guokuen Nan's modest equipment, the opposing character was nothing short of magnificent. Guokuen Nan's expression shifted slightly as he realized he had encountered a player willing to spend money. Do you think you can win? Ma Shicheng inquired. Guokuen Nan hesitated before responding. It's about 50-50. Ma Shicheng felt a surge of admiration. Watch me strike first with a combo of skills, catching him off guard. Guokuen Nan maneuvered his character, executing a series of flashy skills that landed perfectly on the opponent. This kid, didn't he expect my speed to be so quick? Guokuen Nan laughed triumphantly, confident in his flawless execution of skills. However, upon glancing at the opponent's health bar, Ma Shicheng noticed only a slight depletion. Brother Nan, is the health bar that thick in this game? Guokuen Nan too sensed something amiss. His damage output was disappointingly low, yet he remained undeterred. No worries. I'll show him who's boss. Guokuen Nan unleashed another series of skills, seamlessly incorporating regular attacks, his maneuvers intricate and flashy. Meanwhile, the opposing character remained completely still. Are you scared of me? Just wait. I'll take you down. Ma Shicheng watched as Guokuen Nan unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet the opponent's health bar barely budged, leaving them with half their health intact. Guokuen Nan resorted to regular attacks, slowly chipping away at the opponent's health. Come on, Brother Nan, you're almost there. Ma Shicheng cheered him on. Guokuen Nan relentlessly pressed the attack button, and at that moment, the opposing game character suddenly moved, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch. This punch struck Guokuen Nan's character, resulting in a piercing scream as the health bar instantly depleted. Ma Shicheng's expression froze, while Guokuen Nan also stood in shock. The two remained silent for 3 seconds, the atmosphere becoming palpably awkward. Soon after, Guokuen Nan's face turned a shade of green. Dan Xiao, holding a pale pink cup, went to fetch some purified water. This cup was also stolen, the cup of the girl he secretly admired during middle school. Dan Xiao was a hopeless romantic, harboring feelings for a girl for 2 years without daring to confess. As the high school entrance exam approached, he realized that since he could not win her heart, he would settle for possessing her cup, which, in a sense, equated to having a piece of her life. He cherished the cup until high school, where he finally dared to use it. Dan Xiao intended to drink water, but the water dispenser was empty. He called out to the class, urging, "Which group is responsible for fetching water today? Hurry up and be proactive." Hearing this, Gung Lu suddenly remembered that it was her group's turn to get water. "Jiang Ning, let's go get the water." Jiang Ning approached the front of the classroom, effortlessly carrying 2 water buckets, drawing the attention of several classmates. The standard purified water bucket weighed nearly 38 pounds. While it may not sound heavy, anyone who has carried one knows it is no easy task. 1 bucket is manageable, but 2 is truly challenging. Many adults struggle with it. Most people fetch water 1 bucket at a time, waiting to finish before returning for another. Each group's task was to carry 2 buckets at once. Jiang Ning thought it would be more efficient to handle it all in one go. Gung Lu followed behind, not stopping Jiang Ning, considering that she would help carry 1 bucket later. After Jiang Ning left, Shun Qingyi, sitting next to Yuan, scoffed last time. Someone from our group insisted on carrying 2 buckets at once and could barely move after a few steps, making me carry 1. Her words implied her displeasure, which had grown since the last incident involving the ping-pong ball, where Shui Yuandong had humiliated her, leading to her disdain for Jiang Ning as well. Not far away, Yang Sheng overheard and mockingly remarked, "Do you dare to say that in front of Jiang Ning?" Yuan fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Shun Qingyi frowned, saying, "Yuan hasn't said anything." Yang Sheng shot her a sidelong glance and chose not to engage further. For some reason, she found Shun Qingyi a bit pretentious, as if she were always maintaining a facade in her actions. Jiang Ning, carrying the buckets, entered the supermarket, where a purification device provided clean water for the school. In the spacious storeroom, numerous freshly produced water bottles were arranged, with students queuing to fill their containers. Gung Lu handed a water ticket to the owner in exchange for 2 buckets of water. Jiang Ning grasped the neck of 1 bucket and lifted it effortlessly, prompting Gung Lu to swallow her words of assistance. Covering a distance of 300 to 400 meters without pausing, Jiang Ning engaged in light conversation with Gung Lu. Arriving at the classroom without breaking a sweat, "Jiang Ning, let me do it. You finished carrying?" Ma Shicheng stood up to say, having been in the same group as Jiang Ning but absent from the classroom earlier. Otherwise, he would have helped fetch water. He showed no signs of fatigue. Gung Lu felt like a mere cheerleader, having done nothing. Jiang Ning, who appeared slim, possessed surprising strength. She wondered if he could lift her. Gung Lu suddenly had this thought. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt Jiang Ning had become more attractive recently. His height was uncertain, but he was only a hair's breadth shorter than Huang Zhongfei, who stood at 182 centimeters. Surely, he would continue to improve in the future? Gung Lu thought, not one to wait idly. Her principle was to pursue what she liked. However, she was not in a hurry. She preferred to prepare thoroughly to ensure absolute certainty. Much like ranking in a game, careful, and then even more careful. Once I have 100% confidence, I will strike, ensuring a decisive success, she mused, setting a small goal, to sit at the same table as Jiang Ning during the next seating arrangement. Chapter 79. The evasive glance on the weekend. In the evening, Jiang Ning carried a black plastic bag. Xiao Shuang awaited him at the store entrance, having styled her hair into gentle curls, dressed in a black top and white skirt, exuding a refined and efficient aura. "Come inside," Xiao Shuang said, closing the store door behind them. "This is the Chongqing liquid." Jiang Ning revealed a bucket filled with a vibrant green liquid from the plastic bag. There was one detail she hadn't mentioned. The certification process for the drug was quite costly. However, due to the remarkable efficacy of the Chongqing liquid, securing investments was relatively easy. Even without external funding, small-scale sales could generate the necessary funds for testing certifications. She continued, "I have devised a new solution, pursuing food or cosmetic certification, which could significantly shorten the timeline. With some urgency, we could resolve it within a month. However, a new challenge arose. If the medicinal content of the Chongqing liquid was too high, it could still be classified as a drug, even if it wasn't intended as one. For instance, the distinction between alcohol and medical alcohol. Preliminary testing indicated that the medicinal content in the Chongqing liquid was indeed substantial. Xiao Shuang sighed. Knowing this meant they could only sell the Chongqing liquid in small batches for the time being, as it would have to undergo stringent testing to obtain drug certification. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and confirmed, as long as the medicinal components are undetectable, we should be able to pass the cosmetic certification, right? Hearing this, Xiao Shuang expressed doubt. Are you suggesting altering the formula? But if you change the formula, will it still guarantee the same effect? Jiang Ning replied, I don't think we need to change it. Let me give it a try. I will have results for you within 3 days. Continue pursuing drug certification, but don't halt that process for now. Xiao Shuang observed Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, finding it somewhat surreal. How could they pass testing without altering the formula? Moreover, avoiding one round of testing did not guarantee immunity in the future. Once the Chongqing liquid was officially launched, it might face various inspections, some even instigated by competitors. Jiang Ning did not offer her an explanation. He possessed knowledge of certain techniques that could obscure the presence of medicinal components. With some targeted optimization, he could ensure that no one would detect any drug ingredients. Although Xiao Shuang could not comprehend Jiang Ning, she did not underestimate him due to his age. Hence, it was crucial to cultivate a good relationship with him. The two continued discussing the promotional steps for the Chongqing liquid, with Xiao Shuang doing most of the talking, while Jiang Ning occasionally offered suggestions. Throughout the discussion, Xiao Shuang increasingly felt that Jiang Ning was quite remarkable, possessing knowledge about promotion that matched her own. As night fell, she asked, You haven't had dinner yet, have you? There's a place at the department store that serves delicious grilled fish. Would you like to join me? Xiao Shuang invited him, as she often visited that restaurant with her friends and had even purchased a meal card. Sure, Jiang Ning replied, recognizing the necessity of establishing a rapport with Xiao Shuang. Although he could secure her loyalty through the Chongqing liquid and his extraordinary abilities, adding a layer of friendship would strengthen their bond. Initially, Xiao Shuang did not hold much hope, but to her surprise, Jiang Ning agreed. She paused for a moment before saying, Then let us go. She locked the store door and placed a sign indicating it was closed. It was around 7:30 in the evening, while she typically operated until after 10. Xiao Shuang's car was parked on the roadside, a relatively new German sedan. They drove to the department store, where Xiao Shuang led Jiang Ning into a grilled fish restaurant. After the server presented the menu, Xiao Shuang inquired, Can you handle spicy food? Yes, Jiang Ning replied. All right, let us order a medium spicy one. She also ordered 2 side dishes, a dessert, and a bottle of freshly squeezed lemon juice. While waiting for the food, Jiang Ning leaned back in his seat, scrolling through his phone. A flurry of private messages had arrived in his forum inbox regarding the last material needed for Lingjin, the blue glass silk. He transferred 5,000 yuan to the lucky user who provided the information. Even through the screen, he could sense the other person's excitement. Evidently, this user was not as affluent as the previous one who had played the stone game. Seizing the momentum, Jiang Ning posted once more, articulating 3 materials that he could not find online, which could only be identified with assistance. While Jiang Ning was engrossed in his phone, a sudden fluctuation resonated within his consciousness. Under normal circumstances, his mental awareness extended approximately 10 meters around him, consuming minimal energy. Given his current reaction speed within that range, barring an improbable event like being struck by a projectile, little could eliminate him instantaneously. He directed his gaze towards the source of the mental disturbance, where 2 women came into view. In an instant, Ding Shuyan felt a chill run through her skin. She instinctively looked in that direction and beheld a youth with striking features, gazing at her with tranquility. It was Jiang Ning. Although Ding Shuyan had never encountered him before, an intense sixth sense assured her that this was indeed Jiang Ning. She could not be mistaken, as the feeling was reminiscent of the day the cloaked figure appeared. To her astonishment, it was him. A complex array of emotions stirred within her. She vividly recalled the death threat Jiang Ning had issued that night. She had not dared to defy him since, and it could be said to be the most disheartening experience she had endured in 15 years, leaving her utterly incapable of resistance. How could an ordinary person contend with the extraordinary? Even if Jiang Ning were to kill her outright, no one would be the wiser. Shuyan, what's wrong? Lin Han inquired. Following Ding Shuyan's gaze, she soon recognized a familiar woman. Oh, an old classmate, Lin Han mused. They had attended the same high school, where she and Xiao Shuang had been in the same class. often competing with one another, though she had always emerged victorious. Yet, after 10 years, the gap between her and Xiao Shuangshuang's cohort had widened considerably. Now, looking at her, Xiao Shuangshuang seemed merely an ordinary woman, slightly more attractive than average. Lin Han refrained from approaching to greet her. Those memories were best left undisturbed. Lin Han settled down with Ding Shuya nearby, and the manager of the establishment promptly came to greet them. This venue was an investment by Lin Han's brother, and the business was thriving. Xiao Shuangshuang also noticed Lin Han, but chose not to acknowledge her. Once the grilled fish arrived, after Xiao Shuangshuang sampled a few bites, Jiang Ning set aside his phone, and conversation finally sparked between the two. Xiao Shuangshuang remarked to Jiang Ning, "The girl you were looking at just now is quite beautiful." Isn't she? Having observed Jiang Ning's glance towards Lin Han, she could not help but admit that the young woman surpassed Lin Han's beauty from years past. "Not bad," Jiang Ning replied, tasting the fish, leaving Xiao Shuangshuang uncertain whether he referred to the fish or the girl. "You're rather handsome yourself. Did you have a girlfriend in school?" Xiao Shuangshuang noted Jiang Ning's seemingly unrefined demeanor, allowing her to speak more freely. "When I was your age," Jiang Ning interjected. "Did you have 7 or 8 boyfriends simultaneously?" Xiao Shuangshuang was taken aback, feeling a touch of annoyance at Jiang Ning's cheekiness, yet being 10 years his senior. She played along. "Not quite. I recall a time when a girl and I were both pursuing the same boy. I spent 2 weeks knitting a scarf, only for him to end up with her." Xiao Shuangshuang remarked with regret. "What happened to that scarf?" Yang Ning inquired. "Why do you care about a scarf? Aren't you curious why I lost?" She retorted. "It's quite typical you would lose, as the woman who pursued the boy is the one who just entered." Jiang Ning stated. "How do you know that?" Xiao Shuangshuang exclaimed, utterly astonished. Jiang Ning replied calmly. "When you uttered that remark, your gaze flickered towards her 5 times, 3 direct stares and 2 sidelong glances. Moreover, your eyes were evasive, which is the behavior of a defeated individual. You." Xiao Shuangshuang's eyes widened, nearly causing her to curse. Chapter 80. The Extraordinary Nightfall at the Riverbank. "Yes, the jade pendant I sent you," Jiang Ning spoke into the phone, having received a call from his parents. "It didn't cost much. A classmate's family is in the jade business. Wear it well, and don't be reluctant to use it." After exchanging a few words, he ended the call. As he walked along the path, a mountain bike glided parallel to him, moving forward in a rather eerie manner. The room was illuminated. Jiang Ning cast 2 spells to conjure a water orb, cleansing his entire body and eliminating the scent of grilled fish from his clothing. He settled at his desk, pen in hand, writing diligently. Jiang Ning was engaged in refining a spell that would obscure the components of the Chongqing liquid. He had once been a true ascetic, spending 90% of his 300 years in seclusion, during which he created over a dozen cultivation techniques and nearly 100 minor spells. He was particularly adept in this field, and with the knowledge he had acquired in the current realm, it was not difficult for him to devise a spell to conceal the ingredients of the potion. Jiang Ning sifted through spells, transforming the components of the Chongqing liquid into symbols, beginning to formulate equations, intricately etching complex formulas onto sheets of paper. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, until he filled 7 pages, at which point he finally established a formula. The next step was to validate its correctness and then follow the procedure to cast the spell, thereby masking the potion's composition and allowing it to debut as a cosmetic. However, proving the formula's accuracy was no simple feat in the past. Jiang Ning often required half a month or even 2 months to deduce the steps for experimentation. Yet, given the time constraints, he could not afford to take that long, as he had committed to Xiao Shuangshuang within 3 days. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning remained unperturbed. He extended his consciousness towards Shui Yuantong's room. There, Shui Yuantong was nestled on her bed, the jade pendant resting lazily against her chest. With small hands peeking from the sleeves of her pajamas, she held her phone, engrossed in a game, the screen's glow reflecting in her dark eyes. Jiang Ning sent her a message. "Shui Yuantong, do you consider yourself intelligent?" "Umph. I'm a genius," she replied. "Is that so?" Yang Ning responded, saying surprise. "Ha! Have you ever encountered someone who cooks exceptionally well, rides a scooter like the wind, and excels at household chores? If I'm not a genius, then what am I? Have you reviewed the formula I sent you?" Jiang Ning asked. "Yes. I currently have a complex formula. If you can validate it for me, I'll acknowledge your genius status. Jiang Ning summoned his spiritual energy, sending several pages of draft paper under Shui Yuantong's door. Upon realizing this, she leaped from her bed, slipped on her slippers, and rushed to the door to retrieve the papers. Just wait, I'll get it to you shortly. Shui Yuantong switched on her desk lamp, bit down on her pencil, and began to calculate fervently. Observing her diligent efforts, Jiang Ning felt a wave of satisfaction as he lit an incense stick. The formula was indeed challenging. Yet Shui Yuantong was exceptionally bright. It would not be surprising if she arrived at an answer within 3 days. Enveloped in the fragrant smoke, Jiang Ning honed his consciousness, preparing to refine his spirit and enjoy a restful slumber. Before the incense had fully burned, a notification sounded. Jiang Ning, I'm done. Finished? Jiang Ning opened his eyes, incredulity washing over him. He waved his hand gently, guiding the draft paper into the room with his spiritual energy. 8 pages of paper, one more than before. The additional page was written by Shui Yuantong, containing only a small fraction of content. Jiang Ning took 10 minutes to verify the draft, finding it entirely accurate, with not a single step omitted or excessive. The exquisite formula resembled a work of art, captivating him. At that moment, Jiang Ning felt as though this masterpiece was silently mocking him, deriding his own foolishness. A sense of defeat washed over him. It had been many years since he had experienced such a feeling, especially since discovering he possessed the strongest spiritual root, the Tianling Jin. He struggled to send Shui Yuantong a message. You took only 20 minutes. Jiang Ning, Yuzhou Center, Commercial Office Building. I've arranged for you to be in Class 1 at the 4th Middle School, where Lin Xiaopeng and Zhuang Jianwei will look after you. Lin Han gazed out at the cityscape from the floor-to-ceiling window. The students at school come from all walks of life. Their minds are still immature and unaware of the world. With their support, I need not worry. Ding Shuyan remained silent, in truth at that moment. She wished to express her desire to join Class 8. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to voice her thoughts. It was not fear of her aunt's suspicion that silenced her, but rather concern for Jiang Ning. Should he perceive her actions as a provocation, the repercussions would be dire. The allure of the extraordinary was overwhelming. Ding Shuyan had witnessed many landscapes and met countless individuals, yet she had never heard of such extraordinary beings. From childhood to the present, she had never developed such profound interest in anything. Patience was her strategy. She would wait for the right moment. On the first day of school, in classroom 8, Jiang Ning, I have wiped your seat, Gung Lu proclaimed, brandishing a tissue as if to claim credit. Hooray! When classmate Ma Shicheng saw Jiang Ning arrive, his demeanor turned serious as he remarked, I heard something happen in class 10 upstairs. Gung Lu interjected. I heard it was a fight. Quite serious. Someone ended up in the hospital. The student involved denied it, but Wu Xiaoqi kept pressing him, until eventually, other classmates stepped forward to identify him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoqi, in a fit of anger, brandished a steel rod, the kind used at construction sites, about the thickness of a finger, and ran down from the podium to strike a classmate on the head. Ma Shicheng's expression darkened as he recounted the incident, tinged with a hint of fear. A blow from that steel rod sent the victim to the hospital, though thankfully the injuries were not severe, and he has since been discharged. Nevertheless, news of the event spread, casting a dark shadow over the school. Gung Lu expressed her anger. It is utterly irresponsible to resort to violence like that. Such a person should be expelled. Ma Shicheng shook his head, glancing around as if to gauge the atmosphere. Once sure that no one was listening, he whispered, Wu Xiaoqi's family supplies educational materials, pointing at the textbooks on the desk. Do you understand what I mean? Gung Lu exclaimed indignantly. All the more reason for expulsion. Yet, Jiang Ning knew that Wu Xiaoqi had not been expelled. Instead, he had been transferred to their Class 8, quite unfortunately. Chapter 81. The passage of time the chemistry exam for the first year of high school was not particularly challenging. It primarily tested memory. Jiang Ning checked his answers, finding that he had answered every question correctly. After class, Guo Ran called Jiang Ning to her office. Ma Shicheng witnessed the scene as Jiang Ning went to the office carrying a bag of snacks. He was initially stunned and then questioned, What is your relationship with the chemistry teacher? Jiang Ning casually lifted the snack bag, saying, I am her student. She personally appointed me as the class representative. Ma Shicheng clutched his chest, feeling an unbearable heartache. This was undoubtedly more than merely being a class representative. Jiang Ning took several bags of snacks and offered them to Gung Lu, apologizing for the delay and saying he couldn't invite her out for food. Of course, Ma Shiqing also received 2 bags. As Ma Shiqing opened one of the snacks, he noticed a familiar figure and whispered, "Isn't that Wu Xiaoqi? Why is someone from class 10 here?" Ma Shiqing was baffled. Jiang Ning replied, "Let us just observe for now." Meanwhile, some classmates recognized Wu Xiaoqi, feeling puzzled. Most held a strong dislike for him. Among them was Wang Yong from the front row, who was well-informed and had heard about Wu Xiaoqi's reputation. Lin Zita and others uniformly labeled Wu Xiaoqi as a lunatic. Yes, a lunatic. In terms of family background, they were not intimidated by Wu Xiaoqi. But dealing with someone so unhinged could not be approached with reason. Striking a classmate with a steel rod showed a gross disregard for severity, posing risks of serious injury or even worse consequences. "This is Wu Xiaoqi from class 10, who will be transferring to our class," announced Dan Qingrong. The students below reacted with indifference. Not a single clap of welcome echoed in the room. Dan Qingrong understood that he did not wish to accept Wu Xiaoqi. Having such a troublemaker in the class could lead to disaster, and if things went awry, it would reflect poorly on him. Class 8 was not a dumping ground for any student. However, the world is not merely black and white. He found himself in a position where certain matters could not be refused. Unlike English teacher Chun Haiyang, who was bald yet held the credentials and teaching prowess that made him highly sought after by Yuzhou No. 2 High School, Dan Qingrong lacked such authority. If Chun Haiyang were the homeroom teacher of Class 8, the school would not dare to impose Wu Xiaoqi upon them. Chun Haiyang had often scolded the grade director without hesitation. During the last school meeting, he nearly struck the grade director when the vice principal intervened. Dan Qingrong gazed at the youthful faces before him, filled with vitality, and sighed inwardly, "How splendid youth is." "Wu Xiaoqi, there is an empty desk behind you, and a chair in the corner. Please take a seat for now," Dan Qingrong instructed. Wu Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked to the last row, placing his belongings on the desk. The classroom was arranged with 4 desks and 8 seats, with 2 desks pushed together, allowing 4 students to sit closely. Wu Xiaoqi settled next to Dan Kaikwan. Dan Kaikwan cursed inwardly, having heard tales of Wu Xiaoqi's exploits. He viewed him as a lunatic akin to Song Shang. It was too late to distance himself, as now he was directly seated beside him. After Dan Qingrong left the classroom, Ma Shiqing popped an almond into his mouth and commented, "A transfer student from class 1 next door has arrived, and apparently, she is exceptionally beautiful." Among the girls in class 8, Bai Yuxiao was commonly recognized as the prettiest. However, if potential was considered, Shui Yuantong was undoubtedly the one, with her exquisitely shaped eyes and nose. Yet, Shui Yuantong had a low presence, and since she was close to Jiang Ning, she seldom became a topic of discussion. Ma Shiqing remarked, "It is said she is even more beautiful than Bai Yuxia." Gung Lu found this surprising and pressed. "Transferring to Xizhong at this time seems a bit odd." Ma Shiqing replied, "It is said she registered at the beginning of the school year, but due to family matters, she has been unable to attend. This reminds me of Song Shang. After he left our class, there were only 51 students left. And now we have another one. Making a hole again?" Ma Shiqing chuckled. Jiang Ning remained silent, lost in thought. Ever since Shui Yuantong validated the mathematical formula that combined medicinal components with spiritual energy, he had utilized the formula to create a brand new spell, which he named Yuan Yi Shu. The function of Yuan Yi Shu is to process the components of the Chongqing liquid using spiritual energy, effectively concealing the medicinal aspects from detection. Thus, what remains visible is the non-medicinal portion. He employed Yuan Yi Shu to obscure the medicinal ingredients within the Chongqing liquid, ensuring that no testing agency could detect them. Jiang Ning messaged Xiao Shuang, informing her that the issue had been resolved, allowing her to withdraw the medical certification and pursue the cosmetic route instead. Simultaneously, Jiang Ning concocted a new batch of Chongqing liquid, totaling 100 bottles, which he handed over to Xiao Shuang. This batch of Chongqing liquid had been treated with Yuan Yi Shu. Henceforth, all externally sold Chongqing liquid must undergo this treatment before being sold. On another front, the soul of the big wolf dog, nurtured by Jiang Ning and aided by the Shenhan Xiang, had transformed into a pure spiritual essence, suitable for imprinting techniques. Jiang Ning intended to begin setting up the array for extracting the medicinal ingredients of the Chongqing liquid. He temporarily designated the kitchen of his rental apartment as the location for the array, which was adequately spacious. Since he usually dined at Shui Yuantong's home, he decided to utilize the idle kitchen. As time slipped away, the month-end exams approached, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere in the first year of high school. In Class 1 next door, students were rarely seen during breaks, all engrossed in books and exercises. Class 8 was somewhat more relaxed, yet students like Dong Qin-feng, Chun Xian, and Wang Yong were often found surrounded by test papers, frequently engaging in discussions. This drew derision from students in the back rows. For instance, Dan Kaikwan often complained privately. They act as if they are model students. Why don't they just go to Class 1? However, whenever BIY11 engaged in conversation, DNK Iku-in would refrain from voicing any complaints, often thinking to himself, BIY11 is exceptionally beautiful and diligent. My taste is indeed commendable. If I were to date BIY11, she could assist me with my studies in the future. The atmosphere of learning profoundly influences individuals. Witnessing others' diligence while one succumbs to lethargy inevitably evokes a sense of guilt, as if time were squandered. Although DNK Iku-in frequently looked down upon his classmates seated in the front, he would nonetheless set aside his phone and delve into his textbooks. At times, he would engage in heated debates with Gu K-in over problem solving. Both believed their answers to be correct, leading to a stalemate. Eventually, DNK Iku-in sought BIY11's guidance, only to discover that they were both mistaken. On the eve of the monthly exam, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside the classroom. Ji-ing, could you assist me with this chemistry problem? Ji-in-ji-in-quayud. Since her previous question had been effortlessly resolved by Ji-ing, she consistently approached him whenever confronted with challenging chemistry queries. After explaining the problem, Ji-ing surveyed the entire class. Huing zhnggfi, wing lngling, hjn, gu knn, and DNK Iku-in were all engrossed in their studies. His gaze fell upon Mshch-ing, who sat nearby, his desk piled high with textbooks while he was utterly absorbed in his mobile game, starkly contrasting the industrious ambience of the classroom. In recent days, Mshch-ing had not touched a textbook, remaining steadfast as a devoted gamer, unperturbed by external influences. Consequently, he had once again surpassed Ji-ing-l's gaming score, a feat that should not be underestimated in the future. Chapter 82. The art of chess. The drizzle outside had intensified. Fortunately, the students had adequately prepared, and by noon, the campus was adorned with umbrellas. Vibrant and colorful like blooming flowers, Ji-ing opened his umbrella, channeling his energy to disperse the raindrops falling at the edges, while Su-Yun-Ting cautiously walked beneath it. As the crowd flowed out of the school, they arrived at the restaurant from their last visit. The proprietress recognized Ji-ing and greeted him warmly. Without consulting Su-Yun-Ting, Ji-ing ordered several dishes as per usual. Ji-ing, with the exam approaching, do you have any questions for me? Su-Yun-Ting decided to express her concern. None, replied Ji-ing. The knowledge from the first semester of the first year was not particularly challenging. Given his capabilities, securing a position within the top 10 of his grade posed no difficulty. Very well, Su-Yun-Ting said no more, contemplating how she would assist Ji-ing once the exam concluded and they had changed seats. While awaiting their meal, Mshch entered alone. His eyes brightened upon spotting Ji-ing, and he approached. I've noticed that whenever it rains, you come out to eat, he remarked. Indeed, would you like to join me? Ji-ing invited. Mshch shook his head. I prefer to dine alone. In truth, he felt a twinge of desire to join. But considering Ji-ing's extravagant taste in food, he realized that the shared bill would likely exceed the cost of 2 meals combined. Perhaps Ji-ing's character would lead him to cover the entire bill, yet Mshch disliked taking advantage of others, especially since Ji-ing had already treated him once. Noticing that Gu Knn and the others had not accompanied Mshch, Ji-ing asked, weren't you dining with him before? Mshch chuckled. I find it more enjoyable to eat alone. Initially, the group dining experience had been organized by Mshch, and in the early days, it was quite pleasant with a variety of dishes and lively conversation. However, as time progressed, issues began to arise. Some individuals were picky eaters, refusing vegetables, carrots, or onions, which limited their options. Although this was tolerable, The real issue for MSHCH came when their meals occasionally totaled 62 yuan, making it difficult to split the bill evenly. Often, after MSHCH settled the bill, each person would cheerfully contribute only 10 yuan, leaving him to cover the extra costs. While the sums were not substantial, it was an irksome situation. Additionally, the varying prices of the dishes led some classmates to unconsciously select the more expensive options. After several meals, MSHCH grew dissatisfied and opted to eat independently. Seeing that MSHCH declined his invitation, Ji did not press further. At the entrance of the restaurant, D Q Ngf W Y and CH Qian entered, followed closely by B IY11 and a pair of twins. MSHCH greeted them. Meanwhile, CHNSY and CHNSQ fixated their attention on Ji and particularly CHNSQ who still remembered the day Ji had declined her invitation to play table tennis. The restaurant was modest in size, and they chose a table in front of MSHCH ordering several dishes. Observing silently, MSHCH noted that their selections were equally pricey. DQNGF and his companions chatted and laughed, frequently mentioning terms such as test papers, scores, difficult problems, and class rankings. MSHCH, uninterested, took out his phone to play a game. Ji turned to Su Yunt, suggesting, "Shall we play chess?" Ji had a chess application on his phone that allowed for online matches. Su Yunt, filled with excitement, replied, "All right, I'll play a couple of games with you." Internally, she was ecstatic. Since her previous defeat in table tennis, she was eager to showcase her prowess in chess. Determined to demonstrate her skill, Su Yunt recalled her childhood days, devoid of peers or age, finding herself bored at home, repeatedly flipping through a copy of Grimm's fairy tales. Outside her door, a few elderly gentlemen played chess, drawing crowds of onlookers. Intrigued, she joined them, initially bewildered, yet found amusement in the elders' animated expressions. Upon returning home, she crafted her own chessboard from sturdy paper and carved pieces, dedicating her days to honing her skills. Thus, Su Yunt ventured out to challenge the elderly chess players. Initially, they were delighted, never expecting such a young companion, viewing her presence as a promising continuation of their beloved game. The benevolent elders eagerly engaged with Su Yunt, while the elderly women knitted nearby, often offering her treats. The atmosphere was harmonious until, 7 days later, Su Yunt defeated one of the elderly men decisively. With the support of the other gentlemen, she achieved this feat, leading to their frustration and the overturning of the chessboard. Following that incident, Su Yunt never encountered the elderly men again. Her mother later explained that the old men would only set up their chessboard when Su Yunt was in school, hastily packing it away before her return. Since then, she had not played chess. At this moment, Ji and Su Yunt began their first game of chess. In merely 3 minutes, Ji decisively defeated Su Yunt. The second game lasted 5 minutes. Unwilling to accept defeat, Su Yunt prepared to exact her revenge. Yet her meal arrived. Reluctant to eat, she insisted on finishing the game with Ji. Regrettably, she lost again. However, chess is not a game where prolonged play guarantees victory. Otherwise, the elderly chess masters at the village entrance would be unbeatable. Mastery comes with experience, yet ascending to higher levels requires innate talent. Su Yunt displayed remarkable improvement over these few games. If they continued, the outcome would be uncertain. Ji put away his phone, saying, "Let us eat." Su Yunt huffed, "We'll continue tonight." We son si, After finishing their meal, Ji departed the restaurant with MSHCH. QNGF and his group had arrived later and, engaged in conversation and laughter, had only consumed half of their meal. Upon seeing Ji and MSACA leave, QNG remark, Ji and Ng's family must be quite well off. The dishes he ordered were rather exquisite. Chun Qian, however, held a different perspective. Not necessarily. You must be aware of the characters in the back row. One moment they feast, the next they nibble on steamed buns accompanied by Lao Ganma. He vividly recalled the day he quarreled with Dan Kai Kwan in the group chat, which only intensified his disdain for few individuals in the back row. Although Chan Xian's remarks bordered on group attack, Dong Qingfeng conceded that those individuals were indeed unsatisfactory, a veritable malignancy within the class. And this time, they might drag down the average score of Class 8 in the upcoming monthly examination. Wang Yongguang, engrossed in his meal, refrained from joining the conversation. Lin Zita had inquired about Jiang Ning, and he had concluded that Jiang Ning was quite remarkable, hence he chose not to align with their discourse. However, the nearby Chun Siqing interjected, "The girl opposite Jiang Ning is quite beautiful." Chapter 83. Positioning upon encountering the twins speaking, Chun Qian scrutinized the pair. Utterly unable to distinguish which was his classmate, Chen Siyu, he resolved not to differentiate any further and remarked, "She is Shui Yuantong." Sitting in the front row, her academic performance should be average. When Shui Yuantong was mentioned, Chun Qian felt a tinge of regret. Such an adorable girl. Yet she spent her days in close company with Jiang Ning, reportedly arriving and departing from school together daily. Shui Yuantong appeared to be a diligent student, yet her study habits were lacking, often resting her head on the desk post-class, as if still in slumber. One could surmise that her proximity to a student like Jiang Ning had significantly influenced her. Students excelling academically often harbor an inexplicable sense of superiority over their less accomplished peers. Academic performance delineates the social strata within schools. While it is indeed rare for underperformers and top students to befriend one another, it is a reflection of differing social circles. Jiang Ning might excel in physical confrontations, yet in Chun Qian's mind, what significance did that hold? Would he ultimately become a security guard after graduation? Chun Qian might refrain from provoking Jiang Ning. But in terms of future prospects, what was Jiang Ning truly worth? Chun Siqing expressed her confusion. "I perceive that Shui Yuantong's grades are rather commendable. I observe her answering correctly whenever the teacher posed questions." Chun Siqing and her sister Chen Siyu had coincidentally witnessed Shui Yuantong being queried by the teacher. And while they struggled with the questions, Shui Yuantong answered them accurately. Chun Qian cast a glance at Chun Siqing, confirming her identity as Chun Siyu from Class 8. The realization that he could distinguish the twins filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. In the presence of the three girls, Chun Qian confidently asserted, "The questions posed by the teacher during class are comparatively simple." Dong Qingyun concurred, "Indeed, all correct. I share the same sentiment." Chun Qian replied nonchalantly. The two sisters, Chun Siyu and Chun Xing, displayed expressions of admiration, causing Chun Qian's heart to swell with elation. His demeanor became less restrained as he continued. "The teacher's inquiries do not signify much. I wonder if you have heard the saying, 'A student who scores 100 does so because their capabilities warrant a perfect score, while another who achieves 100 does so merely because the exam itself has a maximum of 100. Much like the teacher's questions in class. It may seem that Shui Yuantong answered correctly, but the context remains distinct from mine." He spoke with a slight dryness in his throat, taking a sip from the plastic cup of purified water. Although Dong Qingfeng perceived Chun Qian's commentary as somewhat pretentious, he recognized a degree of validity in his words and added, "Once this monthly exam concludes, you will grasp the true extent of the disparity." Chun Qian, with a clear sense of purpose, declared, "My goal has been firmly set, to place within the top 50 of the grade." Wang Yong interjected, "Achieving the top 50 may prove challenging. The three experimental classes are exceedingly strong. I have heard that they complete an additional exam compared to us." Qin Qian felt that Wang Yong's remark dampened the mood, responding, "While they may have performed better than us in the high school entrance examination, such superiority is transient. It cannot persist indefinitely. We shall surpass them this time. Just wait and see." Bai Yuxia, who had remained silent until now, observed Chun Qian's spirited demeanor and agreed, "Indeed, we must not shy away from confronting the experimental classes out of fear. In the future, we will also face challenges from Zhong and Tuxi and Yizhong, particularly regarding the top students. Tuxi and Yizhong is even more formidable than Zhong, and we will certainly compete with them in the college entrance examination." Noticing the support from the most attractive girl in the class, Bai Yuxia, Chun Qian beamed brightly, proclaiming, "Today, I shall treat you all to this meal as a pre-celebration." Wang Yong observed with a peculiar expression, sensing that Chun Qian was unusually buoyant today. This was in stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. After indulging in a few bottles of mineral water, he had begun to wax eloquent. However, Wang Yong felt no significant aversion towards this change. Chun Qian may be lofty in spirit, Yet his academic prowess remained undeniable. His performance in mathematics and language was exceptionally remarkable, earning him accolade from the language teacher, Dai Yongquan, on multiple occasions. During the evening self-study session, Dan Xingrong came to outline the important points regarding the upcoming monthly examination. In the first year of high school, there was no distinction between liberal arts and sciences. Not only did they have the three core subjects of language, mathematics, and foreign language, but all elective subjects would also be examined. Dan Xingrong distributed the examination roster for Class 8, instructing everyone to circulate it for review and to note their respective examination rooms and numbers. He then produced a stack of examination numbers, dividing it in half. Huang Zhongfei. You can affix these to each seat. He retained the other half for Wang Longlong, who gleefully approached the podium, receiving the examination numbers with immense pride. What did this signify? It indicated the class teacher's trust in him. His day to replace Huang Zhongfei as class monitor was drawing near, and the future looked promising. The two traversed the aisle affixing the examination numbers, while other classmates perused the examination roster. As this was the first monthly exam without reference to prior entrance examination results, the seating and examination rooms were assigned randomly. This arrangement implied that top students would be seated alongside those who were underperforming. Many students in the back row entertained delusions of grandeur, believing that sitting next to students from the experimental classes would allow them to cheat liberally. Standing at the podium, Dan Xingrong faced the entire class, cautioning, "I am aware of your thoughts, but do not harbor any illusions. Do not deceive yourselves. Your current grades may be fabricated, but can you achieve the same in the college entrance examination? With 2 cameras in the examination room and 2 to 3 invigilators, do you really think you can cheat?" Despite his admonitions, the students below remained unconcerned. The college entrance examination was still far off, and the temptation to cheat in the present was too enticing. Guokunin reviewed the distribution of examination rooms among his classmates and remarked to Dan Kaikwan, "I am in room 3, while you are in room 9. We shall not be together." He appeared inexplicably disappointed. Dan Kaikwan, however, thought it fortunate not to be seated alongside him. If he were to sit next to Guokunin, he would surely be in tears. Dan Kaikwan replied, "I wonder if there are any diligent students in room 9. I shall go and get acquainted, perhaps buy a bottle of water for him." Guokunin retorted, "I do not require that. I will simply search for the answers on my phone." That won't work. The school has a shielding device in place for the monthly exam, making it impossible to search for answers. Dan Kaikwan had inquired specifically about this. "Blast it. What shall we do then?" Guokunin was acutely aware of his capabilities. "I will assess the examination room tomorrow and decide." When the roster reached Jiangning, he confirmed his placement in room 8, identical to his previous life, albeit with a change in examination number, from 17 to 16. Jiangning surmised that this alteration was likely due to Song Sheng being admitted to the hospital, resulting in a vacancy that allowed him to move up 1 number. The position of 16, situated in the second row of the classroom, had just been assigned a paper label by Wang Longlong. This location proved disadvantageous, being under the watchful gaze of the teacher, making it difficult to engage in any covert actions. No matter, Jiangning did not require any form of deceit. Wang Longlong greeted the two with a friendly nod, buoyed by the recognition from the class teacher. His spirits were exceptionally high, and he walked with a lightness in his step. Upon returning home, Wang Longlong sequestered himself in his room, commencing preparation for his work report. Each evening after self-study, he would report to Dan Xingrong on the happenings within the class. Except for weekends, he never failed to do so. After careful consideration, Wang Longlong began to document. "After you departed, Teacher Dan, the evening self-study session should have been quiet. Yet the discussions from the students in the front row echoed far and wide, as Dong Qingfeng engaged in yet another debate. Shun Qingyi applied lipstick. Swiping a line across her lips, I was compelled to shout, 'Are you here to learn?' but refrained from doing so. This was work that should have fallen to class monitor Huang Zhongfei, and every time I reflect on it, I am utterly perplexed." In the back row, Dan Kaikwan was singing, Hu Jun was laughing uproariously, and Pang Jiao was embroiled in an argument. Take a moment to observe, for it is indeed one of my shortcomings. I am not the class monitor, yet I often find myself in the position of seeking unnecessary troubles. In the past, I attempted to dissuade, only to incur the ire of Pang Jiao, resulting in an undeserved reprimand. However, my concern for the class ultimately prevails, and I find it difficult to change. Perhaps this is the nature of schools. I possess keen observation skills and have noticed Miao Zhe's unusual behavior. I have a good memory for misdeeds, so I've kept a close watch on him. This time, I clearly saw him placing his phone beneath the multimedia station to charge. When he descended the podium, I recounted my observations, but to my surprise, his smile vanished, and he left in displeasure. It dawned on me afterward that I had interrupted his enthusiasm, which was indeed inappropriate. I am somewhat helpless in this situation, for I am not the class leader. My intention was not to impose my personal views, but merely to convey the facts to Teacher Dan. I confirmed once more that Wang Longlong had communicated this to Dan Xingrong. In the faculty building, Dan Xingrong poured himself a cup of tea while browsing his phone. He expressed considerable satisfaction with Wang Longlong, appreciating his diligent and earnest demeanor, far more responsible than Huang Zhongfei. Dan Xingrong recognized Wang Longlong's ambition to become class monitor, yet he believed Wang Longlong was better suited to play a supporting role. After reviewing everything, he encouraged Wang Longlong to continue striving. Wang Longlong responded affirmatively. Subsequently, he withdrew several classic works from the bookshelf, contemplating how to subtly outshine Huang Zhongfei and highlight his own brilliance. Chapter 84. Praise on the day of the monthly examination. The morning dawned clear after the rain, the white clouds appearing as if freshly groomed, peacefully adorning the sky. Jiangning rode his bicycle with Shui Yuantong. My mother cooked some corn. It's quite sweet. Would you like some? Shui Yuantong held 2 exam bags in one hand and 2 bags of corn in the other. Please thank Aunt Gu for me, Jiangning said. You should be thanking me. It was I who asked my mother to cook it, Shui Yuantong replied. Thank you, Shui Yuantong. As long as you know. Jiangning continued. After the exam at noon, I'll meet you at the classroom door, so don't sneak away. Shui Yuantong was taking the exam in class 10, which was on a different floor than Jiangning. Rest assured, I will wait for you. Although Shui Yuantong was uncertain of Jiangning's exact performance, she knew he would likely score much lower than her. Therefore, she mentioned, would you like the answers? I can bring you a cheat sheet. Jiangning was taken aback. He hadn't realized Shui Yuantong would resort to cheating. Well, during the exam, we can agree on a time, and then leave the exam room together to meet outside. I'll hand you the cheat sheet. Back in middle school, Shui Yuantong had classmates who would ask her for answers before exams, and to avoid trouble, she often complied. Although she did not particularly enjoy this, she feared potential repercussions, such as being bullied. Consequently, she developed a knack for discreetly delivering cheat sheets. Now, in high school, with Jiangning around, no one would target her. So Shui Yuantong no longer needed to provide answers. However, if Jiangning desired assistance, she was willing to take the risk and deliver answers for him. This way, with her help, they would likely share the same examination venue next time. Jiangning chuckled at her offer. No need. Focus on your own exam. Well, all right. Shui Yuantong conceded, falling silent. Since it was unlikely they would be in the same exam room next time, she resolved to sit with Jiangning after the monthly exam to help improve his scores. They rode to school, and Jiangning secured his mountain bike with a lock. Given the prevalence of bicycle thieves, he took care to lock it each time to prevent unnecessary complications. Holding the corn and a box of milk, Jiangning approached Class 8. Inside the classroom, some students from other classes were present, including Ma Shicheng, who was gaming at his desk. Unlike usual, the desks were devoid of towering stacks of books, as Teacher Dan had instructed everyone to clear their tables for the exam. Ma Shicheng, the exam is about to start. Yank Grandmaster. Ma Shicheng continued playing, unfazed. There's still 20 minutes left. My exam room is next door, so I can go anytime. He remained engrossed in his game. At that moment, Wang Longlong dashed over. Ma Gu, let us go play games in Class 1. Class 1? I'm not familiar with it. Now seems like a good time, Wang Longlong exclaimed. Ma Gu, are you out of your mind? Ma Shicheng looked at him puzzled. Wang Longlong excitedly explained, think about it, Ma Gu. Class 1 is the experimental class filled with diligent students who study hard every day. If we go play games there, wouldn't it be exhilarating? Ma Shicheng found this reasoning compelling. Gaming in class was already thrilling. But the idea of entering the experimental class, his sacred realm of diligent students and cultured girls, filled him with an uncontainable anticipation. The prospect of playing games in Class 1 promised a double dose of joy. Let us go now. I'll play, and you can watch beside me. Ma Shicheng's face radiated excitement as he adjusted his pants, grabbed his phone, and sprinted toward Class 1, unable to contain himself. Don't worry, Ma Gu. I'll be right beside you, watching you play. Wang Longlong quickly followed, as his exam room was also in Class 1. Jiangning lingered at his seat for a while before moving to his assigned desk. In the upper right corner of the desk, a white exam number paper was affixed. He placed his exam tools, a couple of pens, a ruler, and a sheet of paper, on the desk. As the exam approached, the original students of Class 8 began to depart, while more unfamiliar faces entered. 5 minutes before the exam commenced, all the candidates for Room 8 had gathered. Jiangning settled into his seat, casting his gaze around and counting a total of 28 candidates. Among them were 3 classmates, Chun Xian, Yang Sheng, and falsely identified, Chun Siyu. It's Chun Shuqing, not Chun Siyu. Jiangning easily distinguished between the two. There are also a few familiar faces from Class 1. Lin Zita, Dong Jiai, along with a new male classmate who joined Class 8 after the division into Arts and Sciences in the second year. Soon, the invigilator arrived. It was none other than the stern English teacher, Chen Haiyang, whose strictness many students had experienced firsthand. However, since the first subject of the monthly exam was Chinese, which did not require copying, the students in the examination room were relatively relaxed. Upon receiving the exam papers, Jiangning took one and passed the rest to the students behind him. The student behind was Chun Shuqing, who glanced at Jiangning with a somewhat evasive expression. This exam number belonged to her sister, Chun Siyu, who struggled with Chinese and had asked her to take the exam on her behalf. The sisters had decided before the exam to focus on their respective strong subjects, allowing one of them to achieve a high score. As the elder sister, Chun Shuqing chose to let her sister have this opportunity first. At that moment, she felt as though Jiangning had seen through her, leaving her somewhat uneasy. Jiangning scanned the exam paper and began answering the questions. His memory was nearly photographic, ideally suited for a subject like Chinese. And apart from uncertainties regarding reading comprehension and the essay, he could confidently secure high marks in the rest. The Chinese exam lasted 2 hours. After completing the essay, Jiangning found himself with 50 minutes to spare, so he began practicing his skills. Based on his estimates, he would likely break through to the 4th level of Qi training by the end of the year, at which point his spiritual power and awareness would surge. As the last half hour approached, Jiangning submitted his exam paper and exited the examination room. Chun Haiyang had intended to reprimand him, but for this monthly exam, students could indeed submit their papers 30 minutes early. Meanwhile, Chun Xian looked up at Jiangning and continued working on his answers. Soon, the exam time concluded. Chun Haiyang instructed the candidates to leave and began collecting the exam papers. After the Chinese exam, there was a 20-minute break before the next subject, geography. After submitting his paper, Chun Xian approached Chun Siyu and inquired, Chun Siyu, how did you do? Chun Shuqing replied, I think it went well. I did my best. Her academic performance is commendable, yet she exhibits a pronounced tendency to specialize in certain subjects. However, if she could unite with her sister, their combined strengths would undoubtedly elevate her to a significantly higher level. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian felt a tinge of helplessness. The subject of Chinese language is not as straightforward as mathematics, making it difficult to showcase one's prowess. Although his composition skills are commendable, it would be rather awkward to recite it aloud for Chun Siyu's benefit. Suppressing his impulse, he donned a courteous demeanor and approached the matter from a different angle. I never anticipated that one could submit their exam paper 30 minutes early. One eye-opener, that is. Submitting so early surely indicates excellent results. I envy those who achieve such high marks. They must be among the top 10 in the grade, a feat I cannot aspire to. Chun Xian's tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly alluding to Jiangning. Behind him, the portly Lin Zita ambled over, munching on a piece of bread, casting a glance at him. Having submitted his paper half an hour early, he had just received praise from Chun Xian, feeling quite pleased with himself. Your words are quite delightful. Could you possibly say a few more? I relish your speech. Chun Xian's voice abruptly ceased as he recognized Lin Zita, a student from the adjacent experimental class. Chapter 85. The King of Basketball. The first month's examination spanned until 6 in the evening, marking the end of the test for the candidates. Jiangning noticed that Chun Siyu and her sister had exchanged places several times, with no one aside from Jiangning being aware of this. Following the conclusion of the day's examination, many students retrieved their textbooks, preparing for evening self-study to review the subjects for tomorrow's tests. Dinner was served to Jiangning by her own hand. You've become increasingly lazy, she remarked. Shui Yuantong retorted confidently, you wouldn't understand. I am conserving my energy for tomorrow's examination. Without your books, how do you intend to prepare? Yang Ningkinkuiret. You're blocking my meal, Shui Yuantong replied. Very well. Jiang Ning conceded, leaving with her snacks. Ma Shicheng remained engrossed in his game, a true gaming enthusiast, while Wang Longlong stood by, fulfilling the role of a dutiful spectator. Jiang Ning, how did you fare on the test? Gung Lu asked. I completed all that I could. We shall see what the results reveal, Jiang Ning replied. Gung Lu hesitated, saying, Dong Qingfeng and the others are comparing answers. She gestured towards the front of the classroom, where Dong Qingfeng, Chun Qian, Bai Yuxia, and Shun Qingyi were huddled together, occasionally emitting exclamations of surprise, creating an atmosphere distinctly separate from the rest of the classroom, as if a boundary divided them. Ma Shicheng, still focused on his game, remarked, Look at them getting anxious. The results will be out in a couple of days anyway. Wang Longlong, a devoted fan of Ma Shicheng, chimed in, Exactly, they lack patience. Without it, they will never achieve greatness. Just look at my brother Ma, so composed, so exuding the aura of a champion. Ma jump. I've died, Wang Longlong sighed. Ma Shicheng handed his phone over, saying, Play a few rounds. I'm stepping out for a snack. Wang Longlong eagerly accepted the phone. At this moment, while Wang Longlong was engrossed in his game, Wu Xiaoqi entered the classroom, dribbling a basketball and creating a rhythmic, thumping sound. Music played from his device. Treat Me Like a Fool, a song that had surfaced in the early 2000s but only gained popularity in recent years. Wu Xiaoqi had likely cranked the volume to the maximum, ensuring all surrounding classmates could hear. He danced to the music as he dribbled, his footwork exaggerated, his body swaying, and performing flashy ball handling tricks that revealed a level of enthusiasm exceeding even Ma Shicheng's gaming fervor. Yet, his joy was palpable, evident to anyone who happened upon him. Gung Lu whispered, I often heard basketball sound from upstairs. I thought something was amiss. Only after he joined their class did I realize it was his doing. There's no reasoning with someone like him. Wang Longlong, still preoccupied with his game, glanced over to see Wu Xiaoqi performing a between-the-legs dribble, causing dust to rise as the ball hit the floor. What an idiot, Wang Longlong muttered under his breath. Wu Xiaoqi, a basketball aficionado, had initially been quite reserved during his first few days in Class 8, but soon unleashed his true nature, spending all his time with a basketball in the empty space at the back of the classroom. Occasionally, he would invite Guokunin and others to the playground for a game, constantly proclaiming his aspirations to become a professional player. You're not even taller than me. What makes you think you can play professionally? Wang Longlong scoffed internally, noting Wu Xiaoqi's height barely exceeding 160 centimeters. His disdain stemmed from an incident where he was struck by Wu Xiaoqi's basketball while playing games at his desk. Out of fear of Wu Xiaoqi's past antics, Wang Longlong remained silent, only reporting the matter to Shan Qingrong that evening, which led to no action being taken. In a previous life, Jiang Ning had also been struck by Wu Xiaoqi's basketball while seated in the back row, and it seemed that many students in the back rows had similarly experienced such encounters, with Gung Lu's cup having been knocked over and shattered by a basketball. Wu Xiaoqi's temperament was even more troublesome than Song Sheng's. Perhaps owing to his affluent background, he acted with little regard for others' feelings, knowing his family would shield him from consequences. It was only in the second year of high school that Wu Xiaoqi clashed with Zhuang Jianhui from Class 1 over a basketball court dispute, during which Wu Xiaoqi slapped Zhuang Jianhui. Subsequently, Zhuang Jianhui decisively retaliated, and shortly after, Wu Xiaoqi's parents were found embroiled in legal troubles, leading to their imprisonment for a decade. Wu Xiaoqi dropped out of school, and thereafter, he vanished from the radar. Jiang Ning never heard of him again. It was during this incident that many students at Shizhong came to realize the formidable nature of Zhuang Jianhui. Shan Kaikwan and the others grew weary of the situation, remarking on the remarkable talent displayed. The commotion drew the attention of the top students at the front, causing Chun Qian and the others to cease discussing the exam questions, as the noise from the back had become too disruptive. Bai Yuxia instinctively glanced at Jiang Ning, subsequently grappling with self-doubt. Why am I looking at Jiang Ning? She pondered. Would Jiang Ning step in to put a stop to this? Certainly not. The last time, when Peng Jiao and Miao Zhe fought, he was the most engaged observer. Only if Shui Yuan Tong were bullied would he intervene. This thought made Bai Yuxia look over at Shui Yuan Tong, who was quietly resting her head on her desk. At that moment, Bai Yuxia felt a fleeting twinge of envy. Not only Bai Yuxia, but even Chun Qian and Dong Qingfeng turned their gazes toward Jiang Ning, hoping he might speak up. Those like Chun Qian, who had multifaceted thoughts, even wished for Jiang Ning to confront Wu Xiaoqi. believing that only a villain could truly reform another villain. It would serve Wu Xiaoqi right to learn that Class 8 was not to be trifled with like Class 10. As for whether Jiang Ning could best Wu Xiaoqi, that was a laughable notion. Despite Wu Xiaoqi having hospitalized a classmate with a steel rod in Class 10, Jiang Ning had established his dominance in Class 8, having previously defeated Song Sheng and later dealt with the troublemaker Deng Xiang from another class, each time achieving resounding victories. Wu Xiaoqi was nothing in comparison. Yet, Chen Xian would be quite pleased if both were to mutually suffer. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning remained seated, unwavering, not acting as they had hoped. Wu Xiaoqi, be cautious. Wu Xiaoqi caught the basketball and nonchalantly replied, "It didn't hit you, so why are you so anxious?" He resumed dribbling. "You really lack basic decency," Shan Kaikwan retorted. Wu Xiaoqi continued dribbling, smiling as he provocatively challenged, "I'm just dribbling. What are you going to do about it? Care to try and bump into me?" He wore an expression of utter disdain. Shan Kaikwan, with a temper that nearly flared, pressed his hands against the desk, contemplating rising. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Though he had a bad temper, he was not foolish. He was unafraid of a fight, and given Wu Xiaoqi's physique, he could easily overpower him in a physical altercation. In high school, unless faced with someone like Jiang Ning, whose strength was undeniably superior, conflicts typically escalated to violence. Shan Kaikwan primarily worried that if a fight broke out, it would spiral out of control, and he would surely bear the consequences. Wu Xiaoqi had sent a classmate to the hospital, and all that had resulted was a change of class. Shan Kaikwan understood the implications of this. If he were to fight Wu Xiaoqi, there was a high likelihood that parents would be called in, and he might even face serious disciplinary action. Shan Kaikwan felt a profound sense of frustration and injustice, as though an invisible set of rules constrained him, leaving him with a potent yet unutilized energy that he could only suppress. Witnessing Shan Kaichuan's retreat, Wu Xiaoqi's dribbling became increasingly ostentatious, with the dust rising from the ground, seemingly performing a dance in his honor. No one in this class could prevent me from playing basketball. Chapter 86. Forever passionate, Wu Xiaoqi's brazen behavior drew disdainful glances from his classmates. Inwardly, he thought, "You understand nothing. The more you watch, the more I shall play. I shall shoot, I shall shoot." He hummed a tune lightly, flamboyantly tossing the ball against the wall. Even through Jiang Ning's current perspective, Wu Xiaoqi appeared to be a figure loathed by all. "Ah, you enjoy dribbling, do you?" Jiang Ning had not played basketball in quite some time. He summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal hand of energy that reached out toward the bouncing basketball. Simultaneously, he deftly moved his index finger, inscribing a soundproofing array. Given his current low realm and the hastily arranged nature of the formation, its efficacy was rather mediocre. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Jiang Ning gently tapped his finger, and the invisible array suddenly split into two. A smaller circular array flew forward, enveloping Shui Yuantong, who was slumped on the desk, capable of blocking 90% of the sound. The larger array acted as a barrier, positioned between Wu Xiaoqi and his classmates, reducing the volume by 50%. Jiang Ning turned his gaze back to Wu Xiaoqi, who leaped up, arms extended in a catching posture. Under normal circumstances, he would have easily caught the ball. Just as his hands were about to make contact with the basketball, Wu Xiaoqi had already envisioned a powerful slam dunk for his next move, intending to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, Jiang Ning propelled the hand of energy forward, grasping the basketball. Then, with a sudden and forceful squeeze, the basketball erupted, its internal pressure violently escaping. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated through the classroom and subsequently echoed throughout the entire building. The basketball had exploded. Wu Xiaoqi was struck by the overwhelming noise, his eardrums rattled, and his mind erupted in chaos, causing him to lose his balance and collapse onto the cement floor. Not only Wu Xiaoqi, but the entire class was left dazed as the classroom fell into a state of bewilderment, despite the formation mitigating half of the noise. The explosion had been so deafening that the students had never before witnessed such an event. The neighboring Class 1 was soon flooded with students. Lin Zeta, standing at the doorway, calling in, "Did a gas tank explode? What happened in your class?" His heart raced, having been in the middle of a game when the deafening sound nearly left him breathless, causing him to drop his game console. Shan Kaikwan pointed at the collapsed Wu Xiaoqi, exclaiming, "He was just playing basketball back there. And then the ball exploded. That noise was his doing." Wang Longlong chimed in. Right, we were all studying quietly when he was messing around with the basketball. Not only the two of them, but other classmates from Class 8 also stood up to denounce Wu Xiaoqi, and in that moment, the walls seemed to crumble under the weight of collective criticism. Lin Zeta remarked in astonishment, "Goodness, to explode a basketball. He must be quite the talent. Is he all right?" He glanced at the prone Wu Xiaoqi. At this moment, Wu Xiaoqi finally began to regain his senses, groggily standing up, his steps unsteady. His first words were, "Where's my ball? Where's my ball?" Shan Kaikwan pointed at the remnants of the basketball scattered on the ground. "It's right there. Take a look." "What? What did you say? I can't hear you. I can't hear." Wu Xiaoqi felt as if a deafening roar filled his ears, an unbearable cacophony rendering him unable to discern the movements of others' lips. Wang Longlong interjected, "It's over. He played so hard he has gone deaf." Seizing the opportunity, while Wu Xiaoqi was unable to hear, the class erupted in a chorus of accusations, finally feeling a sense of release. Outside Class 8, a crowd of students had gathered. Even those from other floors had descended to witness the commotion caused by the earlier explosion. The windows of Class 8 were crowded with heads. In the midst of the chaos, two male teachers entered, the leading one bearing a stern expression. He pushed through the throng and approached the back of the classroom. "What was that sound?" he inquired, his tone exceedingly grave. Wang Longlong recognized him as Teacher Chung, the grade director, and reported, "Sir, the student was playing basketball in the back, and then suddenly the ball exploded." He gestured towards Wu Xiaoqi and the shattered remains of the basketball on the ground. "It seems Wu Xiaoqi can't hear now," Wang Longlong added. Teacher Chung's expression turned serious as he called, "Wu Xiaoqi, Wu Xiaoqi." Wu Xiaoqi's mind was still ringing, and he could only see the shapes of others' mouths, unable to comprehend their words. "Come, let us go to the school clinic." Without delay, Teacher Chung led Wu Xiaoqi away. As they passed the doorway, he shouted at the students outside, causing them to scatter like startled birds. After Wu Xiaoqi left, Gung Lu remarked, "What a fitting retribution." Wang Longlong nodded vigorously, "Right, making such a huge racket nearly made me drop Ma Gu's phone." Shan Kaikwan approached, indignantly declaring, "I heard that the grade director, Teacher Chung, is quite strict, yet after such a disturbance, he remained calm and composed. I am truly astonished." Guokunin added, "There is no comparison." Upon hearing this, several classmates exhibited varied expressions, each harboring unspoken sentiments. Wang Longlong cautioned, "Don't say that. If he is deaf now, he'll just make even more noise since he can't hear it." "I am astounded," Shan Kaikwan exclaimed. "I am absolutely astounded." Shan Xiao echoed, visibly displeased. Shan Xiao gazed mournfully at the remnants of the basketball, his heart aching. That was his ball. Previously, he had stealthily taken Zhang Qi's basketball and sold it for 25 yuan to a primary school student from a neighboring village. Upon discovering that the basketball was worth over 100 yuan, Shan Xiao felt deeply humiliated. He knew that sometimes the items he pilfered could even be sold for more than their original price. That instance of loss left him despondent for quite some time, even leading him to question his aptitude for thievery. However, he resolved to learn from his mistakes, vowing to master his craft and rise from where he had stumbled. Shan Xiao intended to redeem himself by stealing a basketball and selling it at a premium. Yet, the opportunity never arose until Wu Xiaoqi arrived in Class 8. Thrilled, Shan Xiao meticulously observed Wu Xiaoqi's basketball, confirming its brand before searching online for its price. Wu Xiaoqi's basketball was worth an impressive 268 yuan, truly befitting a transfer student of high status. Shan Xiao patiently awaited the perfect moment for Wu Xiaoqi to slip up. Yet when the basketball exploded, all his hopes and anticipation evaporated into thin air. The classmates in the classroom turned their attention towards him, Wang Longlong greeting him with, "Hey, can you hear now?" Guokunin expressed concern. "Are you all right?" "It's fine now," Wu Xiaoqi replied tersely. The school doctor had informed him that his eardrum had been rattled, but was now recovering, though his mind still felt a bit muddled. As Shan Xiao passed by, while discarding trash at the back, he jokingly remarked, "Are you going to play basketball again?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoqi assumed he was being mocked, and his expression darkened. He paused, declaring, "I will never give up on my basketball dreams." Upon hearing this, Shan Xiao felt invigorated and encouraged. "Wu Xiaoqi, you will definitely make it to the professional league one day. I hope to see you on the court." His tone was earnest, and his expression sincere, devoid of any pretense. Seeing Shan Xiao's demeanor, Wu Xiaoqi was taken aback. He had expected to be ridiculed for his misfortune, Yet someone in the class still supported his dream. He felt a swell of emotion, his eyes moistening. I will persevere. Tomorrow, I shall procure a new basketball. By all means, this time I shall opt for an expensive one. Chapter 87. Kindred Spirits. The day following the examination. In the morning, we had a mathematics test, and the proctor for examination hall number 8 was Guo Ran. Upon entering the examination room and spotting Jiang Ning, Guo Ran even winked at him, entirely uncharacteristic of a teacher. After distributing the test papers, Guo Ran settled at the instructor's desk to engage in a game of Candy Crush. Mathematics was not Jiang Ning's forte, though this was merely relative. The syllabus for mathematics encompassed sets, inequalities, and functions, all fundamental concepts. He found these problems quite manageable, and the subsequent major questions posed no challenge whatsoever. The examination duration was 2 hours, yet Jiang Ning completed it in under 40 minutes, filling an entire sheet of paper. He then delved into his cultivation techniques, pondering various matters. After gathering the materials for the Chongqing Yi, he had constructed the spirit array yesterday to facilitate its disassembly later. Jiang Ning invested effort into crafting it into a portable formation. The spirit essence of that large wolf dog was imprinted with his techniques and placed into the array. Now, by simply introducing the medicinal materials of Chongqing Yi and igniting the spirit flame, it could autonomously eliminate the impurities from the materials, achieving the requisite standard for producing Chongqing Yi. Due to Jiang Ning's generous approach, his online presence garnered a substantial following, establishing him as a prominent figure in several forums. However, the progress in locating materials did not unfold as swiftly as he had envisioned. Some cultivation materials had been spotted by others in certain locations, complete with photographs. Yet they were not available in the market, leaving Jiang Ning to search for them himself. Without a flying artifact, long-distance travel became quite cumbersome. Although Jiang Ning's current physique, combined with the enhancement of his mystical movement technique, allowed him to cover over 40 meters in a second, short distances were manageable. However, in the event of longer journeys, it proved somewhat inadequate. Not only was his speed lacking, but he also needed to erase traces after each journey, which detracted from his overall elegance. Therefore, Jiang Ning now planned to refine a spirit boat artifact for long-distance travel. He had prepared several auxiliary materials, yet was still short of a few key components: Pasilver sand, Biling wood, wind-dispelling crystal, and purple vine mucus. Jiang Ning's eyes glimmered with determination. It was time to alter his strategy for locating materials, perhaps by first sketching them and then posting the images on the forum for easier recognition by netizens. Jiang Ning had never learned to draw, but with his remarkable memory, he believed it would not be difficult to acquire the skill. Once he mastered it, he could depict each missing material. For now, he did not intend to pursue drawing. A few days prior, Gung Lu had gifted him a painting depicting Jiang Ning seated by the window, gazing out. The craftsmanship appeared somewhat juvenile, yet possessed a unique charm. Gung Lu had a commendable aesthetic sense, which rendered the painting quite pleasing. She mentioned having drawn since childhood, and Jiang Ning recalled that she had studied art in her second year of high school, aspiring to enter an art examination route. But unfortunately, her overall performance was average, and her cultural subjects held her back, leading her to a second-tier university. She genuinely enjoyed painting and possessed a certain talent, Jiang Ning mused. With that in mind, perhaps he could spare a few materials for her to try her hand at drawing to assess her perceptiveness. Should the opportunity arise in the future, certain spiritual items, such as talismans, could be entrusted to her for illustration, which would be far more reliable than hiring someone else. Resolving this brought Jiang Ning considerable comfort. Previously, at the Luoyun sect, he remained detached from worldly affairs, relying on elders, stewards, and disciples to present various spiritual items upon his command. In the present realm of scarcity, operating alone was too slow. Having assistance would be far more advantageous. He then shifted his gaze towards teacher Guo Ran. At that moment, Guo Ran had risen from her seat and was patrolling the classroom. Jiang Ning raised his hand. "Teacher, I am ready to submit my paper." Upon leaving the examination room, Jiang Ning cast his consciousness around and noticed Guo Ran standing atop his desk, covering his test paper to prevent others from copying. Exiting the examination hall, he found the corridor bustling with students. Those who finished the mathematics test early were more numerous than those from other subjects. If one did not understand mathematics, there was little hope of success. Unlike language arts, mathematics could not be forced, for even in the depths of human anger, one could accomplish many things. But solving mathematical problems was not among them. At the entrance of the examination hall, two students were discussing mathematical problems rather loudly, prompting the proctor from class 1 to shoo them away. Thus, the students migrated to a nearby small garden to continue their discussion. With nothing else to occupy his time, Jiangning also made his way to the garden. Two girls stood before an outdoor bench, cautiously wiping it with tissues. Jiangning casually cast a small spell to remove the stains from the wooden bench. At that moment, Ma Shiqing and Shan Kaikwan approached, with Shan Kaikwan pulling out his phone, preparing to connect to the internet, only to discover that the signal was abysmal due to the jamming device. Ma Shiqing remained unfazed and greeted Jiangning. "Ninga, you also submitted your paper early?" Shan Kaikwan chimed in. "I wonder which teacher set this mathematics paper. It was exceedingly difficult, utterly unmanageable." Ma Shiqing casually replied, "I only completed the multiple choice questions. If it weren't for the early submission time limit, I could have finished in 20 minutes. Shan Kaikwan admired. "You're still impressive, Ma Ge." "Jiangning, did you manage to solve the last two major problems?" Shan Kaikwan inquired. Jiangning responded, "I filled everything in." Shan Kaikwan, feeling a sense of camaraderie, said, "Just like me, I wrote down the formulas I knew, all very neatly. The grading teacher might still grant me a couple of points. I should score around 70 or 80 this time in mathematics." He remarked, "With a total score of 150, achieving 70 or 80 in such a challenging mathematics paper was commendable." Shan Kaikwan felt content, especially with Ma Shiqing, who had only answered the multiple choice questions, and Jiangning, who shared a similar predicament. He even felt a sense of, "I am not doing too badly myself." Ma Shiqing was engrossed in his game, and Shan Kaikwan, observing the gameplay, noted, "This game looks a lot like Temple Run. It's the newly released Subway Surfers." "I find it quite enjoyable and thrilling," Ma Shiqing replied. Shan Kaikwan said, "Such games follow a similar formula. They become tedious after a while." After watching for a bit, he found it rather enjoyable and added, "Send me a copy via Kuaya. Let us see if I can surpass you." Chen Xian, Dong Qingfeng, and Chen Siyu were engaged in a discussion about the answers, deliberating whether to select or skip the final question of the multiple choice section. After a while, Dong Qingfeng modestly remarked, "The mathematics paper was a bit challenging. I struggled with many questions." Chen Xian concurred, "Indeed, I fear I did poorly." Initially, they believed their scores would be around 70, yet to their surprise, even the diligent Chen Xian and Dong Qingfeng found it difficult. "So my classmates are in the same boat." Zhang Qi felt somewhat relieved and comforted the two. Do not worry. Everyone has performed poorly. It won't affect the rankings." "Indeed," Dong Qingfeng agreed. Zhang Qi continued to offer reassurances, finally asking, "By the way, what scores do you think you can achieve?" Dong Qingfeng replied, "I estimate I can only score around 120 in mathematics. Alas, this time it seems I have failed." Chen Xian added, "Breaking 130 seems a bit challenging. This is truly disastrous." Zhang Qi's expression darkened, and without a word, he departed silently. Chapter 88, The First Essay. In the evening, the monthly examination concluded. In the classroom, the elongated lights on the ceiling emitted a soft white glow, illuminating the entire room. Students in the front row were exchanging answers, while those in the back row were engrossed in games, forming two opposing factions. Wu Xiaoqi strode in through the front door, proudly cradling a basketball. He typically favored the back entrance, but today he entered through the front, for he had acquired a new basketball. Guo Kunin, spotting the basketball in his arms, exclaimed, "Oh, Wu Ge has bought a new basketball." Shan Kaikwan teased, "How's the quality of the new basketball? It won't explode again, will it?" "Indeed, indeed. You nearly scared me to death yesterday." Hu Jun chimed in with playful banter. Wu Xiaoqi, holding the basketball, smirked disdainfully and, tapping the surface of the ball twice, pointed to the emblem. "Do you see this logo? This is what we call an international brand. I purchased it for over 800 yuan. Upon hearing such an astonishing price, the boys seated in the back could not help but gasp in disbelief, their astonished gazes directed towards the basketball held by Wu Xiaoqi. It was indeed exorbitantly priced. My mobile phone only cost 700. For many classmates, such a price was a revelation. Wu Xiaoqi stood with an air of pride, observing the astonishment of his peers, and merely offered a faint smile. In truth, Wu Xiaoqi felt a pang in his heart. The basketball he usually played with was priced around 200 to 300, and this was his first time purchasing such an expensive one. Had he not nearly been deafened by a substandard basketball? He might not have been willing to part with so much money. Hu Jun, feeling somewhat awkward, asked Wu Gu, may I touch it? Wu Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment before conceding. Go ahead, feel free. He handed the precious basketball to Hu Jun, his eyes fixed on it, fearful that it might be damaged. Hu Jun extended his rough hand, caressing the basketball gently, his movements exceedingly tender, to appreciate the texture of his surface. He closed his eyes, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. The corners of Wu Xiaoqi's eyes twitched. He suddenly felt that his cherished basketball had become tainted. Vuye, I feel like I can dunk now, Hu Jun declared solemnly. Guokuan Nan, upon hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment. Is that true? Indeed, the feel is exceptional. With this basketball, my skills have skyrocketed. May I get a try? Guokuan Nan turned to Wu Xiaoqi. Wu Xiaoqi, unconcerned, replied, sure, give it a go. Guokuan Nan took the basketball, weighing it in his hands. Truly, it was worthy of its 800 price tag, as the feel was undeniably superb. The basketball circulated among the back row for a while, allowing everyone to have a touch. Before the evening study session the following day, discussions regarding the monthly exam results escalated in the classroom. Even the boys in the back row, including Shan Kaikwan, began comparing answers. It was evident that every student was keenly interested in their scores, with the exception of Ma Shicheng. For instance, Chun Xian and his peers engaged in discussions about their results, gaining insights into their competitors, and they had nearly established a ranking for the class, exuding an air of scholarly debate. Their little circle was undoubtedly the most elite in the class. Only those with commendable grades could join, and when average students attempted to interject, they were often met with indifference, leaving them to retreat in embarrassment. Gung Lu turned to Jiang Ning, inquiring, when do you think the results will be released? The Chinese exam, which was taken first, should be out tonight, Jiang Ning replied. The teachers at Xizhong grade papers quickly. That's incredibly fast, Gung Lu remarked, her faith in Jiang Ning unwavering, for she had never known her to be wrong. She pondered her potential ranking in the class, as seating arrangements for the next term will be determined by scores. Gung Lu was anxious, fearing that Jiang Ning might end up elsewhere. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Jiang Ning, will we still be able to sit together? The classmates initially glanced at Dai Yongquan, then noticed the stack of papers in his hands, their expressions instantly transforming to one of excitement. Dai Yongquan approached the podium, surveying the classroom with a cheerful demeanor, and said, after teaching you for nearly 2 months, this is the first time you've looked at me like this. Laughter erupted in the classroom. In their memories, Dai Yongquan was typically quite serious and rarely made such jokes. Clearly, he was in a good mood today. A student inquired, has the Chinese exam paper been released, Teacher Dai? Anticipation filled their faces, as both high achievers and struggling students were eager to discover their results. Dai Yongquan waved the papers, announcing it has been released. No way, that was fast. The students exclaimed in astonishment. Please distribute the papers quickly. We can't wait. A student in the front row shouted. Gung Lu whispered to Jiang Ning, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Her body trembled slightly. This is my first exam since starting high school. Don't be anxious. You'll get used to it, Jiang Ning reassured her. Ma Shicheng glanced at the two, feeling a bit annoyed. Dai Yongquan looked at the excited students and rapped his desk to signal for quiet. Then, holding the exam papers, he said, before I distribute the results, I have 2 matters to address. His words caught the class off guard. A student urged, Teacher, please don't waste time. Just hand out the papers. Although this student's Chinese scores were not particularly high, his essay had achieved the first place among 12 classes in the first year, surpassing 3 experimental classes, scoring 60 with only 3 points deducted. As Dai Yongquan concluded his statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, with several gasps echoing. Chun Xin glanced at Dong Qingfeng, who in turn looked at Bai Yuxia, their eyes filled with the unspoken question, is that person you? Yet, as they turned to others, a flicker of hope ignited within. Could it be me? This thought emerged in the minds of many students. Dai Yongquan extracted a paper and directed his gaze toward a particular student. The classmates followed his gaze, which landed on an unassuming student. With a smile, Dai Yongquan announced, Congratulations to Wang Longlong. The class was bewildered. How could it be him? Could he have scored 57 on his essay? Wang Longlong was taken aback, leaning back in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a high score. During the exam, he had simply thought the essay was easy, much simpler than the reports he typically wrote for Shan Qingrong, thus writing with remarkable ease and now he found himself being praised. Facing the multitude of gazes, Wang Longlong felt somewhat guilty. He believed he did not deserve the accolades. Upon hearing this news, Chun Qian's thoughts raced, and he ultimately reassured himself. It's no big deal. It's just a high essay score. His overall Chinese grade isn't that impressive. Even if I scored in the 40s on my essay, my overall score would still surpass his. There's nothing to envy. Dai Yongquan continued. Wang Longlong's essay features exquisite phrasing, consistently adheres to the theme, and exhibits a remarkable command of language. After praising Wang Longlong, he picked up the exam paper again, stating, "Next, I must announce another matter. The top score in the entire grade for Chinese is from our class." At this declaration, excitement erupted within the classroom. The top score in the grade for Chinese. One impressive feat. After experiencing disappointment moments ago, Chun Qian regained his composure, pondering. Who could it be? This time it surely would not be someone like Wang Longlong. It had to be a more typical student. Logically, the top scorer for Chinese would likely be found among him. Dong Qingfeng, Bai Yuxia, Shun Qinga, or Huang Zhongfei. This meant it could potentially be him. As Dai Yongquan continued to take his time, some students urged, "Hurry up, teacher, we can't wait any longer." Dai Yongquan was in exceptionally good spirits. With both the top essay and the top overall score from his class, he felt quite proud. Clearing his throat, he announced Shui Yuantong with a score of 143, surpassing the second place by 8 points. Chapter 89, Dizziness, 143 points. Surely this must be a mistake? Such a high score left everyone in stunned silence. Students like Chun Qian, who understood the historical high scores for the college entrance examination, knew precisely how terrifying this score was. It is no exaggeration to say that in some provinces, the top scorers in the college entrance examination could not even achieve this score. A multitude of gazes turned towards Shui Yuantong, and in that moment, everyone began to scrutinize her seriously. Shui Yuantong, with her hair styled in a bun, donned a deer-themed outfit, sat quietly with a composed expression, as if a score of 143 was merely an ordinary occurrence for her. After announcing the results, Dai Yongquan, in an unusually kind tone, remarked, "Shui Yuantong, you performed exceptionally well this time, achieving the highest score in a single subject. The school will provide a cash reward. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in your studies, do not hesitate to reach out to me." From the moment Dai Yongquan saw Shui Yuantong's score, he became quite flustered. In his years of teaching, he had never had a student score over 140 in Chinese. If her scores remained steady, she might even compete for the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination for that subject. Should that happen, not only would he receive a monetary reward, but it would also greatly benefit his professional evaluation. If it were not for the concern of others' opinions, he would have willingly reached into his own pocket to grant Shui Yuantong another scholarship. "Thank you, teacher," Shui Yuantong nodded appreciatively. Dai Yongquan, with a benevolent expression and no longer stuttering, called out, "Shan Xiao and Dong Qingfeng, please distribute the test papers." Shan Xiao, the representative for Chinese, and Dong Qingfeng, the study committee member, took the papers and began to hand them out throughout the classroom. Gung Lu received her paper, scoring 102. Yang Ning, upon receiving his paper, but not yet glancing at it, was approached by Gung Lu, who exclaimed, "Wow, Jiang Ning, you scored 134. Gu Kunnen leaned over curiously, spotting the striking red score. Holy cow, your Chinese is that high?" His own score 98 was rather ordinary, just 5 points more than his deskmate, Shan Kaiquan. Initially sympathetic towards Shan Kaiquan, Gu Kunnen's feelings turned complex upon witnessing Jiang Ning's score, fearing that his peers might either underperform or excel too greatly. After all the papers were distributed, the results of all classmates were revealed. Ma Shicheng merely glanced at his paper, noted the score of 99, and returned to his game. Chun Qian, holding his paper, discovered he had scored 121, only surpassed by Bai Yuxia's 123 within their small circle. Yet, Chun Qian felt no joy. Overshadowed by Shui Yuantong's remarkable 143, he crumpled his paper, lost in thought, until he eventually regained his composure. Dong Qingfeng glanced enviously towards Shui Yuantong's seat, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Her Chinese score is so high, over 20 points more than mine. Chun Qian reassured him, it's normal for girls to score higher in Chinese. Just look at Bai Yuxia, she's ahead of us too. Dong Qingfeng could not disagree. Chun Qian, still feeling competitive, stated, it's just a matter of 20 points in Chinese. It doesn't signify a substantial gap. Wait until the math scores come out, then you shall see my performance. As fellow students in an ordinary class. He concluded that Shui Yuantong must be highly specialized. Otherwise, she would not be in the regular class. Thus, he steadied his mindset, a smile returning to his face. His strongest subject was the sciences. When the science results were released, that would be his moment to shine, and he would astonish everyone. He, Chen Qian, would claim the top spot in Class 8. Listening to Chen Qian, Dong Qingfeng felt a sense of DJVU, an unsettling premonition of impending misfortune. This time, he wisely refrained from echoing Chen Qian's sentiments. During recess, Shui Yuantong went to fetch hot water. You won, Chen Qing's deskmate remarked with sarcasm. I really suspect she found the answers beforehand. How else could she score over 140? Yang Sheng, overhearing, retorted, if I gave you the correct answer for the Chinese exam, you still wouldn't reach such a high score. Do you believe that? Yuan, infuriated, shot back, what's it to you? Why don't you check your own score? Yang Sheng scoffed, I've seen it. It's higher than yours. Yang Sheng's Chinese score was 112, surpassing you, wins 107. You encountered, what does just Chinese matter? Let's compare overall scores. All right, let's wager a month of cleanup duty. Do you dare? Yang Sheng proposed. Yuan fell silent. She had lost a table tennis game previously and had to serve a month of cleanup duty for Yang Sheng, which had only recently concluded. She had had enough of that. Suddenly, Shen Qingyi interjected, Yang Sheng, I'll bet against you. As Yuan was her friend, she could not stand idly by while her friend was bullied. With a score of 113 in Chinese, Shen Qingyi felt confident enough to challenge Yang Sheng. Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng laughed heartily, having long held a grudge against Shen Qingyi, and seized the opportunity to respond, Fine, I hope you keep your promise. Chen Qian's expression darkened slightly. However, he felt unfazed. Jiang Ning and Shui Yuantong were close friends, and it was natural for them to excel in Chinese. He awaited the science results to turn the tide in his favor. Shen Qingyi silently gritted her teeth, convinced that Shui Yuantong had assisted Jiang Ning. Otherwise, with Jiang Ning's capabilities, he could not have achieved such a score. Nevertheless, Shui Yuantong was merely proficient in Chinese. After all, she was a student in a regular class. No matter how remarkable, she could never surpass Jiang Junlong from the experimental class who had Jiang Ning's assistance. In the morning, during math class, the math teacher entered the classroom carrying the test papers. Finally, it was time. Chun Qian's lips curled into a smile. The math teacher, with a gentle demeanor, knowing how eager the students were, did not linger on words and directly handed the papers to Dong Qingfeng for distribution. Chun Qian's paper was conveniently at the front. Upon receiving it and glancing at the score, he beamed. The result exceeded his expectations, landing precisely at 130. Given the difficulty of this math exam, a score of 130 was indeed rare, with many students from the experimental class unable to achieve it. As for Shui Yuantong, Chun Qian chuckled, thinking she would be fortunate to score 105. Meanwhile, Bai Yuxia's score was announced, revealing a respectable 112. Although he trailed her by 2 points in Chinese, he had outperformed her by nearly 20 in math. Now, that was true strength. A surge of pride welled up within him, a feeling of having endured hardships for this moment. While others studied, he toiled. While others played, he remained diligent. He worked tirelessly, yearning to prove himself. At last, this day had arrived. He would reign supreme in Class 8, and amidst the envious gazes of his classmates, be invited by Class 1's homeroom teacher to transfer there. Indeed, Chun Qian was well aware that some high-achieving students could leap from the regular class to the experimental class. Qingfeng, what score did you get? Chun Qian inquired. 125. Came a reply. Chun Qian chuckled, recognizing Qingfeng's potential, albeit still too young to compare to himself. Not bad. It looks like I am the undisputed math champion of our class. Dong Qingfeng's expression turned peculiar. Chun Qian remarked, you seem a bit downcast. Are you upset? Today, I'm feeling generous and will treat you to barbecue tonight. Dong Qingfeng replied, you're not the top math scorer in our class. As the one distributing the papers, he had glanced at the scores of others each time. Chun Qian was taken aback, realizing the hidden talents in Class 8. Who else surpassed me? This month's test had produced 2 perfect scores in math, one from Shui Yuantong and the other from Jiang Ning. The math teacher's gentle voice resonated in Chun Qian's mind like thunder. The perfect score in math is what again? Oh, right, it's 150, 20 points more than mine. He repeated in disbelief. Oh, 20 points more than mine. Chen Qian felt dizzy, as if the school's chairs were swaying beneath him. Chapter 90. You understand me better. A perfect score in math. Ma Shiqing stared at Jiang Ning's test paper, his mouth twitching. He set aside his phone, gazing at his own score of 48, and fell silent. His calm demeanor evaporated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As more subject scores were revealed, Ma Shiqing gradually grew numb. Jiang Ning, you're not aiming for the top of the grade, are you? Gung Lu fretted, initially believing her scores were on par with Jiang Ning's. Even considering sitting next to him, the release of the Chinese test results had kept her optimistic, but as Jiang Ning's scores continued to unveil, her heart grew heavy. With such high scores, Jiang Ning might very well transition to the experimental class. At that point, they would not only be unable to sit together, but would also be in different classes altogether, which was unsettling. Until that morning, the sun shone brightly. All subject scores were released, and the students of Class 8 had already come to terms with it. Chen Qian, Dong Qingfeng, and the others fell silent about their scores, displaying an unusual humility. At the entrance of Class 8, a display board showcased the rankings from a monthly exam for the first-year students. Shui Yuantong stood proudly at the top, the first in the grade, and also the highest across all subjects. A few students from experimental class 1 stood before the display board. Lin Zita turned to the boy beside him, of medium height and ordinary appearance, saying, Du Chuan, how could you only come in second? You should have done better. Du Chuan replied, next time, I will be first. This is too disappointing. Lin Zita remarked, I believe Principal Yu has suffered loss. After the high school entrance examination, Du Chuan had originally planned to attend the experimental class at Anqing No. 1 High School. However, at this moment, Xizhong launched a gifted student program, aiming to cultivate exceptional students for the college entrance examination. They approached Du Chuan, offering various incentives to entice him to enroll, promising a substantial reward if he could gain admission to those two prestigious schools. Du Chuan's abilities, even at Yuzhou No. 2 High School, placed him among the elite, capable of contending for a top 3 position in his grade. Yet, at the relatively smaller Xizhong, he faltered during the first monthly exam. Lin Zita teased, if you don't come in first next time, you might as well give your money to Shui Yuantong. Although Du Chuan claimed he would secure first place next time, witnessing Shui Yuantong's position at the top of the rankings filled him with a sense of helplessness. The gap was significant, a comprehensive setback. It wasn't only Shui Yuantong. Seeing Ding Shuyan in third place also instilled a sense of urgency in him, as she was merely 7 points behind, and a moment of carelessness could allow her to surpass him. Then there was Jiang Ning in fourth place. The pressure was immense. What sort of monster was Class 8? How did 2 prodigies emerge from there? At this moment, the class advisor of Class 1, Hu Ho, was equally bewildered. Being knowledgeable in education, upon seeing Shui Yuantong's outstanding results, he immediately checked her entrance examination scores and was taken aback to discover that she had scored 0 in mathematics. With this score, she had barely missed entering Xizhong's experimental class. What kind of genius was this? The school had high hopes for Du Chuan, but with Shui Yuantong's emergence, the administration felt that the substantial investment in Du Chuan was less valuable than a random pick. Moreover, the disparity in their scores was vast. A clear divide. Du Chuan was indeed a top student, yet according to Hu Ho's perspective, he could not keep up. It was no longer a matter of effort. This pertained to the realm of intelligence. Could an ordinary student, through hard work, truly gain admission to those 2 elite schools? It was unlikely. Having the top student outside the experimental class was somewhat embarrassing. Hu Ho pondered, perhaps he should transfer Shui Yuantong to Class 1. However, he hesitated, recalling that the advisor of Class 8, Dan Leoj, had treated him well in the past, even inviting him for drinks. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Ho thought, though I have a good relationship with Dan Qingrong, I have also been considerate towards him as I sent him a gift of local specialties last time. Furthermore, it is only natural for excellent students to join the experimental class. Staying in an ordinary class might hinder their potential. Never mind. Let me suffer a little for my brother. Once I become the grade director, I will promote Dan Leoj. After making up his mind, Hu Ho immediately rose from his office chair and left the room. He intended to catch Dan Qingrong off guard. Hu Ho slipped to the entrance of Class 8 and peered inside, spotting Shui Yuantong slumped over her desk. However, he felt no anger towards her. She was someone who could sleep soundly. Shui Yuantong, could you step out for a moment? Hu Ho said with a pleasant demeanor. Upon seeing a smiling teacher, Shui Yuantong instinctively sensed that he was not a benign presence. Cautiously, she asked, "Are you looking for me? I am a class advisor of Class 1. I have something to discuss with you." "Forget it. I will come over to you," Hu Ho replied, entering the classroom with a warm attitude. Shui Yuantong was a promising student, and if she joined his class, she would undoubtedly surpass Yuzhou No. 2 High School and could even contend with Tuxian No. 1 High School and Anqing No. 1 High School. The students in Class 8 watched Hu Ho enter with envy, recognizing him as the advisor of Class 1. It was clear that he was inviting Shui Yuantong to join their class. "Shui Yuantong, would you be interested in transferring to Class 1? If you come to Class 1, you won't have to attend evening self-study," Hu Ho boldly proposed, disregarding conventional decorum. This statement left the students of Class 8 dumbfounded. No evening self-study? Chun Qian felt a surge of excitement, gazing at Hu Ho, hoping for an invitation directed at him, unknowingly displaying a hint of yearning in his eyes. Hu Ho fixed his gaze on Shui Yuantong. "So what do you say? Will you come?" After hearing this, Shui Yuantong replied, "No." Hu Ho was taken aback. She had rejected him outright, without even a polite consideration. Wasn't the privilege of skipping evening self-study what students cherish most? It was akin to receiving money, likely to end up in the hands of their parents. Moreover, eliminating evening self-study would genuinely benefit the students. "Could you share your reason?" Hu Ho asked, puzzled. "Is it that our Class 1 is not good enough?" Shui Yuantong pondered for a moment. "Your class's water dispenser is too ugly. I don't want to go." Hu Ho. Feeling frustrated, Hu Ho departed. The students in Class 8 regarded Shui Yuantong with a peculiar gaze, then turned to inspect their own water dispenser, which suddenly appeared more appealing. Chun Qian, holding a cup, filled it with water and took a sip, contemplating. "There's nothing particularly special about it." Shui Yuantong buried her head in her arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Humph. The benefits you offer, the class advisor will surely provide me with." Furthermore, Jiangning was still in Class 8. Although he understood that Shui Yuantong might have simply made up an excuse to refuse, he couldn't shake the discomfort he felt towards the water dispenser. "Who bought this water dispenser?" Hu Ho inquired of the class. Wei Shiyuan, the life committee member, stepped forward, proudly stating, "Teacher, I bought this water dispenser online. It has a high cost-performance ratio, and the students really like it." Hu Ho pulled out his wallet, retrieved 200 yuan, and handed it to Wei Shiyuan. "Since everyone performed well this time, I will pay to replace it with a more expensive water dispenser." "Wei Shiyuan, you're in charge of this matter. Purchase one like Class 8's. Wei Shiyuan was initially astonished, then puzzled. "Teacher, isn't Class 8's water dispenser cheaper than ours?" Hu Ho shot him a glare. "Who understands better, you or me?" Wei Shiyuan quickly replied, "You understand, teacher." Hu Ho walked away with his hands behind his back, his silhouette forlorn. He had not yet succeeded in recruiting students from Dan Laoge, and it seemed he would incur a financial loss that evening. Chapter 91. The award ceremony in the afternoon. All first-year students gathered on the playground for the monthly exam summary meeting. Jiang Ning carried a stool towards the playground, intending to accompany Shui Yuantong, but unfortunately, she had been called away by Dan Qingrong. As the top student in the grade, and particularly in the ordinary class, Shui Yuantong would represent the freshmen in delivering a speech. As he joined the throng heading to the playground, he noticed Dan Qingrong standing in front of Class 8, and Jiang Ning casually found a spot to sit. Dan Qingrong approached him, unable to suppress his smile. "Jiang Ning, you placed fourth in the grade this time. When the time comes, you will go to the podium, and principal you will personally award you." Dan Qingrong's tone was exceptionally friendly, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. As the advisor of an ordinary class, having 2 students rank among the top 10 was a notable achievement. If it weren't for the watching eyes of the students, Dan Qingrong might have even allowed himself a smirk. From here on out, if he could properly nurture these 2 promising students and guide them steadily to the college entrance examination, his path to professional recognition would be smooth. Dan Qingrong had waited long enough while many of his peers advanced in rank, their salaries surpassing his by a considerable margin. Additionally, there was a rule at Xizhong. If a class's students excelled in the college entrance examination, the class advisor would also receive a bonus, a significant sum. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt elated, finally able to hold his head high. Even the way he regarded Wu Xiaoqi became more comfortable. He secretly resolved that if Wu Xiaoqi dared to cause trouble in his class, he would promptly kick him out. "I'm sorry, you cannot interfere with our 2 top students." As he pondered these thoughts, Dan Qingrong lifted his gaze towards the podium. Principal Yu blew into the microphone and commenced his speech. His voice was deep and resonant, with an exceptionally clear logic in his discourse. True to form, he began by extolling the virtues of Xizhong, praising its exceptional faculty, foundational infrastructure, and the accolades it had received from the Education Bureau, reiterating the accomplishments of outstanding alumni. A few students below could be heard whispering their critiques. Then, Principal Yu announced, "Next, I would like to commend a student, Shui Yuantong from Class 8. Class 8, a parallel class, had surprisingly produced the top student of the grade. A remarkable feat, indeed. This spirit of rising against the current is worthy of our reflection. Now, I invite Shui Yuantong to come forward and speak." Dressed in her school uniform, Shui Yuantong walked slowly to the podium, adeptly adjusting the microphone to a lower height. "Hello, everyone. I am Shui Yuantong from Class 8. Her voice, even after being processed through electronic devices, remained bright and melodious. Murmurs arose from the students gathered below. Is she really the top student? And from Class 8? How astonishing. Indeed, she had outperformed all 3 experimental classes. Do shorter students excel in their studies? Someone queried. At that moment, an informed student chimed in. She is Shui Yuantong. Of course, who doesn't know she's Shui Yuantong? I know that school. I've heard many have gone to Anqing Yizhong and Ilyobanzhong. For her to rank first, there is truly impressive. Another added. Initially, I was baffled by which ordinary class student could achieve the top rank in the entire school. But after hearing Shui Yuantong's name, it all made sense. She was always first in my middle school years. She is indeed formidable, but she does look quite young. Someone remarked. It's true. She looked even smaller back in middle school, resembling a primary school student. No boys in class liked her at all. Such discussions rippled through the ranks of students. Shui Yuantong's speech concluded swiftly. She stood at the podium, her eyes fixed on Jiangning, contemplating how she would stand beside him to receive her scholarship and take a photograph together. What should they eat afterward? Perhaps treat Jiangning to a hot pot. Lost in these thoughts, Shui Yuantong's mind wandered. In front of the entire first-year cohort, hundreds of students and dozens of teachers, she addressed the microphone. My speech is complete. Next, I invite Principal Yu to speak. Upon realizing her mistake, she paused for a moment, then promptly corrected herself. I meant Principal Yu, not you classmate. This statement elicited peculiar expressions from her classmates in the formation. Jiangning sighed in exasperation. This foolish girl, it would have been better had she not corrected herself. Principal Yu, taken aback for a moment, soon regained his composure. After all, he was the principal, known for his magnanimity in front of students. Moreover, the one who misspoke was Shui Yuantong, the unexpected top student, a promising prodigy for the future. Taking the microphone, Principal Yu smiled nonchalantly. Well, Shui Yuantong spoke splendidly. Everyone should learn from her. He continued, next, I would like to recognize the top 10 students of this examination. Shui Yuantong, Du Chuan, Ding Shuyin, Jiangning, Lin Zita. Geng Lu shouted, Jiangning, Jiangning. The principal is calling you to receive your award. Nearby, Ma Shiqing urged, Jiangning, hurry up, don't keep the principal waiting. A look of envy adorned his face. Guokanen remarked, Jiangning, you're the pride of our back row. Indeed. Go up and receive the award for the sake of our class's top students, Dan Kaikwan added. You're far superior to the class monitor. You've brought honor to our class. Wang Longlong exclaimed. Various friendly voices reached Jiangning's ears. He smiled gently, straightened his posture, and his tall frame unfolded as he stood among the crowd. His classmates gazing up at him. In just 2 months, Jiangning had grown from 165 centimeters to 180 centimeters, now among the tallest in his class. A gentle aura enveloped him, smoothing the slight wrinkles in his attire. The afternoon sun lazily streamed in from afar, casting a golden glow upon his garments, rendering him radiant. With the sunlight accompanying him, Jiangning took a step forward, moving out of his class's formation and continuing to walk rightward. Along the way, he passed through the formations of Class 7, Class 6, and Class 5. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. And wherever he went, the gazes of many were drawn to him. Admiration, astonishment, jealousy, and affection. Countless eyes converged upon him, but Jiangning remained oblivious, accompanied only by light and shadow. Yang Sheng stared at that figure and suddenly spoke, have you noticed? He seems rather handsome today. Shen Qingyi clenched her fists tightly, unable to release them for a long time. Jiangning traversed one formation after another, ascending the steps to the podium, where he finally stood still. Gazing down at the hundreds of classmates below, Shui Yuantong had seized a position beside him, standing quite close. Gung Lu looked up at the two figures on the stage, her expression darkening as she murmured, "Suddenly, I feel unworthy." In Chapter 92, Aspiration, the reward for the top score in a subject was 200 yuan, and Shui Yuantong garnered first place in all 9 subjects, earning a remarkable 1,800 yuan. The top 10 students received a reward of 300 yuan, while the overall top student received an additional 1,000 yuan. In a single monthly examination, Shui Yuantong accumulated 3,100 yuan, more than her mother's monthly salary. Jiang Ning received 200 yuan for his perfect score in mathematics, tied for first place, and an additional 300 yuan for being in the top 10, totaling 500 yuan. He understood that the generous rewards for this monthly exam were intended to motivate new students. Such bountiful prizes would be rare in future assessments. Shui Yuantong's eyes sparkled as she counted her money, exclaiming, "Finally, I have money. Jiangning, I'll treat you to something delicious this weekend. At a restaurant in Yuzhou City, you can choose." She patted her wallet, exuding an air of affluence, reminiscent of a young, wealthy heiress. With 3,100 yuan, she planned to give her mother 2,500 yuan and keep the rest for food. Jiangning readily accepted. "Sounds good. You take care of the arrangements." He slipped the paper bills into his wallet, envisioning how delightful it would feel to spend the scholarship. Ma Shicheng, seeing Jiangning's 500 yuan, felt a twinge of jealousy. 500 yuan was enough for him to spend 50 consecutive nights at the Yutsai Internet CAF. My goodness, that would be such a blast. Upon arriving at a tea shop, Jiangning contemplated for a moment, then pulled out 2 bills and handed them over, saying, "Boss, make 60 cups of double-skim milk, with red beans, coconut, and peanuts. Also, 1 separate cup with red beans, coconut, mango, strawberries, and nuts." The young, burly shop owner, in his 20s, was initially surprised by this order and then asked, "Buy for your classmates?" Jiangning nodded. "All right, but you'll have to wait a bit." The owner called over a female staff member, and they began to work efficiently, their roles clearly defined and their cooperation seamless, as they prepared each cup of double-skim milk. Eventually, the owner produced a large, sturdy white foam box, filling it to the brim with double-skim milk, nearly overflowing. Each cup is 3 yuan. For 60 cups, that's 180 yuan. The one you requested with extra ingredients is 5 yuan, but I won't charge you for that. The owner handed him 20 yuan. "Let me help you carry it over." The owner pretended to lift the box, demonstrating his integrity as a merchant. A cup of double-skim milk was quite substantial, weighing approximately a pound, and with 60 cups, it amounted to over 60 pounds. This was no light task, and double-skim milk should ideally not be bumped or shaken, lest it spill or lose its aesthetic appeal. Jiangning shook his head. "No need, I can manage it myself." "Are you sure?" The owner's expression reflected his concern. He genuinely worried that Jiangning might be overestimating his strength, fearing that if he were to drop it, it would be a shame. Jiangning placed his hand on the box, enveloping it in his spiritual energy, and then gently lifted the bottom, as if cradling a bundle of cotton. The owner stared in astonishment, while the female staff member regarded Jiangning as if he were a marvel. "I'm off. You can get back to work," Jiangning said, carrying the box away. Watching Jiangning depart with such ease, the owner was left dumbfounded. Wow, are students nowadays really this strong? The boss was struck by a sudden thought. Am I getting old? No, I must get a gym membership tomorrow. Jiangning strolled along the main path of the campus, cradling a box that seemed to float effortlessly, untouched by any tremor. He made his way to the classroom, where his classmates were engaged in self-study. With Dan Xingrong seated at the front as the homeroom teacher, Jiangning greeted him. "Did you go shopping?" At that moment, the classmates turned their attention to him. Placing the box on the podium, Jiangning announced, "I received a reward with Shui Yuantong, and I'm quite happy. I'd like to share this joy with everyone. Class monitor, could you help me distribute these?" He lifted the lid and revealed 2 cups of double-skim milk. Jiangning is so generous. Guokunin cheered upon seeing the treats. Huang Zhongfei, known for his sense of justice, stepped up to help distribute the goodies. The classmates, initially hesitant, accepted the cups with shy murmurs of thanks. At first, no one dared to taste, but when one student opened a cup and took a spoonful, others quickly followed suit, relishing the delicious, mildly sweet flavor. Some classmates had previously harbored feelings of jealousy towards Shui Yuantong for receiving several thousand yuan in scholarships, but in this moment, those feelings dissipated. Jiang Ning set aside an extra cup for Shui Yuantong and then offered one to Dan Xingrong. Say, Mr. Dan, why don't you give it a try? Dan Xingrong accepted it with a smile, his admiration for Jiang Ning rising several notches. Before the evening study session began, Jiang Ning chose not to comment, leaving it to Gung Lu to figure things out on her own. Ma Shiqing received a phone call and stepped outside. What is going on? He sighed, his face clouded with gloom. His parents had called to inquire about his grades. Unable to hide the truth, he relayed his ranking, which was unfortunately among the bottom 10 of his class. This led to a stern reprimand from his parents, followed by a lecture about the importance of studying hard. As they worked tirelessly for their money, listening to their concerns only intensified his frustration. Was it Tita's grades? Did they hold that much significance? Yet, the thought of his parents nagging weighed heavily on him. He reflected on how he had neglected his studies since entering high school, despite having considerable potential. If he could focus, he believed entering the top 10 wasn't unattainable. Recalling Jiang Ning's triumphant moment on the podium and the stack of scholarship money, Ma Shiqing suddenly felt a surge of determination. Jiang Ning, I'm going to study hard from now on. No more gaming, he declared solemnly, motivating himself. Upon hearing this, Gung Lu felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Ma Shiqing was actually going to put in effort. Normally, she would have turned away, but today she held her ground, feeling torn. She longed to joke with Jiang Ning as before, but recognized that such behavior would only deepen her predicament. Ma Shiqing's loud declaration drew the attention of Guo Kunin and Dan Kai-Quan, who were astonished. Old Ma, are you really going to try hard? What a joke. Are you even cut out for studying? Wang Longlong approached, acting like a sycophant beside a monarch, exclaiming, Ma Ge, you can't abandon us. What about your cool running scores? Can you bear to part with them? Hearing their teasing, Ma Shiqing felt a rush of indignation. They looked down on him, didn't they? He resolved to prove them wrong, to show himself and his parents that he could succeed. Don't distract me from my studies, he stated firmly, pulling out a math test paper to focus. The onlookers exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. He was exhausted. Once the thought surfaced, it could not be repressed. Chapter 93. Conviction. Ma Shiqing could no longer hold back. He swiftly took out his phone, tapping the game icon, ready to dive in. Guo Kunin suddenly leaped up, laughing and pointing at Ma Shiqing, saying to Dan Kai-Quan, "Ha, you lost. I told you he wouldn't last through one evening study session. Buy me a cup of instant noodles later. I want the mushroom chicken flavor." Dan Kai-Quan, heartbroken, lamented. He and Guo Kunin debated how long Ma Shiqing would maintain his effort, ultimately wagering a cup of noodles. Now he has lost, and that cup cost 4 yuan. Ma Shiqing listened to their banter, feeling a surge of resentment. He did not argue. After all, it was just a short gaming session. He would only play a couple of rounds and then return to studying to prove them wrong. It was absurd to use his situation for amusement. They were ignorant of the resolve he possessed. He truly intended to strive for improvement. To ensure a worry-free study session in the future, Ma Shiqing decided to achieve a higher score, enabling him to breathe easy. He launched into another game, performing decently, yet still failing to break his record. Ma Shiqing initiated yet another round. At that moment, Jiang Ning noticed Ma Shiqing's relentless engagement. "Do you know where Wu Xiaoqi has gone?" Huang Zhongfei inquired. Guo Kunin called out. He went out to play basketball against the class next door. Huang Zhongfei sighed. It was evening study time, and students were not permitted to play basketball, yet Wu Xiaoqi seemed oblivious to the rules. He hesitated to note Wu Xiaoqi's name in the attendance book. The classroom grew somewhat noisy, prompting Huang Zhongfei to consider reminding everyone to keep their voices down, as it might disturb class 1 next door. Just as he prepared to speak, darkness suddenly enveloped the room, plunging the entire classroom into blackness. Initially, there was silence. Then chaos erupted as students exclaimed, "What the heck? Did the power go out?" The lights in the adjacent teaching building were also extinguished. Indeed, the power was out. Cheers erupted in the darkness. Ma Shiqing exited the game, activating the flashlight on his phone to cast a beam of light around him. A few classmates followed suit, illuminating the dark room. Voices emerged from the shadows. "Fellow classmates, don't use your phones. What are you doing?" At that moment, miraculously, the students collectively agreed, quietly turning off their phone flashlights. On a moonless, windy night, someone shouted, "I like Huang Zhongfei." Huang Zhongfei shuddered, realizing the voice belonged to a boy. "I like Bai Yuxia. Get lost." Such declarations ignited a frenzy in the classroom. with voices rising and falling. Shui Yu, I know you're excited. But could you please put on your pants first? Who are you calling a son of a bee? Shui Yu felt wronged. Pang Jiao, you're so ugly. Can't you take a look in the mirror? Dan Kai Kwan, please stop touching me. I didn't tea. Don't make false accusations. I want to be class monitor. Bai Yuxia is mine, a voice declared in a slightly androgynous tone. Jiang Ning's mind swept over the scene, recognizing the speaker as Yang Sheng. The classroom was in utter disarray. Gung Lu faced the darkness, her vision obscured, while a cacophony of voices assaulted her ears, further agitating her heart. She recalled the afternoon, the image of Jiang Ning basking in sunlight. As she gazed at him, she felt as if she stood in a dark corner, realizing how ordinary she was. Average family, average grades, and not as striking as by Yuxia and others. A wave of self-doubt washed over her. Perhaps it was an inexplicable sentiment. But she hesitated to speak with Jiang Ning again. She believed that cutting ties would be for the best. At least she wouldn't have to worry about it anymore, merely treating him as an acquaintance. Yet, upon deeper reflection, a sense of unwillingness crept in. She felt as if she were ensnared in a circle, unable to escape no matter what she did. Why did she harbor such peculiar feelings for Jiang Ning, especially given that the semester had only just begun less than 2 months ago? Gung Lu was uncertain. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ning had come to her rescue during an embarrassing moment. Perhaps it was his exceptional gaming skills, his appearance. Or perhaps it was his numerous academic achievements. A multitude of thoughts collided chaotically in her mind. If Jiang Ning lacked these additional merits, and was merely the ordinary boy she had first met at the beginning of the term, would she still feel this way? Her thoughts flickered like countless intertwined ropes in her mind. She covered her ears, unable to provide an answer. But did it really matter? Not everything in life possesses logic. In that moment, Gung Lu experienced a sudden clarity, her worries dissipating like mist. She became resolute. Gazing into the darkened classroom, an audacious idea sprouted within her. The power outage presented the perfect opportunity, perhaps the only chance she would have in the next 3 years. She envisioned Jiang Ning's cool, composed face, her heart racing, blood coursing through her veins with increased fervor. A fortuitous moment had arisen. Would she succumb to timidity or bravely forge ahead? Why dwell on the details? With a firm resolve, she extended her hand. I shall no longer retreat. At that moment, a pulse of energy from Jiang Ning reached her. As a hand approached his face, Jiang Ning instinctively recoiled, easily evading the gesture, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he realized it was Gung Lu. What was she attempting? Jiang Ning wondered with confusion. In the darkness, Gung Lu's face flushed crimson, her gaze resolute. She had failed to seize the moment. Despite having calculated her aim perfectly, undeterred, Gung Lu leaned forward, one hand pressing against the desk while the other reached out towards Jiang Ning. Today, success was the only option. Observing Gung Lu's posture, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. He fully understood her intentions. He had never anticipated that the typically gentle and demure Gung Lu would exhibit such boldness. Ah, so you have been holding back throughout most of the evening study session, only to act on this. If she dared to do this now, what would happen in the future? Jiang Ning contemplated reprimanding her. After all, Gung Lu was just a young girl. Publicly chastising her might cause her immense embarrassment and potentially lead her astray. Moreover, as someone familiar with Gung Lu's artistic talents, he understood that she might simply be acting on impulse, thus rendering harshness unnecessary. Consequently, Jiang Ning harnessed his spiritual energy and employed a sound transmission technique. However, there was no response. Gung Lu, still in a state of apprehension, took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she thought gratefully. Thank goodness there was no response. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to face Jiang Ning. Chapter 94. Man-made calamity at noon. As school let out, Jiang Ning went to retrieve his mountain bike, with Shui Yuantong trailing behind him. Jiang Ning, tomorrow is Friday. I'll treat you to something delicious in the evening. Have you decided where you want to go? Since you're treating, you should choose the place, he replied. I'm torn between hot pot and barbecue, Shui Yuantong admitted. Then let us find a place that serves both hot pot and barbecue, Jiang Ning suggested as he unlocked his bike. Those places are often too extravagant. What if the food isn't good? Shui Yuantong expressed her skepticism. Just then, her phone vibrated twice. She pulled it out to see her mother's call. Answering the phone with a cheerful tone, she said, "Hello, Mom, what do you need? Are you bringing me snacks?" However, the gentle voice she had imagined was absent. Instead, it sounded somewhat weak. Tong Tong, can you come to the orthopedic ward at the 3rd hospital? Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. As the phone pressed against Shui Yuantong's ear allowed him to hear every word. The 3rd hospital was a well-known facility in Yuzhou. Shui Yuantong's expression changed instantly, and she pressed, Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. Just come to the 3rd hospital, and I'll explain when you get here, her mother replied. Jiang Ning urged, hop on. I'll take you. With a worried expression, Shui Yuantong wasted no time in climbing onto the back seat. Hold on tight, he instructed. Complying, Shui Yuantong wrapped her arms around Jiang Ning. She knew what he was about to do was dangerous, yet her concern for her mother overshadowed everything else. Jiang Ning extended his consciousness, scanning the surrounding crowd, and propelled the bike forward with his spiritual energy. As he pedaled, the bike surged forward, deftly weaving through the throngs of people. The 3rd hospital was located over 5 kilometers from their school, and within 10 minutes, Jiang Ning skillfully avoided the crowd, arriving at the hospital entrance. He led Shui Yuantong inside. The orthopedic ward was on the 1st floor of the east building. Upon entering the hospital, Shui Yuantong immediately sensed a cold, oppressive atmosphere. The thought of her mother potentially being in trouble filled her with dread, and she longed to be by her side instantly. Do you remember the patient room? Room 5, Jiang Ning stated. Having never visited the 3rd hospital before, he did not check the signs, but instead directed his consciousness downward, absorbing a wealth of information. He identified room 5 and swiftly guided Shui Yuantong in that direction. Entering the lobby, they traversed a long corridor where some patients limped along, while others brought milk and fruits to visit. The door to room 5 was ajar. Upon entering, Shui Yuantong immediately spotted her mother, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aunt Gu sat on the edge of the bed, her right arm suspended in a sling, encased in thick plaster, and 4 drip hung above her head, delivering medication. Mom, what happened? Shui Yuantong approached, her voice trembling with emotion. Jiang Ning's consciousness swept towards Aunt Gu's arm, clearly discerning that the bone had fractured in the middle. I accidentally broke my arm. It's nothing serious, Aunt Gu said, her complexion pale. She attempted to reach out to touch Tong Tong's head, but remembered her arm was injured and could not do so. Does it hurt? Not at all. Jiang Ning. You brought Tong Tong here, right? Thank you, Aunt Gu said kindly as always. A doctor in a white coat entered, holding a stack of documents. Let me take a look at the x-rays. Aunt Gu indicated the bedside, and Jiang Ning handed the film to the doctor. After examining the x-ray, the doctor inquired, Is your hand numb? Try making a fist. Aunt Gu nodded and attempted to clench her fist, but it proved to be particularly difficult. Doctor, what is the radial nerve? If it's damaged, can it recover? Shui Yuantong asked. The radial nerve runs alongside the arm, and if injured, it may impair finger function, resulting in paralysis and wrist drop. Whether it can recover depends on the